One sunny and carefree day, a group of boys were walking in nature, admiring the beauty of the local park. One of the boys was filming the beauty of nature on his camera when he suddenly saw a huge beetle in the bushes, which a few moments later jumped on the boy. The young man was seriously scared, but this did not stop him from posting the video on all social networks and subsequently becoming the star of local gossip. The next day, the college in Gangwon-do was much noisier than usual, as everyone was discussing the recently released video of a giant bug online. Most of those present did not believe that such insects existed, but some put forward theories that it was a mutated superhero from science fiction films. The boy who came up with the superhero theory asked his friend if he could be right, when suddenly someone took the phone right out of his hand. The person who took the phone turned out to be their classmate Soo Chang, a boy with expressive green eyes and dark hair. The young man asked what was so cool about these wings. In his opinion, they were really disgusting. Having received no answer, the boy nevertheless remembered that he had come to his classmates because the girls wanted to hang out somewhere in the evening, and so they had invited them. The young man received several ambiguous answers, and then said that if no one wanted to, he would simply refuse. At that moment, his classmates grabbed their heads and said that it was a great honor for them to accompany Soo Chang, and the young man at that time thought that he was still quite popular. He had a lot of followers on Stargram, and his academic performance was always at a high level, so he was always invited to all the parties and holidays. You could probably say that he was at the very top of the student food chain, just like a king. To some extent, the boy understood that it was stupid for a simple student to talk about domination, but he had his own reasons for this. He understood that humans were social creatures, and like lions and ants, they also lived in groups. Every society had a characteristic feature. It had a hierarchy. Soo Chang immediately realized that in college, there was always a chosen one, whom everyone revered and adored. And he also understood that if he took this place, he could dominate everyone. And after some effort, he still got the chance to enjoy student life from the height of such a pedestal. One day, a young man was walking around the college grounds with his friend, and the friend kept asking him to hang out with other girls. When Soo Chang asked what his friend was talking about, he asked the young man to turn around and look closely. The boys were followed by two girls, one of whom was actively waving her hand and shouting Soo Chang's name out loud. That smiling and happy girl was none other than Mi-hee. The girl came closer and closer to the young man and continued to smile, asking if he was going to lunch. Soo Chang's friends all started to chatter about how he and the girl who suddenly appeared should confess their feelings to each other. But then the guys realized that all their attempts were in vain, and so they simply invited the girl to have a drink with them. Mi-hee was very happy and quickly ran after the boys. The girl stretched out her hands forward and was about to touch Soo Chang's back, but judging by his expression, he clearly didn't like it. The boy turned around abruptly and pushed the girl away from him, causing her to scream. We all noticed a sharp change in the young man's behavior, and so we began to ask many questions, but he did not want to answer now. Soo Chang felt like electricity was running down his back. He clearly didn't feel very well, so he turned around and was about to go home. His friends noted that this was rather strange, but it was not the first time that this had happened to the young man, to which Soo Chang replied that he had been wrestling until 5 in the morning. The boy began to move away from his friends, heading towards home. He was walking along a fairly busy street, with the sound of people in cars passing by coming from all directions. He himself understood that the excuse about wrestling was pretty crazy, but he didn't have enough imagination for other excuses. In fact, the boy had a secret that he couldn't tell anyone. As he thought about this, Soo Chang saw another boy in front of him whose gaze was lowered downwards, and he thought that he was no different from him. At the beginning of the semester, this guy was a completely different person, but now he has become unsociable. The reason for everything was a complex that came to light and became known to everyone. Soo Chang heard that at a party this guy drank too much. His allergy to alcohol made itself known, and his face became covered in huge blisters. Whether because of the humiliation or the disgust on the faces of his classmates, he had to run away and then forget about his former confidence. If you think about it, everyone had something to hide from others. It's just that some people had a lot more secrets. Accompanied by such thoughts, the boy did not notice how he got home, continuing to think about secrets. The boy understood that if he told someone his secret, he could reveal his weak spot, but this had nothing to do with Soo Chang. Soo Chang grabbed the edges of his t-shirt to pull it over his head, and a second later, thick bandages were revealed under the layer of clothing. Although to say that it had nothing to do with him was not entirely correct, since after the boy unwound the bandages surrounding his waist, something strange happened. The thing was that he himself had a weak spot. 4 huge wings grew on his back like a beetle. The young man remembered how his classmates had been discussing the wings of the bug in the video that afternoon, saying that there was nothing cool about them. Now looking at his own wings, the young man supported them, thinking that these wings were disgusting. As far as he could remember now, it all started with one dragonfly. Back in high school, he sprayed insecticide at a dragonfly that flew into his room, but for some reason it immediately turned to dust. Su Chang accidentally inhaled this same dust, then he threw up and a little later he passed out. But surprise, when the morning came, he already had these strange wings on his back. Back then he was afraid that people would consider him a monster, or worse, use him as a test subject. Fear gripped him so that he could not close his eyes all night, and from that time on he tried with all his might to hide his wings. Su Chang did not let other people get too close to him because he was afraid that someone would accidentally find out his secret. He became a hermit, and for some time everything went smoothly, since no one even suspected that he had wings. So he entered college, but still such a life was unbearable as he closed himself in his own cocoon, and his soul was tormented by loneliness. Finally, unable to bear all this oppression, closer to the beginning of the school year, the boy decided to change something. He was sure that he no longer wanted to be a hermit, so he decided to change his style first. Su Chang folded the origami from the wings every day and wrapped it with bandages. No matter how painful it was, it worked. With his wings folded, he felt confident and was able to become whoever he wanted to be, and people were right when they said that self-confidence is the first step to success, because soon new people began to meet the boy. His classmates and just girls from college got to know him. The young man enjoyed some kind of popularity, but still he understood perfectly well that as soon as they saw these vile wings, he would be able to say goodbye to his calm and happy life. Today, as soon as he wanted to go for a walk with Mihi, his wings started to hurt again. It was already familiar. It was always like this. These wings seemed to be trying to remind him that they were still a part of him. If he rarely spread his wings, the pain in his back would become merciless, which is why Su Chang had to flee today. But as soon as the boy thought that Mihi should not find out about the wings, the door opened right in front of his nose, and this very girl appeared in the doorway. Su Chang was surprised and jumped back a couple of steps, not knowing how to hide his wings, which were currently flaunting behind his back. The girl looked no less surprised, covering her eyes and face with her hands. The pink-haired girl asked why the boy was not wearing pants, to which he replied that she had misunderstood something since he was dressed. Su Chang leaned against the door and tried to catch his breath, hoping that the girl didn't notice his wings. When the boy asked how she got there, the girl replied that the door was open, and the boy said that everyone was meeting at Su Chang's house. After these words, the young man realized that his dear and beloved friends wanted to introduce him to the pink-haired girl, but something went wrong. Mihi continued to stand at the door. The girl was silent and had no intention of leaving. Most likely, she already understood what was going on here, but she still decided to ask again if Su Chang really felt unwell today. The barrier between the two was the bathroom door, and the girl continued to say that sometimes the young man's unhealthy appearance frightened her greatly. The pink-haired girl asked him if Su Chang was hiding anything from her. This question made the young man shudder, suddenly come to his senses, try to gather all the confidence he had, and answer that he was not hiding anything like that. His expression looked rather gloomy, as he could tell the girl what was on his mind. The pink-haired girl also looked down. For some reason, I feel guilty. She placed the grocery bag at the door right in front of her, and then turned to Su Chang. Mihi mustered up all the courage and confidence she could muster, and asked him if he wanted to leave. The young man was perplexed as soon as he heard such a proposal from the girl standing behind the door. Mihi sat down on the floor and opened a can of soda, and said that the young man was obliged to go to the cinema with her, and she would not move from her place until he left. The boy tried to come up with some excuse, repeating in a trembling voice that I had already told him that he was feeling unwell. But to all his words, the girl simply replied that she saw how Su Chang was pretending and hiding something. She was upset that the boy didn't tell her anything at all, as if he didn't trust the pink-haired girl. The girl immediately remembered how this young man saved her at the beginning of the year from some strange senior student. She said that she understood that Su Chang was simply showing off in front of her and generally meddling in something that was none of his business, and the words became blows for the young man. But then the girl said that she felt good that someone stood up for her. She smiled again and said that if the boy did not feel any hostility towards her and his burden became too much for him to bear, she very much hoped that he would share his secret with her. Su Chang, who was standing behind the door, clearly heard how Mihi's smile was reflected in her voice, and therefore he understood that the girl did not pose any threat to him. He leaned the back of his head against the door that separated him from the girl sitting outside and quietly thanked Mihi. Suddenly, a few moments later, The bathroom door opened and a smiling Soo-chan appeared from there. He thought that no matter what happened, Mi-hee should never know this secret, and so he decided to bandage his wings and go to the cinema with the girl. His back ached unbearably, but he wanted to hope that his decision to leave the bathroom was the right one. He also wanted to hope that no one would ever find out his secret. But as he and Mi-hee headed towards the cinema, a strange man followed them. This man wore a tattered cloak and always had a praying mantis hanging around with him. Surprisingly, in the center, cars were driving quite fast while blaring their sirens, and the streets were also quite light and lively. At that time, a couple of students approached the girl to ask her to help them with a common project. The girl was very interested in this, so she was happy to help them. The student thought that the girl was very nice to them and also helpful. The girl was an irresistible angel with a beautiful smile who rejoices in every little thing. The guy was so shocked that his eyes looked like buttons, because how can a person be so kind and harmonious? On the way to the cinema, the guy kept thinking about this charming girl. While they were already sitting in the cinema, the girl screamed in fear, and the guy was still thinking about their future relationship. The girl, out of fear, spilled the drink she was holding on her hand onto her upper garment. After this accident, she needed to go to the restroom. The guy, looking at the girl going to the ladies' room, thought about how he would tell her about his unusual wings in the future. Soo-chan looked at her with loving eyes, hoping that Mi-hee would accept him for who he was. But at one point, his hope collapsed. The guy himself was afraid to admit that he was like this. The guy thought about this for a very long time and could not decide what would be best. The anxiety inside him was unbearable. Unexpectedly for everyone, the lights went out everywhere. Some people began to get indignant and not understand what was happening in the cinema. The people around him started to mumble something, and the guy became overly tense due to his already disturbing thoughts. The next moment, a man with a trembling voice bursts into the hall and wants everyone to leave the building, but no one could even imagine what happened. Everyone hoped that it was all just a prank. No one took the man's words as truth, so not a single soul got up from their place. A man trying to prove to people that this is not a joke, but couldn't finish the sentence. Only after a short pause was the man able to finish his sentence, but he was not at all happy about it. And after a few seconds, the man was already hanging on the monster's sword. The guy couldn't believe that all this was happening in real life. The people who surrounded the guy started calling for help, but the guy sat as if he had turned to stone. As soon as the guy got to his feet, everyone was already running wherever they could to get out of the movie theater. Soo-chan still couldn't understand what was happening around him, and he began to tremble unbearably from fear and tension. After some time, the guy finally realized that a movie theater security guard had been killed before his eyes. The guy wanted to get out of the building as soon as possible, but no matter how scared he was, he couldn't leave without Mi-hee. But at some point, that same monster appears and looks straight into the guy's soul. The monster did not hesitate and began to attack the guy, but he realized it in time and began to run away as fast as he could. The guy, when he was running away, decided to look at the monster, but at one unexpected moment, surprise and fear could be seen in the guy's eyes at the same time. The monster decided to destroy the cinema in order to deal with the boy. The guy couldn't believe that this was happening to him, and he couldn't do anything about it. His face was already completely covered in beads of sweat from fatigue. Soo-chan couldn't contain his fear, but the boy was surprised and at the same time frightened by the hands of this creature. At some point, there was a short pause. The guy was shaking with fear, but this creature, on the contrary, really liked the fear. Behind the monster stood a huge praying mantis, several times larger than the guy. This creature was talking about some kind of spray, but the guy still didn't understand what he was talking about. The guy sat in complete shock from what was happening, but later the monster decided to say what kind of spray it was. Soo-chan remembered this spray and also remembered how often he loved to spray it. It turns out that at that moment the monster was turned because of the spray that the guy started using frequently. But after the words of this creature, the guy began to run as fast as he could. The guy was very scared, but that didn't stop him from running. But another whole minute, and the guy would not be alive. The monster did not find the strength in itself and could not catch up with the boy, but the boy was able to stun the creature, but not for long. At the moment when Soo-chan fell to the floor, Mi-hee immediately appeared, but at the wrong time. The guy jumped up from the fact that something could happen to Mi-hee. If this happens, then Soo-chan will not forgive himself for this. The frightened girl, her hands shaking, went to look for the guy. Surprise and fear were visible in her eyes at the same time. As soon as the monster saw the girl, he looked intently at the girl and instantly became angry. The creature almost immediately began to scream at everything and everyone because the girl had prevented the monster from feasting on the guy. The guy was very worried about the girl. He immediately stood up and started shouting at the girl to run away faster. Su-chan was very tense all the time, but he wanted to help Mi-hee so that everything would be okay with her. Some girl from the crowd wanted to get into the building because she saw that the monster had hostages. She really wanted to get into the building, but no one allowed her because it was dangerous. But at one point, some guy saw something up in the building. The guy saw a girl breaking a window with her body and falling down from a high-rise building. The monster didn't care about all this so much that he insulted people as much as he could. But as soon as the guy saw what was happening to Mi-hee, he immediately ran after her. The guy stood there thinking about how to save the girl, whether to fly or not, but he had never flown. Nearby, there was a huge crowd of people watching this. They were to some extent worried about the girl. The guy was very afraid to show his wings, which he considered terrible, in front of this whole crowd. Su-chan had very frightened eyes, but he was even more worried about Mi-hee. The guy thought that after everyone saw his wings, they would immediately treat him like something terrible. Due to stress and fatigue, the guy began to bite his lips nervously and irritably. The girl was very scared because in a few seconds she might be gone. The girl's soft pink hair flew easily in the air, just like the tears from the eyes of the beautiful Mi-hee. The guy couldn't just stand there and watch the girl he liked fall from a high-rise building. Suddenly, all the people who were standing near the building saw something very strange. The guy desperately flew after the girl so that she wouldn't get hurt and would stay alive. The monster stood in bewilderment because what normal person would fly after a girl if the two of them crashed? The guy was a few millimeters away from the girl so that he could catch her. And so the guy flew to the girl faster than she fell and he was able to catch her. The monster was sure that no one would survive if they fell from such a height. But suddenly her confidence was shattered. But the creature hoped until the very end that the guy had decided to leave the world with the girl. The guy thought about his wings until the very end, because there were many more people below than before. But the guy remembered the moment when the girl also wanted to interfere in something that wasn't her business. He was sure that even if the girl saw this, she would understand him and accept him as he was. The guy's cloak began to tear at the back and bright green wings burst out. And suddenly, at some point, the guy's majestic wings opened wide. All the people around were standing in shock from what was happening, because not everyone in the city has something like this. The monster was even more shocked than the people. He thought that they would now crash together on the asphalt. But everyone who lives in this city has something to hide from each other. The girl who wasn't surprised suddenly took a photo of the guy with wings. And here, the young man stands with the girl in his arms, being together with her alive and well. This story was about how one student became a victim of the merciless jungle. Everyone around the woman was talking about this, and the woman was very surprised by such a bold act of the guy. The girl asked someone what the next instructions would be and what to do with the boy. She took off her cap and said she had a better idea. The young lady with horns briefly ordered him to be taken with her. Everyone who happened to observe what was happening was completely perplexed, unable to understand what had just happened, and not understanding what this could lead to next. Jungle Juice was extremely surprised by the fact that the boy had been hiding his huge wings behind his back all this time, masterfully concealing them from those around him. The mantis could not believe that this boy could soar in the air with such ease, breaking all the laws of physics and surprising his witnesses. Su-chan had completely different concerns at this time, as he was desperately trying to save the girl who was in his arms and needed help. He was amazed that he could so easily spread his wings, which gave him the incredible ability to fly and maneuver in the air like a real dragonfly. The mantis watched all the events from the window of the house opposite and shouted something loudly after Su-chan, hoping that he would be able to hear him. The man realized that only one person could do this, namely the dragonfly, whose abilities the boy was now using. This meant only one thing. Jungle Juice had given this boy the dragonfly DNA, which allowed him to gain abilities. He licked his lips, realizing that he was once again overcome with severe withdrawal symptoms, and he really wanted fresh dragonfly meat to satisfy his strange tastes and desires. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind the man, clearly wanting to attack him quietly, using the element of surprise for her attack. But he didn't pay any attention to her, since all that was on his mind now was the juicy dragonfly meat that he was going to feast on in the near future. The girl did not waste time and, having struck the man, knocked him to the ground, saying that he had made too much noise and had done something very wrong. She listed all the misdeeds the man had committed that day, which included the murder of innocent people and videos on MeTube in which his face lit up like a Christmas tree. The girl adjusted her cap and said that people should not have seen or known all this. And even more so, no one should have known about the existence of genetically trained people who were constantly running around the city at breakneck speed and causing damage. A month later, all the rumors and gossip about strange people with wings, paws, and horns finally died down, and the first semester at college had just ended. But all this might have seemed so only at first glance. But in fact, everyone continued to discuss the man who had spread his dragonfly wings near the cinema building. Su Chang's classmates were no exception. They also picked up on all these discussions, and some of them even thought that the strange man looked like Su Chang. Everyone continued to live carefree, but not Su Chang, who was afraid that the government would send the police after him. Perhaps it was for the best that people did not believe that fantastic creatures actually existed, but nevertheless continued to put forward strange theories about the creature at the cinema being just a man in a suit. But the boy understood that whatever happened, the story with that classmate with blisters was now repeating itself with him. Only instead of blisters, wings. The boy remembered how many children gathered to celebrate his birthday and congratulated him. But all this was just a farce, since the children were sitting at the festive table and the birthday boy himself simply stood quietly to the side and watched everything that was happening. He didn't say anything. He just smiled and tried to believe for at least a second that all his guests had come to see him, and not just to eat birthday cake. But when the teacher from the orphanage asked all the children present to sing a song to Su Chang, they protested in one voice. The children began to talk among themselves, saying that Su Chang himself had not given them any gifts, although according to them, this could be justified by the fact that he had no money, no father, no mother. As soon as the boy heard the children say that he didn't have a mother, he immediately felt out of place. At the time, he just wanted to play with the others, but in the end, he was left feeling abandoned and alienated from everyone. Because when you are not like others, there is no point in even hoping for moments of joy. And Su Chang understood this very well. And now he walked around the college grounds and thought only about why he simply couldn't be like the other kids. Now the boy wore a black cloak all the time, which somehow covered his head and hid his identity, but this had its downsides. One of these downsides made itself known right now when Su Chang was touched by a man unknown to him on the cloak. The boy turned around sharply and waited for an excuse from the man who had just appeared, but he only said that the boys wanted to know if Su Chang had wings. The man was outraged that this kid didn't let him test their theory about the wings, and so he immediately nodded his heels from the scene. At this time, Su Chang was only thinking about the fact that before everyone wanted to talk to him, but now everyone was only interested in his wings. And now he was again left completely alone, just like many years ago. But now he did not feel so bad about being alone. It all got to the point that he hadn't even been on social media for a while. But now, sitting on the bus, he intended to see what was going on there. Most of the boys' subscribers unsubscribed, as there were rumors that the authorities were questioning everyone who was somehow connected to this incident. Su Chang didn't really care about this, thinking that if people unsubscribe, then let them do whatever they want. He was about to close the app when he saw a message from Mi-hee asking him to go into her private messages. Mi-hee had been in the hospital all this time, but according to rumors, she finally came to her senses today. The boy thought that everything would definitely be fine, as soon as he remembered how Mi-hee told him that if his burden became too much, he could trust her. He was completely confident that Mi-hee was still on his side, and he only thought that he needed her and her support. So the boy immediately went to the hospital to visit his girlfriend, but she reacted extremely strangely. As soon as Su Chang entered the room, Mi-hee jumped back and screamed at him not to come near her. Su Chang tried to get closer to her bed, repeating that it was him, and that there was no need to be afraid of him, while at the same time several nurses were holding him back. He could not believe that the girl had simply rejected him, since Su Chang blindly believed that they were good friends. The boy thought that Mi-hee would never betray him, and even more so, would not begin to fear him. But now the girl's face had turned gray. Her usually cheerful face was now reflecting fear and fatigue, and the girl's lips twitched from time to time, repeating that Su Chang should not come to visit her anymore. The girl called the boy a monster, and this insult immediately shocked him, making him doubt that Mi-hee had ever trusted him at all. Su Chang went to his follower list to check if Mi-hee was still there. As soon as he went there, the girl's account immediately disappeared from the list, since she had just unsubscribed from him. As soon as the boy got home, he immediately threw all his things on the floor and headed to his room. He unbandaged his wings and straightened his back, saying that it was all over, and that only these stupid wings were to blame. The boy picked up the scissors and brought them to one of his wings, about to cut them off right there. His eyes filled with anger and his pupils narrowed. He clenched his teeth and the scissors in his hand tighter, but all his efforts were in vain, and pain was no indicator of success. But here's the problem. The scissors just couldn't cut the thick material from which his wings were made. The boy was perplexed as soon as he figured this out. Finally, he gave up all his attempts to cut off the wings and threw the iron scissors on the floor with a characteristic thud. Su Chang fell to the floor, scattering sobs and accusations in all directions. He continued to cry and could not believe that he could not get rid of this curse. In fact, he threw away the scissors not because they didn't cut anything, but because he was afraid of experiencing pain. The boy could not get rid of thoughts about his helplessness and pity, and therefore a month later he continued to be a hermit in the group. All this time he wore clothes with hoods that covered his face, as he was panicky, afraid of the attention of those people who happened to see his wings. On the way to college, the boy encountered a lot of people, so he thought again about how people are collective creatures. But here's the problem. Even among animals, there was always someone who had not yet gotten along with others, and now Su Chang felt like he was in the place of that very black sheep. The boy walked up the stairs to his apartment thinking that outcasts like him suffered the same fate. He climbed to the highest floor and was about to end his suffering. That's how he was going to end his life, standing on the roof of a skyscraper. Only thoughts came into his head that death was his only way out. Su Chang looked down with an empty gaze, thinking that such an end would finally solve all his problems, and no one would remember him in a bad way anymore, because the dead are either well-spoken or not at all. He took a step forward, but it wasn't enough, so he took a few more steps, and only then did he finally feel the wind in his hair. The wind gusts were strong enough, and the building was tall enough that there would be no survivors, which was exactly what Su Chang had hoped for. He flew down, and his face did not reflect a single emotion. The boy resigned himself to his sudden death, and simply flew down. But to his great regret, he never managed to die, because the wings behind his back spread out, and he set off on a free flight. The boy thought that even here he was in for a bummer, and they simply wouldn't let him die in peace. He looked back and saw those damn wings spread out behind him again. Some girl unknown to him was waiting for him on the slope of this building, standing in such a way that it seemed that no laws of gravity applied to her. She looked at the boy with admiration and said that she really liked his wings and that she would like to have some like them too. Su Chang was surprised at how this girl was balancing on the building and could not understand how she was standing there and how long she had been waiting for him. The girl adjusted the cap on her head and asked the boy if he had really jumped here in the hope of dying with wings on his back. She also asked if the boy really hated his wings that much, and then tried to convince him that his hidden talent wasn't so bad. Noticing Su Chang's less than approving reaction, the girl told him that there was a way to become like everyone else again. Su Chang was very surprised by this information and could not believe that this was really possible. He also noticed that this girl had antennae-like tendrils on her head, which indicated that she was exactly the same as Su Chang. But first, the girl asked him to go inside since she was frozen to the bone while waiting for Su Chang and urgently needed to warm up somewhere warm. As soon as they were in the entrance, the girl was about to say something, but Su Chang hit her with his hand right next to her head, thus pinning the girl down. The boy couldn't wait for the girl to get down to business, but she remained silent, so he asked how he could return to normal life. The girl replied that she didn't know how to get rid of all these curses, but another person did. But there was one condition to meet this person. First, Su Chang had to go through an interview at their university, and there the professor had to explain everything to him. The boy didn't understand what they were talking about, and what kind of professor was supposed to explain something to him, and why he needed to go through some kind of interview at all. The girl said that the university bus was waiting for him outside and that Su Chang would go to it right now, which would just happen to catch the professor at work. Su Chang didn't understand why he should trust this girl when he had just recently been attacked by a praying mantis, which was supposedly from the same university. The girl told him that if he didn't believe her, he could try jumping off the roof again, but if he took a chance and went with her, something might change for the better. Su Chang stood in a complete stupor and did not understand what he should do, but the girl pressed on his weak spot and said that he would no longer be lonely if he went with her. The boy bit his lip and continued to think about whether he should agree to such a tempting offer from this strange young lady. He gripped the railing of the stairwell tighter, showing all the anger that had been lurking inside him all this time. In the end, the boy came to the conclusion that it would be better for him to go to university, thereby agreeing to the proposal of a girl whom he did not really trust. Already on the bus, the girl asked Su Chang if he recognized this insect spray, showing him a painfully familiar jar. The boy immediately recognized the packaging and the label on the spray, as he himself had once used one. It was none other than jungle juice, a spray that combined the DNA of a human and the insect it was used against. At one time, this spray was popular because it supposedly could kill any bug with one spray, but the problem was that the DNA of the killed insect was embedded in the body of the nearest person. After this, the person acquired the biological characteristics of an insect, like the wings of Su Chang or the paws of a praying mantis. The boy was perplexed, not understanding who even came up with the idea to create such a monstrous spray. But the girl did not have this information. The girl only knew that the name of the manufacturing company, as well as the name of the person behind it all, was shrouded in mystery. They only managed to find out who their distributor was, but this information did not give them anything, since this company went bankrupt anyway. But the exact number of people who were changed by the spray was still unknown. The boy went online trying to find at least some information, but he didn't find anything. And so he asked the girl why no one had heard anything about the effects of this jungle juice. The girl in the cap replied that all this was because they had eliminated all traces of the presence of this miracle spray in the real world. The boy asked who else was involved in this matter, but it was too late. As the bus stopped and the girl stood up and said that they had arrived at their destination, the girl did not answer his question, so the boy was confused. He noticed that they had stopped right in the middle of the tunnel, and he couldn't believe that this university was located somewhere in a tunnel. The girl understood the reason for his bewilderment, and therefore asked him if he knew where he usually built tunnels, and to her question, she received the answer that the tunnels were built in the mountains. The strange girl clicked on the switchboard in the tunnel, and a door opened before the young man's eyes, from which a dim yellow light poured. The girl also said that they don't like to show themselves in front of people, so they are forced to hide. She continued her monologue about how people like her and Su-chan live separately from everyone else, so as not to be seen in front of cameras and on social media. They arrived in some strange place where the sun was shining, and in the middle of a large forest and mountains, there was a huge building and something resembling a residential area. The large building turned out to be the Nest University building, and the area around it was a student campus, Su-chan understood from the words of the girl in the cap accompanying him. He could not believe that there was a whole city hidden in this mountain, and all these people were constantly hiding here from the fears of the outside world. Having looked around a little better, the boy realized that all the people who were here also had some kind of genetic mutations, and just like Su-chan himself, they looked like some kind of insects. To him, it seemed like a real jungle, as he was surrounded by many insectoids exactly like himself. Su-chan stood in the middle of the busy street, holding his breath and unable to take his eyes off everything and everyone that was happening around him. For him, it meant that returning to normal life seemed realistic. Someone who looked very much like another mutated human was looking at the newly arrived boy from the huge panoramic window. The man was being led by 2 guards, but he found time to stop and look at Su-chan, even though the strong guys behind him were telling him that he had not been given an order to stop. One of the guards was holding a driver, who from time to time flashed electric shocks to intimidate the prisoner who was walking ahead in handcuffs. The guard raised the taser and hit the prisoner on the back with it, saying that he would not see Mother Nature for the rest of his miserable life and would be chained to a lab bed. The man growled angrily and seemed to have gone completely mad, either from the pain of the discharge or from the guard's caustic words. He could no longer keep his temper in check. The man licked his dry lips, remembering how not long ago he hunted a dragonfly boy. It was none other than a praying mantis. The guy didn't understand what kind of place he had ended up in, because some unusual, and at the same time, strange things were happening in the sky. The guy was shocked when he saw that all the people in the city looked like him. Su-chan saw that everyone in the city had been transformed by jungle juice. On the surface, it was an ordinary university town, no different from many other similar places, and looked completely familiar and ordinary, not attracting attention. The guy couldn't have found a safer city than this one, but he was worried that all the people here looked suspiciously similar to him, as if they were his reflections. At some point, the guy heard a familiar voice that once explained to him that he would never be alone in this world, and this gave him a little confidence. After that, the girl went to the reception area to check in there, and she ordered the guy to look around and not go far while she was gone, so as not to get lost. Finally, the girl said with a smile that she was immensely glad that he had finally come to Nest, and her joy was sincere and obvious. The guy had a feeling in his head that he had ended up in a real fantasy school, and he couldn't believe that he was still in Korea. Everything here was so unusual. He was amazed that there were only insectoids around him, and they didn't even try to hide their identity, which surprised him even more. The guy walked through this strange city, thinking about his impressions and trying to comprehend everything he saw, and his thoughts were full of unanswered questions. At some point, the guy noticed a bug flying near him, but did not immediately understand what it was, and only after a few moments did he realize that this creature was unusual. He became curious about where these strange bugs were flying from, and turning his head, he saw a man with a gray beard sitting in the arch and watching what was happening. The man explained that he feeds the bugs honey, and they in turn give him protein, and this has become the basis of his cycle of life, which he observes. The man added that for him, this is not just a process, but the meaning of life, which he found in communication with these creatures, and shared this with the guy, who was surprised. After the man shared his philosophy with the boy, he took one of the bugs and ate it, which left the boy shocked and surprised because he did not expect such an act. The man continued to eat insects, while the boy decided not to stay here too long and moved on, thinking about the oddities of this place and its inhabitants. But before the guy had time to go far, the man caught up with him and grabbed him by the cloak, lifting it up so abruptly that the guy didn't even have time to react to this unexpected action. The boy flinched in surprise and, looking back, saw that the man holding him was actually a dragonfly, which shocked him even more. Su Chang began to understand what was happening, and gathering all his strength, leaned back a couple of meters from the man, realizing that the situation was becoming more and more unpredictable. The man complimented the boy's wings, noting that they were not only strong, but also healthy, and said that the boy could easily hide them under his clothes, which surprised him. He couldn't understand why the guy hid his wings under his cloak, because everyone here was the same as him, and no one was hiding their true nature, which seemed strange. But after that, the moment with he popped into the guy's head, when she, having learned his true nature, said that she did not want to see him anymore, because he was a monster. Because of this unpleasant memory, the guy's mood suddenly worsened, and he no longer wanted to continue the conversation with anyone, closing himself off into himself and his thoughts. The guy only hinted to the man that he was much better off without wings and did not want to remember the past, which brought him so much pain and suffering. The man was not happy with this answer, but decided that it was none of his business and did not insist on continuing the conversation, leaving the guy alone. The weather outside was beautiful. The windows of the building sparkled with bright sunlight, and everything around looked summery, joyful, and carefree, which raised the mood. This building was Nest University, the Department of Practical Entomology, and the guy, as soon as he entered the office, immediately met Professor Ma Do-hyun. Professor Ma thanked Hee-jin for bringing the boy to their university, noting that he had already heard a lot about Su Chang and his unusual abilities. The guy was surprised to see Professor Ma because he didn't even know what he looked like, and was surprised by his appearance and behavior, which did not meet expectations. They were in the research building of Nest University, and the boy was sure that Professor Ma knew how to return to a human state, which worried him. Professor Ma decided to get straight to the point and pressed the record button on the remote control. He was supposed to tell them how to become a human again, but first they had to watch a video. The guy was surprised that the professor decided to tell him how to become a human right away, and this was a recording from their graduation ceremony. At that moment, the graduate's farewell speech ended, and people watching this recording were ready to move on. The host asked the best students to come up on stage to perform the Cinderella ceremony. The guy didn't immediately understand who Cinderella was and started asking Professor Ma questions. Everyone was surprised that the girl had the head of a fly. She took a glass with some kind of swill. The next moment, the girl was already finishing the swill that had been poured into the glass. After she finished drinking, she acted out of character as if she was in pain. The guy didn't understand what was happening. His eyes were the size of 2 peas. Suddenly, some particles started coming out of this girl. Her hands started turning into human ones. She started shaking violently. The girl began to become more and more human and at the same time sparkled and transformed. The guy started shouting and asking about this crap. The professor tried to explain to the guy that the formula was made by their scientific department and was discovered completely by accident. The main principle of jungle juice was taken as the basis for this elixir, as they were able to isolate insect genes from human DNA. Professor Ma explained that this remedy restored the normal human body and was given the name Cinderella. The guy was surprised when he was told that there was a way to return to his former human life. The professor shows the boy an antidote that can heal anyone who has suffered because of jungle juice's actions. The boy asked the professor for this antidote because Su Chang had wanted to become an ordinary person for a long time, but the professor refused the boy. The professor explained to the guy that the production of Cinderella is not an easy task because this compound is obtained by concentrating jungle juice and their reserves are limited. Unfortunately, the professor said, they cannot restore the appearance of absolutely all victims, but if the guy is ready to do everything for this, then the professor will be able to help him somehow. The professor suggested that he transfer to their university and achieve outstanding success by the end of their studies. He continued to explain to the guy that Cinderella only goes to the best students, as was shown on the recording. If the guy doesn't get into this university, he won't be able to get the elixir and become an ordinary person like he wanted. The guy thought about the professor's words and began to understand that the miracle potion would only go to the best students of the graduating class. The girl explained to the guy that if he didn't want to study, it wasn't a big deal. He could still live in this city, but then he would never get Cinderella. The guy thought about university because the tuition is not that expensive and he can pay for it. But according to the girl, even if he gets in, it's not easy to get into the best ones. For such a reward, Su Chang was ready to take the most desperate and risky actions. A couple of hours later, the academic building was surprisingly very crowded and noisy, and the building itself looked majestic. On the street, everyone was talking about registering for the university and who was signing up with which professor. The guy felt like he was walking around an ordinary campus. He didn't see anything special at this university. The transfer procedure didn't take the guy much time. Su Chang was shocked that some girl managed to handle everything so quickly. It was difficult for everyone to choose a direction. The girl told the boy not to worry about the core subjects because they were all the same for all students. He just needed to choose an additional one. The guy was thinking about which subject to choose. He couldn't decide for a long time which one was easier for him to learn. The objects were named rather strangely, which is why the guy began to have questions about these objects. But soon he liked one subject. This subject was questions of protection. This subject seemed better to the guy than the others. He decided on an additional subject and decided to choose with Professor Ma. The guy, when he was going to university, thought for a long time about why he should go to campus to register. When the guy was going to university, he thought for a long time about why he should go to campus to register. Su Chang decided to go to the internet cafe to register, since that's what everyone usually goes there for. While looking through the notebook with additional subjects, the guy thought about the fact that perhaps their internet was several times faster than his. Two people who were fighting with each other flew past the guy very quickly, slightly hitting Su Chang. He didn't immediately understand what was happening, and for this reason he put his notebook aside for later and started watching this drama. People around immediately began to observe what was happening between them, because the guy was not used to watching such things in a fairly crowded place. The girl screamed at the guy and at the same time began to hit him, because just recently she asked him to stay away from her. The guy was embarrassed by the fact that this was happening right in the middle of the campus. At the same time, a violent fight began between the two. Su Chang thought that they were behaving inappropriately for a university, since it was stupid to sort things out in such a place. He Jin briefly passed by Su Chang, and at the same time explained that he would quickly get used to it. She quickly grabbed the other girl by the collar and threw her aside, while that girl did not understand what had happened. A little later, He Jin grabbed the boy by the sweater, and the boy couldn't understand why she did this to him. The next moment, the boy and the girl flew in different directions, and He Jin's cap flew off because of this. The guy stood in shock from what was happening. After a few minutes, the guy realized that it was He Jin. The girl fell with a huge crash. The people who were standing nearby looked in horror at how it all ended. The guy, like the girl, landed hard. He Jin went towards the boy to scold him for what was happening. The girl was very unhappy with them, because it was only the beginning of the semester, and they were already fighting over trifles. He Jin turned out to be the class president, which caused a lot of discussion among her classmates. The guy was shocked by the revelation and stood with his mouth open while the girl lifted her cap and walked on. Su Chang wondered if these were his classmates, but the girl interrupted him and reminded him that he needed to submit his registration. There were a lot of people gathered in the computer lab, all of them waiting for registration, which was just a little while away. There were 10 minutes left before the start. Everyone was sitting, some were getting ready, some were just spinning in their chairs. But Su Chang managed to arrive in time before the start of registration. The guy began to feel that he couldn't even hope for a normal student life. Su Chang decided to sort out the registration process a little before it started, so that he could definitely get into the university. The guy started reading about the 9 circles of the university in order to be careful and not to screw up, for example, with the schedule or to have time for all the classes. No matter how much the guy wanted it or not, he had to get into Professor Ma's course in any case. Professor Ma stood by the window, looking at the sky and the beautiful houses outside. But suddenly, someone knocked, and at the same moment, the door to the office creaked. He immediately turns around to see who is standing there and who has come to him. It turned out to be Professor Chi from the Department of Practical Entomology at Nest University. He heard that a new student had been transferred to the university and wanted to find out more from Professor Ma. Professor Ma already knew that Professor Chi and Su Chang were already acquainted, and Professor Ma would like to know Chi Jun's impressions. Chi Jun was seriously thinking about whether Su Chang would be able to register, since this was his first time. But at some point, Chi Jun remembered how Su Chang explained to him that he was much better off without wings. Professor Chi gritted his teeth and thought about Professor Ma's question. And suddenly Professor Chi answered Professor Ma's question that Su Chang had no chance of being admitted. At some point the guy became terribly scared. His pupils became several times smaller than they were before. The next moment, all the students fly out of the window frames as if they saw something terrible in the classroom. The guy didn't understand what was happening and where they rushed from the class. Registration was supposed to start any minute. At some point, the guy realizes that this was probably registration. Professor Chi entered the classroom, and it turns out that Su Chang was right in his thinking and thus enrolled in a course at this university. Suddenly, the professor said something with such an expression on his face that his eyes immediately narrowed very sharply. The guy at that very moment looked out the window in a hurry and with horror, hoping that he could still get ahead of the others. Su Chang understood that his chances of being admitted were very slim, since the others had already flown quite far away. The guy ran to the window in a hurry to see where the other students had flown to. He did not understand what had happened and for a long time watched the other students who were flying in an unknown direction. At some point, the boy began to guess that this was an enrollment in Professor Ma's courses. The remaining students were rushing to get the chance to take additional courses. Su Chang thought his classmates were crazy because he couldn't figure out what was going on here. At that very moment, the guy heard barely audible steps. A little boy who realized that the guy had not been properly told about how registration for the courses was carried out. He seemed pretty cute to the guy because the little guy offered to help him figure out the registration rules. After the little boy informed the guy about the rules, Su Chang was shocked when he learned that they needed to find Professor Ma. The little boy continued to inform the guy about the Nest Institute because it differs a little from other universities in that the professors hide, and the students look for them to enroll in their group. The guy listened attentively to what the little boy was telling, and he carefully told about how the mentors only give flash drives to the first 16 students. Su Chang was very upset because he screwed up at the very start of the registration for the courses. The little boy wanted to keep up the conversation and started asking the guy about the special course he wanted to enroll in. The guy was surprised by the boy's question because almost all the students wanted to get to Professor Ma, precisely because his students have the highest scores in the entire university. The little boy was very surprised after he found out that the guy wanted to get to the top of the entire department. He smiled slyly and told the boy that he would have to try very hard, but the little boy envied him for his determination. The guy thanked the boy for his help, and they went in different directions to look for their professors. It seemed to the guy that the little boy was quite kind and sweet. Su Chang was confused because he no longer saw the point in looking for Professor Ma because enough time had passed, and he no longer saw the point in getting worked up about it. However, he did not know where to go and went in the other direction. After a few minutes, the guy decided to look around from above. The guy looked around and began to think where he could climb to see everything from above. He threw off his cloak, which eventually fell onto the branch of a nearby tree. The guy flew up a few meters to see where the rest of the university students were and where he needed to go now. When he began to examine everything that was in his palm, he noticed where the rest of the students flew. At some point, the guy saw flags with the name of their university and immediately thought that he needed to go to one of these flags. The guy didn't think long and almost immediately guessed that Professor Ma was under one of the flags. When the guy was heading to fly to one of the flags, he noticed that there was a fight under almost every flag with the name of the university. The guy was surprised because under each flag, the students were grappling with each other and fighting with each other. Su Chang realized that there was a real fight over special courses. While he was watching the fight, many obscene words were heard, and many people wanted to get to Professor Ma. The guy didn't expect that someone would go so far because of their studies. He had thoughts that they were going overboard by starting a fight because of a regular special course. But suddenly the guy realizes that he needs to get to Professor Ma as quickly as possible. It's not for nothing that flags are stuck everywhere. Su Chang did not understand which flag Professor Ma was under and where the guy should fly to get to him. But the next moment the guy stopped his thoughts and decided to do something, which is why the guy's face turned pale. The guy decided to listen to his instincts, and the next moment the guy rushed in the other direction, thinking that Professor Ma would be there. Sub-item A was where Professor Ma was sitting right next to the flag with the name of the university, reading his book on a fairly high mountain. Professor Ma was surprised by the strange noise next to him. He looked up from reading the book and noticed the noise of something. It turned out to be student Su Chang, who landed a little awkwardly next to Professor Ma. The guy was pleased that his intuition was still working well, but he miscalculated the landing, because it's hard to keep your eyes open when you're flying at all speeds. On this mountain, it seemed to the guy that everyone here was smeared with honey, which is why they were all in a hurry to fly here. The professor told the guy that all the students at this university go over their heads for the sake of a good mentor, and also that everyone came here in crowds, and only an unintelligent person would not have thought to come here. He believed that the guy was not lacking in logical thinking, and this was a plus, because the others had a head start. But the dragonfly's ability to fly played into the guy's hands. In the box where all the flashcards were, there was only one left out of 16. Professor Ma held the box closer to the guy so that he could take it for himself and sign up for the professor's course. The guy turned out to be very lucky because the last flashcard was left for Su-chan, and he was glad that it went to him and his efforts were not in vain. Professor Ma ordered the boy to return to class and insert the drive into the laptop and protect it like the apple of his eye. The boy immediately squeezed the flashcard in his hand as an agreement with the professor. The guy was very happy that he got into Professor Ma's courses, and after that he was one step closer to his goal. After the boy took the flash drive and went back to class, Professor Ma informed the other participants that there were no more flash drives for the special course Nest security issues. Professor Ma, after the announcement about flashcards, began to search for something on his mobile phone and thought about what to do next. He wrote some message and was about to send it to the general group with the thought that the battle that he was so happy about would soon begin. The guy's mobile phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. The guy immediately realized that he had received some kind of message. He looked anxiously at his phone. He took his phone out of his pocket and saw a message from Professor Ma Do-hyun. The message was about applicants who received flash drives to register for special courses. The guy didn't understand what his photo was doing in this message. Su-chan stood there for a while in bewilderment from Professor Ma Do-hyun. And the guy couldn't guess what his photo was doing in this message, and in what sense he was a contender, since the flash drive was in his hands. Professor Chi mocked the boy because the guy was still able to fly to the flash drive, but as the professor said, he was unlucky. He wanted the guy to know how hard it really was at their institute. The professor, looking at the message from Professor Ma, grinned and thought how hard it would be for the guy at that moment. The girl who was the class leader was shocked that the new guy was still able to get Professor Ma's flash drive. Suddenly, the guy got really angry when he saw another message from Professor Ma Do-hyun. It said that the registration for the course was not over yet, and a crowd had already gathered around the guy who wanted to take the flash drive. This forest was quite scary. There were some strange sounds coming from it, as well as steps that gave a fearful look on the face. Suddenly, at some point, the guy heard a frightening sound that was immediately visible on the guy's face. He immediately turned around to see what it was. It turned out to be some big guy who attacked Su-chan from behind. The guy was attacked by a longhorn beetle, a member of the family called longhorn beetles, as they feed on the bark of trees, destroying them. The guy with me got scared because of such abruptness and didn't immediately understand what happened. He didn't understand what was happening to the other students and why they had been following him for quite some time. The guy was being intimidated by one guy called Frin. These were arachnids that grabbed and tore prey with their claws. They tried to kindly tell the guy that they needed a flash drive, but the guy didn't understand it right away. And the guy started telling them that because of this flash drive, they could have killed anyone, but no one cared about his statements. The next moment, the guy understands why he is only a contender for this flash drive. And the guy thought that Professor Ma at that moment was deliberately complicating the registration so that it would be clear which of them was the strongest. The next moment, the guy was called, and he immediately turned around to see who it was. It turned out to be a little boy who was calling the guy to him. But the guy didn't immediately realize that this was the same little boy who had once helped the guy with registration. Everyone immediately ran after the guy, thinking that he had run further, but they were thinking so much about the flash drive that they lost sight of the guy. The boy and the little boy sat quietly in a tree and waited for the other students to pass by. Su-chan thanked the little boy again and was glad that the world was not only with bad people. The little boy laughed and wasn't sure if he was being so kind to him. The next moment, the little boy raised his hand and poked the boy in the forehead with his finger and explained that he had deceived him. The guy didn't immediately understand what the little boy had done. He only felt some pain after the boy moved away from his forehead. The next moment, the guy's body fell to the floor and he was unable to move. After the little boy's touch, his body seemed to go numb, and the next moment, the little boy easily took his flash drive. The little boy turned out to be a honeybee. Its poison is very dangerous, even in small doses. For some time, the boy will not be able to move. The little boy was quite surprised that the newcomer had reached the processor itself. The next moment, the boy explained to the guy that here everyone is for himself and who in their right mind would save an opponent. And the little boy was shocked that the guy was not told what the whole point of this registration was, and decided to explain to the guy that they were pitting them against each other to identify the strongest students. The little boy smiled slyly at the guy and thought that he would be able to put this flash drive to good use. Finally, the little boy said that the guy would never become an excellent student, and after that, the guy's whole body began to tremble. The guy set himself a goal. If he misses the flash drive, he will not become the best in the group. He took something out of his forehead with trembling hands. And after that, the guy threw down what he got and thought that if he couldn't, then he might as well not dream about Cinderella. The guy's eyes turned red, and after that he took off and flew to the little boy and thought that if he couldn't return the flash drive, he wouldn't be able to return to normal life. The little boy was shocked that the guy was able to fly after that. The boy thought that the guy was ready to go out of his way for this flash drive. He understood that because of the poison, he was now like a sleepy fly, and because of the way it was acting, the poison was only spreading faster throughout his body. The guy wanted to catch up with the little boy, but he was so far away that the guy had little chance. After the guy gave himself the task of catching up with him, his eyes turned green. The guy realized that he could foresee all the movements of the little boy. After all, dragonflies are the most deadly predators in the world, and in most cases, their hunt ends in success. It was all about their eyes, because of which they could foresee the movements of predators. Their eyes consisted of tens of thousands of facets, and with a fairly large field of view, they could detect the slightest movement. After the guy was able to turn on supervision, he could calculate the trajectory of the little boy's flight. At that very moment, Su-chan saw his prey, which was a honeybee, up close for the first time. The little boy was shocked that the guy was able to catch up with him after such a short time. After some time, the guy gave the little boy a strong blow to stop him. Professor Ma Do-hyun turned out to be a very strange person who had something bad in mind, because after almost everyone looked at the mailing list, Professor Ma immediately grinned because he was glad that the game was starting again. The girl suggested that Hyun-ah stop chewing on the girl's clothes and switch to looking through the newsletter. One guy was not in a very good mood, and at the same moment he received the same mailing as the others. But he was not as surprised as the other students. Hee-jin took the red flash drive and plugged it into her white laptop, trying to find some information about the strange spray that was causing everyone to suddenly mutate into insects. Then she decided to help the new student and register him for the course herself, since the girl understood that this boy didn't understand anything. After the job was done, the girl exhaled and thought that she still had a couple of hours, but she had absolutely no idea what to do. The red-haired guy turned to the old woman and asked if she thought the transfer student would be able to handle the course taught at this university. He also added that this boy had snatched Professor Ma's flash drive, and now all sorts of gnats would be attacking him like a cloud. Hearing such words from the newcomer, the girl thought that this newcomer really wouldn't be able to do anything. If this person really wanted to be the best student in his class, then he should have put in a lot of effort into his studies and never backed down. The girl would like to tell that boy to fight for this flash drive to the death because she understood perfectly well that he would have a lot of competitors. This flash drive was too valuable to be lost just like that. The boy understood this perfectly well, and the girl understood it even better. At this time, Su-chung had already managed to beat up several students for the flash drive, and then it ended up in the hands of some lucky guy who didn't want to give up this treasure. But that man's happiness didn't last long, because as soon as he dropped the flash drive, Su-chan rushed after it, trying to catch it in mid-flight. But the fierce battles for the precious information continued, and another hand of some unknown girl who was on the ground reached for the flash drive. The boy didn't have time to come to his senses before he realized that he was flying at breakneck speed and heading towards the ground, and the girl who had just dropped the precious flash drive right from under his nose said that what fell was lost. The girl thanked the boy for giving her the flash drive so easily. And at that moment, he just realized what had happened, shouted after her, and headed off. Su-chung flapped his wings, which he had recently been ashamed of, and said that he would never give her the flash drive. The boy, who was just about to chase after the flying girl, looked back and noticed his former rival and how he was falling down helplessly. Su-chung didn't understand why that boy didn't fly away, because he was close to being killed. The boy could not believe that his unfortunate opponent had been knocked out by one of his attacks, and not even the most powerful one. Su-chang understood perfectly well that in this way he would definitely miss this infection that had just stolen his precious flash drive, but the boy simply could not leave the person he had injured with his ability in trouble. But then he still thought about the fact that that boy was the one who approached him first, so Su-chang shouldn't have cared about him at all. And the fact that that man was now in mortal danger shouldn't have affected the guy either. And when his opponent almost touched the ground with his head, and almost broke his skull, the boy's conscience awoke, and he decided to save the man he had put in danger. He grabbed his opponent by the hem of his clothes and flew up, saving the unfortunate boy from a fatal collision with the ground. The boy understood that he could not allow this man to die. No matter what bad he did to him, it was beyond his moral principles and attitudes. Su Chang didn't understand. If he just let this guy die now, what kind of person would he be then? If he sent him to his death, he would definitely become like an animal whose genes were now mutating in his body. In the end, he left the boy he had just saved hanging on the branch of a nearby tree, and he himself chased after the girl who had stolen his precious flash drive from him a few moments ago. But even such a quick decision and the actions that followed it did not help the boy catch up with the thief. Now he was flying through the sky, not even understanding which way this strange woman had flown. During the entire chase, the guy was pretty tired, and now he had to fly for another flash drive, since this one had slipped out of his hands in an unknown direction. At the same time, the man whom Su Chang had accidentally injured began to move in the tree, but in his attempts to get out, he only fell down. The young man fell from a tree. It was very painful for him. He was shaking from the pain in his finger, and then he realized that he couldn't move his finger at all. The poison wouldn't let go of him. The guy was lying on the green grass. He didn't understand why he had to die like that, because he was so young, and it seemed like he still had everything ahead of him, but at the same time he was getting more and more painful. The boy's eyes began to close, but he understood that it shouldn't end like this, and he tried with all his might to keep his eyes open, but he was still in unbearable pain from all the injuries he had received. Then suddenly the professor approached the young guy and told him to get up immediately. Eating the contents of the bag, the guy shuddered again, lying on the same green grass, and perhaps he understood that he would not get up again. The guy raised his head and looked up with a surprising expression on his face, asking the professor how long he had been lying there. Su Chang was finally able to stand up. He recognized the man standing in front of him. The boy had already seen him earlier in the forest on the university grounds. Smeared with honey, the face of this beautiful man expressed calm. The professor was extremely unhappy that one of his students was having a quiet hour in the forest during class, and the young man was depressed that the professor reacted that way. A young student is sitting on the same green grass, and then he realizes that he slept through the entire registration for classes at the university. His expression was worried. He did not understand how it happened that he managed to sleep through it. In the distance, Su Chang heard the professor nod to him that he still had 5 minutes to complete the registration. But alas, there were no more flash drives, but the guy did not lose hope that he would still complete the registration. The boy explained to the professor that because of the poison he almost fell into an eternal sleep, calling it pure fraud. He hoped that the professor would take pity on him and not count him out. The professor walked ahead and seemed to pay no attention to the young man's excuses. He didn't even turn his head towards the guy. The teacher got angry and shouted back at the student that he was an uncouth blockhead, and that he really thought that if he got the flash drive, everyone would be happy for him. That's what you expected, right? The professor said to the student in an angry tone. The professor was outraged that Su Chang considered himself special. He even wondered if the young man wanted to get a second chance as an exception. The gray-haired man told the boy that they don't allow weaklings in the university, and if he has set a goal for himself, then let him gnaw his way to it. The mentor said that they did not leave anyone unattended, and all this time protected them from real danger. Jungle juice turned people into deadly weapons. They had everything in their arsenal: claws, poison, horns, sharp claws. The professor asked the student if he really thought he would just read books all the time and do nothing. The teacher said that in that case he could peacefully live out his days in the forest. Before leaving, the gray-haired man threw his bag to the student and told him to throw it away on the way, since he had nothing better to do. The gray-bearded man turned to the young man with a grin and told the young man not to forget to sort the trash. The teacher left, and Su Chang remained standing in place in complete bewilderment, not understanding whether this was really the end. The student was upset that he had not put in enough effort and had not enrolled in any of the courses. Su Chang lowered his head and thought about the fact that he had completely forgotten to enroll in any course. So technically, he wasn't even a student at this university. The young man thought about his behavior and realized that if he had not torn himself apart because of the bees, then everything would have been different and everything would have worked out. The boy did not understand how the earth could support him after this. He was filled with genuine hatred towards himself and clutched the bag the teacher had given him tighter. The student, angry, shouted for everything to go away and swung the crumpled bag, intending to throw it on the ground. But as soon as Su Chang raised his hand up and was about to throw the bag with all his might, the teacher's words about sorting trash sounded in his head. Su Chang didn't understand why he had to clean up after him, his professor, and he thought that there was nowhere lower he could fall. He began to dig through this strange bag, seriously considering the need to separate the trash, but his find shocked him to the core. The guy accidentally opened the package and found a flash drive there. The boy stood with the package in his hands and realized that there were less than 5 minutes left. He remembered the professor telling him that he had no more flash drives left, but right now, Su Chang was holding one of those valuable things in his hands and seeing it with his own eyes. There were exactly 5 minutes left until the end of registration, and this could only mean that the boy should quickly run and register for the course. At the same time, the professor walked away in the other direction, and a mysterious man came out of the thicket of the forest to meet him. The strange man said in an indignant tone that he could never have imagined that the professor would just hand out flash drives left and right, and to whom he gave this very flash drive, to the student about whom he spoke so unflatteringly. The strange man, completely perplexed, asked the professor what had made him change his mind about his student. The mentor thought for a moment and could not come up with a plausible answer in his head that would not sound like something out of science fiction or the ravings of a madman. The professor said that if you want to do something well, do it yourself. His words reflected his opinion of this boy. The teacher also added that someone should beat the nonsense out of Su Chang and educate him. The student realized that he had little time left and that he might not have time to run and register for the course. The young man realized that if he accelerated again now, his eyes would burn, and then he would make a mistake again. But then he suddenly remembered something and braked just as abruptly, his feet skidding across the ground and leaving 2 long tracks behind him. Su Chang rummaged through his backpack and suddenly found glasses there. The guy put on his glasses. Now dust definitely won't get into his eyes, and even the wind won't interfere. Now that he was fully equipped with flying gear, Su Chang could confidently accelerate without having to worry about anything. The boy took off. Now nothing will stop him from flying to the university and registering. Classmates were sitting in the forest near the university and thinking about why some people run headlong through the forest when they can just wait for their victim. Classmates saw Su Chang flying past and said that it was not in vain that they sat there for so long. 3 people were waiting for their victims who did not know what would happen next. In their attempts to catch the boy, they were unable to do so because he was too fast. Realizing that their victim had just rushed through them and thus escaped the raid, the attackers were perplexed and their eyes bulged. But after a few more seconds, the gang of would-be killers collectively came to the conclusion to grab him in the computer lab, although there were disagreements in this decision. The girl said that hunting was prohibited on university grounds, and if they attacked a boy in the office, they could be fined, or worse, one of the guys supported her. The second one, on the contrary, didn't even want to hear about such a thing. So he extended his claws and struck his recent allies a couple of times, trying to teach them a lesson. Something flew at one of my classmates and injured him, sending him sprawling on the ground. Someone tried again to attack the wounded boy lying on the ground. Qian Dohua and Cha Hai's son came to the aid of the wounded man and said that fighting was prohibited on the university grounds. A girl in a cap also arrived with them. She received a message from the professor in which he told her to look after the transferred student. This girl was the one who brought Su Chang to the university grounds. This was definitely not in the professor's spirit, and she understood this perfectly well. And therefore, each time this task became more and more intriguing. The girl was pleasantly surprised that the boy was able to interest the old man in something, and at that time he was already flying into the window of the office with computers. There were few people here, and on one of the tables there was a lonely laptop, which, moreover, was also turned on. Su Chang plugged the red flash drive into his laptop and was about to register for the course as soon as possible, leaving his past life and all his problems behind. He was clicking something very quickly on the laptop keyboard, but the keyboard, as luck would have it, worked every other time, which drove him crazy, but didn't take away the excitement in his eyes. Finally, he hit the enter button and registered, which only meant that he could now officially call himself a student at Nest University. As soon as the job was done, a new tab popped up on the screen with text stating that the course registration was complete and the boy was now a student in a special course called Insectoid Combat Training. The boy was very surprised by such a strange name, thinking that he was not at all suitable for the role of a person who could undergo combat training, because right now, after such a rush, sweat was dripping down his face. Su Chang leaned back in his chair and finally breathed a sigh of relief that he had managed to register, at least not with Professor Ma, but at least somewhere. He also thought that he would have to work hard, since he still had the opportunity to reach the top of the best students. Something beeped on the laptop, which made the boy instantly snap out of his fantasies of primacy and turn his stunned gaze to the screen. The screen continued to glow, and a completely different window was open on it. Su Chang did not immediately understand what was happening and whether it was a virus. The man leaned over the computer in surprise where he had just registered for the course. A message was visible on the screen stating that it was time for water activities, after which Su Chang immediately went to the classroom. It was a huge, tall building with cars visible outside the windows, and looking at this, the young man realized that they would not be allowed to rest anytime soon. As soon as the young man entered the building, he was grabbed by two men in red uniforms who dragged him away from the entrance, grabbing him by the arms. The guards pushed him away from the pass, saying that they were letting in students and university staff, to which Su Chang immediately replied that he also studied there. The two men asked the young man to provide his student ID, to which he looked at them in surprise, remembering that he had only been given one flash drive. Well, a few moments later, a man ran up to them and handed them a student ID with Su Chang's photo and a barcode. It was a cute girl with red eyes and pink hair on the inside. She handed the student card to the boy, saying that it had just been issued. The man, listening to the girl who said that although they were on the same course Ma would suit him better, scratched his head, in which leaves were stuck. Jin tried to calm the young boy down, but he interrupted her, asking if he couldn't handle it if the course was just difficult. The green-eyed man, adjusting his student ID, told the girl not to worry because he wouldn't give up so quickly. The class monitor watched in surprise as Su Chang smiled while looking at his own photo on his student ID card. The girl with red eyes suddenly smirked slightly, saying that it turns out that Su Chang was quite stubborn after all. An iron door appeared before the eyes of two people, next to which stood a fire extinguisher, and a window was visible, in which the rays of night lanterns and bright light from the hall were reflected. The guy with green eyes creaked open the iron door, and upon entering the auditorium, he was immediately greeted, to which Su Chang was very surprised. Everyone in the audience immediately jumped up from their seats, talking, and surprised by the fact that now the one who had been spotted at the cinema would be studying with them. All the people in the room immediately started discussing the boy who had just entered, and was very surprised by the fact that everyone here already knew him. Suddenly, someone in the back rows slammed his fist on the table, saying that the audience had found someone to fawn over. Su Chang looks at the boy who was waving his fists in the middle of the campus back then, and now scolds him for flashing his wings in front of a crowd of people. Su Chang listened to complaints about how the elders had been straining themselves for a whole month, writing on forums to convince the people, and then tried to divert the cops and bring him here by the scruff of the neck. A memory appeared before my eyes of the headman with long hair, looking at the phone, answering that they had eliminated all traces. The man's green eyes widened as the puzzle of why everything had calmed down so quickly finally came together in his head. Su Chang, watching as the headman ran up to the yellow-haired man and hit him on the head with a book, reasoned that it was these people who protected him. The girl with very long hair said that Su Chang shouldn't listen to him at all because he just wanted to save the girl. The entire audience, especially the female part, looked at the young lad with admiration, saying that they, of course, understood everything. The girl with red eyes and pink hair on the inside said that she would have done the same thing if she were in Su Chang's place. She advised the flushed and embarrassed young man with green eyes not to blame himself at all because he was a good fellow. Su Chang watched Jin as she hurried out of the auditorium, thinking that she was a good person, because he had caused her so much trouble, and she was still encouraging him. Another man at the back of the class, with his legs folded on the table, looked haughtily at the young man, who was still standing at the entrance. The same man frowned, narrowed his eyes, and seemed to bend over, turning to Su Chang. The yellow-haired man crossed his arms over his chest, saying that the class leader was fussing over the new guy like he was the apple of his eye, but the students behind him immediately began to whisper that they were jealous of Su Chang. Someone suddenly approached the angry guy from behind, and in response, the young man who had recently been waving his fists asked what a certain person wanted. This certain person was a man of a very large body, narrowing with some red poets. He hit the young boy's head on the desk, advising him to sit and not to show off. And then the young man was very surprised, especially when the large man turned to him, saying that now they would be acquainted. When the man stretched, saying that he had been waiting very hard and for a long time for everyone to come here, and then he cursed under his breath. He said that this was the reason he dropped out of school, and then grinned and said that he had a small favor to ask of the guys who were looking in surprise at the blood on the desk from the yellow-haired man. 4 people wearing stupid masks and armed with bats burst into their room with a creak. The man had not studied for a long time, but he grinned and said that maybe this year they would all give him the place of the best student. Two students at the back of the class asked why they had to give up their seat. That bandit immediately approached them and patted them on the shoulders, saying that he really needed this thing, but he would not go into details. Then he approached the girl with green hair, took her student ID, said that he would lend her student ID for just 1 semester, and that he would be the only one attending classes. The big man and everyone else immediately began to rejoice, squeezing the students' student cards out of them, believing that without them, the students would simply be turned away at the entrance. Su Chang turned to the man who was taking away his student ID card, asking and raising his fist if he could hear himself. The man swung his fist even harder and was already preparing to hit the unfamiliar large man, saying that he would never give up his student ID. But the bandit was clearly mocking Su Chan, calling him a flyer, saying that he went for the front and now he should hit the fastball. The bandits immediately ran to the green-eyed young man and said that they had just brought bats with them, and therefore they could easily beat him up and hit him. The young man woke up in a hospital bed with a severe splitting headache and could barely open his eyes. The girl put a certain bottle in a glass cabinet and then replied that when she returned to the classroom, both guys were unconscious and covered in blood, which is why she brought them here. The man began to look around his body in fear, looking for his student ID card, saying that those bandits had taken it after all. The girl, looking carefully at the refrigerator, slammed the door hard, saying that they could ask for a new one and the young man should not worry. The man, having calmed down from the words of the girl, who had already hurried to leave the medical center, saying that he would take other student ones as a replacement, said that the bandits were just idiots who had scared him. The girl had already managed to open the door and said that she would go quickly, but for now Su Chan should lie down and rest. The young man closed his eyes in pain and realized that his head was hurting because of the bandage on it, which had already managed to be sprinkled with blood. Rising abruptly from his bed, he asked where he was, and the headman, who was sorting through the medications, replied that he was in the medical center. The green-eyed man smiled awkwardly, thinking that she was made a class leader precisely because it was a stressful moment, and she didn't lose her cool and was concerned about others. Suddenly, Su Chan remembered his pink-haired girlfriend Mi Hee, thinking that she was also kind to everyone. Khan was very scared when the yellow-haired man approached him and said that it was too early to write him off. The man with a bandage on his nose and head said that Su Chan should tell what the hell happened. Then the green-eyed youth really told everything, to which he responded with a question, and almost shouted about whether the students had really been taken away from everyone. The green-eyed youth tried to calm him down, saying that the headman had said that there would be new student cards. The yellow-haired man, whose turquoise eyes sparkled, called Su Chang an idiot for believing the village chief. He began to explain to the green-eyed man that a big bandit just wants to get to the top, so why should he eliminate everyone at once? It's enough to get rid of only serious opponents. And then Su Chan was even more surprised, realizing what He Jin had done. Then he added that no one would make them new student cards in a day. And after these words, the guy was very surprised and opened his eyes wide. Sweat poured down the boy's face as he thought about where He Jin might have gone. He remembered the moment when she said that if she were in Su Chang's place, she would have done exactly the same thing. Naturally, I immediately tried to push this thought away, but nevertheless, the girl was already standing on the street in the green grass. 5 bandits were standing on the shore, and in the middle was a large man. All of them had been beaten. They were wearing stupid masks. The girl looked at them with sparkling red eyes and said that of course they don't punch you in the nose for asking, but as she understands it, there's no point in asking nicely. The bandit with red strands said that it turns out the girl is quite smart, but then added that even in movies this doesn't work. The young man of large build smiled slyly and looked at the girl arrogantly, thinking that everything was going according to plan, because he didn't need student cards. He needed a girl. The man was still arguing that he had to drag the girl here alone, no matter what, because it was here that one of the bandits could, for example, grab the girl by the shoulder with impunity. He was still thinking about her, thinking that she was the best student in the insectoid combat training course. The other bandits immediately began to loudly curse at the girl and began to swing bats at her or reach out with their hands to hit her. But the girl did not let them do this. Rising high into the air and already swinging her legs at them, the man remained to the side all this time, gently stroking the student cards. He called the girl brainless, and then said that those bandits on land were no match for her. A large man suddenly walked up to the lake, which was nearby, and held out his hand with student cards, calling the headman and saying that he would throw out their water. The girl immediately rushed for the ticket so that he wouldn't throw away their water, but the large man only pulled his hand away with the student cards. The girl was unable to kick the large man, and so she fell into the water. The girl kept reaching for her student cards, which remained in the hand of the large man, who suddenly decided to call her a smart girl. From his body began to grow the water body of the biostoma tick, which is the strongest among aquatic insect predators, after which he hit the girl, saying that she was on his territory. Now he was a water mite, a biostoma, and was the strongest among aquatic insect predators, after which he hit the girl, saying that she was on his territory. After a few moments, she was trying to catch her breath, and many streams of water were running down her body, making it difficult for her to hold on properly. But immediately after that, one of the large man's claws pierced her hand, and he ran towards her with burning eyes, preparing for another strong blow. The man with the red strands could easily hold her underwater, saying that he had no one to compete with, but this girl was like an eyesore, but she couldn't be touched on campus, because they would immediately think of him. The girl, diving into the water, opened her eyes wide, and puffs of air came out of her mouth, and she looked at the claw with horror. After just a few moments, these bugs had dug into her neck, preventing her from breathing, and further hindering her ability to somehow crawl out. The man smiled like a madman looking at her and still strangling her, even underwater. He said that if he Jin drowned here, then no one would even know about it. The two bandits who were standing nearby asked Hyun to kill this girl long and painfully, because she did not spare them and did not even leave a living place, and therefore she should soon beg them to finish her off. The man who was still drowning the poor girl said that it was a very good idea, because they could have some fun with her one last time. Suddenly something cut through the space around them. There was not enough air and yellow rays appeared, which all the bandits naturally immediately noticed. At first, the bandits did not even realize what had happened, since some were just recovering from the girl's blows, and therefore could not identify the flying object. Then, after a few moments, the girl was finally able to emerge from the depths of the lake and immediately began to cough violently from the water that had managed to get into her lungs. The girl with red eyes looked in surprise at the one who said that if Hyuna wanted to become a human, then he should have at least some moral principles. This man was Soo-chang, who had already grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and started beating him, saying that the big man was in serious trouble. All the bandits who were standing next to them and watching this started shouting questions about what was happening, and they stood on the shore and seemed not to notice the girl who was now calmly standing in the water, and then they realized that it was the winged one from the university. The man looked mockingly at the pilot and said that they had hit him pretty hard, but he was still alive. A beam of yellow energy was immediately directed towards the young boy's neck, and he tried to recoil from it. The man hit Soo-chan with all his might, hitting him on the chin, lifting it up and thinking that everything was the same as last time. The young boy's green eyes lit up. He thought that he could now foresee all the enemy's movements, and then he made the transition to the facet. The girl had already risen from the water and taken a breath, and then loudly screamed for him not to think about it, and quickly flew away from Soo-chan. The man looked at her, smiling widely, and his pupils narrowed to incredible sizes. And then the young boy was hit from behind with a claw, which the green-eyed man was not very surprised by. But the young man did not allow himself to be hit by the monster, flying away from it to a safe distance. The young man flew into the air, saying that it was such an action movie that it could be shown in a movie. But the girl objected and said that the boy could not handle them, and the place was not suitable for filming. Someone said, watching the man mutate more and more into a water monster, that Hyun's DNA contains the genes of one insect, which means that in the water he has an advantage. The girl said, looking at the fluttering Soo-chan, that one wrong move, and he would immediately drag him under the water, so they needed to try to lure the enemy to the shore. The man seemed to beckon them with his student cards, drawing their attention to this, and it immediately worked, because his two opponents stared at him in surprise. There were many more bandits standing next to him, catching the Soviet cards that he had just thrown away, saying that they had probably forgotten that he still had his student card. The man said, asking if they had gone too far since there were more bandits, and they were even driving them into the water. But the girl interrupted him. Hee-jin continued to say that Soo-ha-chan, who was already very surprised and scared, was not obligated to help her at all, and therefore it was better for him to leave. The girl looked sternly at her opponents, saying that it was all because of her, and therefore she would manage without the boy's help, to which he immediately objected. The man who had been flying with his wings all this time said that he would not fall down, because the girl probably remembered what he said on the first day she met him. He and Hee-jin found themselves on the same eye level, and he smiled and repeated her words that he would no longer be alone. The girl looked at him in surprise because he even remembered her first word when she addressed him. Soo-hae-chan didn't stop smiling brightly. pointing his finger to indicate that this also applied to the headman herself. He told the girl that he also did not come alone, and at that very moment, a yellow-haired man came out and grabbed one of the bandits by the shoulder. He managed to kick them in the face so that they couldn't even get up to try to respond to him. The same guy who, until recently, could only do what he could do, swing his fists, could now easily knock out several bandits in a few moments. The man shouted that these people should return his student ID card because it was a green grasshopper from the order Orthoptera, whose hind legs are covered with spikes. The big guy, who still had claws growing from his back, said that he didn't expect Haisong to recover so quickly because there was another person on his victim list after the headman. The man with red eyes and red strands of hair looked in surprise at what was happening right behind him. The green-eyed man tried to steal him from behind, but Hyun responded by calling him a flyer who probably wanted to get his student ID back under the cover of the situation. They were in the water, so the advantage naturally went to the big man, who said that Su Chang's wrong move would cost him dearly. The man with green eyes caught his breath and asked where the wrong move was. He tried to hit the big guy again, saying that he should catch him first and then celebrate his victory, because Hen was now trying to protect his student cards again. The man with red strands of hair frowned very deeply and bared his teeth, calling Su Chang a pest that twitched from side to side and who finally felt free. The strong man wondered what kind of insect it was that he could dodge so easily. He rushed towards him, telling him that he would not fall for the same trick as last time. But the green-eyed man seemed not to listen to him at all, thinking about what would happen with the speed of a dragonfly. The man began to discuss what would happen if the speed of a dragonfly were added to the strength of a person, and he hit, which is exactly what he did with Hen, after which he fell into the water. The man hit his opponent with all his might, knocking him into the water. The man shouted that even if Hen was 3 times bigger than him, he would fall silent before delivering the next blow. Su Chang said that in that case he wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow, because even Hyun had already fallen, almost dead, coughing up blood. But the water tick also recovered, rising from the depths of the lake and hitting the young boy who was already thinking that nothing had happened because of the water. The man began to knead his face and say that the guy better calm down because he didn't need to fight. The man, looking back at the girl who was standing behind him, said that they could talk calmly and honestly. Haisung listened to how Hyun said that they only had one goal in the group, and in that case it would be better for him if there were fewer competitors, and he himself thought why all the 6s were on him. The big man finally said that he could suggest something, but then something was already moving behind Hee-jin from the depths of the lakes. One of Hyun's accomplices grabbed the girl by the neck and began to choke her, saying that he finally had her. But Hee-jin didn't agree with this and immediately hit him in the face with her elbow, throwing his hands away from her neck. Many robbers immediately surrounded her, starting to swing at her and say that the frightened girl had nowhere else to run. But when the bandit was about to swing and deal a fatal blow to the girl, a green-eyed youth grabbed him and pulled him away from the elder. The green-eyed man said that he would not reach the water of his rivals anymore, which caused him a lot of doubts. Su Chang dragged his opponent, saying that he was now on the youth's territory. This man who wanted to harm the girl was Hen, who was already coughing up blood, looking at his opponent who was telling him what he should do if he wanted to get Cinderella. He advised them to change their approach in that case, and then grabbed their student cards, squeezing them tightly in his hands. Su Chang flew into the air and angrily asked what was the point of returning to his previous form if there was nothing human left in Hyun. The girl looked in surprise at the boy who flew high into the air and began to talk with the one who wanted to kill her. She looked at him with amazed eyes, putting her hand to her chest and thinking that this was how they had successfully returned their student cards. And the man remembered looking at the tall building and now knew that they had been gone for too long, and the water activity was already over. After that, they secretly returned the student cards to the guys, throwing them in various places since the guys would not need to know the details. Hee-jin blamed herself for what happened and asked the guys very strongly not to tell anyone, but they simply did not want to upset her. Su Achan exhaled heavily, realizing that in the end he had skipped the introductory lesson due to the return of his student cards and had not received recognition, but his attendance had not been noted. And after that, the young lad got a new house, and he moved in with boxes, looking around the room with 2 beds. The guy noticed that the university even had its own merch when he was thinking about how far it was to his old apartment, but it definitely wouldn't be boring in the dorm. A yellow-haired man approached him from behind, and he didn't even understand who it was who put their hand on his shoulder, greeting him. Behind him stood a man named Song who praised Su Chang, which caused the young man to have many questions about why he was living with a crazy person. The man hugged Su Chan by the shoulder and asked if he drank, The young man thought that he would really have to drink with this crazy guy because he never understood the joy that was shared by two. But a certain man interrupted their sweet conversation, saying that if the door is open, then they should welcome guests. Behind them stood He-jin, wearing house clothes, carrying 2 bags of various goodies, indicating that they had a huge room, and behind them was another girl. Looking at such a cute girl who apologized for not being invited since they had been planning to celebrate the beginning of the semester for a long time, Soo-chang blushed. The girl leaned over to the blushing boy and asked if he wanted to join in the fun. In the building, all the windows were lit up, despite the fact that it was already night, which made Soo-chang even more immersed in thoughts that this was probably because he had not drunk for a long time, or because of the transfer to this strange university. This all happened to the cute boy for the first time since he spread his wings in front of everyone, because next to him stood 3 more friends who were having fun, and some were drinking beer. The man smiled brightly, sipping some drink from a plastic cup, thinking that he was having fun. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains not far from the university, it was still deep night. It was a dark forest, from which even the glimmers of sky were practically not visible. The man with the red strands of hair was sweating coldly as he heard that the professor's best student was still alive. But that was no big deal, since that was all he needed to do to distract attention. On a high tree, on a branch, sat a girl who had a bee's face instead of a head. She asked if Henu was familiar with the law of hunting. Because it is not for nothing that they say, either you or them. The man with the red strands of hair was saying that he promised to kill the upstart and bring Cinderella, but the girl interrupted him, asking what he was talking about. The girl's eyes were pink and her muzzle was black. Now her eyes lit up brightly when she said that she needed this Cinderella for free. She flew up from her branch and towered over the boy, already preparing to strike. Now one lifeless body covered in blood was visible in the bushes, and the girl in heels walked away from him, saying that he was as healthy as a bull, but he couldn't deal with the first years, because it was just shameful and nothing more. Looking at the corpse and stroking his hair with her hand covered in blood, she said that he shouldn't worry because he was able to please his master. At the same time, in the isolation ward, which was behind an iron door, 2 men in uniform were guarding. Imagining this, the girl said that they were still able to find what they wanted. The night passed, and the next day, the Department of Factual Entomology was once again filled with a whole crowd of students, making a barely audible noise in the back rows. The green-eyed man clenched his fists, thinking that today was his first class in insectoid combat training, and then he started to tremble, because he didn't know what to expect. But then the girl who was sitting to his right poked him with her finger, causing the young man to flinch. The girl pointed her finger at the young man and said that it was the first day, and so they would simply be given a small test, and there would be nothing difficult about it. The girl said that if anything happened, she would help him, to which the young man blushed very much, thinking that He-jin was very good and he should listen to her and not worry. The old man suddenly walked into their room, opening the door and telling the students not to flap their ears, because as he told them yesterday and today, he would check them for lice. He took out a chainsaw and announced that the result would affect the final grade, and then the veins on the man's hands became visible. This elderly man with a beard and gray hair took out a working chainsaw and said that the students should keep their eyes open or they would die. The man with green eyes didn't even immediately understand what had happened. He just smiled awkwardly, looking at such a dangerous picture. On the open training grounds of Nest, all the children were running around, playing games, such as tag or other various entertainments. Outwardly, the guy was very focused and tried to run as fast as possible, but he was thinking about how serious this was. All the other guys were trying to run away from the crazy guy who was waving a chainsaw in all directions, and the guy was screaming about what kind of crazy thing was going on here. Soo-chang asked, looking back at the man with the glowing red eye, what this old geezer was doing and why he was running after them with a chainsaw. Hai-sung, who was running next to Soo-chang, said that this was Professor Chi-jun and that he was teaching their course, and this information made the man even more surprised. The girl running next to him said that the guy probably just forgot that he had entered combat training and that they were being taught how to use insect abilities in practice. The girl asked who, if not them, would fight off all sorts of predators like that praying mantis. But the man's eyes widened in response, and he remembered that monster from the movie theater. But the professor was standing not far from them. Because a chainsaw was buzzing, he said that this was exactly what the introductory lecture was about yesterday. But these guys did not make him happy with their presence. He said that the insect's abilities are a weapon, but some individuals use them to commit lawlessness, and therefore those guys simply have to be able to fight because they were created to protect. He reminded me that he said that only the strongest would survive, since that green-eyed guy who was now very scared was so thirsty for Cinderella. Let him catch up with the others. The man suggested that they play tag and advised them to run away from him as fast as they could. The man said that whoever gets caught will automatically fly by, and it's better not to become such weaklings. And the green-eyed guy was very surprised and asked the professor again. But the professor, of course, ignored him, saying that it was time for them to get down to business. And then his eyes flashed unkindly. But he swung even harder at the boy. Su Chang's first thought was that the professor had completely lost his mind. After all, this was combat training. So why should they run away? And this thought came to him when the chainsaw flew past his ear. The green-eyed boy remembered that when the praying mantis attacked him, all he could do was run away. And that day was forever sealed in his memory. Hai Sung tried to avoid the blows of the chainsaw, cursing at the old gristle and not understanding why he was so fast. Hai Sung, seeing the chainsaw right in front of his face, knew that this was the end, but still tried to back away. But a green-eyed guy saved his friend from a chainsaw blow and a shameful defeat. The professor was very surprised and realized that he had not used any ability. The professor noticed in his student's eyes and daily vision and understood that he must be calculating all the movements of the chainsaw. The professor hit the ground with a chainsaw, thereby separating the two friends from each other, and saying that Su Chang came to get rid of his wings, but was already skillfully using his new skills. The professor spoke about something that was neither given nor taken, and called the child in front of him a dragonfly, to which the green-eyed young man became even more surprised and frightened. Mihin's face appeared before his eyes again, trembling as he called the young boy a monster. It was this pause that the professor took advantage of, saying that he shouldn't have counted the crows, and now he would be caught because the old man had already reached out to his face with one or two hands, or didn't reach it. But he didn't succeed again, because the long-haired headman was able to protect the young boy by pressing the boy to the ground and closing him in with herself. She ordered Su Chan to get himself together as he was about to fail the test, and in response the young boy thanked her. But then the old man swung at Hai Sun, trying to hit him with all his might, and the girl said that it was his turn now, but the yellow-haired guy sharply objected. And then he finally decided not to run away, but to use another tactic, for example, hitting the professor, laughing at him, and at the same time dodging the blow to the chainsaws. And then the very young man was able to get very close to his opponent and kick him, advising the professor to lie down so that he could apply a mud mask to him. The professor became even more angry and began to try even harder, putting more and more effort into finally getting Hai Song caught. I advised this one to watch his language. A smokescreen rose around the professor, which he even praised, because it made it completely impossible to see what was happening behind it. Then the three of them ran as far away from the professor as possible, and Hai Song even managed to ask how long this tyrant would continue to be brutal. And the girl threatened him, but Su Chan was not at all in the mood for talking. At the same time, a girl with a wasp's head was walking along the corridor of the underground isolation block nest, and under her feet was a sea of corpses. In front of her stood a huge man in chains, tied to the wall, but nevertheless his eyes glowed with a purple light. The girl asked him worriedly how the man was feeling, who barely opened his eyes, perplexed. The guy himself was locked behind a prison cage, but the girl with the head of a wasp called him a poor thing, asking how one could treat a living being like that. But then the girl turned away, saying that she would like to let him out now, but a student ID does not open all doors. And then she put her student ID to another door. But then the girl turned away from the camera altogether, saying that the living creature doesn't need to worry, because she's already taken care of it, looking at the end of the corridor. Another little boy ran up to her, saying that he was running with a pass from a professor who was still in class, and therefore no one noticed him. The girl with the wasp's head hugged him, calling the boy a pie, and saying that it was incomprehensible to the mind how such a smart boy was left for a second year. The boy thanked the girl. Well then, after a few moments, the guy opened his eyes in bewilderment and asked why he stole the pass from the professor. The boy said that he was seeing this lady for the first time, and he didn't understand how he ended up there. But he knew for sure that a certain bite on his neck was hurting him very badly. The girl with the wasp's head said not to fill the boy's sweet head with such nonsense, and then she put the professor's pass by the door for a moment. And then the door opened, and the girl advised the boy to say hello. A creature with long hair came out, removing the shackles. He had green strands. He asked what both insectoids needed. Instead of teeth, he had all fangs, and he himself, with his eyes wide open and smiling, said that the smell was mind-blowing. The boy's whole body was shaking, and the wasp was hugging him, saying that this was a real predator, because that's exactly how the owner described him. Afterwards, the girl, without worrying about anything, pushed the boy towards some creature whose eyes were bright red and whose body had already completely mutated into a black monster. There was nothing human left of the prisoner. He only smiled brutally as he looked at the boy, who begged them not to touch him. Then the whole room was covered in blood, and the claws of that monster spread absolutely everywhere, just as the sounds of chomping were heard throughout the whole room. The girl finally decided to take off the insect mask, and then purple eyes and a strange smile became visible, through which she said that this was a sight that one could not take one's eyes off. The girl screamed loudly about how even insectoids had red blood running through their veins, and this scream seemed to sound beyond the walls of the building, scaring away even the crows. But on the training grounds of Nest, the guy with green eyes muttered that he had been running from the professor for an hour without rest, because he had been jumping through the forest for half a class, and therefore was always behind the bushes. They all finally broke away, and therefore all three of them still had time to rest, and only Su-chung was cursing at such a stupid test. Hai-song said that all this time the professor had not wasted his time and had already managed to grab many because he pulled them by the legs and carried them away from the forest. Su-chung was outraged that everyone had failed, but the girl responded by saying that Professor Chi always kept his word and therefore put the students in one pile. The guy began to think that this was not a university at all, but a camp for new recruits. And then he began to think that from the very beginning, he sensed a catch, that this professor was clearly crazy. And then Su-chang began to reproach himself for having missed his place in Ma. But the girl tried to calm him down by saying that the class would end in an hour. The guy asked if this professor was really trying to fail everyone, and the girl again answered him that this was just the professor's method. Hai-sung abruptly shut up the two people by saying that this same professor was already nearby. And then the green-eyed guy noticed those two girls from the audience who were trying to run away from the old man as far as possible, but one of them fell to the ground. The other girl immediately started asking her friend, and then noticed that she had a sprained ankle, but that was their mistake, because the old man heard their conversation and immediately headed towards them. The girl who was trying to help her friend turned to the professor, but he immediately interrupted her, saying that there was nothing wrong with it and she should not stop. The girl screamed that her friend had a dislocated leg, but the old man replied that he had already heard this and it didn't matter to him even if the leg was cut off. Grandpa, who towered over them, looked menacingly and said that they should either run or die because this is reality. The man suddenly swung a chainsaw at them and said that they should now prepare for death, and in response, the two girls screamed in helplessness and fear. The green-eyed man immediately ran up to them and tried to protect the two girls. Believing that it was not fair at all, he stopped the chainsaw with his own hands. The old man froze in surprise for a moment, asking what this little guy was doing. Su-chung shouted at the professor to stop, because this was really too much and was going beyond all bounds. The green-eyed boy, with his two friends in the bushes behind him, reminded him that today was the first day of classes, and so he had probably gone a little overboard. The old man said with menacing eyes that if there was a real battle, they would all have been dead long ago, and then asked if the green-eyed man would also shake the air with the enemy. The old man thought that the guy didn't have enough strength, and then said that he had expressed himself clearly, he had been caught, which meant he had failed the test. But after a few moments of thought, Professor Chi retreated, leaving the green-eyed boy perplexed, especially from the words that there was still an hour left until the end of the class. And then the old man put the chainsaw over his shoulder, saying that if during this time Su-chang managed to hit him even once, then he would not kick out these two and the rest of them either. Two guys listened from behind the bushes, as he said that if Su-chang didn't hit him, then he and his friends who were hiding in the bushes would. He continued to talk about how in that case they would all be expelled from the university, which made the green-eyed man even more scared, his eyes wide open, because he clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. The man looked at him with his amber eyes, thinking that this was not the time to worry about others, because the newcomer still had a long way to go. He looked at Su-chang's angry face and thought that he still had to master his new abilities. While there were two strange people next to them, one of whom was wearing a dragonfly mask, the old man thought that the new guy was here because he wanted to get rid of his wings. The girl with the mask wondered why this monster froze like a statue because the owner doesn't like to wait. The monster showed his teeth from which saliva was flowing, and said that he smelled something very tasty nearby. He was very familiar with this smell. The man, having said that it was a dragonfly, began to transform into a black monster again, Looking at it madly, the praying mantis grew claws. The old man, looking at the young boy with green eyes, said that without the ability of a dragonfly, he would never survive. The young boy flew up right above the professor, thinking about his words and proposal. Swinging with all his might, his face even distorted with anger, he thought that it was very simple and even any fool could do it. He realized that he only needed to hit once, and so his fist was already near the professor's face. But he flew past the professor, hitting his face on the ground, and the professor easily said that it was as if Su Chang was using his fists in a fight for the first time. The old man towered over him, telling him that he was waving his arms left and right, and then advised him to be faster, and that way he wouldn't catch a fly. When he tried to strike his opponent, the old man either laughed, saying that he was either twitching or dancing, and then advised him to change tactics. Otherwise, he would fly out of the university like a bullet. Hai Sung said that the professor was not giving in and thought that it was time for him to go back there. But the girl calmed him down by telling him not to rush. Heejin said that there was still a chance, and at that very moment, her eyes and whole body lit up with a green light. The man recoiled from the young boy's blow, knowing that this was precisely the dragonfly's faceted vision. Su Chang distorted his face, but the old man did not react to this in any way, thinking that he unconsciously saw his opponent as prey. The young boy, around whose body a green fire was burning, suddenly grabbed the old man by the clothes. He smiled mischievously, swinging at the old man and saying that he had finally been caught. But his happiness did not last long, because the old man immediately persuaded the dragonfly, throwing his body to the ground. His two friends in the bushes frowned and looked at their comrade with displeasure. The other two friends covered their mouths in horror and screamed hysterically. The man looked at his opponent and asked if he really thought that the victim would just fold his arms and wait for him to eat him. The man on the ground was shaking all over with horror and fear. He realized that he was not fit to hold a candle to the professor. Looking at the professor towering over him, he thought that the old man must have also received some kind of ability, and now he became interested in some kind of insect. The old man immediately started talking about this topic, saying that he could not use the insectoid skills. The professor showed his skull tattoo on his arm and said that Jungle Juice had gifted him, but the abilities had side effects and his body couldn't handle them because he was no longer young. The old man picked up the chainsaw and said that he carries this toothpick with him for protection, to which the green-eyed guy was very surprised because this toothpick can kill. But after a few moments, the old man threw the chainsaw to the ground, saying why he said that. The professor said that there was little that could hold back young blood and that he could easily win the bet, and then asked if the boy could guess why he had not been able to lay a finger on the professor. The boy tried to come up with some kind of excuse as he stood up from the ground and wanted to say something to the professor, but suddenly some green thing flew at him. The young man immediately noticed this, looking at the dragonfly that had settled on his chest, and immediately began to examine it with horror. The green-eyed guy screamed, trying to throw off this dragonfly, and the old man called it all a disgrace because this dragonfly was just a figurine. The old man said with sparkling eyes that it was all a matter of rejection because the young man could not stand insects and therefore could not fully control the force. The old man asked the famous young man something about dragonflies, for example, that they become helpless if caught, or that they immediately give in to larger insects. The two friends who were about to be kicked out because of him looked at the whole picture and listened to the advice of the grandfather to study his abilities here and then play with them. Chi-Han held the dragonfly in his hands and listened in bewilderment as his grandfather told him to accept the fact that he had become an insectoid. The man frowned when he heard the words about him having to accept his essence. He remembered how he said that it was all disgusting, that he had hated insects all his life, and after becoming an insectoid, he tried to hide his essence, which is why the hatred intensified. The guy didn't understand how he could come to terms with this, because he remembered the pink-haired girl who called him a monster. But suddenly a certain man with purple sleeves clapped his hands, saying that this was a very wonderful lesson. The old man and the man with green eyes immediately turned around at the mocking voice. The girl with the dragonfly head walked past the two girls, still clapping, saying that Professor Chi's style was immediately apparent. The old man was very surprised, his eyes wide open, and he looked cautiously at the unexpected guest. The girl said that the same professor came to them as before, frightening the children with his lies, knocking down their arrogance, and then immediately began to moralize. This knowledge was obtained with blood and sweat. The two boys, especially the headman, looked at the girl in surprise and did not understand what was happening. Two friends, one of whom had a sprained ankle, said that it was time for them to leave there as quickly as possible. But they didn't have time to do this at all, and therefore one of the girls simply fell down dead when an absolutely indifferent wasp passed by, saying that it was disgusting. Blood was flying around the green-eyed guy, screams were heard, and he couldn't even move, only looking around in fear and thinking that all this happened suddenly. Hae-sung tried to hit the girl, calling her various obscene words and swinging her fists at him. Hee-jin tried to stop him from behind. But then the girl with the mask hit Hae-sung with her claw, saying that a baby definitely wouldn't do that. The guy began to fall to the ground, everything before his eyes began to blur, and he practically did not hear Hee-jin's voice at all. But the girl in the mask picked him up, hugging him, and whispered that everything was fine, because of the numbness he wouldn't feel any pain. The wasp called it a tasty morsel. Looking at this picture, the green-eyed man trembled all over, thinking what was going on. And was that girl also from the university? The girl's voice, which said that she had already fed him one student, but it was not enough for the monster because he was so insatiable. He realized that everything was exactly like that time in the cinema, even that it was worth it. He was pierced by a claw and there was a lot of blood around. The professor, who was standing nearby, was pierced through with his own body by the monsters. His gaze fell on the girl who was shouting at the professor, hoping that he would respond. He realized that he had seen something like this before and felt the same helplessness. And then, before his eyes, half of the man's body flew off with gray hair. But Soo-chang did not move from the spot, only throwing a frightened glance. The very same monster appeared before him and addressed him as a dragonfly, and the guy was again attacked by a feeling of horror, and he could not even move. Hee-jin flinched, and the boy noticed, thinking that the mantis should be in the isolation ward. But why was it here? And would something change since their last meeting? Mantis reluctantly turned around when he heard her say that she had gotten him a snack, so it was time for them to go. But the guy thought she was being boring, since he had just perked up. Together they walked away from them, taking Sun with them, while saying that they had a long road ahead of them, leaving behind the old man in blood and the two students. The girl with the wasp mask told them to take care of themselves because they would see each other again, but the old man answered her with a menacing look. The girl decided to lift her mask, showing her slight smile and purple short curls. The girl suddenly stood up from her seat and followed them, ordering those impudent fellows to stop. But her hand by the wrist was grabbed by another man's hand, which was all covered in blood. The professor said that according to university rules, it is forbidden to get into a fight without permission, but he contacted the departments, and now the guys should return to the safety of the campus. The girl screamed that now was not the time to pay attention to the rules, and later it would be too late. Hee-jin was already holding Hae-sung's lifeless body and talking about what would happen to him if they dragged it out. The man frowned, looking at Hee-jin with sparkling eyes, and then said that there were rules, and as a nest student she couldn't do anything. But everything was interrupted by a green-eyed guy who flew high right above their heads. The guy asked, looking at the old man, if he really said that if he lost the bet, he would be expelled. Soo-chang cheerfully said that he no longer had to obey such stupid rules. The old man shouted that Soo-chang had better return, but he flew further and further into the sky. He flew further into the forest, thinking about how in the form of a praying mantis he was paralyzed with fear. And he stupidly watched as Hae-sung was carried away. The man remembered how on the day he first moved in, he tried to hug him. The guy always considered him a boor, but he tried to become his friend. The green-eyed boy clearly understood that all this happened because of his cowardice, and his eyes sparkled brightly. Before the guy's eyes, down on the path, 3 impudent guys finally appeared, and he realized that he simply had to return Hae-sung. The old man, who had already recovered, called the boy a blockhead because he still did not understand why he was fleeing in the first place. The man always taught them that in this cruel world it is impossible to play the predator. Even the strongest insect can become prey, even to a simple bird. The old man always tried to hammer this truth into the heads of his students, because no one knows how to defeat an opponent, and in such cases, you need to run as fast as you can. And then the man started talking about praying mantises and dragonflies, because usually praying mantises just ate dragonflies. And here again before the eyes of the young guy is a crazy praying mantis with green eyes, who asked if he really tried to attack from behind, but that won't work with him. The professor was thinking that praying mantises were too tough for dragonflies, but the young man was already flying towards the crazy man, who had long since smelled the dragonfly. The claw flew right in front of the young boy's face, who was thinking that it was finally time for him to get ready. He always jumped and curled up from all the blows, and thought that it would be better for him not to fall into these clawed paws, and for now it would be safer to stay in the air. He looked at his opponent, using his abilities and dodging all the blows, knowing that he had to wait for the moment. And then he hit him with all the strength he had so that he would take his paws off him. But the mantis smiled slyly again, opening his eyes, and saying that his blow was no more painful than a mosquito bite. And already for almost a few moments, the young man's hand was covered in blood, and his body itself flew far, far away from the praying mantis. He already thought that the praying mantis's skin was like steel, but his opponent replied that it was called a chitinous exoskeleton, and that the feeding had been beneficial, and now it was working great. The mantis smiled slyly and tried to hit the dragonfly again, saying that he really was going to leave, but since it attacked him, a snack for the road wouldn't hurt. Having struck once more, he realized that he could not defeat this monster at all. And now only the lights of the praying mantis's eyes sparkled in his eyes. A memory popped into my head of how in the movie theater a praying mantis easily lifted the trembling body of a dragonfly and caught it in front of other people. The mantis rushed again, directing all its forces at the young boy, who was barely trembling with horror, although he looked sternly at the enemy, who wanted another blow. The girl stood near the tree with Soo-hyun, watching their slaughter, and advised not to play with the monster's food, because it was time for them to go. But then she exhaled, because predators, seeing a victim, seemed to go crazy. There seemed to be some kind of claw around the guy's neck. He was trying to get rid of it, listening to the girl's voice so that the monster would finish off Soo-chang, because the guards of order would soon rush in. There were some silhouettes in front of the guy's eyes. They were dark, and because of this, it was impossible to answer. Hae-sung thought because of this that he was sleeping. But after a moment, he finally saw the clear faces of these people. They were laughing at him, but Hae-sung asked what they wanted from him since he just wanted to sleep. It was other people from the football team who said that since he was no help, at least he should stay out of the way, because others always had to take the rap for him anyway. They ordered him to wake up, and immediately after that, the man with yellow hair opened his turquoise eyes wide, looking at their silhouettes. It would be the roommate who was yelling at Hae-sung to come to his senses quickly, while he was fighting the praying mantis at the same time. Hae-sung was still pinned to the tree by the claw, his whole body shaking as he thought about what he had done. The girl in the mask realized that the poison was wearing off and looked at the twitching boy, realizing that he was not at all a simple guy. The girl raised her hand in the air and walked away from the boy, saying that in that case she would figure it out herself. And then the monster would get by with carrion. It was still meat. Now he tried to at least move his finger, but his body did not obey at all. And then he looked in horror at the claw near his neck. Then the green-eyed man covered the young boy with his back, protecting him from the wasp nearby. Soo-chang loudly shouted for the yellow-haired boy to run away from here, because he would be able to hold off these opponents. He couldn't move, so he watched as he tried to continue the fight, and mentally turned to the translated one. He thought about the guy rushing headlong to protect others, watching him try to defend himself from the praying mantis. The man, watching how the transferred man was also defending himself from the wasp nearby, thought how he always managed to do this. Hae-sung remembered how he asked him during the fun if that guy really fell in love with the headman, since he kept running after her, and then at the cinema after that girl, the green-eyed guy immediately began to deny it. The young man asked what his secret was, because in their days, even if you bring a person back from the other world, you won't be able to wait for even a simple thank you. But Soo-chang just smiled awkwardly in response. Sipping alcohol from a plastic cup, the man with turquoise eyes had already managed to blush, listening to the boy's unintelligible answer. The man remembered the day when Soo-chang pulled that sweet girl out of the movie theater, carried her in his arms, and then said that he himself did not understand why he was doing it if they did not even thank him. The student recalled his friend's words about not regretting anything, but now it was his friend who was fighting the praying mantis for Hae-seong. He remembered the words of his green-eyed friend that evening. He said that he simply made a decision to do it, and Hae-sung felt roughly the same now. Without thinking twice, the yellow-haired man grabbed his friend by the scruff of the neck. He dragged him as far away from the battle as he could, away from the mantis, and away from everyone else, wanting to protect him, rarely looking back. Watching them, even the girl in the wasp mask wondered where the student could get such speed from. The girl with the wasp mask thought that with each jump the guy's speed was getting further. She remembered the fairy tale about the ant and the grasshopper. Grasshoppers are quite lazy creatures that ironically play the violin, but in reality, everything is not like that at all. The girl remembered that grasshoppers belong to the order Orthoptera, and therefore these predators are distinguished by long and strong hind legs. The guy showed his claw, and the girl thought that thanks to them, they move and hunt quickly, and the length of a grasshopper's jump is tens of times greater than the length of its body. This man with yellow hair was like a grasshopper who was carrying his friend far, far away. Hae-sung scolded him, repeating his words that the decision was correct. He didn't think so, and said that he was already smeared on the wall. The man with yellow hair smiled slyly, saying that you have to look hard to find such a weakling. The girl with the mask told the praying mantis not to even think about chasing him, because he could get even next time. But now it was time for them to go. The red-eyed mantis smiled weakly and said that he would not leave you alone so easily. The man began to look around the dense forest area, sensing them somewhere nearby. The mantis realized that this meant that they had not gone far. And indeed, this was true, since the two of them were chatting in the same forest. The man with golden hair shouted that Su Chang was really suggesting to pin down the praying mantis, or that he had slammed the boy's head into a tree. Hai Sung recalled that in class they said that if you can't hit the enemy, then run away. And besides, I live instead of the boy who already tried to object. There is nothing left. The praying mantis quickly attacked its enemies, which is why Hee Song said that the university punks were no match for the praying mantis. If they hesitated even a little, they were finished. And then Su Chen said that this was exactly why they should take care of him, after which Hai Song was completely surprised. Green-eyed remembered all those scenes from the cinema again, which is why he said that if they let go of the praying mantis, someone else would die. The guy shouted that those who still live among people could die. When Hai Sung asked how to deal with it, Su Chan replied that there would be a detachment soon, and that it was only necessary to detain the praying mantis. The man smiled playfully and flashed his green eyes, saying that now they would act according to his plan. At the same time, the girl was lying on the ground, pumping the old man and asking the question of what they should do. The headmistress was very worried about the boys, thinking about what would have happened if she had gone with them. But she could not abandon the professor. Suddenly, a cold air swirled around the girl, causing her to rise from the ground. The girl looked fearfully into the depths of the forest, thinking that there was probably someone there, or perhaps she imagined it. The man with yellow eyes looked contentedly at the girl who towered over him. The girl with the mask at the same time, but in a different place, said that they had lost the trail, but advised the monster not to lose heart because this happens to everyone. But she could find other victims for the guy. He suddenly caught a whiff of the smell and turned his head back, and it seemed as if even his eyes lit up. He realized that all this was happening from behind, because when he turned around, he saw how a man with green glasses grabbed a girl with a green rope. This certain man grabbed the girl by the neck, abruptly carrying her away from the praying mantis nearby. The man with green hair was very angry and did not understand how it happened so quickly. He thought that it was some kind of trick. The mantis thought, looking at the boy who tied the girl up on the tree and was already rushing towards him, that it was really all about those green glasses. The man frowned, looking at his enemy and not understanding what was happening. The dragonfly tried to kick his opponent in the face with all his might, making him jump back. But the mantis only smiled even more, looking madly at the dragonfly and saying that it didn't hurt him. Su Chang thought about how everything here was still being covered with an exoskeleton, because it was as if he had kicked a piece of iron. The guy started to think that he would never be able to, but the praying mantis immediately interrupted him and said that he would never be able to break through the defense. The mantis exclaimed that he was one step higher in the food chain, and therefore no winged bug could defeat him, even if he tried his best. The dragonfly that was being beaten by the mantis thought that he had a plan. He would float in the air. For some time he would try to get to him. Then Su Chang thought about making Hai Sung move his legs faster, since he was so good at it. In his mind, the dragonfly asked Hai Sung to run back and bring him something, throwing the item to the boy. The girl was very worried about the professor, who muttered that he had managed to steal something after all. The man smiled, showing his teeth, which were already covered in blood. He said that these bastards had beaten him up and even snatched the toothpick from under his nose. The old man was indignant, saying that he was left without a weapon, but now the dragonfly could easily catch the chainsaw in flight. The man with yellow hair shouted that he had done his job, and then turned to his friend. The dragonfly, hovering on its wings with ease, was able to accumulate a chainsaw. The man with green eyes swung at the praying mantis, shouting that he should cut the knit down to the roots. In the wild, a dragonfly wouldn't stand a chance against a praying mantis. But here and now, things were a little different. After all, we were not talking about real insects, but about people who had mutated and received a certain number of new genes. But that was not what this fierce battle was currently unfolding about. The people, who were now in one way or another similar to insectoids, fought to the death. And the outcome of this battle was not predetermined, since they were creatures with intelligence and could always find a way out. From one of the dragonfly's blows, the mantis squealed, and its arm was seriously injured and seemed to crumble into small particles of matter. But this didn't matter to him, because after a few moments the man went into a frenzy and began to attack everything he saw around him, waving his arms. Su Chang and his partner couldn't believe that this man actually cut off his arm with his attack. They didn't expect something like this from their opponent at all. And while the partners were discussing the progress of the battle, the mantis man came to his senses again, but his eyes were burning with the red flame of rage, and caustic phrases were bursting from his mouth. The man shouted that he would remind them who the predator was here, and then lunged forward, planning to strike again. But to spite him, Su Chang's chainsaw would not start. And when the mantis had already swung, and its threatening claws were getting closer and closer to the dragonfly, Su Chang was finally able to use his weapon for self-defense. The chainsaw began to whir, and the enemy's claw hit the self-defense device, which immediately roared with a mechanical sound and was still able to withstand the blows. The man who had been attacking all this time finally gave in, realizing that he couldn't break through the powerful line of defense of Su Chang and his partner so easily. And when the dragonfly boy already thought that victory was in his pocket and sat down to look at his opponent, the mantis struck again. It all turned out to be a farce, and Su Chang was not smart enough to figure it out the first time, so now he was flying back somewhere, having experienced the full force of the mantis's blows. He also realized that the flash drive had fallen out of his hands, but it was too late to turn back, so the boy simply decided to fly back and save his worthless life. Su Chang thought that now his only means of self-defense was irreparably broken, so he should retreat right now. But then his partner entered the picture, and he certainly wasn't going to lose to some cripple with a stump instead of an arm. The boy hit the praying mantis when it was already savoring the taste of its victory, thinking that everything was behind him and he could relax, enjoying life. Su Chang's partner was just thinking that this was all natural selection, and that he was not at all to blame for having just hit a person with limited physical abilities. And in general, he might not have thought about it too much, since this praying mantis was several times stronger than him and attacked himself. And those attacks and blows that the boy was now making were nothing more than self-defense. In the heat of a fierce fight, the praying mantis, even with a stump instead of an arm, was able to catch Hai Sung. But Su Chang joined the fight in time and could not allow the enemy to take the life of his best friend. Su Chang grabbed the praying mantis and was about to strike again to free Hai Sung from the clutches of this bloodthirsty monster that had once at least somewhat resembled a human. But as soon as the boy grabbed hold of the praying mantis's clothes, the situation suddenly turned around, and he found himself in the grip of an enemy who was only jubilant because he could now feast on the dragonfly's meat. His eyes looked crazy, and his pupils were narrowed to horror. At the same time, the mantis's teeth were more like sharpened fangs. In general, his whole appearance looked threatening. Su Chang tried to escape from captivity and save his life, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he finally realized that no matter how hard they tried, nothing worked, and help was still a long way off. When the praying mantis opened its mouth to eat Su Chang, the boy felt its disgusting breath on his face and thought that he did not want to die such a horrible death. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange something appeared that was studying the glow. At first, it was not even clear whether it was a person or something else. But this something came to Su Chang's aid at the most critical moment. As soon as the reinforcements appeared, the praying mantis flew to the side and hit a nearby tree with a thud from the terrifying force that was put into the blow by the man who had just appeared. Su Chang also jumped aside because he didn't want to lose his life by getting hit, and the man who came to help began to scold the young man in his hoarse voice. He pinned the praying mantis to the ground and continued to tell Su Chang that he should have used fewer words and that he was actually pathetic. The person who was there in this difficult moment was none other than the professor, whose wound had recently been bleeding, but now apparently had healed, and he was ready to fight again. Hearing the boy's reasoning about his wound, the man told him not to worry, as help had arrived surprisingly quickly and patched him up so well that it was as if he had been reborn. The man also, by the way, said that in the ranks of the insectoids, there is a genius who can heal any wound in a jiffy, and he found Su Chang and his unfortunate partner by following Hai Sun's tracks. In fact, somewhere deep down, the professor was afraid that these two were no longer alive. But upon arriving at the scene, he realized that not only were they alive, they had also given the praying mantis a good beating. The gray-haired man was amazed that some puny first-year student and his partner in misfortune were able to give their natural enemy a thrashing, a victory over which was already an achievement for ordinary insectoids. The praying mantis said that if the attackers wanted to attack him en masse, then let them do whatever they wanted, but the teacher instructed Su Chang that the boy deserved a small object lesson, using the praying mantis as an example. The mantis rushed forward, straight into the crowd of his enemies. He shouted that today he would have a feast, and stuck out his teeth and showed everyone his eyes red with anger. The professor saw that the praying mantis was attacking him and decided to throw out all the negativity that had accumulated in him all this time. The man said how angry he was at the praying mantis for disrupting the lecture and for piercing him through and through for fun. He swung his hand towards the man, who flew into the air to strike the poor professor. But the professor was clearly stronger than some invalid. Su Chang understood this, but was perplexed by the fact that the man's hand was smoking from excess strength. In fact, the professor was an insectoid infected with the genes of the bombardier beetle, which was not named so by pure coincidence. It ejected a self-heating chemical mixture and fired it at its opponent from glands in the back of its abdomen. And then usually an explosion occurred, because this mixture of elements was heated to unimaginable temperatures. The explosion could be either of enormous power or not so much. This was the bombardier beetle's defense mechanism. And with this ability, the professor was right now attacking this loser who was trying to attack him. The praying mantis didn't have a chance. And so two very strong opponents came face to face in one battle, but on different sides of the barricades, since one of them was obsessed with dragonfly meat and the other was trying to protect his student. Maybe those two would have been a good duo. They could have defeated anyone by combining their skills and talents. But now they were fighting to the death. And Su Chang was watching all this and was amazed. In the end, after one strong blow, only the professor remained on his feet. But the praying mantis was nowhere to be seen, since there was a possibility that he would never be able to get back on his feet again. The professor was jubilant because he was finally able to engage in combat with the one who had so maliciously disrupted his lecture. And after a few seconds, he said that this was a clear example of an ability that appears because of jungle juice and is called the insect complex. Su Chang didn't understand what kind of complex they were talking about, but he could guess that the teacher was now talking about the abilities of insectoids and was teaching him a new practical lesson. The boy looked around and only now realized that the teacher had blown everything up quite a bit, and all that was left of the praying mantis were embers. This sight was terrifying and fascinating. While Su Chang was completely perplexed, the professor had already turned around and was about to run away from the scene. This gray-haired man's abilities were truly somewhat terrifying, as he could destroy almost any opponent in an instant like this. But there was just one thing, which was the side effects after using the insect complex ability. It was immediately clear and obvious, as Professor Ma's hands began to tremble. The boy continued to stare at the professor's hand, and did not notice at all how the man began to look in his direction. And Su Chang's thoughts were only brought out by the professor's comment that the boy should not think that this would pass him by. The man with amber eyes said that at first he also used the complex haphazardly, and now it has backfired on him, and it is too late to grab his head. He said that Su Chang should tame his strength and learn to control it, which of course put the boy into some kind of shock. Su Chang barely remembered the details of that day, but he knew for sure that he and the professor had not stayed there for long, and had returned to campus almost immediately, safe and sound, even after their recent encounter with the praying mantis. Although it was difficult to call these two unharmed, since Su Chang had multiple bruises and cuts all over his body, as well as several broken ribs. Hai Sung was no better off than his unfortunate partner, as the red-haired boy was suffering from poison intoxication and multiple bruises on his face. Su Chang was glad that they had gotten out of that fight alive, and that they hadn't been expelled or failed the course, while his partner, on the contrary, was surprised by this and was glad that the praying mantis had been put behind bars. Those who took that particularly dangerous criminal said that they would increase precautions and security for the praying mantis. But one thing was bothering the boys. The mysterious woman who released the praying mantis had escaped. Su Chang looked at the screen of his tablet and thought that even though He Jin had told them that they were great because they managed to stop the praying mantis, but to be honest, he couldn't have done it alone. So now the boy opened the first website with information about dragonflies, and in all seriousness decided that he should learn to manage his complex, which means he should fully study his insect. That same night, when it was already quite dark outside and the moon was shining high in the middle of the endless dark sky, something strange happened. The strangeness began from the moment when Su Chang, unsuspectingly, was peacefully sleeping on his hospital bed, but his former partner, who seemed to have received serious injuries, disappeared somewhere. The red-haired man rose abruptly and assumed a sitting position, and the bandages gradually began to fall off his face on their own, revealing bruises. There was something on his neck that glowed a dull purple and pulsed, making him lose control of his own consciousness. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, things were also restless, and now it was not about wild animals or more headhunters. No, there was something much more serious here. Song walked forward somewhere, not understanding where and why he was going, and his eyes looked glassy, as if he was not a person, but some kind of soulless puppet controlled by someone from above. Very soon the boy reached some remote and rather quiet place, where a woman wearing elegant black heels was already waiting for him. This girl possessed all the abilities of an ampulicide, that is, the bug that injected a neurotoxin into the victim's body. Sung looked at the girl with some kind of fascinated look, as if he was not at all aware of his actions, and was listening to how stupid his partners were. The girl quietly whispered something in his ear about how he didn't belong here, and that there was only deception and falsehood all around. According to her, everyone was locked here like in a cage, like that same praying mantis. The girl tightened her grip on her victim's neck and dug her long purple nails into Sung's skin, saying that no one could protect all the insectoids. But as soon as the girl said that Nest could not protect anyone, Professor Ma suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interrupted her heartbreaking monologue about the injustice of the world. The man said that he understood perfectly well that the girl would not back down so easily until she destroyed everything that was dear to him. According to him, this was the reason why he pretended not to notice her sting in Sung's neck. The gray-haired man looked quite menacing and was very determined, gathering all his strength into his hand and charging an attack, saying that he would not let this girl harm his student. He addressed the girl in purple robes once again, only this time calling her by name, Shinga Yan, and she, hearing such an address, began to smile and waited for further developments. Professor Chi wanted to talk to the girl Shinga Yan when they met in the forest. After the professor's words, Su Qin immediately remembered that Song had jumped up and gone somewhere, and the guy had followed him. Professor Chi did not understand what was happening to the guy who suddenly fell to the ground, and the man bent down to make sure he was alive. The professor looked at the girl who was standing not far from them, and suddenly realized that he hadn't seen her for a long time. The guy watched the professor and the girl, and did not understand what had happened to them. While the guy was perplexed, the professor began to remember that 5 years had passed since the girl left them. The girl, as if nothing had happened, wanted to know how Professor Chi was doing. The guy suddenly realized that the girl also studied at the university. After a few minutes, the girl explains that they are not here for nice conversations. The girl wanted the professor to find out from her why she did all this. The man wanted to have a normal conversation with the girl, but she didn't like it, which is why the professor explained that he just wanted to ask about the life of his former student for the sake of decency. After I talked to them, the professor realized that the girl was insisting on a fight and was the first to fly at her. Professor Chi and the former university student came face to face at a time when no one expected it, and both of them suddenly became very angry because of this collision, which threw them off balance. The man, without thinking, decided to punish her in the most severe way, beating her to the punch, and then without hesitation drag her by the scruff of the neck back to Nest University to sort things out there. The girl feigned embarrassment and, to her surprise, felt his tense emotions and experiences, but could not understand why he immediately wanted to punish her when he could have simply been kinder to her. Professor Chi couldn't understand at all how she had the nerve to say such things so calmly when 2 students and 8 staff members were already dead because of her at that moment. The man still could not understand what motives could have pushed the former university student to such terrible actions that led to such tragic consequences. In this dark forest, a fierce fight began, which continued for quite a long time, despite short breaks during which they expressed their feelings and grievances to each other. The girl asked Professor Chi not to get excited and not to rush to conclusions because, for her, those cases with dead people were just flowers compared to what could have happened. To finish her sentence, the girl clearly hinted that there would still be berries ahead, and the man was clearly not happy with such a statement, realizing that something worse awaited him ahead. The fight between the man and the girl continued with unabated fury, and to the surprise of both, they still had not run out of strength to continue this unequal confrontation. The next moment, the girl suddenly jumped a few meters away from the man to rest a little and look around, preparing for the next stage of the fight. But at that very moment, another man suddenly appeared, distracting their attention, and thus forcing them to temporarily stop the fight in order to understand what was happening. The man turned out to be Professor Ma, who stood next to Professor Chi and watched closely, ready to intervene if necessary. Everyone around was surprised to see Professor Ma Do-hyun, as they were always glad to have him around at any time, especially in such critical situations that required his wisdom. Professor Ma decided to warn Shin Ga-yeon that security was already arriving at the scene to detain her, as she had already done enough stupid things and serious crimes. Everyone present wanted to approach Professor Ma with requests or questions, but he was too immersed in his thoughts because he believed that the girl was acting under someone's control. Professor Ma decided that it would be wiser to let her go temporarily, but at the same time keep her under surveillance, since they had already lost too many people due to her actions and could not take any risks. A fire suddenly broke out in the forest, and at that moment the girl thought that Professor Chi had gone too far, which is why she decided that it was time to retreat and hide. However, before leaving for good, the girl hinted to everyone present that next time she would not spare anyone, thereby leaving behind a sense of threat. Professor Chi and Professor Ma said goodbye to the people who were following the girl and wished them luck in their difficult mission, realizing that the situation continued to escalate. The fire began to spread rapidly to the northwest side, and firefighters were forced to call for reinforcements while the professors stood and watched the situation develop. Professor Chi was trembling from all the events happening around him, but Professor Ma understood that this girl was his former student, and despite this, he wanted to deal with her himself. Shin Ga-yeon is now being followed by their agents, and Professor Ma suggested leaving the matter to them and returning to the university so as not to expose himself to unnecessary danger. But Professor Ma wanted to do something important first, and at that moment he looked closely at Professor Chi, showing that he had something to say. Professor Ma suggested that the two of them sit down and discuss whatever was bothering them, but this suggestion caused Professor Chi's expression to change dramatically, something he clearly hadn't expected. Chang Su-chang walked behind the professors while carrying the boy on his shoulders, and he looked worried despite his confident steps. The boy was very worried about Hae-sung because he was stung by a honeybee, but Professor Chi calmly explained to him that there was nothing to worry about, because Hae-sung would wake up the next day as if nothing had happened. An awkward silence fell between Su-chang and Professor Chi, as the professor continued to carry Hae-sung on his shoulder, thinking about what had happened. The man quietly asked the boy not to tell anyone about the events that happened in the forest, realizing that this could cause panic and undesirable consequences for everyone. After that, the professor explained to the boy that the woman, Shin Ga-yeon, was once his student, but 5 years ago there was an incident after which she left Nest University. Since then, no one has heard anything about her again, but now she seems to have returned with the intention of destroying Nest University and all of its students, leaving them no chance. The students at the university would be scared if they knew about this threat, but Professor Chi decided that he would tell them everything when the time came. The boy, however, wanted something in return for his silence and offered the professor a deal. The guy accidentally stepped into a puddle, and at that very moment firmly decided that he would keep the professor's secret because it was too important for everyone involved in these events. The guy also wanted Professor Chi to teach him the technique he once used to kill a huge praying mantis, because Su-chang wanted to get rid of his complexes. The boy remembered moments from the past and realized that he was now an insectoid, and he would have to admit it and stop feeling disgust towards insects if he wanted to move forward. At that moment, he simply watched as Hae-sung was taken away, but he had never felt so helpless in his life, because if the professor hadn't made it in time, the praying mantis would have killed him. The guy firmly decided that he wanted to become stronger, but he understood that he could not achieve this goal alone, and he definitely needed a mentor and help on this path. He could almost be said to have blackmailed the man by using the fact that he was a professor, making him feel guilty and forcing him to make concessions, even though Professor Chi knew it was just manipulation. However, despite this, Professor Chi liked the young man's determination, and appreciating his persistence, he agreed to help the guy, although he decided to give him time to think everything over. A couple of days later, the weather outside Nest University was great. The sun's rays illuminated the buildings, the sky was clear and bright, and even through the glass you could see a beautiful picture. It was a typical student canteen at Nest University, where, as always, it was quite noisy and crowded. Students were discussing their studies, sharing their impressions, and enjoying food. The guy sat down at the table, after which he thoughtfully poked his fork into his dinner, proving to his friends that all the events he had told them about earlier had really happened to him, even though they didn't believe him. Hae-sung started to tell him about how he ended up in the infirmary with his clothes covered in leaves, but none of his friends believed him and thought it was just sleepwalking, which upset him greatly. The girl, unexpectedly for everyone, looked strangely in the other direction and became noticeably alarmed, as if she had seen something frightening that could not help but alert her friends. While everyone was immersed in their lunch, the girl anxiously noticed a figure on the other side of the room that reminded her of Do Hwa's build, which made her very nervous. As it turned out later, Do Hwa was indeed in the same group with them, but no one in their company was happy about this fact, since his presence always caused trouble. The girl began to tell the others how, after transforming into an insectoid, her body was exposed to the DNA of various arthropods, which significantly changed her well-being. Due to this phenomenon, some students were forced to miss classes to take difficult lab tests and examinations, which caused them anxiety and stress. The guy began to wonder what kind of insect served as the basis for Hee-jin's DNA, because she never told him about it. If it weren't for her antennae, he would not have guessed. The girl, slightly embarrassed, reluctantly admitted that she was very embarrassed to talk about what kind of insect she belonged to, because it always gave her an inferiority complex. When the girl finally dared to tell that her DNA is related to insects closely related to the praying mantis, the guy's blood pressure immediately rose from surprise and fear of her power. The guy realized where the girl got such amazing physical abilities from and thought that she was probably as strong as a praying mantis, while another scorpion girl was approaching them. She suddenly pushed Hai-sung out of the way and greeted them, but the reaction of the guy and girl who were sitting opposite Do Hwa was shocking, because they didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. The girl behaved extremely brazenly. She shamelessly put her feet up on the table where the food was, ignoring the general indignation and demonstrating complete disregard for the rules of conduct. The girl squeezed her eyes tightly shut, while the guy persistently asked her about what they had to do as part of the project, because they knew that each time the tasks were completely new. The projects they were given were generally not difficult, but sometimes they had to deal with difficulties when problematic insectoids suddenly appeared in their path. The guy immediately thought about the fact that it seemed like he couldn't avoid a fight anytime soon, which caused him to frown sharply, realizing that a conflict was inevitable and he had to be prepared. He knew that at this moment he would be able to show himself and his abilities, because it was not for nothing that he trained so hard at night, hoping that all his efforts would not be in vain. In addition, the girl hinted to the guy that the distribution of groups for work on the project was carried out by the professor himself, which caused the guy to feel impending changes. The first person the professor chose for this important task was a first-year student in the Department of Practical Entomology, Cheon Do Hwa, which surprised all the students. The professor then decided to pick another freshman, who turned out to be Cha Hai-sung, which only increased the interest in how the situation would play out. Third, the professor assigned Chong Soo-chung to the group, making the choice deliberately to ensure the group had a variety of skills and experiences to successfully complete the task. To create a more balanced and productive team, the professor also added the head of the Practical Entomology Department, Park Hee-jin, which brought stability to the group. The guy was incredibly happy that he got into the same group with Hee-jin, because she was strong and smart, and having guys like Hai-sung and Do Hwa on the team made him feel more confident. The guys decided to go for a coffee after a long day and invited the guy to join them to relax a bit and discuss everything that had happened in the last few days. A few days later, a severe thunderstorm with thunder and rain broke out outside, and due to the dense flow of water, the university buildings could barely be seen on the horizon. Professor Chi was working out in his gym when that terrible rain started pouring outside, but he remained focused on his workout, lost in his thoughts and physical exercise. Suddenly, the professor was distracted by a knock on the door, accompanied by an unpleasant creak, which caused him to turn around sharply to understand who had entered and why he was being disturbed at such an inopportune moment. The man could not understand for a long time what caused him to be interrupted, because everything was going fine, but the girl said that an emergency had arisen that required his attention. Professor Chi's assistant, Ju Hyun Ping, excitedly began to explain that they had just received a message from Team A, who was on their way to their intended target in the forest. However, she ended her message with the frightening words that one of the team members was killed, and the professor could not believe what he heard. He was shocked by this news. Professor Chi immediately went into the app to see what happened to Team A and couldn't believe his eyes. Professor Chi hoped that everyone had heard about group projects and was about to announce the assignment that the students would have to complete. He suggested that the students of the institute leave the campus and find the remaining cylinders of dichlorvos, or in their words, jungle juice. The guy immediately calmed down after hearing this, because he thought he would never hear this name again. The professor explained this by saying that jungle juice was the culprit of their mutations. After his stories, he took the remote control and turned on something. The man turned on the TV as once a pesticide appeared on the market with a catchy slogan, and it was advertised little so it did not become a sales hit. This video also told about the fact that the manufacturer was unknown, but a small company was responsible for sales. But before the aerosol could enter the market, the company also went bankrupt. The video was quite long, but there was a lot of information, for example, that it was known that the distributor company was located in Gangwon-do, because it was mainly residents of the province and its environs who suffered. After some time, the guy realized why this anomaly was not publicized. He thought that this was happening all over the country. Professor Chi explained to the students that in order to produce Cinderella, they simply needed jungle juice, but getting as much of it as possible was Nest's main goal. He gave orders to all the students of the university to comb all of Gangwon-do this week and get jungle juice, and then the team that finds at least one aerosol will get an A+. All the students at the university were wondering how to get this aerosol, because it hasn't been available in stores for a long time, and they'll have to bother to find it, because empty cans aren't accepted either. The guy thought about the task, because it was strange that everyone got the highest score for one aerosol. It seemed to him that this task was so difficult that they gave a high score. After some time, the professor ordered them to disperse to their groups and get to work as quickly as possible. The weather outside was good enough to start looking for something. The guy asked the girl about Hai Song and Du Hua getting separated from them. The girl knew that they would split up because it would be much more effective to search in pairs, and it was unusual for the guy not to hide his wings on the street. Hee-jin thought that everything that could have been taken had long ago been taken, but the guy smirked at her words and remained silent. At some point, the guy started to get very happy and explained to the girl that they would get A's. And the guy was one step closer to Cinderella. And suddenly the guy pulled the girl somewhere holding her hand. The guy knew where they needed to go and that jungle juice would definitely be there. A guy once bought this can in high school, but later he was scared to death but still kept it. The guy happily entered his apartment and thought that the spray can would definitely be at his home. The next moment, the guy saw only a destroyed apartment that was turned upside down from head to toe. The guy didn't understand why his apartment was so dirty. The girl was shocked by what was happening in this apartment. She immediately thought that someone had broken into it. Su-chan quickly began to search for the aerosol that was in the cabinets in his kitchen. But there was nothing in these cabinets except glue, which is why the guy was very upset when he found out that it was missing. The girl tried to cheer the guy up so that he wouldn't get upset about such things. In any case, they tried to look for jungle juice. The guy decided to offer the girl to look at her house, because the spray can could probably still be there. But the girl's mood immediately disappeared after the mention of her house, and she thought that there was no point in going to her. The girl suggested looking for the best one in the city. Maybe there would be at least one spray can there. The guy doesn't understand what's going on with the girl and what's wrong. He said that she was so upset. They searched for this can for a very long time. They even searched on the internet. But what they needed was not there. A guy and a girl were walking around the shops asking consultants if they had such a can, but everyone was seeing it for the first time. The guy even tried to cheat, but the girl foresaw this and stopped the guy because they could have been expelled for that. They were unable to get anything and sat sadly sipping some kind of drink. The girl would do something to the guy that no one promised that it would all be so easy. That's why there aren't enough serums for everyone. The guy was in complete despair at that moment. The guy was mumbling under his breath about who could take his jungle juice. He was so disappointed and realized that he would not take Cinderella. The girl became interested in why the guy was so eager to get rid of his wings. The guy listens to what the girl says, but at first he doesn't understand what answer she wants to hear. The girl decided that the logical answer would be for the sake of his girlfriend, whom he saved at the cinema. Because of such thinking, the guy choked while drinking and immediately did not agree with the girl's statement and began to make excuses. Well, a little later, the guy began to remember the appearance of that girl and her angelic deeds, which she performed throughout her life with such sincerity that it was impossible not to feel sympathy for her. And then the guy began to realize that for her, for this amazing girl, he was ready to get rid of his wings and give up his supernatural abilities in order to try to be with her again, like an ordinary person. Later, the guy still came to the conclusion that he agreed with the girl's statement, and deep down he sincerely wanted to return to Mi-hee as well as to his student life, becoming an ordinary guy again. But suddenly his face darkened and his smile disappeared as he remembered how Mi-hee had pushed him away, calling him a monster, although deep down he even began to understand why she might have done that. The girl enjoyed communicating with Suchan, but despite this, she could not be as kind and open as he was, and this caused an internal conflict in her, which she struggled with. However, the boy was immensely grateful to Hee-jin for coming for him and bringing him back to this world, giving him a new chance at life that he might have been ready to miss out on. The guy often thought about what could have happened if the girl had not taken him and he had remained in the world where he lived before, which most likely would have doomed him to loneliness and oblivion. Suchang recalled the day he first met the girl and thought more than once that if things had happened the other way around, he would have definitely disappeared. But thanks to her, he found a new purpose and meaning in life. The guy had long wanted to tell the girl that inside him he still had the desire to disappear, hide from everyone and fall through the ground, so strong was his melancholy. The girl also remembered those moments when she had to persuade the guy to go with her, and now that she thought about it, a light, barely noticeable smile appeared on her face. The girl decided to find out from the guy whether he was happy with the choice he made when he decided to follow her into this new, difficult world that demanded a lot from him. The guy looked at the girl happily, hoping that his smile would say more for him than any words. But despite this, he still added a couple of words to confirm his joy. The guy decided to ask the girl if she was a class monitor last semester, because this question had been bothering him for a long time, and he could not find peace until he received an answer. The girl, who was diligently studying, clearly wanted to return to her old life as the guy thought, and in his opinion, it was he who needed to be there for her and help her. However, the girl answered the guy's question rather sharply and was clearly unhappy that the conversation had turned to this topic. Her mood immediately worsened. The guy was about to say something in response, but the girl noticed that he was being called and suggested that he answer the call anyway. Perhaps it was something important that couldn't wait. It turned out to be Cha Hai-sung, who called to tell the guy some important news. He and Do Hwa had found something very interesting and wanted to tell him about it as soon as possible. Hai-sun and Do Hwa stumbled upon an abandoned warehouse that, according to the documents, was previously owned by a distributor called Natural Life, which aroused their interest and suspicion. The guy was happy to hear that the other half of their group was able to find an unexpectedly large amount of jungle juice, although it seemed rather strange at first glance. Hee-jin, on the contrary, was not at all happy about this discovery. She immediately became worried because she had an unpleasant premonition that there might be something wrong and dangerous here. Hai-sung immediately sent Suchan the location of the warehouse, but the girl tried to warn him that it might be a trap, but the guy hung up too quickly. The guy asked the girl to wait for him while he sorted out the situation, but Hee-jin didn't waste time and hurried to the place where the other half of their group was. In her rush, the girl forgot to mention to the guy that they were only supposed to pick up the cans of jungle juice that were sold out, and she found it strange that they found so many. The guy thought that it would be strange if the other half of the group managed to stumble upon such a large vein of jungle juice, because it most likely meant that something was fishy here. It was likely that this warehouse was part of a carefully prepared trap, and someone knew in advance that their group would come there, which could not help but arouse their suspicions. The girl found it hard to understand how they could have found this warehouse at all, and the guy had a bad feeling and couldn't understand how Hai-sung and Do Hwa could have just walked in there. The girl rushed after Hai-sung and Do Hwa, and the guy began to feel more and more that something was clearly wrong here, although he could not yet formulate the exact reason for his doubts. When they finally entered the building, no one was sure whether it was a trap or not, but they were still in a state of alarm and looked around warily. The warehouse was abandoned. A lot of dust had accumulated here, but despite this, it looked like a very ordinary warehouse, and the girl decided not to pay attention to the appearance of the premises. The guy became curious about who could possibly need to bother so much. He noticed some strange box in the distance and, without thinking, headed towards it to see what was inside. When he opened the box, he was shocked. Inside were many cans of jungle juice, and the guy could not contain his joy at finding such a valuable loot. But at some point, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the girl suddenly fall to the floor, and his heart stopped from fear. He couldn't believe that this was happening to her. The guy was completely confused, not understanding what was happening, because too much blood was flowing from the girl's body, and he didn't know what to do in this terrible situation. Suddenly, from somewhere far away, an unfamiliar voice was heard, which asked Su Chang with interest whether his search had been successful, as if it were a test. The stranger, without waiting for an answer from the guy, noted with obvious satisfaction that his search had been successful, and this made him very happy, despite the gloomy circumstances. The girl was lying on the floor, immersed in a pool of blood, and showed no signs of life. She was not breathing or moving, which caused genuine horror and panic in the guy. The guy was so angry about what happened that he turned red with anger. His face was distorted with rage, and he did not know how to cope with the emotions that overwhelmed him. And after a very short time, the boy, gathering all his strength and fury, suddenly rushed at this monster, flying straight at him with indomitable determination. His actions were impulsive, but he was driven by anger and the desire for revenge. Su Chang recalled how he lost his parents as a child and how this event affected his life from a very young age. He reflected on how separation had always been something familiar and even inevitable for him. However, even if he was used to losses, his grandmother was always there to support him in difficult times. But soon she was gone too, which plunged the boy into deep loneliness again. Everything that once seemed right and unchangeable to Su Chang began to crumble. He felt lost and alone, finding solace only in his dark thoughts and memories. The guy realized that it was incredibly painful for him to lose people who were important to him. This pain burned him from the inside, leaving deep wounds that did not heal with time. The sight of Hee-jin lying motionless on the floor was unbearable for Su Chang. He couldn't help the feeling of helplessness that came over him as he looked at her lifeless body. But he also understood that life had never been easy. He was used to pain and suffering, but even with that experience, he couldn't come to terms with what was happening right now. Through tears and rage, the boy flew towards the monster again, clenching his fists. His heart was breaking with pain, but at the same time it was burning with the desire to avenge Hee-jin's death. The attacker enjoyed his anger, trying to manipulate the boy by saying that he understood his feelings. Like any loss of a loved one would cause such rage in anyone. But at the end of his tirade, the attacker warns the boy that he will be next. It turns out that he is facing an insectoid earwig, a powerful and dangerous enemy. Su Chang suddenly switches to compound vision mode, his eyes glowing neon. Gathering all his strength, he takes off and furiously sends his enemy away. He attacks the earwig with thoughts of revenge, burning with the thirst for retribution. His attack was so furious that it seemed the whole world around him fell silent, giving way only to their fight. The guy manages to deal a crushing blow to the enemy, after which he takes a sharp step back to assess his position and the possible consequences of this attack. Soon a brutal and furious fight begins between them, both sides fighting not only for their lives but also for their beliefs. Each blow was filled with anger and despair. Su Chang is pleased that his blow landed squarely on the enemy's jaw, causing him to stagger and fall to the floor. The boy finally feels a brief sense of satisfaction from his strength. The attacker ended up on the floor, massaging his jaw and trying to set it back in place. His face was contorted in pain, but he was determined not to go down without a fight. The next moment, he rises heavily and walks towards Su Chang, realizing that he's not going to resolve the situation peacefully. Now their conflict was becoming personal. Su Chang became even more angry, but he still couldn't understand why his blows didn't penetrate the enemy's skin. It seemed strange to him and worried him, making him doubt his own strength. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when the mantis explained to him about the chitinous exoskeleton that made them virtually invulnerable. This revelation gave him the key to understanding. The attacker, in turn, did not understand why Su Chang still wore the dragonfly complex and why he still had not fed anyone, as real insectoid predators should do. The guy didn't immediately understand what the attacker meant by the word feed, but he explained to him that it meant eating other insectoids, which is a natural norm for them. The attacker went into detail, describing his first experience of eating people and how it changed him, giving him strength and superiority that was distorted by his dark mind. But while he was in the euphoria of his power, something suddenly dawned on him, and he finally realized that he was becoming stronger every day thanks to his new abilities. In those days, money and position were everything in society, and he was often beaten and humiliated by those with more power. This hardened him, turning him into a cruel and vengeful monster. Now that all that humiliation and pain was behind him, there was nothing holding him back. No longer bound by social norms and rules, his true strength was bursting out. Armed with his new abilities and self-righteousness, the attacker wanted to destroy the existing hierarchy and show everyone his true power. He remembered how people had treated him with disdain and distrust before, how he had had to live up to their expectations until he found a way to regain control. The next moment, this monster rushes at Su Chang, quickly catching up with him with its huge, sharp claws, intending to deliver a fatal blow. But Su Chang is too quick for him. The enemy couldn't hit him, and this only increased his rage. He was irritated and couldn't control his emotions. Due to Su Chang's sharp reaction, the attacker became nervous. His movements became chaotic. He twitched and could not concentrate, which gave the guy an advantage. The attacker began to tremble with fear and tension when Su Chang grabbed him by the claws. The guy jerked them apart, not understanding where all the enemy's strength had gone. Su Chang got angry again and started to vent all his pent-up rage on his enemy. He couldn't forgive him for He Jin's death and demanded an answer for this brutal murder. The next moment, the attacker could not tolerate such treatment and snapped his claws. The guy got very angry again and started running at the attacker out of anger, not thinking about the consequences, relying only on his emotions and the desire to take revenge for all the insults caused. The guy ended up landing a good punch to his opponent's face, putting in all the strength he had to prove that he was not afraid and was ready to fight to the end. The attacker's jaw almost dislocated at that moment, and he felt that he had underestimated his opponent, who turned out to be stronger than he expected. But before the guy could move away, someone suddenly tripped him, and he lost his balance, falling to the floor with an unexpected speed and not understanding what was happening. The next moment, the guy lands hard on the floor, feeling pain pierce his body, and realizes that he is in a very dangerous situation from which it is difficult to get out. The guy sees that a little further away from Su Chang, there is an attacker who is already stretching his claw towards him, ready to strike and finish what he started, leaving no chance for salvation. But he doesn't stop there and immediately stands up to fight back, realizing that he has no other choice if he wants to survive this deadly duel. The attacker did not understand what the point of the guy's antics was, because he believed that with his strength he had no equal, and this young man would not be able to cause him serious problems. He already wanted to hit the guy with his claw, because he was sure that the guy was not his equal, and he believed that he could easily deal with him without giving him a chance to respond. The attacker slammed his claw hard into the floor, breaking it, and the boy felt the ground beneath his feet begin to crack, threatening to swallow him up at any moment. But the guy was able to quickly escape from him at the same moment, and deep down he agreed that his opponent was indeed much stronger than he could have imagined. The attacker tried to catch and kill the boy several more times, but he did not give up, continuing to dodge and use all his strength to avoid the fatal blow. At one point, he rolled to avoid being caught in the claws of this freak and felt the adrenaline rush through his body, giving him the strength to continue the fight. The guy fully agreed that the attacker was capable of taking him out with one blow, and he understood that he had to be very careful not to fall into his trap. Su Chang would occasionally recall He Jin's words and appearance, and these memories would give him strength and confidence that he had to win at any cost. After this, the guy became very angry and wanted to take revenge on his opponent for the girl he killed, wanting to punish him for all the evil he had done. He would only be glad if the guy could finish off the attacker, because it would be a fair end for someone who did not deserve a drop of pity. After the blow, the guy was very surprised when something crunched inside him, and he realized that his body was starting to give in, but he was not going to stop on this path. The attacker complained that he was in pain, and the guy finally surprised him with his abilities, which turned out to be much stronger than he expected. But the guy thought he was lying, and he didn't care about his blows, because he knew that his enemy was used to pain and would not give up as easily as it might seem at first glance. The next moment, the guy flew away from the attacker several meters due to his blow and felt the air knocked out of his lungs, but he was not going to give up. Suddenly, the boy remembered the moments when Professor Chi taught him special techniques that could help him in this situation and decided to use one of them. The boy was glad that it was not in vain that he asked the professor to teach him the techniques that he himself used, because now they could save his life and help him win this fight. At some point, the guy himself realized that it was time to use that ace in the hole that could turn the tide of the battle and give him a chance to win, despite all the difficulties. The guy failed to use the technique correctly, causing Su Chang to fall hard to the floor, feeling a sharp pain in his back, but he still decided to try again. After this, the guy's wings completely failed, which made him a little scared because it was them that he was counting on in this battle, and now he remained almost defenseless. The guy didn't understand why they refused exactly then, exactly at the moment when they were so needed, and he felt despair, but he wasn't going to give up despite this. He realized that his abilities came with side effects that could cost him his life if he didn't find a way to regain control of his powers. And at that moment, when the guy was sitting on the floor, the attacker came closer and closer to him, ordering the guy to get up to end this fight once and for all. But soon he came close to him, and as soon as he moved, he would have been gone. But the guy still hoped for a miracle and did not give up. even in such a dangerous situation. The next moment, someone pushed the attacker aside, and the guy felt his heart beat faster, realizing that he had a chance to escape. It turned out to be Hee-jin, who saved the guy's life by being able to push him away from him, and he was infinitely grateful to her for this, not believing what was happening. The guy couldn't believe that he was seeing her alive again, and he couldn't stop admiring her because he was sure that she had died, and now her appearance seemed like a real miracle to him. He also couldn't believe that she had survived the claw wound, and that gave him the strength to continue fighting despite all the difficulties and pain. Not only did the guy not understand the fact that Hee-jin was able to survive, but the attacker himself was confused, not expecting to see her alive after everything that happened. The attacker didn't like this at all, and he got really angry, threatening to kill her, believing that she had disrupted his plans and now had to pay for it. The guy asked the girl to dodge the blows, but she wanted him to remember something, knowing that only this could save them both in this difficult situation. Here, for example, is the complex the girl had, which she didn't want to tell anyone about, but now this could be their last chance for salvation. The guy didn't understand her because there was a fight going on. She was almost killed, and she remembers how he wanted to know what kind of complex she had and couldn't concentrate on the fight. Suddenly, the girl's eyes began to glow, looking at the attacker, and the guy realized that she was going to use her power to deliver a decisive blow. And a spark appeared in Hee-jin's eyes, which reflected the full force of her emotions and determination to finish what she had started, despite the fear and doubts tormenting her soul. A violent fight broke out between them, which lasted for quite some time, and every blow was full of fury and determination to win, leaving no room for weakness and doubt. Suddenly, the attacker felt so much pain that he began to groan from time to time, feeling how his strength was gradually fading and the pain was becoming unbearable. The girl asked the guy to watch carefully so that he would find out what kind of complex she really had and understand how strong she was, even in such difficult moments. The girl's eyes began to glow brightly red, and at the same time she stood in a strange pose, as if preparing for something bigger that would change the course of the battle. It was very sunny outside, and there were also cats often wandering around the dark alleys, as if they knew that this was where the events that would change everything were taking place. Two girls with a guy were standing in an alley between houses, and suddenly, finally, they saw the man they were waiting for, and the anticipation began to turn into tension and fear. At that moment, Park Hee-jin was leaving the house, and the seniors started calling her names, trying to humiliate her and make her feel even more vulnerable and alone. The guys started laughing at the girl because she lived in a basement. No one believed it at first until they saw the conditions in which she had to exist. They began to discuss how the girl had risen from the lower floor, where the basement was located, and could not understand how she had been able to live in such conditions and stay afloat. They reasoned that Hee-jin acted like a princess at school, because at first many people treated the poor with pity, but over time they began to despise her for her poverty. The girl did not expect to see her classmates standing in front of her and laughing at her. They started taking pictures of her as she left the house, trying to humiliate her. Her classmates began to humiliate the girl because she lived in the basement, and thus called her a cockroach, as if this could make them better in their own eyes. The guy was taking pictures of the girl at the time, explaining to his friends that he was doing it out of disgust, and his actions were making her feel even more lonely. And suddenly, some strictly dressed guy appears behind the guy, who pushed the guy who was photographing the girl, and this caused even more tension among everyone. The girls started insulting the guy for pushing their friend, but the guy calmly explained that he had a habit of squashing bugs, which made them feel horrified and angry. The girl stood in complete shock, watching what was happening near her house, not believing that all this was really happening, and feeling the ground slipping out from under her feet. The guy joked that he was an exterminator and winked at the girls, trying to ease the tension, but at the same time, making it clear that he was not afraid to engage in combat. As the girl entered her home, she shouted to young Jin that she was already home, trying to remain calm despite the stress she had experienced. Suddenly, the girl immediately saw a huge cockroach crawling along the corridor, and she was overcome with panic fear, which paralyzed her, preventing her from moving or screaming. A little later, he crawled into another room. While the girl watched this, she did not understand what to do, and her thoughts became confused, turning the situation into a nightmare come true. The next moment, Hee-jin screamed so loudly that her older brother woke up, immediately realizing that something had happened and rushing to help without thinking. Young Jin immediately ran out of his room, thinking that he needed to fight with someone, but he saw his frightened sister, who pointed in the direction where the cockroach was crawling. The guy immediately took the cockroach spray and was about to spray it on the bug to get rid of the threat once and for all, but suddenly realized that the spray was gone. But the next moment he realized that the spray was gone, and this added even more tension because the cockroach was still nearby and the protection was inoperative. The girl was very afraid of cockroaches, which is why she began to tremble, not knowing how to cope with this fear, which paralyzed her and did not allow her to think and act normally. Their cat started hunting a cockroach at the very moment when the boy and girl were thinking about how to kill it, and it seemed to them the only hope for salvation. The boy was disappointed that the canister had run out just when he needed it most, and felt helpless in the face of the threat. Jun-jin suggested that the girl buy jungle juice, which had recently appeared, explaining that it could be an effective remedy against cockroaches that could solve the problem. The girl realized that this was another dichlorvos, which would kill all the bugs, and she felt better, because this gave her hope that they would be able to cope with the threat. They had more than 30 meters of damp basement space at their disposal where cockroaches could hide, and this created additional difficulties in the fight against insects. The guy was a small ray of hope for them, because he wanted Hee-jin to go to college despite all the difficulties and troubles that they had to overcome. But after some time, Hee-jin's older brother passed away, and the girl felt like her whole world had collapsed because he was her only support in this cruel life. The girl was very upset. She understood that the reason for his death was overwork at his part-time jobs, and she did not know how to live on because she had lost her only support. The death of her older brother had taken away the ray of hope she had been hoping for, and now she felt like the whole world around her had collapsed and swallowed her up. The girl could not believe that all this had happened. It seemed to her that it was just a terrible dream from which she was about to wake up. But reality was cruel. The girls came to take revenge on Hee-jin. They brought a box with something incomprehensible, and the second girl still tried to stop her, but anger and hatred took over. One of the girls was angry at her brother who kicked her boyfriend, and now she wanted to take revenge on Hee-jin, believing that it would bring her satisfaction and peace. The girl told Hee-jin that she had brought her friends, but after that she looked in horror at the cockroaches that the other girl had dumped right into her room. Finally, the evil girl wished Hee-jin to have a good time with them, and at that moment, the girl could not hold back her tears, realizing that the nightmare had just begun. The girl prayed for this nightmare to finally end, but the cockroaches were getting closer and closer to her, and she did not know what to do because fear paralyzed her will. After what was done, the girls immediately ran away from this basement. They surrounded her from all sides, depriving her of any hope of salvation, and the girl felt that the world around her began to collapse, as if she was trapped with no way out. Poverty crept into the girl's life and a little later swallowed her up entirely, and she did not know how to get out of this darkness that enveloped her from all sides. And after that, she found herself in the pitch darkness she was so afraid of finding herself in, and that was the end of her hopes for a better future that seemed so unattainable. She saw the can of jungle juice lying next to her, and although it seemed like all was lost, her thoughts started spinning at an incredible speed, because this was the same jungle juice that her older brother had once bought her, and she remembered it very clearly. The same jungle juice that her older brother had once bought was now lying next to her, and the realization that it could help struck her like lightning, giving her new determination. The next moment, her hand darted towards the spray can that lay nearby, and her fingers, trembling with tension and fear, squeezed it tightly, as if it was her last chance for salvation. Tears streamed down Hee-jin's face, and filled with rage, she pressed the button of the spray can with all her might, hoping that it would somehow help her deal with the cockroaches that were approaching her. The girl continued to furiously spray the can at the approaching cockroaches, feeling rage boiling inside her, and did not stop even when her strength was almost exhausted. Suddenly, her eyes turned bright red, and her heart was filled with a thirst for revenge, so strong that even she herself became scared of the feelings that completely overwhelmed her. Meanwhile, the monster continued to move forward inexorably, destroying everything in its path, and behind it, at the limit of his capabilities, a man rushed, trying to keep up. The attacker was already confident of his victory, thinking that Hee-jin was dead, but soon an unpleasant discovery awaited him. The girl was alive and well and ready to fight to the last. Hee-jin, through her pain and rage, demanded that he tell her where Do-hwa and Hai-sun were, and her anger grew with each passing second, fueled by his silence. Their fight entered a new phase, and a fierce battle began between them, full of furious attacks and cries so powerful that even the earth seemed to tremble from their sound. The guy watching all this was so stunned and scared that he didn't dare to intervene, fearing that he would only hinder Hee-jin in her furious fight with the enemy. Soo-chang couldn't believe his eyes. Hee-jin, who had just recently suffered several serious blows, was now recovering at incredible speed and returning to the fight. He was absolutely sure that she was dead, and had already begun to come to terms with this thought. But now he had to reconsider his beliefs when he saw her alive. Blood was flowing down Hee-jin's arm, and Soo-chang, forgetting about his own fears, couldn't help but start worrying about her condition, and how much longer she could hold on like this. It turned out that Hee-jin had an amazing ability to regenerate, and such minor wounds as those she received in battle did not pose much danger to her. When Soo-chang asked the girl about her abilities, she, without hesitation, admitted to him that it was all thanks to her essence that made her so resilient. At the last moment before fighting another enemy, Hee-jin confessed to Soo-chan that she was actually a cockroach, which shocked him to the core. The attacker had long suspected that the girl was something unusual, and when she confirmed that she was a cockroach, he was not as surprised as he might have been. He began to go over in his mind possible places where she could have become infected with the mutation, and every word he said only made the girl angrier, increasing her thirst for revenge. When the intruder mentioned some stinking basement where the mutation could have occurred, Hee-jin lost her temper and attacked him with fury, determined to destroy him. The attacker, seeing how his words had enraged Hee-jin, was pleased because his provocations had finally worked, and meanwhile, Soo-chang was still sitting there in a daze. The boy began to understand why Hee-jin always avoided talking about her place of residence, and why she didn't want anyone to know where she actually lived. Soo-chang desperately tried to get up and help the girl in her struggle, but his body seemed paralyzed, and he could not move from the spot, despite all his desire to help. The attacker continued to unsettle the girl, making her more and more angry with every word and action, and it seemed that Hee-jin was about to lose control of herself. He was even more angry because he couldn't hit Hee-jin. She was so fast and agile that all his attempts to hurt her were unsuccessful. But despite her speed and strength, he knew that cockroaches couldn't live forever, and that gave him hope that he could still find a way to destroy her. The attacker paused for a moment, thinking about how else he could kill Hee-jin, and this short pause gave him the opportunity to come up with a new idea. He suddenly realized how exactly he could finish off Hee-jin once and for all, and this thought made him act even faster, approaching her with a new tactic. Hee-jin realized that he was planning something, and overcome with fear for her life, she rushed away, hoping to break away from him and buy time for a new plan. She didn't want to die so early, not now. But the attacker was more cunning and was able to calculate her steps, driving her into a corner from which there was no escape. The guy didn't want Hee-jin to get too close to him, because fear for his life made him instinctively move away from her. The next moment, the attacker, without thinking, struck her and pierced her through and through, his weapon piercing her body, leaving a fatal wound at the site of the blow. Soo-chang, looking at Hee-jin hanging from the attacker's weapon and bleeding, was shocked and could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The attacker was jubilant, pleased that he had finally found a way to kill the girl, and his joy was boundless as he threw her body aside like trash. With his sinister smile and cold gaze, the intruder turned to Soo-chang, and the boy felt fear rise up inside him, paralyzing his entire being. Soo-chang couldn't take his eyes off the huge hole in Hee-jin's body, and hearing the monster's joyful cries, he began to lose hope, because it seemed like she would never be resurrected again. He couldn't believe he was seeing this again, and all his feelings were mixed into one huge confusion. He didn't know what to do next and where to move in this terrible situation. The attacker tried to calm Soo-chan down by saying that if Hee-jin wasn't an insectoid, she would have died long ago, and this was supposed to comfort the guy, but it didn't work. The world of insectoids has always been unfair, and this terrible situation only confirmed it, because not everyone could survive in such conditions and remain unharmed for long. The attacker later explained to the guy that there is no place for poor insectoids in this world. The next moment he was surprised by something strange, but in the end it turned out that he was surprised because the guy's pupils began to shrink, and it was clear from his face that he was not thinking about anything good at that moment. In the end, the guy managed to do everything there so that his body began to obey him again. The man with the piercing looked at the young man, who held his ace up his sleeve, and thought that his wings were glowing and that it was because of his complex. He looked at the girl, not understanding how her death could have so shortened the guy who used to say that he never fed. The man remembered how he ate people, thinking that it turns out that it is not necessary to devour one's own kind in order to become more powerful. But this obsession quickly subsided, and the man, licking his lips, said that every victim is different, and everyone has different nutritional value. He reached out his claw to the boy, saying that he couldn't wait to find out what would happen when he feasted on the dragonfly. But Su Chang was able to easily dodge his opponent's blows. He looked at him with burning eyes, already preparing to strike. Realizing that the dragonfly didn't care at all about his opponent's attack, the man was very surprised, opening his eyes wide. Because of this delay, Su Chang was able to easily hit the man, lifting him high into the sky. In front of the green-eyed guy, there were still claws that were already ready to turn everything around into dust. And so it happened because all that was left around Su Chang was quickly spreading dust. But it was an illusion, because a few moments later, the claw rose high up again from the end of the corridor. The man sitting in the boxes was thinking that he had finally managed to put this idiot to bed, and he hoped that the dragonfly would not come to his senses anytime soon. But the joy of the dragonfly's enemy did not last long, because after a couple of moments he looked forward with frightened eyes burning with red fire. Before his eyes was a green-eyed youth who was holding some kind of weapon that resembled the moon in his hands. The young man's opponent trembled all over, thinking that jungle juice gives great power, but reason and logic remained the same. He looked at his opponent's legs, which were swaying, because he was already ready to jump or run with all his might. Su Chang grinned like a beast and covered his own eyes, and then said that he would either destroy or be destroyed. He turned his gaze to the young girl who continued to bleed on the floor, repeating the words that he would either eat her or be eaten. There was nothing human left in the dragonfly at all. In his head there remained the sense that he must devour or be devoured, which repeated itself tirelessly, creating a cycle. The dragonfly's opponent was trembling all over, because what he saw in front of him caused an instinctive, insane animal fear of the insectoid. And after that, everything began to slowly blur before the dragonfly's eyes, as if the world around her was losing its clarity, and even the face of her opponent became blurry. And this led the dragonfly into a state of alarm, because she was used to relying on her sharp eyesight. The green-eyed man, who had been standing confidently in front of her until now, was immediately attacked by her enemy's claws, but he, possessing incredible speed and agility, easily dodged each attack. The man suddenly lunged forward with such speed that the dragonfly did not have time to react, and he grabbed her by the face, squeezing it tightly with his hands, as if he wanted to crush it, leaving her in a state of shock and bewilderment. The green-eyed youth, whose wings were burning with a bright green fire, confidently bent his enemy to the ground, completely controlling his movement so that he could not get up without help, and this gave him a huge advantage. Despite his situation, the dragonfly's enemy, lying on the ground under Su Chang's weight, couldn't help but be cheeky and call him names, as if it could somehow change his fate. But Su Chang didn't pay attention to it, concentrating on his task. However, the enemy was not as simple as it might seem at first glance, and while the young man held him, he advised him to be careful and keep an eye out, because a huge claw was already approaching him from behind. At this moment, a strange power burst out from Su Chang's mouth, whose eyes continued to glow with a bright green fire and spread around at incredible speed. Now Su Chang understood that his abilities as an insectoid were not limited to just his keen eyesight and wings, because he also had other, much more powerful tools for combat. He knew that the dragonfly's razor-sharp jaws could easily pierce the flesh of his victim and crunch it to pieces, as was common in the wild. Suddenly, claws that looked like huge fangs appeared from the man's mouth, and he grabbed his enemy's claw with them, looking with fury at the one who had been trying to resist until now, not realizing that his chances of winning were almost exhausted. The red-eyed man, under the control of the dragonfly's power, looked at his opponent in confusion, trying to comprehend how such a young man could possess such incredible strength. The dragonfly's enemy could not find an explanation for where Su Chang got such power from, because despite all his training, he did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. Su Chang suddenly remembered the old man's words, telling him that if he trained daily, the side effects of his transformation would appear less frequently, and he would be able to fully utilize his abilities. But right now, he needed to focus on the current fight. Professor Chi had told him more than once that the insectoid stance was a special state in which the insect instinctively took a fighting stance, preparing to attack, and Su Chang knew that this was the moment when he needed to use all his instincts. The professor reminded him that the human mind often restrained instincts, not allowing them to manifest fully, but in battle this was a weakness, and Su Chang had to allow his animal instincts to take over his mind. The old man said that only complete immersion in instincts would allow the insectoid complex to unfold to its full potential. And this was the entire power of the stance, which could encircle and suppress everything around, including the enemy. The young man was thinking about the fact that not everyone can have the insectoid stance, and at that moment, green steam began to come out of his eyes, symbolizing the power that was seething inside him, ready to burst out at any moment. Holding his enemy with his strong arms, Su Chang understood that by allowing his instincts to guide his actions, he was abandoning human logic. But this was his strength, because reason only hindered him in battle. He felt that the insectoid complex had complete control over his body, but this did not prevent him from realizing that his eyes were burning with the fires of rage, and his hands squeezed even tighter around the enemy's neck, not allowing him to break free. His opponent's gaze was full of surprise because he could not understand how such a young man, who appeared to be ordinary at first glance, could possess such incredible power that even more experienced insectoids could not control. All these years, the dragonfly's enemy had been trying to increase his power by hunting other insectoids and feeding on their energy. But now he was faced with an opponent he could not defeat, and this terrified him. However, today this opponent turned out to be his last. And like a snake caught in the claws of an eagle, he felt his strength draining away and the life leaving his body under the onslaught of Su Chang. The man screamed in pain as his eyes, wide open in fear and terror, began to bulge as if he couldn't withstand the pressure that Su Chang was putting on him. The dragonfly's enemy knew that their strength was disproportionate because Su Chang was able to tear off his claw in an instant, as if it were a simple twig, and he could not do anything about it. The man pleaded, asking Su Chang to stop because he realized that he had lost and could no longer resist. But the dragonfly did not listen to him, continuing to strike. Green steam was pouring out of the enemy's mouth, as if his insides were starting to evaporate from the poison that was penetrating his body, with each bite of Su Chang's claws tearing him apart. Su Chang continued to tear at the enemy's claws, throwing them in different directions, and the building around them was already covered in blood, which flowed down the walls, leaving scarlet marks on the wood. The screams of the enemy echoed throughout the building, causing the walls to shake, and it seemed as if everything around was plunged into chaos, saturated with pain and suffering. The dragonfly's enemy was already bathing in his own blood, which was flowing from his mouth and body in streams, and this sight made him beg Su Chang for mercy because he no longer had any hope of salvation. But the dragonfly was merciless, and lifting the enemy's body above his head, Su Chang continued to mock him, enjoying the way the blood dripped onto the floor, as if this was the final act of his revenge. The enemy's neck began to break under the weight of his own body, but Su Chang did not let him fall, holding him by the ear, as if he was playing with a doll that he could tear apart at any moment. And then something happened that Su Chang could not have expected. His enemy's body suddenly disappeared, and another man appeared in front of him, and he himself found himself on the floor, as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. In front of him stood a man with lush blonde hair, holding in his hand a strange, lifelike aquarium, surrounded by thin lines that smoothly flowed around it. The aquarium rushed towards Su Chang, wrapping itself around his body with such force that he could not move, as if he had fallen into a net that completely paralyzed his movements. Now he was at the complete mercy of this new, dangerous adversary who looked down on him with icy contempt. The man, whose blonde hair glowed in the dim light, said that he had let Su Chang into his hunting grounds not to make him a champion, but to teach him the rules of this cruel world. But seeing that the young man was so strong and unpredictable, he decided that he was no longer needed, and now only disposal awaited him. He walked closer to Su Chang, who was lying on the floor, leaned over him, carefully examining him, as if he were studying a rare specimen of an insect that turned out to be much more interesting than he could have imagined at the beginning of this game. The man abruptly lifted Su Chang by his hair, forcing him to look into his eyes, and grinned, noticing how the spark of struggle still glimmered in the young man's eyes, although his body was almost no longer obeying, and then he grinned even wider. The blond man leaned even closer to Su Chang, so that their faces were almost next to each other, and he whispered with obvious pleasure that he had awakened in him the desire to destroy him to the very foundation, before there was anything left of him. The man said that now the bloodhounds will track Su Chang down in a flash, calling them annoying nest bugs. I can already imagine the picture of them walking through the forest looking for the boy. The man said that he didn't have time to deal with these guys, so he was saying goodbye to them for today, but that's when Su Chang opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. Behind the doors of that building, Those same annoying nest bugs had already gathered, saying on the phone that they had finally arrived at the place, because the signal was coming from here. One of the bloodhounds said that this was natural life, and did not understand where their warehouse came from, because this was clearly not a good sign. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from the door of the building, and the nearby bloodhounds immediately recoiled, retreating from the darkness. The man with yellow eyes said that he hoped that next time Su Chang would bring out his inner beast for him, smiling madly. One of them was a girl with long yellow hair, who frowned deeply, already expecting a battle. Well, it was just a young man who was crying and begging for help, holding Hee-jin's lifeless and bloody body in his arms. There was a crowd of people gathered at the main entrance, all of them walking under umbrellas because of the pouring rain. Professor Chi-jin's eyes widened in surprise, despite what was happening right in front of him. In front of him stood his ward, and a familiar girl in his arms, whose clothes were already soaked in blood, and whose eyes were closed. Other people nearby started shouting that they needed to call a doctor urgently. They started shouting for people to come to their aid, but the boy didn't even move from the spot. The professor couldn't get a word out, but after a few moments he asked what had happened, ignoring the screams of the people behind him. The man with green eyes replied that they only wanted to check one warehouse in case there was jungle juice there, but instead they found an insectoid. The doctor screamed as something fell not far from them, blocking their path to the boy and girl nearby. But suddenly, the gray-haired professor grabbed someone by the clothes and shouted that it was time for him to stop mumbling. The man he grabbed was Su Chang, and the man himself said that they had a task to find the damn aerosol. Professor Chi-jin looked at the boy's indifferent face and reminded him that there was no talk of death. But suddenly a girl with short red hair approached them. She told the grumpy old man to calm down, because there were already spectators gathered for his concert. The man cast a stern yellow gaze at the girl behind him, examining her silhouette. He turned to the girl, who was Professor Yu from the Nest Department of Beneficial Insects, and she asked how they would now transport a patient with a broken gurney. Professor Chi-jin asked what Professor Yu was doing here, who ordered to get rid of the extra eyes, and then said that when patients need her, she always comes to their call. She asked the young man named Su Chang, who was already very surprised, to put the girl on the ground. Then the girl took some little thing with a red bottom. It was crumpled and easily fit in her hands, and then the girl pulled something out of it. It was some kind of magic. Professor Yu brought her hand to the girl's wound, next to which green energy immediately began to grow. The guy with green eyes immediately screamed, asking what this girl was doing, showing his face, which was all covered in wounds. It was a very strange magic because from it immediately began to grow some kind of thing, reminiscent of a plant stem, the tip of which was burning. And from the back of Professor Yu's hand, whole heaps of such stems began to grow, wriggling and rising upward. The girl nearby said that the guy has no reason to worry because this is just a method of treatment, and Professor Yu has a unique complex. The same girl answered that Professor Yu is half a firefly from the genus Coleoptera, and the other half is a fungus that parasitizes on him, and this complex is called cordyceps. She said that it was more precisely Cordyceps sinensis, which is used in traditional medicine, because it is a very interesting mushroom that has a whole range of healing properties. The girl smiled softly and looked at the young boy who was so worried about the girl. And then all these stems from Professor Yu's hand went to the girl's wound under the voice of another girl, who said that her complex is considered one of the most mysterious and useful in the entire nest. The man looked at the girl from whose body a bright sunlight began to grow, and there was no more wound or blood. Suchin smiled brightly and asked Professor Yu if Hee-jin would really live. But his joy immediately turned into complete disappointment and even greater pain, because the professor replied that it was too late. The girl with red hair said that Hee-jin's heart had long since stopped beating, and her complex was only capable of healing wounds. The woman walked away from the girl's body, saying that she was very sorry, but she also had no power to bring people back from the other world. Su Chang, who had just found hope, opened his eyes in horror at what was happening and the horror of loss. The old man nearby couldn't even move and stood in place, continuously watching them. The girl with the red eyes looked heavily at the dead student and decided to call the paramedics. She turned and walked away, not wanting to see the young man's regretful face behind her, but saying that it would be better for the orderlies to bring the body inside. Another young man, who was probably an orderly, approached them from behind and quietly spoke to Su Chang, who was hugging and holding the body of a young girl. The doctor apologized to Su Chang and then extended his hand to take the corpse, but the green-eyed boy pushed his hand away. The young man was almost crying, hugging Hee-jin's lifeless body, who had already begun to turn pale even tighter. But suddenly the girl remembered how she was sitting in a dusty room next to some guy who was talking about how he was chasing after this cockroach, but to no avail. Hee-jin sat in her school uniform, hugging her knees, and saying that she was fed up with these bugs, and this house too, because everything here was teeming with insects, but everything wouldn't be like this if they were rich. The guy next to her smiled brightly and asked if Hee-jin knew that after metamorphosis, insects turn into cuties like butterflies, dragonflies, or cicadas. The guy next to her said that all these people hate bugs, but even these nasty creatures become beautiful when their time comes, and it's the same story with people. The guy was discussing the fact that it's not for nothing that they say that there will be a holiday on your street, because no matter how difficult the situation may seem, there will always be room for something beautiful in it. The boy smiled brightly, saying that with such a cute sister, every day is a joy, but Hee-jin kicked her brother in response, saying that he should stop joking. The guy stood up, saying that it was fun to fool around with Hee-jin, but she shouldn't wind herself up with gloomy thoughts, because crumbs of happiness fall to her lot too. She just needs to hold on to them. The brother extended his hand to her, saying that for her sake he would catch all the bugs, leaving the girl perplexed. The girl all this time looked at her brother's face in surprise, listening to him reassure her about the thought that they were as poor as church mice. The girl stretched out her hand, as if in a dream, enchanted, trying to reach him. But instead of her brother's hand, she met Soo-chang's hand, who still could not let go of her lifeless body, saying that she should not give up and should live. The girl squeezed his hand, which the green-eyed young man immediately felt, and tears welled up in his eyes. He called out loudly to Hee-jin, causing Professor Yu, who had already moved quite far away, to pay attention to him. Professor Chi, who had already closed his eyes, trying to comprehend everything that had happened, also noticed the young man's cry. The girl's face began to deform, as if it were crunching, and this was called metamorphosis, or the process of turning a larva into an imago. Every insect goes through this stage to shed its old exoskeleton and spread its wings like a butterfly. Before her eyes was the face of a tearful young man, but in her thoughts there were still discussions about how no matter how ugly the insect was, the moment of transformation, the acquisition of new strength, was beautiful. It was all a transformation of a cockroach, because Hee-jin's body seemed to rise into the air, illuminating everything around with a bright pink light, learning the triumph of life. The girl barely opened her eyes, looking at the magic in front of her, which enveloped her body. Then she saw a bright sky from which pink magic seemed to be pouring out in streams, directing all its forces towards her. In that sky she saw her brother, and so she reached out to him, ignoring the magic around her that could hinder her. She turned to him asking if he had swatted the bug, remembering those moments from her childhood when the girl would scream in fear at the sight of any bug. He grabbed her hand with his worn fingers, saying that he had swatted this insect. In fact, it was Soo-chang, who was smiling with a tear-stained face, holding her hand, saying that the main thing was that the girl should not worry. The girl opened her eyes wide, not expecting to see him here. She did not have time to ask what he was doing here. Soo-chang pressed the girl to himself, hugging her tightly and smiling brightly, afraid that she would stop breathing again. He cried even harder, and then the girl's entire shoulder was sprinkled with bitter tears, and Soo-chang himself thought that a stone with his soul would fall off his shoulders. He couldn't say it, but he thought that he was very glad that Hee-jin was okay, ignoring the orderlies and doctors who ran to them. After some time had passed, they were in the hospital wing of the nest. He woke up and he was already in the hospital, with bandaged hands and looking tiredly at the guys in front of him. Soo-chang didn't shout that they had searched everywhere for Do-hwa and Hai-sung, who were now standing in front of them safe and sound. The red-haired guy replied that they must have been in the next building, recalling how similar they were. Standing back to back with the young girl, shining a flashlight, he did not understand where they were. Hai-sung started to talk about how suddenly the floor shook under their feet and shelves fell on them from above, and they screamed, "I don't even know what to do with it." The man raised his finger, saying that was why they were stuck under the rubble for a couple of hours, but Soo-chang thought that it was most likely because of them. Hai-sung asked what was wrong with the class president, to which Soo-chang replied that Hee-jin had gone to the lab for a checkup, thinking that he shouldn't tell her what happened to her. The man said that it was a shame that they were sold fake jungle juice, because they would have to start their search from scratch again, but Soo-chang calmly replied that they still had time, so it wasn't that bad. Soo-chang asked in bewilderment how the guys had even stumbled upon that warehouse, if it was located in the middle of nowhere. He thoughtfully told him that they went around asking everyone, and one unusual similar one told them. The red-haired guy remembered that the passerby had such white hair with purple highlights, as if in water. The guy also noticed that the passerby had a huge earring in his ear, one of which had a web attached to a spider. Next to the very guy they were talking about, a small golden dog began to bark. The man slammed the door, moving closer to the dog, and a man nearby asked why he had returned so quickly. And then the unknown man said that every time he looked at the nameless passerby, he wondered how they hadn't drowned in that spider-shaped thing near his head, but the man himself was amazed by it. The brunette behind the young man asked how it was that only scraps remained of their earwig. He couldn't understand whether those bastards had sold their souls, since they had taken all the delicacies under the bark for themselves. But suddenly that same thing with water near his head burst, thereby creating new fresh drops of water around the table. The brunette threw a towel to his interlocutor and said that this was clearly a familiar tone, and he clearly had his eye on someone, looking at the black thing in front of him. He turned to the blonde man, addressing him as a respected secretary, and he asked what was really so noticeable. The breeder told him to contact their decoys at the nest and the couple they borrowed from Shingayan. The brunette said that apparently Shingayan had killed the water bug, which caused the breeder to call the girl a crazy bitch and ask what happened to the second one. They began to discuss the second, already imagining the picture of Su-chan chatting sweetly with Su-chan. The man replied that their second impersonator had already disguised himself as a first-year student and was spying on people in the nest. The breeder smiled mockingly as he scratched his chin and said that it was wonderful because they would have a little fun. After that, they returned to the task because the deadline was still looming, although in the end they still found nothing. Khan twitched and trembled when the old man began to say that Group A, which collected 0 aerosols, was simply outrageous. The professor said that all the first years had collected 0 aerosols, which caused him a lot of confusion because they had not collected a single jungle juice. All the first-year students immediately began to complain, not understanding where they were supposed to find these canisters, but Su Chang relaxed because he was not the only one who failed. Professor Chi Jun looked sternly at the audience and said that he had not expected anything else, which caused even more general indignation. The professor picked up the remote control and pressed some button, saying that that was the point, because in their days jungle juice was hard to find. The dragonfly saw statistics on the screen, and the professor said that they had some difficulties with collecting aerosols, because this year they managed to find a couple of cans. He asked if the students could guess why. The man looked sternly at the students and said, they weren't the only ones hunting for jungle juice sprays. A certain man with blonde hair and a hint of purple was in charge of all this. And the old man said that someone was constantly putting a spoke in their wheels, and it was all one gang of insectoids. The man showed on the screen how a certain masked man was chasing 2 people, saying that little is known about this gang. He asked if the students had heard about terrorists who throw acid at passersby, because they have the same system. Only their victims mutate into insectoids against their will. The old man said that they had illegally brought dangerous species into Korea, and in addition, they also had local endangered insects in their arsenal, because they were the ones used to mutate people, and many of the victims lived in the nest. Haesung listened carefully as he said that there were some people present in this audience, but they had not become like this of their own free will. And then he turned his gaze to the bored Do Hua, who was also listening to the professor, who was insisting that fate had played a cruel joke on them, because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The man clenched his fists and said that this gang had not crossed the path of the nest before, hiding in the shadows for a long time, so they only watched. The old man reminded them that recently this gang had become bolder and had set a trap for them, recalling that abandoned building in the warehouse. Professor Chi looked sternly at the audience and said that the guys should listen carefully because this semester everything would be different. The old man said that during practical missions, they would face a real threat because those insectoids were dangerous, and Nest intended to engage in battle with them. The man said he had no intention of beating around the bush and was giving them a chance to transfer to another department. The man was still looking at the audience and saying that the guys themselves knew the laws of nature, and they would have to fight to the death because the level of danger was critical. The man recalled Su-chan carrying the girl's bloody body in his arms and said that the audience already knew what happened to Group A and the others could also suffer. The man reminded that the boys could even die, as recently during the escape of a praying mantis, 2 boys died, 2 for whom a small altar had already been made. He turned his gaze to the 2 boys who were Su-chan and He-jin and said that some of the audience were already on the verge of death. He seemed to look through each student and asked only those who were willing to put their lives on the line to stay. The red-haired guy slammed his fist on the table, and Do-hwa began to scratch her chin thoughtfully when she heard Professor Chi-jun continue. There were 2 students sitting at the back of the class, one of whom had his face twisted in disgust, and the girl was almost shaking with fear as she looked at him. Two more girls looked at each other with fear, not knowing at all what answer to give to the professor, who had recently been chasing them through the forest. But suddenly, one student who had previously been sitting next to Hee-jin stood up from his seat, and she looked at him in surprise. The young man said that he had one question for Professor Chi-jun, who immediately frowned, listening attentively. It was Su-chang, who, raising his hand and widening his green eyes, asked if such a risk would affect the final grade. The entire audience immediately stared at the young lad in surprise, not understanding how this thought had even come into his head in the first place. The old man sighed heavily and replied that of course it would have an effect, because no one had canceled the factors of a real threat, so they would get extra points. Su-chang asked what to think about then, which caused Hee-jin to have many questions, so she widened her eyes and stared at her friend. And the man remembered that very notebook in which it was written about special courses, reasoning that he had failed Professor Ma's course. And after that he stopped even hoping that he could become the best student. But now the green-eyed boy smiled brightly, with hope in his voice and excitement in his eyes, saying that the game was worth the candle. Du-hua looked at the boy like he was an idiot, but Hai-sung laughed and asked if he was still dreaming about Cinderella. Hai-sung talked about how he remembered Han Byul, that cute boy from junior year who was held back a year. He also remembered the fate of Chang-jun, because all of these two guys died, and because of this, the red-haired young man was quite scared. Hai-sung smiled slyly and said that since he wanted the professor according to the law of the jungle, then he didn't give a damn about all this jungle. Du-hua also smiled slyly and slammed her fists on the table, saying that she had been waiting for this for a long time, looking at the professor. The two girls that the professor had chased earlier said that they understood what they were signing up for, and therefore would not give in to the transfer student, because once was enough for them. Two more students said that it was better than sitting in such a body for the rest of their lives, and other girls agreed, saying that they had trained a lot last semester. Hee-jin smiled happily and exhaled, remembering that at the beginning of each semester, all newcomers were warned of danger. She looked at the professor, remembering that before they had only talked about injuries and serious trauma, but not about death. The professor sighed heavily at this point, looking around the entire audience, knowing that usually many people give up as soon as they hear about physical injuries. But this time there was a good selection. He then looked at each of them, realizing that even in the face of death, none of them would give up. But he himself only said that they had worked hard on the task, but now the lesson was over. The professor first asked Hee-jin if everything was still in effect tonight, and then said the training would begin next week, but the guys had nothing to fear, because he would give them a day or two to relax. Hearing Hee-jun's positive response, he said that it was good, and in that case they would be able to get to know each other properly at the freshman initiation into Nest. Su-chang was holding some seafood and asked in surprise if they really called this the initiation of first years into the Nest. He watched as Do-hwa poured alcohol into the red-haired boy in front of him, while people danced and had fun around him, drinking baths of alcohol. He said that they were having a blast here as if nothing had happened, sitting next to Hee-jin, who was peacefully sipping alcohol from an iron can. The girl remembered the tear-stained face of the guy who said that the main thing for the girl was not to worry when she reached out to him with her hand that evening. The girl looked at Su-chang with disbelief and then asked him to say something, but she was interrupted by a shout that also called Su-chang. It was Hai-sung who had Do-hwa jumping on his neck, and the guy was almost begging Su-chan to help him get rid of her. Hee-jin looked at Do-hwa, who was hugging the red-haired boy who was already trembling with all her might. Well, after hearing such insults, the girl jumped off the red-haired guy and said that it was all boring, and at the same time hit Hai-sung. The girl banged her fists on the chair and said that she wanted more soju, but the guy interrupted her, saying that alcohol didn't make her crazy. The man with red hair said that she was quite the spirited one, and Su-chan asked how the guy put up with her every day. The green-eyed youth asked if his roommate was a masochist, but he told Su-chang to come to his senses, calling the guy an idiot. While drinking a can of alcohol, the red-haired guy said that he would not leave her alone, and the girl did not know how to be friends in any other way. He took his first look at the blonde woman who was sitting at the next table, trying to open a jar, listening to Hai-sung's words about how it was hard for her to get along with people, and that she was expressing her sympathy with such actions. The green-eyed guy opened his eyes wide in response and looked at the guy. He initially agreed, but then decided to object. He watched as a certain guy approached Do-hwa, and Su-chan said that someone seemed to be willing to give her a chance. This guy in the black suit was finally able to help her open that damn jar she couldn't get open. This guy with purple eyes, he was a first-year practical entomology course on nest protection issues, named Lee Jun-hyun. He asked her to go for a drink. The green-eyed boy asked in surprise who it was, and Hee-jin indifferently replied that it was probably someone from the lab. At first, the girl looked with contempt at her new acquaintance, who had successfully opened her unfortunate jar. But a moment later, she asked what was taking this cutie so long, grabbed his hand, and said that it was time for them to go, because she wanted to teach him how to drink soju. The guys asked Hae-sung if this girl really had a hard time hanging out with people and that she didn't know how to be friends in any other way, but the red-haired guy told them to shut up. The young man with green eyes smiled brightly, looking at Hae-sung, who he was clearly jealous of, and only added fuel to the fire, saying that it was quite possible that something would happen between them. But that man in black with purple eyes cast a stern glance at Su-chan, walking away arm in arm with Do-hwa. The playful mood of the young man with green eyes immediately disappeared. He shuddered from such a cold and detached look, opening his eyes wide. The man with green eyes watched the two people, not understanding where such a strange feeling came from. At the same time, somewhere on the street, on some iron tower, a red and green nest flag was flying. A man in a black hood stood in front of the cliff. They say that everything went well, and people did not suspect anything. The hooded man opened his eyes wide and looked back, and it seemed as if his eyes were even sparkling. Near the tree lay a girl who was tied up and had already passed out from alcohol and was quietly snoring. The guy came closer to her and squatted down. He addressed her as if she were cute and looked at her. The man reached out his hand to her, saying that if he were in this girl's place, he would not have woken up at all. But Jong-hyun's wrist was suddenly grabbed by another hand, holding him firmly in place. This person was a green-eyed young man who angrily asked what the hell the guy with purple eyes was up to. He came closer to him and told the freak to answer, holding his hand even tighter, not allowing him to even touch himself or Do-hwa. Behind the satisfied breeder walked a brunette who asked who they had ordered to take from the nest. The unknown young man discontentedly suggested that although there is a lot of hassle with winged creatures, perhaps this is the dragonfly that tore the earwig to pieces. The breeder told the boy not to worry, because the dragonfly with eyes glowing with green fire would definitely add to his collection, but only when it grew up. The boy with purple eyes kept smiling, and finally turned around and said the name of the one he wanted to bring back. And that person was his creation, who was now lying tied up under a tree, also passed out from alcohol. Meanwhile, in the very room where the first-year initiation ceremony was taking place, all sorts of wild things were still happening due to the large amount of alcohol that had been consumed. But at the same time, in the silence of the night on the mountainside, Su-chang asked who the hell he was and why the hell he tied up Do-hwa. The green-eyed youth looked warily at the young man in front of him, suddenly struck by a strange guess. He asked Lee Jun if he was Do-hwa's boyfriend, casually, worried that he might disturb them, but the young man immediately told him to stop talking nonsense to Su-chan. The green-eyed guy ran up to Do-hwa, telling Lee Jun that if he harassed a girl he barely knew, it was a crime. The violet-eyed boy grabbed the green-eyed dragonfly by the shoulder, addressing him as a bug. The young man suddenly told him not to get underfoot, after which he used his complex, causing black feathers to rain down around him, which made Su-changu recoil. The green-eyed guy didn't understand at all what was happening, looking in surprise at the black feathers around him, moving further and further away from their source in front. And then, just a few moments later, one feather pierced his skin like the tip of a knife, causing the young man quite an unpleasant sensation. The young man with green eyes looked in fear at his hand, which was almost pierced through by just a soft, light feather. The green-eyed youth immediately hurried to run away from Jong-hyun, who warned Su-chang to always be on guard. Before him stood a real Goliath tarantula, a representative of the Theraphosidae family, a bird hunter that can throw poisonous hairs. The man with purple eyes said that he was taking Do-hwa away because she didn't belong here, because she was definitely not like the rest of them. The green-eyed man squeezed his wounded hand tightly, listening to him say that the young man should say goodbye to her because she would not return to the nest. Su-chang glanced at the man's imposing figure and asked if he was really not a student at all. The young man with sparkling eyes opened his eyes wide and looked warningly at the green-eyed young man in front of him. A moment later, he rushed after Su-chang, but the dragonfly was able to quickly jump back thanks to his ability, although he did not expect such a blow at all. Then a strange hand suddenly reached out to the green-eyed young man's eyes, intending to hit him and driving the boy into a stupor. The man remembered perfectly well everything that had happened in that warehouse, and knew that the last time he and I had been hopeful, it had gone sideways. Well, now it's all different. The man flew high into the sky with the help of his dragonfly wings, which he had already managed to spread. The man thought that he now needed to give it his all, and at that very second, he was able to dodge the blow of his opponent with a purple beam of energy in front of him. He flew higher and higher, thinking that he should keep his distance, and then he would grab Do Hua and they would run away. The purple-eyed man paused for a moment, looking around the dusty area that had become like that due to the dragonflies jumping. He raised his indifferent gaze to Su Chang, which even showed purple highlights, and said that the dragonfly had not left in vain. Then the man showed his wings, but they were only feathers, which now grew all over the sky, illuminating everything around. And then the dragonfly realized with surprise that in front of him was the stand of a tarantula, a very dangerous poisonous spider. The green-eyed boy was very scared, floating in the air and watching his opponent, who was performing such tricks that he did not expect at all. His opponent used a poisonous barrage of his feathers and directed them all at his opponent, who then barely managed to cover his face from the feathers in the sky. All the young man's hands were already covered in blood from the wounds he received from the feathers. But the young man only thought with displeasure that he had quite a complex, because it turns out that spiders can do such things. The young man only frowned more, covering his eyes with his hands, and realized that there were too many feathers. He would not be able to dodge this strong bastard in his complex. The boy, who had not stopped protecting his face, especially his eyes, from the feathers for a moment, fell to the ground. The green-eyed youth immediately tried to run away, looking back at his enemy in fear, realizing that he should return for help. But the tarantula stopped him, firmly grabbing him by the hood and pulling him back, and then asking how far the young man was going. Lee Junhyun opened his sparkling eyes wide and then sternly said that Su Chan would now have to go with them. He Jin was alone all this time, sitting alone at the table, thinking that Su Chang had disappeared into thin air, and it was quite possible that he had not gone to the restroom. He Jin looked sadly at the can of alcohol and remembered that she only wanted to ask about that day, but it seemed that they were not destined to be alone. The girl drank another can in one gulp, stopping herself from these thoughts and realizing that she was already carried away, but someone called her from behind. The girl screamed in fright, asking what Hai Sung wanted, who was barely catching her breath, asking if He Jin could call Do Hua. They were friends. The red-haired guy, when he was able to catch his breath, looked up at her and said that he had been looking for Do Hua for an hour, and therefore could not even imagine where she could be. The girl looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to say, but then, behind her, another girl said that she saw Do Hua. Hai Sung and He Jin both looked at her in surprise, and the unknown girl said that Do Hua left with that guy. The dragonfly at the same time tried to hit its opponent, but this did not cause any emotions in the tarantula because it did not even try to retreat. A few moments later, the green-eyed guy flew away from his opponent again, afraid to stay alone with him for long, lest he harm him again. But the young man with glowing purple eyes quickly caught up with Su Chang, who thought that he was very fast, and Zhang grabbed him by the clothes. Only now, the dragonfly tried to back away from him again, thinking that he couldn't get away from this tarantula and therefore he should rise even higher. Once again, hundreds of black feathers were circling around the green-eyed youth, but the youth did not understand at all where he had managed to get them from again. Because of this curse, the young man could not fly at all, because now the feathers in the sky hindered him, causing him pain. The feathers were floating around him and Do Hua near the tree, trying to corner them so they couldn't escape. He tried to call Do Hua, saying that now was not the time to lie unconscious, and therefore the girl should still wake up. And the tarantula called the stubborn young man in front of him a dragonfly, which caused him to bewilderment and made him widen his eyes in surprise. The dragonfly made the tarantula fly away immediately, saying that the young man was not a prince rescuer at all, and that Su Chang should not poke his nose into something that was none of his business. The man with purple eyes said that Do Hua was on their team, and without her they would fail the mission, so he asked Su Chang to understand at least this. Su Chang smiled brightly, remembering the day when he first moved into the dorm, and said that the tarantula would definitely not ruin his glorious student life. And then the dragonfly, having gathered strength, suddenly tore from its place and ran up to the tarantula in front of itself. The violet-eyed youth opened his eyes wide, seeing such a rain of courage from the dragonfly, who was already thinking that this was his only chance. The man realized that he would no longer be prey, and now it was his turn to hunt. And from this thought, even his wings and hands began to illuminate everything around with a green light. The young man remembered the words of his professor Chi, who said that human rationality dulls instincts and maintains balance. The dragonfly hit the tarantula's hands at full speed, remembering all those words of the professor that instincts should take over the young man, and he should send balance to hell. After all, this is the only way they can fight at full strength, which is why the young man was now able to attack the tarantula, causing damage to it. Even though his hands were covered in blood, the young man was pleased with himself, smiling brightly and flying closer and closer to Do Hua. When he wanted to shout that he had managed to defeat the tarantula, but he didn't have time, seeing how it took a stance. The man with green eyes opened his eyes wide in bewilderment because he didn't understand what the hell was going on. His eyes hurt like crazy, and the young man himself fell to the ground because his legs could no longer even support his body. There were 2 wounds on the neck of the man, who was lying on the ground, and the tarantula came up and said that the young man would not die because he had no need to kill Su Chang. Su Chang recalled how he beat the tarantula, not understanding when his opponent managed to strike, and with such force. The tarantula noticed his trembling hand and said that the dragonfly had scratched him, which meant that the young man also had a dangerous complex. The man looked down at the tarantula, which indicated that the dragonfly was no match for him, as he didn't even notice his rival attacking. The man felt very unwell, and so he could barely open his green eyes in complete darkness. He was lying on a soft bed with white sheets, but still he could not even understand where he was. And at first he could not even move. He could not see anything in front of him. Everything around was so dark that you could even gouge out your eye. Maybe that is why the young man did not understand what kind of place this was. He decided to turn his head, which was lying on white, soft, and small pillows. But next to him lay Do Hua, who was fast asleep. And so without thinking, she placed her hand on the bare chest of the guy next to her. The man with green eyes was surprised because he was very ashamed and he did not understand what was happening. The blue-eyed girl sleepily opened her eyes, scratching her chin and looking at the one who was lying with her. They were lying very close, and if the girl had not yet realized what was happening, then the young man's eyes were wide with horror, staring at her. Just a moment later, the poor and innocent Su Chan, who rolled his eyes tiredly, found himself beaten up by Do Hua. The guy began to look around the entire room, remembering how he was afraid that Do Hua was lying without clothes, and reasoning that the door in front of them was closed. The windows were boarded up and the phone was dead. The man began to try to tear the boards off the door with his own strength in order to try to get out, but this made things even worse. The guy started banging on the door with all his might, shouting that now his academic performance was over, and that the young man was probably eyeing his Cinderella, since they had already violated curfew and skipped class. But a dissatisfied Do Hua suddenly spoke up, saying that Li Zhong had not planned anything like that. She bit her lip, crossing her arms over her chest and saying that Li Junhyun wouldn't stoop to such a thing. The guy, at the same time as the door clicked, asked incredulously how the girl could know this. The 2 boys immediately tensed up and stopped arguing, and then jumped up from their seats, not understanding who could be behind the door. But in front of them stood a little girl in a stretched-out t-shirt, who addressed them as her brother and sister when she called them to eat. The 2 boys were very surprised by this, and Do Hua frowned deeply, looking at the unexpected guest. They didn't understand what was happening, but they followed the girl into the dining room, where dozens of other children exactly like her were sitting, eating breakfast. The man walked past the happy and cheerful children in surprise and asked where the man had brought them. Do Hua replied, drawing the surprised boys' attention, that they were at the Holy Angels Orphanage. The girl looked at the 2 little girls in front of her, some of whom were laughing happily as they ate their breakfast. She remembered growing up here and eating her eggs just like these girls, only alone. But these memories did not evoke even a drop of positive emotions in the young girl. They were in a small rural orphanage, which was located in a vacant lot in the middle of the forest. The same girl, in a stretched-out t-shirt and with short blue hair, looked at the tail of the scorpion Do Hua in surprise. All the children immediately crowded around the young girl and began to ask questions, as well as looking at the tail in surprise, which was able to attract Su Chengha's concern that they would be caught. Du Hua replied that it was for cosplay, and the children immediately believed her, looking at the tail with admiration. The kids started touching her tail, saying that it was soft at the end, or that it twitched funny, while others said that it looked like a real scorpion's tail. At first, Do Hua was very angry, but then she ran away as far as possible from the children. But Su Chan thought that the main thing was that the girl did not lose her temper with the children. Su Chung H was sitting next to a boy, looking at his album, when someone asked him if the boy had slept well. In front of them stood the kind, elderly headmistress of the orphanage, smiling sweetly as she said that Su Chung-woo was most likely Jun Hyun's friend, and therefore could feel at home. The young man looked out the window and saw his uniform, and then thanked the headmistress, who asked his name again, for washing it. Granny, sitting at the table, said that last night Jong Hyun brought the 2 of them to the orphanage, And the young man asked again if the director was talking about the man with bandages on his mouth. The woman said that Jong Hyun was also a pupil of their orphanage, which meant that he was familiar with Do Hwa, and therefore the granny could not refuse to help because he was like a son to them. The young man asked where Jong Hyun was now, but the kind-hearted woman said that he had asked her to take care of the two of them, and then left immediately. Soo Chung-ha reasoned that the tarantula probably knew that he could fly away at any moment, and therefore did not understand what he could have planned. The old lady asked how Do Hwa was doing, because she was worried that no one would offend her, but Soo Chung-ha knew that this girl would offend anyone she wanted. The director said words that puzzled the guy, or rather what he often thinks about her, because Do Hwa was so vulnerable in childhood. Granny said that one day Do Hwa suddenly grew a strange tail, and it was a shock to the director. All this time, the girl sat in the same room in which she woke up with Soo-chan, remembering those moments from the past when she happily left the shelter for a walk. But suddenly a strange man appeared in front of the blue-eyed girl, who said that they had finally met. In front of her stood a man with a bracelet on his leg, who asked whether Daddy had really behaved so badly, since he had only slapped her once. So why take the child away right away? In front of her stood a huge man with bruises on his face and a bottle in his hand, who was saying that the girl should go back to those bastards and tell them that her daddy was back. The man asked his trembling daughter what was wrong and whether she would accidentally complain to the cops again. The man rushed to hit her with a bottle of alcohol, shouting loudly that the girl should come quickly. Unwittingly recalling those moments from her childhood, Do Hwa bit her lip hard, not knowing where to direct her pain and irritation from the memories. She asked whether it was really necessary to drag her here, just to stir up old wounds. At the same time, the old lady tried to get up from the table, saying that Soo Chung-ha's things were in the building, and they were probably dry, and therefore the guy should wait until she brought them. Someone suddenly grabbed the blanket that the boy was covering himself with, not intending to let go. It was a little girl with short blue hair who invited the boy to draw together. The old lady said that Yerim didn't want to let go of such a cute boy like Soo Chung, to which the young man smiled, saying that he would play with her. The man sat down with the album thinking that Do Hwa should be overjoyed, because it was like she was back in her home, and therefore there was no need to rush her. A few moments later, the girl ran up to the young man with the album, saying that she had already finished. In front of him was a drawing of a little girl with blue wings, which the young man immediately called very beautiful, asking about the wings. Yerim immediately told him that these wings were very cute, but only butterflies from the genus Morpho, the Nymphalidae family, had such wings, and she didn't really like them as caterpillars, but the butterflies were just lovely. The girl happily said that if she had such wings, everyone around would be envious. The young man frowned and asked what would happen if no one played with Yerim then, since few people like insects. The girl showed her hand, which was bitten by mosquitoes, and said that she hates mosquitoes, of which there are a lot in the mountains, because they drink blood and carry diseases. Yerim started drawing something again when she said that she liked dragonflies, leaving the one sitting opposite her confused. The girl told me that dragonflies eat more than 200 mosquitoes a day, and therefore they are very good, just like superheroes. A worker at the shelter approached her and said that it was time for her to get ready, because she was leaving tomorrow, after which the girl immediately stopped drawing. The girl looked at her drawings with admiration, saying that tomorrow she would be living in a different shelter, and even though her friends would stay here, it would also be fun in the new house. The girl handed Soo-chan her sketchbook, saying that it would now be his gift. The girl went with the worker, saying that they would definitely draw again sometime, but for now she wished Soo-chang a good journey. The young man smiled, thinking that he had a good rest with Yerim, and now he needed to find Do Hwa and return to campus. The old lady and the worker walked down a long corridor that was illuminated by green light, and the old lady asked if Yerim was ready. The director, smiling kindly, entered the room, causing the door to creak barely audibly. She congratulated the baby who lay unconscious in a hospital bed on the start of her journey. The director said that the anesthesia had already taken effect, and then decided to make sure that no one had noticed the doctors, to which the lady received a positive answer. The same doctor said that they were no strangers to this business, recalling how they had deformed the children of the Holy Angel Orphanage against their will, among whom was Do Hwa. The old lady, grimacing with disgust, said that this time they had sent a giant African centipede, which had been held down with a scalpel. The doctor said he knew perfectly well that it was disgusting when she picked up the can of jungle juice, which was important not to drop. The old woman presented Yerim with a spray can and a centipede, saying that they would only get less money for the defective goods. But suddenly there was a loud knock on the door, causing the two people in snow-white uniforms to flinch and turn around. It was a green-eyed young man who awkwardly apologized and smiled slightly as he opened the door. But the old woman immediately ran up and then hurried to slam the door with all her might, almost hitting Su Chang. The old lady peeked out from behind the door, asking if Su Chang had forgotten anything there, to which he replied that he was simply looking for the toilet, but had gotten completely lost. The director asked how it happened that the young man had wandered into the basement, since guests were strictly forbidden from going down there. The green-eyed young man responded by opening his eyes wide and smiling even more awkwardly, looking at the granny in front of him. After a few moments of silence, he said that he knew it very well, stopping his awkward smile. The young man kicked the old woman in front of him with all his might, sending her flying backwards with his dragonfly complex. He was able to knock down the door, and the old woman, coughing up blood, sank to the floor, but another doctor immediately ran up to her, asking what had happened. The man said that he was already getting ready to go to university, but he saw Yerim's drawings in the album that she gave to the young man. The man showed a drawing of an old lady with a can of Jang juice and money, smiling brightly while another cart of cans was being wheeled behind her. The young man remembered how the old woman spoke thoughtfully, rubbing her chin, about how Do Hua had once grown a strange tail. The man again drew attention to the central figure of the old woman in the drawing, saying that children, unlike the director, do not lie. He came closer to the granny, who had slumped on the floor, trying to stop the bleeding from her broken nose and mouth. The young man with glowing green eyes said that it was inhuman to offend old people, but he didn't even consider the old hag in front of him a human being. 10 minutes earlier, Su Chang had been looking at a child's drawing of an old woman in surprise, not understanding what was going on in their shelter. Walking with the drawing in his hands, and with the thought that the woman with the baby had already left, he came across an iron door that was intended only for staff. Su Chang, without thinking twice, decided to open the door, but he was stopped by a child screaming that he couldn't go in there. It was an orphan who warned the young man that there was a basement there, and if Su Chang went in, the teachers would scold him. Su Chang opened the door and was immediately noticed, but he still didn't understand what kind of secret basements there were in the orphanage. The green-eyed young man turned his frightened gaze down the stairs, realizing that there was definitely something there. The boy nevertheless decided to run away as far as possible from the door to the basement, muttering that Su Chang would get into a serious fight. The same orphan thought that if something happened, it was not his fault, and behind him stood the figure of a guy with bandages around his mouth. The old woman sat near the broken door, saying that the young man was able to find them from a child's drawing, which is certainly impressive. Behind the door lay the corpses of the guards that Su Chang had previously managed to deal with, although their gang had taken all precautions. The old woman thoughtfully asked why Zheng Heng had brought a stranger to them, and an overly curious young man at that. An unknown man in a white uniform jumped on the young man from behind, holding some kind of purple weapon, resembling a saw, in his hands. With just one blow of his complex, the dragonfly was able to throw away an already dead stranger who was trying to harm him. Granny looked thoughtfully at the trembling silhouette behind her in the same uniform as hers, realizing that her enemy had quite an impressive force. Su Chang noticed the photographs of children on the wall to his right, and asked how many children the old woman had disfigured. The guy asked if the woman could imagine what it was like for them, comparing the children to himself when he tried to hide from everyone his newly spread wings, which were despised by everyone around him. The man with green eyes flew up and then attacked the old woman, shouting that she didn't know a damn thing. The same man had the same saw-like weapon coming out of his mouth, which caused Su Chang a lot of questions and confusion, causing him to slow down. Some iron thing flew into his cheek from which blood immediately gushed, and the voice of an old woman was heard saying that she felt sorry for the young man. Granny wiped the blood from her mouth, smiling nastily, and said that they were definitely not up to the boy's standards, who couldn't even understand what kind of complex the woman had. The dragonfly tried to fly out from behind their room, listening to the old woman's nasty voice, saying that the boy had certainly been trained well in the nest. From behind the boy, 3 more doctors with burning eyes and insanely sharp claws surrounded him, as well as an old woman who said that the boy's efforts were not enough because there were too many of them. The green-eyed boy tried to dodge the blows of the evil doctors, thinking that this was a very interesting orphanage. The dragonfly tried to fly, but he fell again, right into the place where the insectoids with huge claws were already rushing to tear him apart. The green-eyed youth deftly dodged the blows, even though he couldn't fly at all in such a small basement room. The man opened his green eyes wide, looking at the same point in front of him with horror and anger. He ignored the enemies around him who were already ready to kill him. His gaze was directed at the insectoid who was carrying the little girl out of the room. Su Chan suddenly rushed with all his speed towards the doctor with Ye Rim, shouting for that person to stop quickly. But his path was blocked by an old woman with a huge tongue, saying that they would end up with the girl in a completely different place. The director smiled slyly as she spoke of her assumption that Jun Hyun had hoped that Soo Chang would join them. But people like that young man were only getting in the way. All this time, Do-hwa sat alone in the forbidden room, looking at her childhood soft toy in the form of a gray rabbit. When she heard the door click, she involuntarily stopped looking and crushed one of the few happy memories from her childhood. In front of her stood Lee Jun-hyun, who handed her a large bag, saying that he had brought her clothes and other small things. The guy, having handed over the package, immediately turned around and hurried away from the girl, only warning her that he had hardly guessed the size correctly. But Do-hwa suddenly said something that caught the guy's attention, or rather the words that she felt a powerful push from the basement. The girl looked at the boy with displeasure and asked about what was going on in their shelter and what had changed since she lived there. Lee Jong realized that the Scorpion complex allowed the girl to catch the vibration, and so he only indifferently replied that there was a laboratory in the basement of the orphanage, and that they turned children into insectoids there. Blue Eyes, who clearly did not expect to hear such an answer, opened her eyes wide and twisted her face, not even knowing how to react in the first moments. But the delay didn't last long. Do-hwa jumped up and grabbed her former friend by the hood, pulling him towards herself with a jerk, asking what the hell he was talking about. The guy looked at her like a madman, his purple eyes wide open, and then asked if the girl remembered all those moments. The man continued to angrily ask Do-hwa, who was confused if she remembered what it was like to live before she turned. The two of them remembered how the little girl with blue eyes trembled every time she heard his familiar male voice. How the girl recoiled when her father came to her and did not understand why the child was taken away from him. How the bracelet on his leg burned. How fear penetrated the little and defenseless girl almost to the bone when she looked at her drunken father, who ordered her to go to the shelter and say that she was returning to her dad. How little Do-hwa cried, only begged and addressed her dad with a trembling voice because she couldn't even move. That day, a little boy with purple eyes was walking home from school with a full backpack, which was also purple, talking about that little girl. The man said that the girl was terribly weak and could not defend herself even from her eternally drunk dad. She couldn't fight back against her asshole dad, so she just cried and begged him to stop, saying that then Do-hwa would definitely be good. He saw her father tearing out the hair on her head, and her arms were left with red marks that would soon become bruises. Lee Jong wanted to help the poor girl, and even thought about killing her father, already preparing for this, because purple wings were growing from his back. Even then, the boy understood that killing that scum wouldn't change anything, and so he tried to find a way out of the difficult situation. And then he added that the girl herself had to change, even with the help of jungle juice and surgery, because the doctors next to her were already preparing to perform the first operation. Blue Eyes flinched and pulled away from her friend, her eyes wide as she asked the boy if he was the reason she became a monster. Tarantula responded indifferently that he understood perfectly well how difficult it was to accept, but this power was worth it. The boy knew that jungle juice made Do-hwa strong, even in front of her father, even in those moments when he was completely drunk. Then the girl, her blue eyes flashing dangerously, grabbed her father's hand tightly, saying that she was already quite fed up with all this. Then the father tried to pull back and free his hand from her tight grip, not understanding how his daughter could utter something like that. They remembered how a whole pool of blood flowed from the fist of a young, even little girl. The little girl towered over the cold corpse of her father, whom she herself had killed to finally end her suffering. The young man exhaled heavily, standing next to the boarded-up windows, and said that these children were exactly the same, because they were all abandoned orphans. There were small children playing outside the doors of the shelter, which made one wonder what kind of life awaits them after the shelter, and whether they will be able to adapt. The young man answered himself that this was unlikely to happen, because their fate was determined from the moment of birth, so they needed to start over. The young man showed off a spray of jungle juice in a black can, saying that it would help change their destiny. He said that Do-hwa could only imagine a world where everyone was equal, a world where she didn't have to hide her tail or wings, because everyone was the same as her. Lee Jun-hyun smiled brightly as he recalled the breeder's face and said that he was helping him, because he had created such a world for all of them. He grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that she should forget about the damn Cinderella and nest, because if she becomes normal, she will be some kind of servant. The girl flinched and smiled softly when the boy asked Do-hwa to join, because they could create another world. He, like a spider hanging over her, asked if she would go with him since they were close friends. The girl looked at her friend as if enchanted, and smiled softly, and then agreed, sparkling with her blue eyes. Moments later, she knocked the tarantula away from you with just one blow, saying that they were very good friends. But the tarantula clearly didn't expect this, and then flew far into the wall, thereby causing bewilderment among the doctor behind him. Moments later, the sound of women's high-heeled shoes could be heard as the girl came closer and closer to the doctors, who hurried to hide behind the wall. A doctor with a covered face held Yerim tightly in his arms, looking at Do-hwa in surprise, who said that it was precisely because they were friends that she would set his mind straight. But Lee Jong cast a stern look at her, wiping the blood from his face and listening to Do-hwa say that it was all friendly. The girl opposite smiled slyly, clenching her fists, and said that the guy had better prepare for battle. A huge scorpion appeared behind her, ready to attack and kick the guy's ass, if only because of the difference in size. At the same time, but in another place, nails and other long rope-like sticks were digging into the boy's hand, sucking out his young blood. All these ropes came from the hands of the doctors, like sharp syringes and dangerous, because they painfully and quite deeply dug into the guy's skin. Without thinking twice, the young man finally realized that in front of him were mosquitoes, which meant that after losing 2 liters of blood, a person dies. So just a couple more injections and everything would be over. Granny said that of course she understood that the young man wanted to save the child, but he should have been better off worrying about himself, because the girl was valuable to the breeder, and therefore they would not allow Su Chang to ruin everything. Granny smiled slyly, and her eyes sparkled with a red fire when she tried to cover her mouth, from which came a long tongue, with which she said that the girl was already far away from here, and therefore everything was over. The young man suddenly remembered the words of that same little girl who said that she liked dragonflies, because they eat more than 200 mosquitoes a day. He imagined the girl who used to say that she liked dragonflies because they were like superheroes to her, being carried away by some unknown doctor. He couldn't get her words out of his head, repeating them over and over again, knowing that it all sounded stupid. Suddenly, something inside the man trembled as he looked at the mosquitoes in front of him, which were the dragonfly's natural enemy. The granny was shaking and looked as if she was very afraid of something, and this was natural because the victim is seized by panic, instinctive fear. The young man spread his wings, clearly understanding that after little Ye-rim's words, he would have to become a superhero for her. The young man frowned as he looked at the trembling mosquitoes in front of him, who were swaying as they looked at the dragonfly. Su Chang pressed his hand on the box he was sitting on, realizing that he needed to save the blue-eyed girl first. But after a few moments, several sharp tongues of mosquitoes tried to pierce him again, intending to drink his blood. The headmistress asked with shining eyes, adjusting the curls of her hair where the young man was rushing to. And then they directed absolutely all the mosquitoes at him. Their long tongues seemed to burn with a bright red flame, and the grandmother said that they only let guests go feet first. The dragonfly ran, trying to escape the very fast attacks of mosquitoes from the shelter, and so he ran along the wall, looking back every now and then. Thanks to his abilities, Su Chang could easily run away from them. His, admittedly, pretty good complex did it all for him. He could easily jump up from a certain spot to avoid a direct collision with any of his enemies. Leaving the ground behind him deserted, he jumped up and looked down, avoiding the 4 tongues behind him that were already reaching out for him. Su Chang could also quickly fly away from them, and his eyes were shining brightly with a green light, but he himself was frowning, trying to escape from the enemies. Gaining speed, the dragonfly was able to strike each of his opponents, and the same one ran away to avoid direct slaughter with their abilities. The dragonfly ran further and further, and one of the doctors even fell on his back from the blow of his opponent. The man fell face down on the floor, his tongue no longer able to attack the enemy, as the man himself was practically unconscious. But a problem arose. The dragonfly's eyes were already watering. He thought that his glasses could come in handy. Even though he tried to hit his opponents with his hands, he avoided their blows and therefore struck blows himself, realizing that he would not last long. He squinted his eyes against the tears that were already welling up and thought about what he could do. In the meantime, something broke from the window of the shelter, and these were the boards that had previously been used to board up the windows and glass. Li Zhang said, jumping out of the window, that he was sorry that everything turned out this way. But Do-hwa smiled and asked if the young man really thought that she would go crazy with him. The purple-eyed boy said no as he released his feathers at the angry Do-hwa. The tarantula had already taken his stance, and the young man himself said that he had not expected to have to subdue Do-hwa by force. Dokla tried to cover her face with her hands as the feathers almost pierced her skin, causing her injuries. But soon they were around her. Their tails were sticking out, and a couple of blows were able to hit her in the hands. But Do Hua didn't hesitate for long because just a few moments later, she was already smiling brightly, calling the young man an idiot. She tried to hit the boy, and she succeeded, causing the young man to stagger. She says that there is no use in Jung Hyun's mistrust. The purple-eyed youth opened his eyes wide, realizing that it turned out that his poisonous hairs couldn't cut through the scorpion's exoskeleton. But he still flashed his eyes when he later decided to attack the girl from behind, saying that he could handle it without her. But then the young man could only pay attention to her tail, which fell to the ground, as if the girl had jumped up. And so it happened because Do Hua was on top of Li Zhang, already preparing to strike him with at least her nut-like tail. Du Hua bared her teeth and then her eyes flashed brightly, indicating that she was not going to tolerate this nonsense any longer. The Goliath bird-eater had already tried to strike again, turning back to the girl and looking at her angrily. The girl kicked her opponent away, knocked him to the ground, saying that she would definitely help him come down from heaven to earth. And then Do Hua herself landed on the ground, saying that she immediately felt better, although she lightly hit him, just like a friend. But suddenly a yellow car with Korean inscriptions drove past Do Hua, leaving her confused for a moment. There was a doctor in the car with Yerim, which Do Hua immediately noticed, as well as the fact that it was a woman taking the child away. She immediately ran with all her might after the familiar yellow car, shouting that it was better for him to stand and be afraid. But the car, strictly speaking, didn't care about the young girl's screams, because she was already driving along the road in the forest completely alone. The girl behind the wheel smiled brightly when she realized that they were finally able to break away, because even Do Hua couldn't keep up with the car, and therefore she could calmly take the girl to a deserted place. The driver was already hoping that he would be able to calmly complete the transformation, but a girl with a scorpion tail appeared behind her, jumping out of the forest. This girl was the Breath, who smiled brightly, causing the driver to ask questions about how she was able to cut through the forest. The scorpion's tail hit the hard ground, carving a path with it in just one blow. The girl was able to easily lift the car, which had already been dented in some places, into her arms. She smiled brightly, as if it would be no trouble for her, but at the same time she said that it was the lady who had worn her out. She threw the yellow car away from herself, thereby turning it into almost a mess, because a couple of tires and headlights had already fallen off. From this, the girl behind the wheel was already lying in blood, but Do Hua said that the lady could say thank you to the little girl, because if she had not been inside, the lady would have already been lying crumpled together with the car. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Zheng Heng appeared, attacking her from behind, saying that he expected nothing less, because Do Hua even managed to overtake the car. The girl turned to him irritably, saying that this young man really irritated her. Well, her words didn't stop the tarantula, and he tried to hit the girl again, and then knock her down onto the road. The girl turned around, and Jun Hyun took advantage of this by hitting her on the back, and Do Hua screamed for him to finally leave her alone. The girl rushed toward the guy, who recoiled and tried to cover his face with his hands, saying that Jung Hyun had a terrible complex. With one blow, she threw the young man away from her, so that he rolled far down the road, saying that he would not be able to catch Do Hua. The young man tried to understand his stance again, saying that it was true because hairs were useless against a scorpion. But he said that his poison would definitely work on the poor orphans, which caused confusion in the girl. The young man decided to remove 2 plasters from his mouth, saying that someday the girl would understand that it is much better to live strong. The patches were easily able to fly off in different directions, revealing a strange curtain of mystery. From the places where the patches used to be, fangs appeared, like those of spiders. They were black. The young man advised to look at them carefully. The young man, baring his teeth and showing fangs from the corners of his mouth, said that only this would help them all protect themselves. The girl was scared and looked at her former friend from the same orphanage where she grew up in bewilderment. Without thinking twice, she was able to understand, remembering the Goliath tarantula, that this was not only his stance. The young man rushed at the girl, who realized that this was also the stance of a black mamba, a dangerous black snake. Jung Hyun thought that even this girl couldn't escape from him as he sank his fangs into her skin. He grabbed the girl by the hand, knowing that if the victim saw those teeth, the outcome of the battle would be immediately decided. But the girl still tried to push Jun Hyun away from her, baring her teeth and trembling with her whole body. The girl's eyes clouded over as she frowned, listening to the young man say that he had only sprayed a little poison, so the girl would not die. Jun Hyun stood up and wiped his mouth, leaving Do Hua to fall to the ground peacefully, but wished him sweet dreams. A young man with purple eyes jumped onto the car, which was overturned and completely destroyed. All this time, the poor girl who was sitting in the front seat of the car was recovering from the anesthesia. The man extended his hand towards her, saying that it would all be over soon. And then the little girl with short blue hair opened her eyes, looking at the young man in bewilderment. And at that very moment, the tarantula was struck in the back by a certain man who was Su Chang. The Goliath bird-eater immediately flew off in the other direction and took a stance, still not seeing his opponent. Seeing the dragonfly, he frowned again, realizing that it was the same person again. Dragonfly also frowned when his violet-eyed opponent called him a transfer. Jun Hyun said that he didn't think that Su Chang would defeat everyone in the lab, but it seems that even the stingiest of victims can't defeat him. And he opened his feathers again, saying that it seemed that the dragonfly had learned nothing from life, because of the hairs, he couldn't even get close to him. The man with dragonfly wings pressed himself against the yellow car, saying that this had happened before. The blue-haired girl was finally able to glance and spot the dragonfly. The young man remembered how, while dodging another mosquito tongue, he fell to the ground in the basement. The young man's eyes were already watering, and he could barely open them to look at his opponent. There was a loud crash behind him as something fell, so the man immediately noticed it. And then, among a pile of unnecessary junk, the gaze of the young guy's green eyes fell on transparent glasses. Yerim noticed her brother, whose eyes lit up as he looked at the girl, saying that something had changed now. The man in the Goliath stance said that he had brought Su Chang here in vain, because he should have finished him off right away. The man frowned with his green eyes as he listened to Li Zhang say that he would fix it now, and immediately attacked the boy. The man tensed up again and pointed all his purple hairs at Su Chang, but the dragonfly immediately jumped up. The man flew so high from the hairs that the car turned out to be a toy. He covered his face with his hand, saying that it had barely touched him, but it was already burning very badly. The young man with purple eyes knew for sure that the translator was no match for him, because his poison was deadly to the dragonfly. The man, noticing how the dragonfly was making its way towards him through hundreds of hairs, hoped that at least one hair would reach him. Well, after a few moments, there was nothing left of the dragonfly. It seemed to dissolve into the sky, leaving only feathers. Li Zhang was hit in the mouth, causing him to almost cough up blood as he looked at his opponent in surprise. It was one precise blow that managed to throw the Goliath bird-eater back several meters. The purple-eyed man opened his eyes wide, coughing up blood, not understanding how this could be true. Hundreds of hairs flew in front of him, but the dragonfly said that he could throw as much of his as he wanted, but one day he would open up. The dragonfly looked at his opponent angrily, thinking that he would not miss the opportunity to hit his opponent. But the Goliath bird-eater quickly concentrated, spitting out his blood. He grabbed the asphalt, getting to his feet. The young man understood perfectly well that through these glasses he could see through dust and wind, and therefore this was simply his salvation. The dragonfly definitely decided that he would take revenge when he started running towards his opponent from one place in a matter of seconds. He kicked his opponent with all his might, knocking him down again so that he coughed up blood. The young man's transparent glasses reflected Li Junhyun's face, which was covered in blood, and his head was thrown back. But after a few moments, the man in front of him was ready to fight again, his eyes glowing with a bright purple fire, and he bared his teeth. The man immediately jumped up to Su Chang and tried to bite him on the neck with his fangs, around which everything was covered in blood. The dragonfly tried to push his opponent away with his foot, hitting him in the chest with all his might. The tarantula immediately flew far, far away from the dragonfly, which was already hovering at altitude. Dragonfly thought that it turned out that Zhang Heng was fast and was almost able to get him, realizing that last time he knocked them out with these fangs. But the tarantula, staggering, said that he would not stop him, because now he had to finish what he had started. Zhang Hyun said that the dragonfly doesn't understand what he's gotten himself into, because someone like him would never understand. Zhang Hyun remembered how he was a pitiful and weak little boy who couldn't even call out for his mother when opening the door. In the room, his mother was kneeling, shaking more and more, and 3 men were towering over her. Then the mother, who gave birth to Zhang early and was always sick, had a hard time making ends meet, and now again begged the men that they would pay soon, because this was all for the last time. The little boy cried as he listened to the men hit his mother. Someone said that with a body like that, paying back would not be a problem for her. Li Junhyun ran up and started hitting the man who had previously hit his mother, telling him to quickly stop doing all this. The young man already understood that the weak are always used, especially when the man grabbed him and carried him away from his mother, saying that he still couldn't interfere with the adults. The young man watched as his mother was hugged by 2 men, and she looked in fear at the boy, who was being carried away by a man, saying that his mother needed to work. And then the woman began to cry loudly, and the young man, I remember, realized that if he had been stronger, he would have been able to protect his mother. He looked at the door disappointedly, and tears were already welling up in his eyes. He didn't know what to do without a complex. In front of him lay his mother's corpse covered with a sheet, and the young man's mind was constantly filled with thoughts that if he had a complex, they could live happily. But the memories faded into the background and he released even more feathers, saying that only the strong survive. The boy with purple wings made from these feathers shouted that Do Hua and these children from the orphanage needed help. He pounced on the dragonfly with glowing eyes, shouting that he would definitely save everyone and make everyone happy. He resumed his tarantula stance, thus showing his superiority over the dragonfly. But besides this, it turned out that what surprised the green-eyed youth was that Li Zhong was also a hydra. The man looked at the guy in amazement through his glowing glasses, thinking that this was all crap because there were too many of them. Su Chang knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge all the attacks, so he should find cover. But then, turning around by chance, he noticed Do Hua's body, which lay almost lifelessly on the broken asphalt. Without thinking twice, Su Chang realized that he needed to protect her, so he rushed towards her, closing her in his arms. He took all the blows of the feathers on himself, although it was painful for him, and his entire face was already practically wounded. He did not stop covering the girl with his body. The tarantula called the guy an idiot because Do Hua was immune to his hairs, and he didn't plan to kill her. Zhang Hyun kept towering over him like a snake, saying that this hero savior would die here and now. The green-eyed youth bared his teeth, his eyes flashing brightly, and called his opponent an idiot. With the help of his wings, the young man was able to drive away all the hairs and feathers, thereby also protecting Do Hua. He told the surprised Zhang Hyun that he should take off his rose-colored glasses because he would not make these orphans happy. The young man stood up, saying that it was because of Li Zhong that they were in danger, since even Ye Rim was now crying while hugging Do Hua. The tarantula did not understand at all how all this was happening, and therefore could only look at the dragonfly in surprise. He remembered the little girl who looked in surprise at the dragonfly in front of her during the fight. Then before the little girl's eyes, there was only Do Hua's body, which was becoming more expensive, and in the middle, something was cracking. Without thinking twice, Ye Rim ran up to the girl, trying to get out of the car and ignoring the black hairs around her. She hugged Do Hua, trying to protect her from getting hurt, listening to Su Chan's words that this girl was not weak. The dragonfly flew up further from Ye Rim, saying that this girl didn't need a complex at all. Tarantula listened irritably to the boy, his words about how, even without a complex, this girl was cool. But he simply flashed his purple eyes and pounced like a wild cobra on his opponent. He twisted and turned in the air like a snake and opened his mouth, already intending to eat the dragonfly, thinking that Su Chang's chatter would not change anything. The young man's eyes lit up with a purple light, and he became even more convinced of the clear thought that the dragonfly would never defeat him. But Su Chang seemed to flare up, especially his green eyes, and he also bared his teeth as he looked at his opponent. The dragonfly instantly recoiled from his opponent, as far away as possible, and rose higher in the air. Zhang Hyun couldn't understand what happened, looking at him in surprise, and realizing that he was almost caught. He looked at the dragonfly's path, which left behind green tails of energy, realizing that he could not have predicted this here. A dragonfly flew around him, cornering the tarantula, who realized that the dragonfly had super speed. He recalled the fact that dragonflies can run at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, just like Su Chang did. And then the dragonfly can use any maneuvers at such speed, thereby luring its prey into a corner so that it does not escape from them. Therefore, Su Chang was like a dragonfly, and therefore took her stance, taking her powers for himself. He hit him in the face, legs and arms, but he couldn't even do anything about it, because as soon as he tried to somehow prevent the blows, the dragonfly immediately inflicted new ones. Zhang Hyun knew perfectly well that he was too fast when he noticed the dragonfly flashing in front of him for just a couple of seconds. He followed all the rays emanating from the dragonfly, trying to understand where it could have gone and hidden. A dragonfly suddenly appeared behind him, its eyes glowing with bright sunlight. He knocked the man in front of him down, saying that there was only one weakling here, and that was Li Zhong. The dragonfly flew past the falling youth, who fell to the hard asphalt in defeat. The man hurried to run away from his opponent and landed on the ground on the hard asphalt. Su Chang was already exhausted, but he found the strength to turn around to make sure the tarantula was defeated. Su Chang saw Li Zhong lying on the ground covered in blood and said that he had won. A shadow of a dragonfly towered in front of the little girl, asking if she was okay. Dragonfly extended his hand towards Ye Rim's trembling body, worriedly asking again if she was hurt. Then the little girl turned her attention to the back of the young man in front of her, which caused him great bewilderment. He turned his attention to his dragonfly wings, realizing that he had completely forgotten about their existence. He unconsciously recalled Mihin's words when she said in a trembling voice that the dragonfly in front of her was a monster. Su Chang had already moved away from the girl, saying that he didn't want to scare her, and that he also needed to urgently contact the university. But the girl suddenly stopped him when she ran up and grabbed Su Chan's back with wings. She held on tightly to his jacket, telling him that the guy better wait. The girl said that the young man got hurt because of her, because his entire back was covered in wounds. Tears welled up in Yerim's eyes, but the young man tried to calm her down, saying that it was not scary, because there was a doctor at the university who would cure him in an instant. Then the little girl with short blue hair smiled softly. She thanked the young man for saving her, calling him her dragonfly brother, which caused Su Chang to bewilderment. He remembered his high son at that sleepover, about how in their days, even if you pulled a person back from the other world, you wouldn't get simple gratitude. The young man smiled sincerely and tenderly when he heard the words of gratitude from this young girl. Yerim worriedly asked why he was silent. Was the young man really that badly injured, to which Su Chang laughed, saying that nothing hurt. He stroked the girl's head, saying that as soon as he returned to the nest, he would tell everyone, and they would help her. But when he got up, he remembered that first he had to bring Do Hua to consciousness. But turning his gaze to the broken car near which her body lay, he saw no one. He looked at the empty asphalt with disappointment, clearly realizing that Do Hua had disappeared. The young man began to turn his head, remembering that she had just been here because she couldn't have disappeared. A new space appeared from behind, and a man with green hair was peeking out from it, holding Do Hua in his arms and asking Su Chang if this was an interesting turn. Dragonfly turned around, preparing to attack, realizing that Li Junhyun's accomplice was behind him. Without thinking twice, the dragonfly rushed after him, but there was no one in front of him. The young man covered the little girl with his hand, not understanding where his accomplice could have gone and not knowing what kind of complex he might have. But then someone spoke to Junhyun in a voice that was familiar to Su Chang, telling him that he had lost. It was the breeder's forwarding agent who was sitting in the tree, saying that he was spread out like a crushed bug. The forwarder said that the breeder already knew that Zhang had not lived up to the trust, so he sent him to pick up Do Hua. The man in the tree said that the girl would soon begin to be fed. Li Jun stood up from the asphalt, saying that he still hadn't screwed up because he would definitely be able to convince her. The tarantula reached out to his girlfriend and shouted that the breeder's accomplice should let her go. He stood back up in his stance and more hairs began to emerge from his back. But the forwarder replied that Li Junhyun's personal attachments were clouding his judgment, and the breeder did not favor such weaknesses. His eyes glowed red from above as he told Tom that such sugi were of no use to the breeder. And then all the poisonous hairs flew into a strange semblance of a light ball, as if something had dissolved there. Li Zhang grew more and more expensive, baring his fangs, and saying that it turned out that he had managed to escape after all. But the man had no strength left at all, and so he fell to the ground because he could no longer even hold himself on his feet. The young man exhaled heavily, then smiled hysterically, turning to the transferred girl. The man asked him if he wanted to save Du HVP, to which the dragonfly was very surprised, asking how he knew where they were going. The man's purple eyes flashed unkindly, indicating that he didn't quite know this information. But there were traces left, and therefore they would be able to find them, which led to a huge building with panoramic windows. It was in this building that Do Hua was found, tied to a chair with a web. In front of her sat a breeder and a forwarder, who said that they had recently become the benefactors of this girl. The man sat in front of her on a chair, saying that they didn't wish Do Hua any harm, and were just asking her to come over to their side and forget about Nest. But Do Hua believed them, so she sent a breeder, asking how they could drag her here for such nonsense. The blonde smiled brightly, saying that he liked Do Hua's audacity, because specimens raised in the wild were much more active than domestic ones. There was meat on a plate with vegetables in front of the girl, and the breeder suggested continuing the conversation after a hearty lunch. The breeder tried to calm her down, saying that the man had no plans to poison her, but the girl did not believe him at all. The man had almost finished the piece of meat, saying that he was firmly convinced that life is driven by appetite because they live for food and eat for the sake of living. And then he stroked the dog under the table, saying that he loved them because they served them truthfully only for tasty food. The breeder asked if the girl was really not hungry and would not even try a piece. But wiping his mouth, the man asked if the girl could simply guess. The breeder said that they had prepared it especially for her, grinding the bloody meat in a meat grinder. When the girl realized what the breeder was talking about, she screamed in fear that they had gone crazy. The girl tried to break free from the ropes, twitching on the chair. But the breeder said that he didn't care at all whether she wanted to eat. The sectional officer said, hitting the girl on the neck, that her opinion was not taken into account here at all. A woman's hand began to hold the girl's face, but Do-hwa didn't pay any attention to it, only thinking that her head was spinning. Shin-ga-yeon grabbed the girl's falling head, saying that they hadn't seen the breeder for a long time. The breeder thanked Shin-ga-yeon for stopping by, and he replied that he hoped he would invite her for something worthwhile, or she would wring his neck. The girl saw a plate of food and asked if the man had decided to take up cooking, and that was why he had called her. The breeder replied that they were feeding, and he also wanted to show her how to brainwash predatory insects with food. He called it nutritional training because he first gets them hooked on meat and then starves them, which is how he gets loyal dogs. The blonde offered her to try the meat, saying that her poison had a temporary effect, but the training had a permanent effect. The girl stroked Do-hwa's soft hair as she agreed with her boyfriend that this opened up the prospect of destroying the nest. The girl whispered into Do-hwa's ear, who opened her eyes wide as she listened to the order to eat. With a trembling body, the young girl reached for the meat, because during the feeding, she was aware of everything. The breeder said that once the test subjects got a taste, all the bugs would become simply tasty food for them. Tears welled up in Do-hwa's eyes, but she couldn't do anything with her powers, so she just reached for the meat. But suddenly, something fell onto the table in front of them where the food was lying, creating a huge beam of light around it. The breeder's forwarding agent was very surprised when the explosion reached him. Shin-ga-yeon frowned, not understanding what had happened around them, and so she just looked forward in anger. The breeder grabbed the knife and fork, greatly surprised, and his mouth opened wide in amazement. But some time ago, under the crimson sunset sky, Soo-chang asked if there was a way to track down those two missing people. Lee Jung reassured the unbelieving Soo-chang, saying that the forwarder could not fly and therefore moved on the ground. The young man reminded that he was a tarantula, a spider, and therefore could spread his web around the shelter. Lee Jun spread his web across the entire orphanage, saying that he could disguise himself as much as he wanted, but traces would remain. After some time, the breeder smiled softly again, thinking what to answer him. In front of them now stood Lee Jun, and next to him was Soo-chan, who was holding Do-hwa's exhausted body in his arms. The breeder said with admiration that he didn't expect to see a dragonfly here, who looked at Do-hwa with concern. The man continued to smile softly as he said that it turned out that the young man had managed to find a new friend. Soo-chang didn't understand how he could know him, didn't understand who was in front of him, but he continued to hold his friend tightly. But then he remembered Hai-sung's words when he was responding to how they were able to stumble upon that warehouse. The boy remembered his words about white hair with purple highlights and a huge earring in his ear, and now he understood that it was he who lured them to the warehouse. And then he also noticed Shin-ga-yeon, which confused the boy even more. Lee Jun-hyun, who was standing behind him, said that Do-hwa was stung on the neck. Lee Jun said that the neurotoxins ampulicides completely replaced the victim's nervous system, and that's why Shin-ga-yeon is currently controlling Do-hwa. The man continued to talk about how this was done to force feed and enslave, and the breeder only smiled serenely in response, even when he heard the young man's words. Soo-chang remembered the words of his opponent from the past, that they have the right to devour other insectoids, because just one bite and he was hooked. But Soo-chang watched as the breeder stood up and said he wouldn't call it enslavement. Oi calmly said that it was just training, but he was interrupted by the blows of purple hairs. Lee Jun said that the man promised him that he would not lay a finger on the people from the orphanage, but he himself tried to harm Do-hwa. The man took a tarantula stance, saying that he would give the breeder one chance to explain himself, or he would make an enemy of himself. The breeder kept smiling happily, saying that they had a wonderful working relationship, and he understood that it was hard to believe, but he hadn't shown the lab yet. He showed some picture of crazy children on the tablet, but it was still too blurry to see clearly. When he brought the tablet closer, he said that the children were learning to live in a new way. First of all, they were getting used to meat because of it. Realizing how terrible it was, his eyes widened as if he didn't even know how to react. The breeder says that young individuals are receptive to feeding, and therefore training is very effective, and they grow quickly. The man showed a horrifying video of them eating the same insectoids like crazy, and said that these orphans have a new life just like Lee Jong wanted. The dragonfly no longer held back in his expressions when he saw all the horror in the pictures. Lee Jong rushed towards the breeder, already preparing to attack him like a wild snake. Lee Jun-hyun accused the breeder of deceiving him by showing his fangs. Shin-ga-yeon smiled cheerfully when she said that the boy was really angry. After all, are all young men so hot-tempered? A cloud of snow-white energy bit into the dragonfly, as if it wanted to burn right through it. It was Do Hua who broke free from Su Chan's embrace and said that they did not understand their happiness, and then attacked Li Jun. She was able to break the man's fang with one blow, causing him to realize that Shin Ga-yan was controlling Do Hua. The girl hesitated when answering the boy's question about where Do Hua got so much strength from. She decided to demonstratively show her glowing eye, saying that her complex completely changes the insectoid's nervous system. Shin Ga-yan said that the young man does not even imagine her capabilities, or rather paralysis, mind control, and even strengthening of the insectoid complex. Li Zhong knew very well that for most scorpions, the weapon is the tail, but not for all species. For example, the emperor scorpion is distinguished by its large size and uses physical strength in combination with a hard, stone-like exoskeleton. The girl seemed to start growing new arms. These were huge claws that could pierce even the strongest armor. And in tough battles, this can be a powerful weapon, and therefore the girl understood the stance of the imperial scorpion. The girl grew new claw-like hands, and she looked at her opponent with bright purple eyes. Li Zhong immediately bared his teeth and flashed his eyes unkindly, trying to jump away from his childhood friend. But he didn't succeed, because with just one blow, the girl was able to knock him to the ground so that he would bounce as far away from her as possible. Covering his face with his hands from the blows, the young man realized that the girl had very great strength. Shin Ga-yan said that this is the girl's real strength, and she just stimulated the complex a little. Shin Ga-yan said that her poison would last for another 2 hours, and then advised the handsome man to try to hold out. Watching her childhood friend's attacks become more and more confident, Shin Ga-yan said that she wasn't sure that Jun Hyun would survive a fight with the most brutal predator. Dragonfly reached out his hand to Do Hua, afraid for her and begging her to finally come to her senses. Well, his hand was caught by a web, and a voice ordered him to stand still. The breeder threw Su Chang to the ground with one blow, ordering him to lie down. The dragonfly immediately stood up, saying that he was not a dog for a breeder, trying to jump up and free himself from the trap. Well then, Su Chang realized with fright that he was stuck in a web that completely enveloped his body. The young man did not understand where it came from, but the blonde good-naturedly replied that he was making the web especially for the dragonfly. While Su Chang was trying to escape from one web, another one was aimed at him, but now he only looked at it in fear. The breeder froze in fear halfway when he realized that his web had torn right from his hands. The dragonfly, with the help of its fangs, was able to tear the web, thereby freeing itself from the trap. Su Chang rushed towards his opponent, spreading his wings wide, not understanding why he was doing all this. He flew towards the smiling breeder, shouting that he was turning children into insectoids and then force-feeding them. The dragonfly, which had already flown towards the breeder's forehead, was already able to strike him and then flee the scene. The breeder coughed up blood, realizing that he hadn't even seen the dragonfly, which meant that it had become significantly faster. The dragonfly flew right above him, its eyes wide with terror and the image of battle. Su Chang asked the man who had long ago spread his web if he thought he would go unpunished. Well, he struck the breeder again, hitting him right in the face with all his strength. This was repeated over and over again, causing the breeder's entire snow-white face to be covered in drops of blood. Tears began to flow from the tarantula's eyes, wiping away the warm clots of blood on his cheeks and eyelids. Shin Ga-yan cast an interested glance at the man, realizing that he had finally broken down. She ordered Do Hua to go and eat, directing her to a piece of meat on the floor and leaving a piece of a person behind her. Zhongli was trembling and couldn't take his frightened gaze off her. He thought that he just wanted happiness for his girlfriend. And then, Do Hua was able to lift a piece of meat with her claw, from which dripped drops of the water in which it had previously lain. The man couldn't bear to look at it any longer, so he turned away, but he trembled even more when he heard Shin Ga-yan's voice saying that Jun Hyun shouldn't worry. The girl told her opponent that Do Hua, who was already preparing to swallow the piece, would definitely become happy. But the dragonfly behind them stood up abruptly, trying to rip off the web to get the stupid aquarium right next to his head. The dragonfly screamed that Do Hua would not be happy, because they were simply making another different monster out of her. The young man shouted through the aquarium that if someone is a monster, then everyone turns away from him. Su Chang remembered how he walked into the classroom to approach his friends, but they only looked at him with disapproving eyes, watching him go with an unflattering gaze. He also remembered the trembling Min Hee, who did not even want to be close to the monster that was Su Chang. He remembered how he sobbed, barely holding his body in his arms, trying to calm the flow of tears that seemed to flow from his eyes like breasts. And the dragonfly asked, something that surprised Li Zhong, asking what the point of life was if he was all alone. He remembered how when he was a child, when he was walking home, People were talking around him, discussing that Jun Hyun's mother had gotten sick and died. They also whispered that the boy was probably sick too, and that was why he was wearing bandages on his face. And therefore, he was probably contagious, which meant they should stay away from him. But one day, a little girl approached him and asked if he was alone again, and so she suggested that they go to the shelter together. Jung Hyun was worried that he might accidentally hurt the girl, so he refused, but the girl decided that it was all because of the bandage on her face. It was Do Hwa who said that they would be friends, because she always had scrapes too, and then she was also covered in bandages. At first, the little boy couldn't get a word out, only looking in surprise at the friendly girl in front of him. Jun Hyun thought that if he looked back, it was because of Do Hwa that he was not alone. He always had a helping hand by his side. Jung Hyun grabbed the black feather tightly with his hand, which was wounded from the battle with Do Hwa. Shin Ga-yeon noticed the movements of the guy behind her and said that he was still ready to fight, but unfortunately Do Hwa no longer needed him. The young man squeezed the poisonous feather even tighter and realized that he couldn't even get up, but he could at least throw one hair. Looking at the young girl who had almost bitten into the meat, he clearly understood that this was the last chance to save her. He threw his feather, activating a small but poisonous barrage, realizing that his main goal was to protect Do Hwa from feeding. But the feather flew past her mouth, and therefore it did not touch either the meat or the young girl, who was bringing the piece closer and closer with trembling hands. Shin Ga-yeon laughed mockingly, saying that the young man really tried to knock the meat out of her claws, but unfortunately he only missed. But the feather fell into the aquarium around Su Chang, causing him to finally be able to breathe, as all the water now flowed under his feet. Su Chang immediately frowned, preparing to attack, as his green eyes sparkled as he tracked his prey. The breeder turned around, realizing that Jun Hyun hadn't been aiming at the meat at all, but at someone more useful. The dragonfly immediately took off, flying between the breeder, who didn't even have time to come to his senses, and almost knocking him off his feet. With one jerk, he was able to tear the meat out of Do Hwa's claw, who now looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. And then Jung Hyun fell into the water because he was exhausted and could no longer even stand on his feet, and so all hope remained on Su Chang. He mentally begged to save Do Hwa, who had already rushed after Su Chang, striking him with blue energy. He looked at the transfer, who avoided absolutely all the blows, and flew high up, trying to take a piece of meat with him. He realized that at such a height, from which the enemy was barely visible, he would definitely not be reached, and the fire extinguishing system would not wet the wings. But the breeder spread his arms out to the side, and smiling softly, said that they still had a lot of meat in reserve, and therefore the young man should not even hope that he was safe at such a height. He suggested that Su Chang think again, sending a bunch of webs at him that he could barely dodge. Beads of water and sweat ran down his angry face as he remembered being told that he had virtually no idea how to use his complex. I remembered how 10 minutes earlier I helped Jung Hyun up, who was saying that of course Su Chang was fast, but he didn't have enough strength. Tarantula said that the breeder would kill this dragonfly in no time, and therefore he was no match for him. Jun Hyun, adjusting his hood, said that even though they were on different sides, he needed help to pull Do Hwa out. But now the man was already flying across the roof of the building again, running away from the web, preparing to strike, and also remembering the words about the request to the council. The blonde thought in surprise as he straightened out the web that the dragonfly had caught on the roof, not understanding what he was trying to do. The young man with green eyes clenched his jaw tightly, but still looked at the breeder, remembering the words that the dragonfly could do it anyway. He remembered the words of Jun Hyun, who told Su Chang to hit the opponent at maximum speed next time, not just with his fist, but with his whole body. He kept recalling the words of the purple-eyed boy, who had advised him to use his speed to the maximum. He remembered that Jun Hyun had advised him to use his body as a bullet and then fire the machine gun. And then the young man pushed off the glass roof with all his might with his feet, trying to turn them into a powerful weapon as quickly as possible. And then the young man really flew so fast, as if he were a bullet that could pierce someone's skull. It was as if a new portal was opening up in front of him, all because of his speed, which turned everything around him into nothing but green rays of light. Su Chang knew it was time to increase the starting speed, and the dragonfly's wings would allow him to accelerate even faster, and if he also broke the sound barrier, there would be an explosion. The blonde tried to direct his web, but nothing worked, as if at this very moment he was supposed to finally learn what it was like to be a victim himself. And then, without thinking twice, Su Chang assumed the stance of a dragonfly, which rushed towards him at a furious speed so that the breeder could not even attack. And there Su Chang with all his might used his hunting weapon, thereby knocking his opponent into the water so that he could not even rest there. The man pushed off with all his speed and rushed forward like a bullet, realizing that such a phrase sounded quite beautiful. He covered his face with his hands, avoiding the hot green flame, realizing that he could only fly in a straight line, and it was impossible to slow down or dodge. Looking at the frightened breeder, Su Chang realized that he could only hit once now. He tries with all his might, trying to hit the selector with his whole body, knowing that he simply has to hit the target. The breeder threw his head back into the water, coughing up blood, realizing that this was very close. The blonde, of course, understood that if it weren't for the web, he would have been seriously injured at the hands of the boy. Su Chang's face was in front of his eyes, and he thought about it, realizing that such damage could be expected from a professor. Well, they were certainly from a bratty freshman. The breeder smiled slightly, and then began to laugh, not even paying attention to the blood on his face. The man, as if mad, pulled out his hand, from which new drops of water immediately appeared, saying that otherwise it would not be so exciting. He tried to escape from the water trap, realizing that his opponent had adopted the stance of a silver spider. And then the breeder created an aquarium in the form of a huge ball of woven web, closing himself in there with Su Chang. Su Chang immediately began to look around, trying to find a way out of the aquarium, and not understanding why he was underwater. But the breeder, noticing how the young man was trying to find a way out, said that he could not escape from here because he was trapped in a water chamber. The blonde swam up to the young man and, with wild eyes, began to strangle him, saying that now the dragonfly was in his hands. The breeder's purple eyes flashed dangerously as he stared at Su Chang in front of him, telling him that he had lost. Looking at the young man's face, which was already covered in blood, the blonde hastened to tell him what would happen next, or more precisely, that he would lose consciousness due to lack of oxygen. The blonde turned his gaze to Do Hua and Shin Ga-yeon, who were standing nearby, saying that when the guy woke up, his and the girl's nutrition training would be completed. He grabbed Su Chang's neck tighter, smiling brightly and saying that the dragonfly would start a new life by losing its humanity. He frowned, remembering the frightened Mi Hin, remembering how he hid, and therefore only mentally prayed not to make him a monster. The guy had already begun to lose consciousness. His eyes were clouding over, and he himself could not even think about anything other than his salvation. And then, behind the aquarium, a dark female silhouette appeared, swinging at the trap with all its might. And then the whole aquarium burst, causing the young man and the breeder to fly high into the air, but immediately fall. The breeder, who was still underwater, realized that his aquarium had been broken with just one blow. Su Chang was trying to catch his breath when he landed on the floor, and his arm was grabbed by a man. The man looked in admiration at the man who did not understand how the dragonfly managed to almost drown if he had wings. It was a smiling He Jin helping her friend up, saying that now it was time to get him out of trouble too. The young man opened his mouth wide in amazement and then asked in a puzzled voice where He Jin had even appeared. The girl quickly replied that as soon as the news of the kidnapping of the students became known, nest agents began. But Su Chang's phone, as luck would have it, was turned off. He Jin continued to say that despite this, Professor Ma had helped out and was able to find the boy who was currently at a loss. His green eyes widened, realizing that he had just remembered that Nest security was on Shin Ga-yeon's tail. Just a couple of hours ago, one of the scouts was watching her from a tree, noticing that she had no activity and was not going anywhere. But just a few moments later, he was looking at the same place where Shin Ga-yeon had been, realizing that she had disappeared. But the forwarder simply approached her, telling the girl, who was looking back at the bloodhound, that the breeders were waiting, and therefore he would take her to the meeting place. The bloodhound began to look around, searching for at least some clues. But he understood that most likely he needed to tell the nest that he had lost her. Then he looked up into the sky and saw a young boy with a dragonfly complex flying straight up. He Jin helped Su Chan up and said that the girl in his jacket, who had already been delivered to the nest by now, had told everything. Su Chang turned around in fear and grabbed He Jin's hand when he saw something strange behind them. It was Do Hua, who was still under Shin Ga-yeon's spell and was now aiming her scorpion complex at them. He Jin was shocked and shook her head, not understanding what was happening, but Su Chang advised her to step aside. He warned He Jin that Do Hua was currently dangerous because she was being controlled by neurotoxins. But this caused even more misunderstanding. But then, Shin Ga-yeon herself appeared behind the He Jin, already preparing to strike, calling the girl in front of her a teacher's cur. But the student was also preparing to strike, saying that it was not enough for the woman to release the praying mantis, so she tried here too. But Shin Ga-yeon wasn't scared at all. She just mockingly asked what she would do to her for this, since, for example, she had already directed Dohwa at her. And then the space between them seemed to be pierced by a sharp, straight beam of violet energy. But then, a certain man approached Dohwa, sitting her down on the ground, and then patted her on the head, asking for forgiveness, which caused her to have even more questions. This person was Hee Jin, who, with all her strength, a few moments later hit the girl, pushing her into the water, saying that she would only give her one blow to knock the nonsense out of her. And then the girl screamed in response to Hee Jin, who had been cut on the cheek by something sharp, causing her face to be covered in blood, which was quite cruel. It was Shin Ga-yeon, who was already preparing to strike again, saying that if she were to do so, she would be able to easily kill Do-hwa. And then a green beam of energy was already directed at the woman with purple hair on her finger, preparing to strike. But she immediately recoiled, saying that Su Chang, whom she called silly, had better not interfere when the girls were talking. But the guy, ignoring her words, tried to strike again, but he was prevented from doing so by the web. And the selector stood behind the young man all this time, depriving him of control of his hands and head, saying that he was still not finished with Su Chang. And then, still smiling softly, the breeder finally crossed his arms and assumed the stance of a silverback spider, and then his eyes lit up. He tried to break free like a spineless puppet, but when he was able to fly up, he collided head-on with Hee Jin. But Hee Jin didn't lose her head, and so she simply tore the web from the guy's hands, freeing him from the strange shackles. She stood behind him, staggering, and asked if the guy who fell into the water was okay. Hee Jin looked at the two rivals angrily, saying that the two of them were really big pains in the ass. Looking at the two proud opponents in front of her, who, judging by their appearance, weren't even tired, she realized that these two were not inferior in strength, even to Professor Chi himself. And then Shin Ga-yeon headed towards them, warning the breeder that she would handle the girl herself, because he was not interested in stupid cockroaches. The young man was sweating all over, realizing that they had no chance at all, and therefore Hee Jin should take Do-hwa and get out of here, and he would try to buy time. But Hee Jin didn't seem to even think about such a turn of events, and so she immediately answered the guy that she definitely wouldn't do that. She smiled kindly, asking if Su Chang remembered what he said when their student IDs were stolen. He recalled how, again knee-deep in water, he tried to support a young girl who wanted to be left alone with her rivals. And then Hee Jin said that she didn't come alone either, which caused the breeder to have many questions and prompted him to look up. Then he noticed the red-haired guy from above, but he had already managed to kick him in the face, pushing him back. It was Hai Sung, who looked at him with irritation, saying that they were attacking his buddies. "Have you really lost your fear completely?" But Shin Ga-yeon was spinning, thereby creating strange yellow threads around herself, indicating that there was another familiar face in front of her. But it turned out that it was not her energy at all that was around, but the silk threads of one of the students, which she was illusorily weaving. She was able to trap the girl in a matter of seconds, wrapping her in a straitjacket so that she couldn't even move. Su Chang, looking at this with hope, widened his green eyes when a certain person behind him spoke to him. It was the girl with green hair who was holding Pan Hyun Ah in her arms, saying that they were paying back the debt they owed him for that first lesson with Professor Chi when he almost killed them. The breeder didn't seem to be very scared, and so he just crumpled his aquarium, smiling brightly and saying that it was quite interesting. He looked at a whole group of people in front of him, saying that they had nest pests. Shin Ga-yeon tore the straitjacket in a second, saying that the small maggots with a couple of trivial tricks would not harm her. Although even if they sent all the students, she would not care. A fiery space began to form around her. She raised her hands and asked if the students would like her tricks. And then something exploded, right where their opponents were standing, but the breeder still had to cover his face with his hands. But from the bright flames, a dark silhouette was visible, who called Shin Ga-yeon and the breeder brainless idiots, because did they really think that they would be able to escape again? The two rivals of Nest looked at the explosion site in fear, listening to a certain silhouette saying that he would do absolutely everything possible to protect Nest. The man had a burning arm on which was a tattoo of a skull with strange tree branches growing out of it. Professor Chi stood before them, his eyes shining with a bright fire as he asked which of them would go to the coal mine first. Shin Ga-yeon immediately recognized the man who was slowly emerging from the flames, walking towards them, mocking the girl. He reminded that he had already said that they would meet again, but unfortunately, he had to walk a long way to find her. A doctor had already arrived to see Do-hwa when the professor said that Shin Ga-yeon was already tired of playing with the lives of his students. Shin Ga-yeon bit her lip in irritation, and then shuddered when she heard the man's words, that apparently the scar from the burn from 5 years ago was no longer enough. Behind him, the skull seemed to be on fire, just like he himself, like a fiery bull heading towards his prey, saying that this time he would burn the girl whole. But the girl's hesitation did not last long because moments later, she only laughed tiredly, saying that this old fart had found something to remember. Shin Ga-yeon smiled like a madwoman, showing the burn on her face, and they say that it's time to shut up Chi-jun already. She was already preparing to strike, but the old man did not lag behind, and also prepared his fiery fist especially for her. The breeder smiled, saying that the spectacle was, of course, extremely entertaining, but that was enough for now. He abruptly grabbed the angry Ning Ga-yeon, who was trying to resist the web and the breeder's words that it was time for them to return. The girl, tied up, looked at the breeder with her dissatisfied red eyes, who asked him to give the rest to him. The girl grabbed the web, trying to tear it off, but the breeder had already asked the forwarder to take her. The forwarder immediately grabbed her, saying that they would wait together for the breeder in the laboratory. Chi-jun, who was not without reason a professor in the opinion of the breeder, immediately realized that the forwarder had disappeared and then knew how to mimic. The blonde, stretching his hand forward, suggested that they finish for today, since he had already escorted Shin Ga-yeon so as not to shed any more blood, and also Nest would be able to take the orphans in jungle juice. He wanted to suggest other options, but he was interrupted by the old man's attack, which rushed from the professor towards him, intending to kill. The professor exhaled heavily. I asked if he was the boss here, to which he received a positive answer, preparing to strike again. The old man, looking at the breeder, said that they had been looking for a long time for the mysterious leader of the gang who had taken all the jungle juice. And now, they had finally caught him. The professor, getting closer and closer to the frightened breeder, said that this was all because he had opened his mouth wide at his students. The old man showed his hand again, saying that this is exactly what he will take revenge for with interest, with the help of his complex. The old man immediately tried to increase the maximum power, forming precise lights around himself, realizing that he needed to blow up the enemy. A fire shone before the breeder's face, and he himself realized that in front of him was a man who had taken the stance of a bombardier spider. And then, without thinking twice, the old man delivered his powerful blow, calling it a bunker bomb, straight at the selector. One student was frightened by this, realizing that even from there she could feel the heat from the blow. The doctor from Nest, who was covering his face with his hand, asked what she expected from Professor Chi with his fucking explosive power. But for Su Chang, this did not cause any, not even the slightest discomfort, because he was wearing special glasses. Even though he was confident that it would work, his eyes widened after just a few moments of fear. Professor Chi-jun, who was running towards the breeder, also did not immediately understand what had happened, stopping halfway. All this time, some unidentified insect towered over them, which increased the man's size hundreds of times, leaving him no chance of winning. In the middle of that monster was a breeder who mockingly said that he was almost fried because the bombardier beetle has incredible firepower. Then, with his elongated body, he said that the path then in the breeder will disperse a little, and then trapped Professor Chi. This monster broke through the glass on the ceiling of the building, going higher and higher, and therefore became larger than even multi-story buildings. The breeder said that it is quite difficult, because few can grow to such a size, because this is all due to constant feeding. The breeder looked at the proud professor, saying that they had to finish for today, for their own safety. The breeder sat on top of a giant centipede from the family of true centipedes, and they say that otherwise he would simply have to kill them all. Su Chang hugged He Jin, who could barely move, looking fearfully at the giant, who was probably also an insectoid. He stood right between its claws, saying that it was scary to even get close to this monster. The blond man smiled mockingly and said that he had planned to get his hands on some of them, starting with Do Hua, but he could wait because he had something to do. And then the monster hurried to get away from them all, saying that they would see each other again, addressing them as Nest. The centipede fell into the ground and the guy came closer, making sure that she really was gone. Su Chang came closer to the scene, saying that they could follow the centipede through the tunnel since they had a lot of children in the lab. But he fell unconscious halfway to the tunnel, and He Jin, who was afraid for him, immediately rushed to him. But the professor reacted to this calmly, because she knew that Su Chang was slightly overexerted, and considering who he was up against, there was nothing surprising about it. The girl placed the guy's head on her lap, and Chi-jun thought that he didn't expect Su Chang to last so long, and therefore hoped that he had learned to use the complex. After thinking hard, the professor realized a clear thought that this boy had good potential. And then, already late at night, when the whole sky was already dark blue, and the moon was high in the sky, they all returned safely to the nest. According to the psychometric test, Do Hua quickly recovered, but she had a side effect from the neurotoxin in the form of constant aggression, but soon she fully recovered. Ye Rim went to the new center, and Su Chang saw her off. Because everything was organized by the management of Nest, Professor Chi assured him that this was a great place. But Shinga Yan and the breeder disappeared into thin air, and Su Chan was more worried about this than anything else. But the man with bandages on his mouth, as if reading their thoughts, replied that he also did not know where they had disappeared to, and that his duties included infiltrating the nest and guarding the shelter. Tarantula lay in the next hospital bed, not far from Su Chang, with his arm bandaged. The dragonfly looked at his former enemy in bewilderment, asked why he was here, and then indifferently answered that the other rooms were occupied and he was wounded. Suddenly, a man wearing a student uniform walked into their room, saying that he saw that Li Zhang's balls were still there since he stayed in the nest. It was So Hyun who stepped on the tarantula's hospital bed, saying that he should have been locked in the basement like a fucking parasite. But he simply ignored Hai Sung, only addressing Su Chan, who thought that he knew how to piss off Hai Sung. Hai Sung squeezed his shirt, but he only said that he still believed that weak, pathetic people could not become happy. And so, of course, he played, well, his beliefs did not change. Dragonfly suddenly remembered how he had called him a weakling, thinking that it was precisely such motives that drove the young man. So he remembered how, during their fight, the Goliath bird-eater, with his burning eyes, almost screamed that the weak are always unhappy. Su Chang replied that the world was quite cruel, and that fate was largely determined by natural abilities. But he still looked at it differently. The guy thoughtfully replied that if we talk about life and happiness, then in his opinion, something completely different is important. Listening to his words, Li Zhang once again recalled that moment he could never forget, how he shouted for those men to leave his mother alone. He remembered how, when he was a very small boy, one of those big men simply pushed him away so that he fell on his back because the child bites. And then he called Li Zhang a brat, and added that it was because of people like him that the man hated children, picking up the stool. He was already preparing to hit him again, forcing him to close his eyes and calling the young boy a bastard. Then the boy's mother jumped up and blocked him from the flying stool, which left her with a huge wound on her head. Something dripped blood onto the boy's cheek too. He tried to tell her about it, but now he already knew that it was useless, because his mother had nothing but an honest name. She was weak. The woman with the broken head said that his mother was fine, and the boy didn't need to worry about anything, as she always told him. She hugged him tightly, saying that they would definitely be happy because she loved him, but now he did not understand why she promised this. Li Zhang in the present time turned his gaze away from Su Chang, who had a very rosy view of the world. Well, then 2 guards came into their room. Zhang Hyun realized that it was time for him to go because he had to go to the interrogation. The 2 men grabbed the young man, leading him out of the room, but Lee Jun-hyun still turned around, wishing the transfer student good luck. And yet, the tarantula asked to forgive himself for all the troubles. I hope that everything will be fine with her, although he could not say this. At the same time, this girl was lying in a hospital bed, calling her friend from her orphanage an idiot. At the same time, in the dorm, a young man with green eyes was brushing his teeth, thinking that fortunately all of their guys were okay. At this late hour, Suk-chan was already brushing his teeth, thinking that he was still worried about the children stuck in that horrible laboratory. And now all he could do was wait for the university to find a chain. But after leaving the shower and thinking that since he was discharged, he could concentrate on his studies, and then he met a certain silhouette. It was Hee-jin, which caused the guy to have a lot of questions about how she got here and what she was doing here anyway. The girl smiled softly, apologizing to Su Chang, saying that they needed to talk, so she simply climbed through the window. The girl crossed her arms, asking if it was true that Su Chan slept with Do Hua, narrowing her eyes. The young man turned white for a moment, tightly clutching the towel around his neck, looking at such an unexpected guest. The young man did not quite understand what was happening, so he just looked at the young girl in front of him in surprise, not expecting such a question. Half an hour ago, someone's voice was heard saying that someone couldn't believe that in their world there really were people who were capable of giving children hybridization. It was Hee-jin's voice who was blow-drying her hair, asking who in their right mind would do that. It's disgusting. Then Do Hua asked if she wanted to hear a funny story, telling her how she got drunk at the welcoming party and then passed out. The girl was playing some games on her phone, telling how the next morning she and Chan Su-chan woke up in the same bed, laughing happily. And then the girl's black hairdryer fell over with one simple movement, but with a loud thud on the floor, turning off as it went. Hee-jin turned around in her chair in surprise, holding the hairdryer by the cord, but now looking at the carefree Do Hua, who was lying in bed. Hee-jin stood up, saying that she forgot to do something so she needed to fix it, but Do Hwan understood why she would go out the window in that case. The girl turned around in irritation when Do Hua asked her to give something to Su-chan if she met him by chance. She hugged the pillow, exhaling heavily, and then thoughtfully asked to tell about what had happened between them. In her mind was Su-chang's rescue from the breeder, when he hugged her to save her from being fed or covered her with his back, protecting her from his friend's feathers. But then, turning around, she asked the girl to forget about it because she decided that she herself would thank her for all this the next time they met. This made Hee-jin open her pink eyes even wider, holding on to the curtain of the open window and pushing aside the tool. But back to the present, it was still deep night, and Hee-jin was worriedly asking whether Su-chang was sleeping or not. The girl again turned to the guy who stood in front of her and was still trembling slightly, although he was smiling awkwardly. Looking at the girl who advised him to be more careful in choosing his expression, he realized that having gone through fire, water, and copper pipes, he could confidently say that he had never been so scared. But after just a few minutes, the man was kneeling in front of Hee-jin, frantically explaining the situation, trying to save himself from certain death. Having understood the whole situation, the girl covered her mouth with her hand, realizing that now she would sink into the ground from shame because she had thought so much unnecessary things. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that, of course, he had been popular, but in reality, he had never even held hands with girls. The girl sharply objected, despite the bewildered young man saying that this was not true at all. She remembered how Su-chang had held her hand on the day she almost died, saying that the boy had held hands after all. The girl also remembered well how the dragonfly hugged the girl, sobbing and trembling with fear of losing her again. Hee-jin blushed noticeably, saying that the guy even managed to hug some girl, gently turning away from him. The young man immediately began to deny it, saying that this had never happened, because he was so excited and did not remember anything. And Hee-jin got angry, thinking that dragonflies had memory problems. The young man smiled brightly, saying that he was truly, sincerely grateful to Hee-jin, who listened to him with her eyes wide open in surprise. He remembered the moment when the girl ran headlong towards him, ignoring her own safety, saying that she always tries to help, comes to the rescue, despite her wounds, like in that warehouse, for example. Well, then he remembered how she helped him, when she extended a helping hand to him during the fight with the breeder, because having broken through the aquarium, she practically pulled him back from the other world. The young man felt very awkward, and so he looked down at the floor, saying that he would very much like to somehow repay kindness with kindness. The girl sat down next to him, getting off her chair, and saying that he could, in principle, respond kindly. The girl reached out to the young man as if she wanted to kiss him, saying that she was sure that Su-chan could think of a way. And then, the next day, when the sun was already burning high at its zenith, and the sky was clear, and they were still in the dormitory, from one open window came the sound of conversations about how, as stated in the letter, he had gathered everyone here to discuss all the dean's decisions regarding the recent incident. Professor Yu, Old Man Chi-jin, and also Professor Ma were sitting at that conference, and he said that from now on, Nest would take care of the breeder and his organization. He addressed his colleagues, saying that they would begin preparing for a full-scale war. The old man asked if they had managed to find out their location, to which Professor Ma replied that thanks to the testimony of this young man, they had managed to obtain some information. He played the recording of Lee Jun-hyun's interrogation on the TV, calling him a spy sent to spy on them. The professor responded that the breeder had apparently given up on the boy, once again playing the video of the interrogation that had taken place before Jun-hyun's arrest. Before them was the indifferent, despairing face of the young man as he listened to the question that in that case, he should name his organization. Tarantula replied that the name was a pet store, because it was a group of hybrids whose goal was to destroy the existing social structure by creating a new world filled with insectoids, led by a breeder. He said that the Angel's Orphanage is far from the only place where people are made insect-like, but he does not know the location of other points, because the breeder is careful and does not share unnecessary information with his subordinates. Professor Yu had already become upset and disappointed, but suddenly the guy said that there was one point that he had learned about in secret from the breeder. He said that in that point, all the completed hybrids are kept, and it is called a laboratory, where they are all in a cage. Professor Chi-jun asked if the breeder and Shin Ga-yeon were hiding there. The youth replied that it was impossible to say for sure, but the laboratory was undoubtedly one of the main bases, and if they explored the area, they might find some clues. The man says that the structure is located on an island called Black, and then added that this is a little-known piece of land where even tourists do not often go. Professor Chi-jun said that he proposed to scout out the situation, so he would send several of his graduates there. The man sitting at the head of the room flashed his blue eyes, as he said that the dean had ordered a team of successful first-year students to be assembled, selected through a special group competition. The old man slammed his fist on the table, saying that they were completely inexperienced. But Professor Ma said that the senior classes were busy with other problems, and the newcomers should only test the waters. It was not dangerous. He remembered Do Hua, who was able to lift the car with just one jerk, saying that among the new recruits, there were a couple of guys who showed great promise. I also remembered He Jin, who could easily even break the breeder's aquarium or prove herself in the warehouse, and so he reminded them about Su Chang, and that, in addition to everything else, it was Chi-jun's students who played a significant role in the recent incident, and therefore the dean wants to cultivate their talents and strengthen their positions as soon as possible. The woman with red hair said that newcomers are quite capable of conducting a small investigation, and indulgences certainly do not contribute to development. When the reason for Shin Ga-yeon's departure was mentioned, the old man guiltily lowered his yellow eyes, looking at the table. The man with the mustache said that unfortunately the enemy's plans could not be ignored, and therefore they could no longer afford to worry about the safety of their subordinates. They said that it was time for those students who were still afraid to even eat too spicy food to grow up. At that moment, Su Chang handed He Jin a glass of water, saying that it was not necessary to take the spiciest thing and that this was enough. They were sitting in a cafe, and He Jin said that she hadn't been to such places for a long time and had long dreamed of trying pink tteokbokki, which the girls had been buzzing about, but the portion was simply huge. Su Chang said that this area is like any other college town and life is in full swing here, and He Ji replied that it is because there are stalls here for those who decided not to go to university, and the hybrids want to get a taste of the simple life. But suddenly, distracted from her thoughts, she asked if the young man had seen Hai Sung, since she had not noticed him in the room yesterday. Su Chang replied that he had gone to his parents and would spend the whole weekend there, which surprised the girl greatly. He Jin sadly said that she was sure that Do Hui was very lonely right now when suddenly someone noticed them. From behind them, a loud, friendly question was heard, asking He Jin and Su Chan what these lovers were doing here together. It was the students from their department, Bang Hyun-ah and Young Da-woong, who were making fun of them, thinking and saying that it was very fun to tease them. The girl who had recently tied Shin Ga-yeon into a straitjacket was now laughing, saying that they hadn't come on a date like some people, but to eat tteokbokki. The girl with green hair asked if the lovers had heard that the lab had opened and if they wanted to go there, offering to go with them. The girl with pink eyes started to pound the table and then grabbed Su Chang's hands, saying that they needed to show up too. But Su Chang thought that they needed to agree to participate in the study. He Jin said that Nest Labs researches a lot of things and also develops great equipment for students and secret agents, as they are the ones who created their student uniforms. The girl said that the lab periodically held an open day, allowing applications to be submitted for the creation of special items to strengthen the complex, but the opening of the lab could only mean one thing. And finally, after a few moments, the girl said that this meant that they were preparing for a breeder battle. After some time, they were in the Laboratory Research Center of NEST, the Technical Development Department, and there was a girl there who was ready to help them with filling out an application for receiving equipment. Looking around in surprise, the guy said that they had new equipment on every corner here, to which He Jin replied that she had never been to the Technical Development Department either. Jang Da-woon asked what the newcomer came for, a mask or a suit, but he himself did not know what he wanted. The girl said that they were going to get a weapon, and with the help of which they would defeat the two of them. The girls said that on that test, the Professor Su Chang helped them out, and of course they were very grateful for the rescue of the test. Well, who at that time was very upset, and for their weakness. Young Da-woon said that it was at that moment that they realized that they wouldn't get far at this rate and that they needed to become stronger. They looked at Su Chang, talking about how they would otherwise end up with a snack, as the professor said, friends, died from France, become the best graduates of the course. The man clenched his jaw in response and frowned, realizing that he felt the same way. We remembered our fight with the breeder, who never stopped smiling, thinking that he simply had to become stronger. He said it would be in case he had to fight him again, and then replied, holding out the money, that he knew what he wanted. He Jin looked at the guy in surprise, thinking that she thought he would be upset. She remembered how the boy, although almost in a dying state, missed the breeder, but continued to worry about the children who needed saving. And the girl thought that Su-chan would need support, a change of scenery, but apparently she was wrong. The girl smiled kindly and friendly, and I understand that Su-chan himself did a great job. Professor Yu said that first there was the crazy way of signing up for the course, which was striking in its absurdity, and now the nonsense with the battle. The girl who was still in the nest said that there was a rather peculiar dean here. She asked the old man what he thought about the winner, because she had heard that among the first year, there were hybrids of rare species, understanding that they would win. But Professor Chi-jun said that they are all hybrids with unusual abilities, but the outcome of the competition is not decided by the insect's uniqueness, because all living forms in life are equal. The man said that when it comes to survival, the winner is the one who wants to survive the most, like the boy who just asked for special protective glasses to be made. At the same time, at the entrance to the pet store, where a long green corridor led, which was barely illuminated, there stood a large man with brown hair who looked ahead in surprise, wondering if he even wanted to know what it was. In front of him stood the breeder, who was holding Shin Ga-yeon tied to a chair with his web while placing his foot on the chair. The breeder walked away from her, saying that it was an act of self-defense, because upon her return, Shin Ga-yeon started to fight, and he had to respond. The breeder said that this was indeed too much, so he should let the girl go. But first they had agreed long ago that they would talk like two civilized adults. And then, a green claw was immediately placed on his forehead, which made the blonde very surprised. Looking at the breeder's small wound, Shin Ga-yeon said that she would have enjoyed watching and listening to the symphony of his skull crunching if she hadn't been in the debtor's shoes. She came closer to him and, like a madwoman, said that if he interfered next time, she would call him darling. The breeder laughed, apologizing for upsetting her, remembering that rather awkward moment when he had grabbed her with a web. The man told the offended girl with purple curls to sit down while he made some tea as an apology. The breeder adjusted his hair, smiling brightly, and reasoning that she probably expected to finish off the professor, and therefore, everything becomes more and more interesting. The man looked at Shin Ga-yeon's upset face, wondering what could have happened to her in Nest 5 years ago. She remembered the fiery old man who quickly walked towards her, looking at her with sparkling eyes and repeating that Shin Ga-yeon was a monster. Her gaze clouded over for a moment. She closed her violet eyes as if not wanting to even remember it. But alas, she has no power over fear. The breeder placed a cup of tea on Shin Ga-yeon's table, saying that he could help with the girl's permission. The breeder, smiling softly, said that if the girl only asked, he would help bring about the death of old man Ji. Shin Ga-yeon asked how Hong wanted to do this. Since the students could no longer be used, they weren't so stupid that they would fall for the same bait twice. He said that there is always a way out, because they can ask him to take her to the nest, and they are superior to their opponents because the girl herself knows their location. The breeder said that the girl could take as many of his people as needed, and that she should not be shy about asking for help if needed. But the girl did not understand, and she did not understand what kind of outburst of friendliness this was. The girl moved her finger along the cup, saying that based on her experience of communicating with men, they are nice only in 2 cases. Either they like you, or they have some hidden motives. The blonde laughed softly in agreement when he heard the girl's voice, but they were already getting ready to drink tea. At the same time, old man Ji was leading the couple, showing an image of a black island on the screen. He said that it was a quiet, remote area of land that didn't attract many visitors, and that the group's base was a pet store responsible for the recent attack and was forcibly hiding hybrids like them behind its walls. The man remembered the breeder, thinking that the gang positions itself as a pet store. The professor said that they needed to send people to the island as tourists to search for the enemy hideout, and to select people for this mission, they would hold a competition. 2 students who had recently been choosing weapons for the lab whispered in confusion when they heard the professor's voice say that this should be thought of as another group assignment. The man looked at them cautiously, saying that even if the matter was limited to exploring the territory, they needed to understand who they were visiting, and then the students who distinguished themselves during the competition would receive the right to carry out an important assignment. The professor talked about how others would benefit from adding extra points to their final grade, and the boy in the back row immediately realized that this was a chance to excel outside the university program. The guy muttered thoughtfully about how this was a group competition, which left Hee-jin confused. The young man said that they had to win, and the cunning one thought that he must be worried about those kids from the laboratory. He immediately noticed how Hee-jun assured the young man later that she would try. Su Chang, well, give him your fists in the post, thinking that this is a special group competition, so that he doesn't have enough, they must win. Osuchana's green eyes flashed with no goodness when he had already found his tone. What would happen to him in case of failure? And he, at the very least, was worried that they would simply refuse him, having ticked the wrong box. He was shaking from the thought that there was a pass. They had earned a lot of money in the process of helping. It would destroy his family and ratings. But he thought about the fact that he was experiencing a tremor in his body. The professor, after a few moments, said that they needed to move on to the rules of the competition, and so he again clutched the remote control in his hands. He put a certain topic on the screen, saying that they would be divided into 4 teams. The one that won the first one would advance further. The one that got through the final would be included in the final lineup. Professor, something is worth passing the test in close combat, but there is nothing difficult to crush them. You just need to use your complex to win. But the only rule of education is to kill and not maim classmates. The dream told me that it was like a wall-to-wall with the use of complexes, which means that if they take everyone to another team, they will be able to win, saying that they will tear anyone apart. The old man said that they would say right away that the purpose of the competition was not to fight with peers, because they were gathering a team for nothing more than a research assignment. Chaejin said each team chooses a location to serve as headquarters for the flag. And the only way to convince was to steal the enemy's flag and run away with it to your team. The professor said that they would not know the location of the opponent's base, but would receive coordinates if they captured at least one member of the opposing team, as if tying them up and forcing them to talk. Hitman Shirakovskogoyer, mom you about that it is stimulation of construction, good practice for further search of someone else's shelter. The professor agreed with the hit already. They say that the above rules reflect the conditions that will be encountered in practice, and with honor having overcome this test will be awarded an invitation. Finally, he said that they could start right now, and therefore Group A and Group B should already leave with their suitcases. Haesung, Do-hwa, and Hee-jin walked slowly through the training grounds, holding their equipment and looking around. One of the students at the back, noticing Suchang's case, said that someone had received an amplifier from the lab. He smiled brightly because a very good show must be starting since the class president, Cheon Do-hwa, and the newbie were all together. But they were stuck with a weak setter, and for the first moments and minutes they couldn't even bury their red flag, and Do-hwa only urged Haesung on. But the old man, looking at this indifferently, imagined through the radio that the first round was declared open. Group B consisted of Pan Hyun-ah, who carried the rope, and Jung Da-woong, who ran through the forest upon hearing the command. Someone at the back of the class shouted that Group B was running towards Group A, which immediately left the professor puzzled. The professor said that 2 of them went to search for the enemy base, and the others stayed to guard the base. But running through the forest and in search of the flag, this is not the most effective solution. The professor began to discuss what would be the best way to use time properly while observing Park Hyun-ah and Jung Da-woong. The man with the beard smiled slyly, saying that they should have followed the second rule of the game, or rather find the rivals and then catch them, as Group B did, setting up an ambush right from the green bushes so that the girls would not see them in advance. A dragonfly flew out of the bushes towards them, clenching its fists and looking sternly at its opponents. The 2 of them immediately opened their eyes in fear because in front of the girls, who were already screaming in fear, trying to retreat from the 2 rivals. But the delay did not last long because a moment later Chandakin was already smiling slyly, showing her white teeth. It was a girl with green hair and also with some kind of weapon, which caused purple energy to form around her. The 2 players from Cube B immediately recoiled, clearly understanding that if this thing had come just a little bit closer, they could have been hit. The girl smiled slyly, saying that she had received a weapon with which she could defeat them, like a horned spider that throws its web like an iron mace. The girl said that it was unlikely that Jung Da-eun would hit them with such a slow weapon as she dodged and ran closer and closer to her opponent. Then Hee-jin was grabbed by some strings which made her unable to even move, only looking at them in fear and screaming in fear. It was the second girl with bright yellow eyes who used silk threads like a spider weaving its web. And then the second girl swung the same purple heavy mace again, already preparing to strike. The girl realized that she was pinned down when she screamed in fear, looking at the mace in front of her, and realizing that she would not be able to dodge it. And the dragonfly, without thinking twice, grabbed the girl in his arms, trying to carry her as far as possible from the blow of the mace behind him. The girls slowly approached the 2 rivals, asking if they were more dangerous than they seemed at first glance. The girl said that they had recently gotten out of some problems, which meant they had gained more combat experience, especially against their background. Pan Hyun-a confidently stated that this fact does not guarantee their loss, pointing her finger at them. The professor reasoned that they were strong guys, but the girls had gotten used to each other last semester, so they were much more united as a team. He looks at Hai Sung and Do Hua, who were sitting by the red flag, groaning and realizing that they were in for a truly interesting sight. And there were two more of these insectoids who had strange black bodies, which guarded their flag. And then two of Team A directed all their forces at them, while the professor reasoned that right here and now, a student worthy of the title of the strongest insects would be revealed. At some point, the girl decided to throw her weapon at the enemy. The girl was unable to hit a single person, but there was a loud roar that could be heard from a long distance. The guy thought that she could finish them off with one blow of the mace, and he was also surprised how the girl was able to create an iron mace with her complex. Daun at that time belonged to the horned bola spiders, and at the end of their webs a sticky ball was formed, which they waved to grab their prey. The guy was surprised that the girl turned out to be a rather unusual spider. But Hee-jin told the guy about the good news, because all spiders have a common weakness. The girl also told the guy that spiders need poison and webs to compensate for their lack of physical strength. The spiders were only vulnerable in close combat. The next moment, the girl wrapped Hee-jin in a web that looked like a death shirt. The girl was surprised that the web was stronger than the previous times. This girl was a silkworm. They get silk by steaming and unweaving it from the cocoon, which is why no one can escape from the captivity of these threads with bare hands. The guy immediately ran to the girl to tear the threads with his teeth. But Su Chang didn't have time to reach Hee-jin, because his opponents didn't let him pass. He was shocked that in the first days of school they were completely different students, but their teamwork was excellent. If they had tied up everyone from Group A, Nest would have immediately sent them to their base. Hee-jin thought the girls were amazing on the team and she didn't expect to meet a decent selection from them. Well, at some point the girl breaks the web, and the girl who was watching this was very surprised when she saw this. Hee-jin suddenly breaks the entire web and bursts out, telling that now she knows everything. Team A's opponents stood in complete shock as they watched the girl break free from the web that was firmly held together. The guy, like all the other insectoids, could not believe what they saw at that moment. They wanted to understand how this happened, because everyone was confused because of this situation. The girl quickly explained that Hee-jin also went to the lab. She went there for a special weapon that was completely suitable for her fighting style, as well as weapons created in the style and likeness of the spikes on the legs of cockroaches. The girl immediately broke her opponent's mace. Her rival got angry at her for an action that left the girl in complete shock. The girl had serious intentions, especially with the brass knuckles she took from the lab. Hee-jin's opponent didn't expect that she would be able to break her mace. The rival immediately asked her friend to make a net, but Hyuna couldn't make it that fast. At that moment, Hee-jin warned Su-chan that his appearance would soon be coming. The guy was already flying down at that moment, even though he was without glasses, but something unusual was waiting for their rivals. Su-chang wanted to show everyone a very interesting trick involving his eyes. When he was flying, he closed his eyes so that nothing would fly into his face, and also so that it would be good to observe what was happening below. He didn't want to hurt anyone, but he didn't want to miss the chance to win under any circumstances. Professor Yu was shocked when he saw that Su-chang used his complex, because he could kill someone with it. The guy used a special power from the complex called Blank Shot. If you use it correctly with the use of dragonfly capabilities, something incredible happens. It was he who helped to call the guards on his opponent. Zhang Da-wung was expelled because the location of Group B's base was exposed. The people who watched this were shocked that the newcomer himself caught his opponent, and they were also shocked that the headman fought with brass knuckles. Professor Yu explained to the students that only dragonflies can perform one maneuver, which requires them to slow down just before a collision. The girl heard that Su-chan also ordered something from the laboratory. Hyuna didn't know how to fight against two students alone. The girl decided to retreat tactically, but Hee-jin noticed something strange on the side where the girl was running. And suddenly the girl started shouting at Hyuna not to run in that direction under any circumstances. Hyuna barely heard what the girl was screaming, which is why she didn't immediately notice the sharp break. The girl got caught on her shoe and ended up falling off the cliff. Hyuna still didn't understand what was happening at that time. Professor Yu looked at the screen attentively, observing the university students. The next moment, someone grabs the girl by the hand so that she doesn't fall down. Hee-jin was able to catch the girl, who was very scared because of what was happening. Hyuna, with a trembling voice, barely managed to thank the girl for saving her. But Hee-jin needs to trust people less because this time she was deceived and it was all planned that way. A guy and a girl were sitting on the edge of a cliff watching what was happening below. Hyuna explained to the girl that she was sure that she would try to save her because she thought that with Hee-jin's help, they got their passes back. The girl was always sweet and caring towards others. Hyuna decided to ask the girl for forgiveness. But they weren't the only ones who needed Cinderella. As a result, Park Hee-jin was eliminated, and the location of Group A's base was revealed. The girls fell onto the cocoon that Hyuna had made, and that was the end of the first part of the competition. The guy was happy when he found out that they remained healthy, but the girl standing next to him sarcastically agreed with him. As a result, the score was equalized, and the next participants in the competition went on. Surprisingly, no one understood where the defenders of Group B's base had gone. The guy decided that it was high time to go after the enemy flag. At some point, the guy heard someone say his name, and almost immediately the guy realized that the sound was coming from the earphone. Suchan realized after some time that it was Hae-sung who was not happy at all. At almost the same time, the defenders of the Group B base come out. The guy was a little shocked that just a few minutes after Hee-jin was caught, Hae-sung was also caught. They were very lucky to be near Group A's base. Hae-sung tried to resist, but unfortunately nothing worked because their complexes conflict. A rather strange smile appeared on the guy's face. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. But he still managed to explain to the guy that they most likely lost. The guy quickly ran past his rivals and turned around from time to time to check that no one was nearby. Suddenly, the guy saw a glowing suitcase that was securely hidden. Su-chang was confident that they could not lose. The guy would never allow his team to lose because of a stupid move. It turns out that Ji-hwa had a rhinoceros beetle complex and also had terrible problems with controlling his strength, which is why he could accidentally kill. Hae-sung noticed that there was something dangerous near the girl, so he asked her to be careful. It turns out that Hee-jin was their rival above, who definitely wasn't just flying around for no reason, which means we should expect something bad. The girl was perplexed because something that looked like snow was falling from above. It wasn't snow, but the scales of a rival because Hwang Ri-da had a wart complex. Their rival's scales caused an allergic reaction when in contact with the skin. The girl should have already died at that moment, or was writhing in pain after she found out that they were poisonous. The opponent did not want to give up and told the girl who was running at him that they were finished, as he thought, in order to get even with him as soon as possible. They ran at each other to win and soon take Cinderella to themselves. They instantly grappled and began to measure who had more strength and power. Surprisingly, it was hard for him to, but not as hard as it was for the girl. The girl's feet slid wildly over her rival's scales. The girl thought it was stupid to compete with a rhinoceros beetle in strength. The guy's eyes were red from anger, and they looked straight at the girl. None of the teams expected to see this. Everyone stood in shock watching it. Cheon-do-hwa began to change. It turns out that her complex had been developing since that fateful fight. And after some time, the girl completely evolved into another insectoid. After this, a violent fight broke out between them, which left no one alone. Still, the girl in her rage was able to forcefully throw him aside. His partner was shocked that someone was able to deal with him. The girl began to look very angrily towards her rival, after which a fight began between them and the girl was easily able to throw the girl towards her partner. They fell into the Emperor Scorpion stance, and the guy still couldn't understand how they could lose to the girl. The girl understood that she was beyond their strength and could easily stand up for herself. Hyuna was already running to defend the base because there was only one final blow left and they had won. This was the first round of the group competition between students. At that point, every participant in the first round fought well, but these two exceeded all expectations. If that Group A continues like this, they can win. Group D hoped that they had at least some chance of winning, but the guy from Group D knew right away that they could beat Group A. Everyone had chances, but not everyone used them for their intended purpose. Cha Hae-sung was once a real ballast, but not everything goes well. They could have become regional champions, but he decided to ruin it all with one stupid move. Hae-sung had a lot of bad moments that sometimes come back to haunt him. He remembered being called useless and other not-so-good stories. Suddenly, at some point, the guy felt someone's hand on his shoulder and immediately got scared. Su-chan let Hae-sung know that they would be going next and to prepare for a fight. The guy got a little lost in time and didn't even notice how Group C and D finished. Because of their serve, a girl from Group C was sent to intensive care, and this incident was considered an accident. Group A was discussing the incident with the girl while someone was walking towards them. It turned out to be Yoo Chung-hoon, who approached the group and politely greeted the guys. The guy informed them that they would meet in the next round, but suddenly Hae-sung remembered this guy who always talked to everyone nicely, which was a little strange for the opponents. He asked the group not to overdo it, but no one knew what the guy was really thinking, because his grin was very sarcastic and did not bode well. The guy explained that someone from their group, no matter how much they wanted to, would not be able to win, and Hae-sung looked at Chung-hoon with horror and irritation, not understanding where this was all heading. The weather was fine outside, and the flag was fluttering in a light breeze, which did not interfere with the completion of the final round of the competition between Groups A and D, enhancing the atmosphere. Group A was already standing near their flag, and after this round they would determine the outstanding students, and Jin ordered them to split up to prevent chaos among them. The girl gave a special warning to Sung to watch the perimeter more carefully, and her face expressed pity as she looked at the guy, sensing trouble. Professor Yu began to tell the students about the start of the final round of the group competition when something suddenly gave him a huge shock and everyone froze for a moment. Su Chang noticed the girl slowly approaching Sung, clearly intending to do something unexpected, but no one could predict what this would lead to in the end. The girl wanted to kiss the guy, but it seemed like it wasn't her, as it turned out that the guy had deliberately pollinated the members of Group A to increase his chances of winning. The guy touched all the members of Group A, trying to get closer to the head, and they didn't notice anything, because the girl from his team explained that they were moving towards their goal. The girl turned out to be a spotted lanternfly, which carries the poison cantharidin, which also has non-medical uses, and Jin began to unbutton her jacket from the sudden heat. This poison has a slight side effect, and the girl stood in an open top and half without a trowel, which confused the guys, who thought that they were in front of Group D. Su Chan was upset that half of the team was eliminated early on and proposed a plan of action to Sung, wanting him to protect the flag despite his past failures and mistakes. Sung started moving towards Group D to show that he could do a lot too and that things would be different, although Su Chan thought that the guy wanted to figure it out on his own. The guy tried to stop Sung, but he was persistent and remembered how his mother always met him at home in a good mood and asked about his studies and affairs. Sung's mother was worried about Nesta, unable to find any information about the school online, and hoped that her son would get good grades and be able to fix his leg injury. The next day, she found his old football shorts, decided to wash them, and make a deal with the guy that when he got his legs back, he would wear these shorts again for the game. She knew that he missed football and sometimes he felt like it was too much, and Sung's mother was right, because he couldn't go a day without thinking about football. In order to fulfill his dream, Sung had to do something first, namely, to ensure that he could reach Cinderella and achieve his goal. Now he didn't notice the guy flying above him and didn't understand what was happening around him until he saw that it was an ambush and the guy warned him to cover his ears. This guy had a cicada complex that could knock anyone unconscious, and he was required to graduate at the top of his class, which required a lot more effort. He also had to surpass everyone on his team, and the next moment the guy's opponent did not notice how he flew past him, which testified to his strength. Meanwhile, Su Chan began to worry that all his efforts might be in vain if they couldn't handle the situation and maintain control of the game. He realized that time was running out, and if they couldn't capture the flag in the next few minutes, then defeat would be inevitable, and the entire team would suffer a serious disappointment. At that moment, Sung realized that his only chance to win was to use his hidden abilities that no one knew about and try to capture the flag. Gathering all his will, he decided to make a final dash to the flag, ignoring all the dangers and obstacles in his path, to prove to everyone what he was capable of. His heart was beating fast and he could feel the adrenaline rushing through his body, but he knew he had no room for error, because the outcome of the game depended on his actions. Every step was difficult for him, but he continued to move forward, knowing that if he stopped now, all his dreams and aspirations would collapse in an instant. Everything around him was becoming blurry, and he could hear nothing but the pounding of his heart. But he knew that he had to get to the flag at any cost, no matter what. When he was only a few steps away from the flag, he felt his legs begin to give way, but he gathered all his strength to make one last push. At the finish line, he saw his rival also heading towards the flag from the other side, and he didn't have a second to think. He just ran faster. The opponent was one step ahead, and Sung realized that if he didn't take decisive action now, the flag would end up in the opponent's hands and their team would lose. But he did not give up, and using all his skills and speed, he rushed to the flag, knowing that this was his last chance to win, and he had no right to make a mistake at this moment. At the last moment, he managed to grab the flag, and he felt his heart skip a beat as he realized that victory was now in his hands, and he had been able to do the impossible. Team A rejoices in their victory, but Sung, looking at the flag in her hands, realizes that this is just the beginning, and new challenges and difficulties await them ahead. Jin walked up to him with a smile, knowing that this ending was possible because of his determination, and she hoped that they could overcome any obstacles in the future. Su Chang looked at his teammates, realizing that they had all worked together to achieve this victory, and now they would be rewarded for their efforts. Professor Yu announced the end of the competition, and all the participants began to disperse, discussing the results and sharing their impressions of the past event. The guy who had been the cause of much excitement remained standing there, thinking about what had happened and planning his next steps in this game. He knew that this was only the first step on a long journey, and that even more difficult tests lay ahead, but he was confident in his abilities and ready for them. Hae-sung's mother, upon learning of her son's victory, burst into tears of happiness, realizing that all their efforts were not in vain, and now new opportunities were opening up for him. She knew that this success would change her son's life for the better, and she dreamed of how he could realize all his plans and become the real champion he dreamed of. Meanwhile, Hae-sung sat on the bench and reflected on what had happened over the past few days, realizing that this was only the beginning of his path to success. The guy everyone thought was an outsider had shown everyone what he was capable of, and now new horizons had opened up for him, and he was ready to move on. This guy had a cicada complex that could deafen anyone, turning a normal scream into a powerful sound wave that could disorient an opponent in a matter of seconds. He was expected to be the top graduate of this university, which meant he would have to do much more than was expected of him to prove his exceptionalism. He also had to outdo everyone on his team, showing that his abilities and skills were unmatched and that he was capable of more than anyone could have imagined. The next moment, the boy's opponent didn't notice how he flew past him, leaving only a slight gust of wind that slightly stirred the surrounding leaves, as if it were a mirage. Su Chang realized that Hae-sung had taken the amplifier from the lab and immediately thought that he needed to be stopped immediately. Otherwise, the consequences could be catastrophic for everyone. Hae-sung was able to easily hit his opponent so hard that he flew back as if he had been hit by an invisible force, and this moment became the turning point in their tense confrontation. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to the guy's mind, which he wanted to bring to life, realizing that it could become his secret weapon in this competition. Just like Hae-sung said, he would be able to defeat everyone if he used his hidden abilities and did not give the enemy the slightest chance to counterattack. He lost the last round because his routine didn't fit into Group B, and that was a painful lesson for him that he now intends to use to his advantage. The next moment, the guy went after the soul of the one who bullied him before, feeling a strong desire to take revenge and prove that he was no longer the weakling he was considered to be. Hae-sung was confident that he could handle everyone on his own, so he determinedly walked to Team D's base, ready to capture their flag and show that he was the best at it. All he had to do was find their flag, but the guy didn't understand where it could be, because everything he saw in front of him was empty, and this caused him internal confusion. But in front of him was only an empty clearing, on which there was nothing but tall grass, and there was not even a smell of the flag. It seemed to him that they had been given the wrong coordinates, confusing him. At some point, he was grabbed by the leg and dragged down, so quickly and unexpectedly that he did not even have time to understand what was happening, and it was a real shock for him. The guy didn't understand how it all happened, because it was so unexpected and sudden that he felt his heart stop from fear of an unknown threat. Hae-sung fell into the hole in the floor that had just recently formed, and he didn't even have time to react as his body began to fall into the dark unknown beneath his feet. He found it funny to watch Hae-sung's self-importance, who despite his confidence found himself in such an absurd situation, not realizing how quickly everything could change. The guy started to mock Hae-sung again, saying that he only managed to drag the team to the bottom instead of leading it to victory, mocking his failures and mistakes. The boy didn't understand what happened at that moment when he felt that his feet were no longer touching the ground, and he found himself trapped with no way out. Su Chang said that they had been hiding underground all this time, since that could explain their sudden disappearance and their ability to always be one step ahead of everyone else. Suddenly, a girl flies towards Hae-sung, wanting to harm him, and he doesn't have time to react when she appears next to him, ready to strike with her powerful complex. The insect, which had developed forelimbs specifically for digging, turned out to be an unexpected opponent that he did not know how to deal with. The girl stood in front of the guys with a flag in her hands, and she also had a bear complex, which made her practically invulnerable in close combat and extremely dangerous for any opponent. The girl stood in front of the guys with a flag, and she also had a mole cricket complex, which made her feel like she was in constant combat readiness, ready to rush into battle at any moment and protect her team, despite the possible consequences for herself. They had to take their flag from the base to win, but the best way to do this was to set up a base underground, which was not just a clever maneuver, but a real strategy that allowed them to hide from the enemy. And after that, no one could defeat Group D as it seemed to them, because they felt impregnable, as if their fortifications were built not from ordinary materials, but from something so strong and invulnerable. They believed that they would be able to win this round as well, as their confidence in their abilities reached such heights that any doubts and fears gave way to absolute confidence in inevitable victory. The guy mocked Hai-sung, saying that they would lose because of him, because his mistakes, as it seemed to him, were so obvious and inappropriate that the entire team was responsible for them, although in reality the reason could simply be insufficient support from the team or external factors that he could not influence. The guy remembered how the opponent had previously said that he was not able to help the team and that it was better for him to leave, and these words, which sounded like a sentence, sank deep into his soul, leaving a feeling of bitterness and doubt in his own strength, although in fact he was much stronger than he might seem at first glance. The guy friend attacked his opponent, thereby calling him names, trying to provoke him into an emotional reaction, because he knew that if he managed to get his opponent angry, he would lose concentration and make a mistake that could be decisive for the outcome of the battle, despite his outward confidence and composure. He could have delivered the final, accurate blow to Hai-sung, which might have allowed him to finally turn the tide of the game in his favor. But at that moment, he himself did not fully realize how important this moment was and how much depended on how accurately he could calculate his strength and capabilities in order to avoid a miss. Hai-sung didn't quite understand what was happening, because the situation was developing so quickly and unpredictably that it seemed like time had sped up, and he himself found himself in the center of a whirlwind of events, where every step could lead to unpredictable consequences, and he had to rely only on his intuition and sense of the moment. The boy's eyes started bleeding, and he realized that he couldn't see anything, and this sudden attack of blindness paralyzed him not only physically, but also emotionally, because losing his sight at the most crucial moment could mean a defeat for which he was completely unprepared, and he had to fight panic and fear. The audience was very shocked by what happened to Su Chang, as no one could have predicted such a turn of events, and many began to suspect that there were forces involved in this incident that were outside of the normal gameplay, which caused a wave of discussions and speculation among those present. The professor came and reminded them that he had warned them that there should be no serious injuries to the participants, because initially the game was not supposed to be so much a competition as a way to demonstrate their skills and abilities without risking their lives and health. But the situation had clearly gotten out of control. The guy said that all the injured participants would get to the professor and be cured, as if trying to calm the others and assure them that, despite what had happened, everything was under control, and that no one would be left without help. But these words sounded unconvincing because the situation was much more serious than it seemed. Professor Yu immediately realized that the boy had done this on purpose, because his actions and behavior indicated a well-thought-out strategy that was not aimed at winning the game, but at causing harm to the opponent, which was contrary to all the rules and regulations established for such events. The young man decided to approach the guy who was lying on the floor to find out what condition he was in, but he was stopped by the thought that any careless action could lead to even more serious consequences, so he decided to act with extreme caution and attention so as not to aggravate the situation. The boy told Su Chang that he was no longer as brave as he used to be, hinting that the fear of possible consequences had begun to influence his actions and decisions, making him less decisive and self-confident, which in turn could weaken his position in this game and lead to defeat. He remembered the girl from the previous round who was in the same situation as Hai-sung, and it reminded him of how quickly circumstances can change and how important it is to be prepared for any unexpected events, because even the strongest and most confident team can find themselves in a difficult situation. Hai-sung was lying there bleeding, and the guy wanted him to admit that without some tricks, their team couldn't be defeated, which once again emphasized his confidence that fair play would not bring them victory, and that in order to achieve their goal, they were ready to go to any tricks just to be the winners. The guy explained to Hai-sung that this is the law of the jungle, and the strongest will survive, emphasizing that there is no place for pity and doubt in this game, and that everyone must fight for their survival and victory without looking back at others and without considering the possible consequences, because ultimately, everything is decided by strength and cunning. The man explained to Su Chang that he had tried his best, but despite all his efforts, there were times in this game when even the most diligent and skilled players found themselves in a losing situation, and this was not necessarily due to their mistakes, but rather to the unpredictability and cruelty of circumstances. The guy didn't notice that someone was flying towards them from the hole above, as he was completely absorbed in what was happening around him, and his attention was focused on his opponent and not on his surroundings, which allowed the person, unnoticed by him, to be dangerously close and prepare for an attack that he did not expect. He was still able to notice that someone had managed to get through to them, but this realization came too late. And now he had to quickly react to the unexpected threat that came out of nowhere, and at the same time remain focused on the main goal so as not to lose control of the situation. No one understood what was happening underground, because events were developing so quickly and unpredictably that even the most experienced players and spectators could not grasp the whole picture of what was happening, and this created an atmosphere of tension and anxiety, forcing everyone to wait for the next turn of events. The boy was confused by Su Chang's actions, because his behavior seemed completely illogical and even suicidal in the context of the current situation. But at the same time, it made him think that perhaps there was some kind of clever tactic hidden behind these actions that he could not figure out. The guy managed to notice his handcuffs and snatch them from his hands, flying past him at great speed, which required from him not only lightning-fast reactions, but also precise calculation, because the slightest mistake in this maneuver could cost him victory or even lead to serious injury, which he could not afford. The guy apologized to Hai Sung for being late and said that it took him time to overcome all the obstacles that arose in his path, because every second of delay could have fatal consequences for his team, and he was completely focused on completing his task. Su Chang thought he had figured out how to use his glasses, Kami, and now new opportunities opened up before him, because these glasses allowed him to see what was hidden from the eyes of other participants, which gave him a strategic advantage that he intended to use to the fullest extent to achieve victory. Suddenly, at Team D's base, a guy was constantly bullying Hai Sung, and this only increased the tension, because his bullying was not just words, but part of a psychological attack aimed at throwing Hai Sung off track and forcing him to make a mistake that could cost the entire team a loss. The guy explained to Su Chang that he showed up late and that it could have seriously affected the outcome of the game because his presence at key moments could have changed the course of events. But now that he finally showed up, he would have to make every effort to make up for lost time and try to turn the situation in his favor. And they also told him that his friend had already lost his sight and that he had not managed to save him. And these words struck him like lightning, because losing his sight at such a moment could mean not only the end of the game for his friend, but also serious consequences for the entire team, and he felt guilty about it. Su Chang ran to Hai Sung's aid, but it was too late, and his despair only increased his feeling of helplessness, because he understood that even if he could reach his friend, he would hardly be able to change anything or help him. And this realization undermined his determination and self-confidence. And the boy was next in the opinion of the guy who stood opposite him, because he was already ready to take the next step, which was supposed to finally break his opponent and lead him to defeat. And this awareness only strengthened his determination to see things through to the end, leaving no chance of victory. The guy threw some liquid at Su Chang, which caused the guy to fall into a stupor. And this action was so sudden and unexpected that he did not have time to react or defend himself. And now he had to fight not only with external threats, but also with what was happening inside his body. The next moment, the boy realized that it was the acid that he had used to blind Hai Sung, and this realization caused a flash of rage and despair in him, because he knew that such actions were unacceptable, and that now he had the task of not only winning the game, but also protecting himself and his team from this dangerous opponent. Yu Chang-hoon had a fire ant complex that could do many things, and this complex was not only a symbol of his strength and endurance, but also a source of his self-confidence, because he knew that his abilities allowed him to cope with the most difficult tasks and overcome any obstacles. If you spot a fire ant, you can't bend down to get a closer look, because they were able to spray formic acid when a predator approached. And this was one of their main defense mechanisms that allowed them to survive in the harshest conditions and protect themselves from enemies. After all, they were able to spray formic acid when a predator approached, and it was not fatal, but only if it came into contact with the eyes. And this is what made them so dangerous and unpredictable, because even the slightest contact with their acid could lead to serious health consequences. After all, it caused serious damage to the optic nerve, even to the point of complete blindness. And this was one of the risks that one had to always keep in mind when interacting with fire ants, because even the slightest mistake could cost one's sight or even life, and this made them one of the most dangerous creatures. The boy thought that he could have thrown this acid directly into Haesung's eyes, but this acid would not harm Suchan's eyes in any way because he had protective glasses that would protect him from such an action, and this gave him confidence that he would be able to continue the fight and protect his team from this threat. While Chang Hong stood and looked at what was happening around him. But at that moment, Su Chang had already thought of something in order to win, and his thoughts were focused on finding the most effective way to neutralize the threat and achieve victory, despite all the difficulties and obstacles he faced. The guy was much slower than Su Chang, and this gave him the opportunity to turn his thoughts into reality, because his speed and agility allowed him to bypass his opponent and find weak spots in his defense, which made him an extremely dangerous opponent who could not be underestimated. Chang Hun was shocked when he saw how fast Su Chang could run, as such speed left him no time to react and left him practically helpless in the face of this swift and unexpected attack that threatened to end in his defeat if he did not find a way to counter it. But the boy didn't care enough about this because he was so focused on his task and confident in his abilities that any attempts by his opponent to knock him off track seemed insignificant and unworthy of attention, which only strengthened his determination and confidence in his inevitable victory. As the boy was running, he suddenly heard Chang Hun's order for someone and something to cover, and this made him realize that the situation was not going as he expected, and that his opponent was preparing something that could completely change the course of the game, and he needed to take urgent measures to prevent this. Chang Hong had wisely left someone on the surface so that at a critical moment that person could quickly react and block the exit, locking everyone in one place, depriving them of the opportunity to retreat. He wondered what would happen to a daytime insect suddenly locked in a dark and gloomy underground cave, as such a sudden change in environment could cause it serious stress. When Su Chang was locked in the darkness, he suddenly realized that he could see absolutely nothing, as if an impenetrable darkness had fallen upon him, depriving him of all visual sensations. The guy thought that if he himself could not see anything, then perhaps the other participants who found themselves in the same situation had also temporarily lost their ability to see. However, the reality turned out to be completely different, and the next moment someone unexpectedly hit him hard, which instantly dispelled his illusions and forced him to act. Chang Hong, to his satisfaction, saw everything that was happening around him as clearly as in daylight, thanks to the fact that ants are known to live and are adapted to life underground. The next minute, the guy explained that dragonflies, unlike other creatures, cannot see in the dark because their senses are not evolutionarily tuned to perceive such conditions. He realized that his attempt to escape would not be successful, and his only chance of salvation might be to take off immediately, which would give him some tactical advantage. However, when the boy tried to fly, he was suddenly prevented from doing so, and he realized that someone who had crawled out from under the ground had grabbed him tightly by the legs, depriving him of the ability to move. Chang Hun began to doubt the effectiveness of his glasses, believing them to be useless since Su Chang was having an extremely difficult time fighting the darkness, and Chang Hun used this moment to attack. The spectators watching the event were puzzled and confused as everything suddenly went dark, and many of them began to speculate that Su Chan was probably losing. Each complex, whether underground, underwater, or in the air, had to deal with unique circumstances and obstacles that seemed to be stacked against their survival. But ultimately, the outcome of the match was to be decided by many factors, and the spectators were eagerly awaiting how the young man would overcome all the difficulties that stood in his way at that moment. To Chang Hun, Group A now seemed less threatening than they had previously thought, as it turned out that in order to win, all they had to do was eliminate the leader who was preventing them from achieving success. Su Chang still couldn't see anything and realized that he never would have thought that the lack of light would make him so helpless and vulnerable in the face of such an insurmountable obstacle. However, since this was the case, Su Chang decided to use the backup plan that he always kept in reserve in case the main plan suddenly proved ineffective. He was determined that he would not allow any external circumstances to break his will and determination, continuing to seek ways to victory despite all the difficulties and obstacles. In the laboratory, he asked to select suitable glasses for him, but the ones he was given turned out to be equipped with additional functions that were clearly not developed by chance and with great care. Since his glasses were too effective and accurate, their functionality had to be artificially reduced in order to maintain the balance of power and avoid an excessive advantage. But once all restrictions were lifted, he realized that he might experience mild nausea, which was an expected reaction to the sudden change in perception conditions and stress on the body. However, in exchange for these temporary inconveniences, he could receive a much more powerful tool that would allow him to significantly improve his combat and tactical capabilities. Chang Hong didn't understand where Su Chang had gone, because he had seen him next to him just recently, but now the guy seemed to have dissolved into the darkness, making his opponent wary. Su Chang's compound vision had improved dramatically, far surpassing his previous abilities, allowing him to see and perceive the world around him with new acuity. He began to act much more confidently and better than he had just moments before, which surprised his opponents and made them think about what was happening. The boy wondered how Su Chang could fight so well in conditions where, by all indications, he shouldn't have been able to see anything, and this bewilderment haunted him. What was even more shocking was how Su Chang suddenly started to see them, as if he had some kind of supernatural vision that gave him an advantage in the battle. When Su Chang began to confidently fight his opponents, the guy remained in shock from what was happening, trying to understand how he managed to change the situation so dramatically in his favor. It turned out that dragonflies are most active at night, immediately after sunset, and this time of day allows them to make the most of their natural abilities. Dragonflies' eyes contain more light-sensitive proteins than humans, and these opsins allow them to see clearly and distinctly even in low light levels. This is exactly what Su Chang experienced when the special lenses in his glasses began to complement his faceted vision, expanding his capabilities and giving him a tactical advantage. These lenses gave vision as close as possible to the real vision of a dragonfly, but Su Chang felt very unwell, as if his body was being turned inside out. The next moment, Chang Hun stopped him, intending to deliver a crushing blow that would completely disable the guy and end the fight in his favor. Now Su Chang could see much better than he had some time ago, and this gave him the opportunity to act faster and more accurately than his opponent could have expected. The spectators watching the fight began to fall asleep from boredom and lack of understanding of what exactly was happening on the battlefield, but some of them were still interested in how the heroes were coping with difficulties. It was a huge boulder that someone had deliberately used to block the entrance to the cave, creating additional obstacles and making the escape route for Su Chang and his team more difficult. But the next moment, someone suddenly flew out of that very cave, scattering stones to the sides, and the spectators watched with interest what would happen next. The girl who was nearby was shocked by what was happening, not understanding what exactly had happened and how it would affect the further outcome of the match. It was a boulder that someone had used to completely block the passage to the cave. But the next moment, someone flew out right from that cave, unexpectedly breaking the silence and causing shock to everyone nearby, including the girl who froze in place, unable to believe what was happening. The girl who was standing nearby was completely shocked by what she saw, because Su Chang's sudden appearance was a complete surprise to her and made her doubt the reality of what was happening. And the other spectators who had gathered around watched with surprise and awe what was happening near the cave at that moment, unable to tear their eyes away from this spectacle and trying to comprehend what they had seen. Professor Yu, who was closely observing the situation, was in deep thought, realizing that Su Chang was able to achieve such success thanks to the special glasses that greatly enhanced his abilities. As the boys fought among themselves, Professor Yu began to realize that Jiang Su Chang had managed to gain night vision, which gave him a huge advantage in the battle and led to an unexpected result. Hai Sung, lying on the floor, writhed in sharp pain in his eyes, as if his vision was being attacked by something unbearably bright and sharp, and he hoped that this feeling would soon pass. The boy hoped that nothing terrible would happen again, because his condition was alarming, and he understood that the situation could get worse at any moment. Hai Sung thought that he might make a complete fool of himself again, just like he had done in the past, and this feeling of helplessness only increased his inner anxiety. He felt that not only had he let his team down, but he had also failed to stand up for himself, because at the critical moment, he was completely at a loss and could not take any action to defend himself. Perhaps it was even better this way, he thought, because if he could no longer see, he would no longer have to face the cruelty and pain that these battles had brought him. But the next moment, he suddenly saw a girl who somehow opened his eyes, and to his surprise, he could see again, although not as clearly as before. Professor Yu and the girl who had managed to prevent complete loss of vision stood next to him, but she warned that her vision might remain blurry for some time, and that it would take several days for full recovery. They also congratulated him on winning the tournament, but the guy couldn't believe it, because it seemed to him that he had lost and didn't deserve this praise, doubting his own strength. The others were also surprised that Su Chang was able to defeat 3 opponents on his own, as it seemed like an incredible achievement for someone who had only recently started training. The guy thought about how he managed to defeat everyone without anyone's help, because it seemed to him that he was not ready for such difficult tests and would not be able to cope on his own. After all, Su Chan had only recently started studying at this university, and the moment he extended his hand to Hai Sung was an unexpected display of his strength and confidence for everyone. But even at this moment, the guy continued to think about how he managed to become so strong, because just recently he felt weak and vulnerable in the face of danger. Hai Sung, out of anger at himself and his failure, began to bite his lips, feeling the bitterness of defeat and powerlessness, because he was unable to overcome his weaknesses and lost to his opponent. Professor Yu watched as the boy looked at Su Chang with obvious resentment and envy, realizing that his thoughts were full of contradictions and self-doubt. He ordered the boy to return to the lecture hall, but he continued to worry about Hai Sung, not wanting to leave him in this state and trying to show care and attention. Professor Yu sternly asked the boy if he could hear him and if he had forgotten who exactly gave grades at the university, hinting at the importance of following the rules. The guy watched what was happening around him with anger, unable to hide his emotions, because he felt that all his efforts were not appreciated. This guy has suffered a lot in real fights and battles with dangerous opponents in recent times, which has tempered his character and helped him grow and become stronger. Professor Yu explained to the boy that it was natural that each student had his own unique abilities, and no matter how hard he tried, there would always be someone who was better than him. He also wanted to discuss the guy's current problems with him, as he noticed that he was very worried about his defeat and needed support and guidance. The boy didn't fully understand what the professor was talking about, but the lesson ended there, and he left with the feeling that he hadn't fully comprehended everything he'd heard. The professor wished Hai Sung a speedy recovery and reminded him that he needed to start packing for the trip, since Group A had been chosen to carry out an important mission on Black Island. And there he will have enough time to think carefully about Professor Yu's words and find answers to the questions that have tormented him for so long. That same night, there was an extraordinary beauty near the hostel, and the guys gathered on the street discussed the events of the past day, sharing their impressions. Hee-jin was completely shocked when she found out that she had started to undress and hit on Su-chan, which caused her to feel a wave of shame and bewilderment about her own behavior. The other girl didn't seem to pay much attention to it, but Su-chang began to explain to Hee-jin that her behavior was caused by the poison and she shouldn't worry too much about it. No one would have thought that the head girl, usually strict and reserved, would suddenly decide to show her feelings so openly, which led to confusion and misunderstandings among the students. The guys almost immediately stopped discussing this topic and moved on to celebrating receiving the task because successfully completing it would bring them additional points to their rating. But as it turned out later, everything was not as simple as they thought, because they would receive additional points only after confirming the location of the zoo laboratory. It was the rector's order, and Professor Yu was powerless to change anything, knowing that using points was a way to motivate students to complete the assignment as quickly as possible. It turns out that if they wanted to earn points, they had to earn them through their actions, and one of the girls was not at all surprised by this turn of events. Su-chang thought that everything would be fine since they just needed to try hard on the mission to get points. Otherwise, he would never be able to remove the pass from his personal file. The girl wanted to ask the guys how they planned to go on a mission because she was interested in whether they would be like her, disguised as tourists, and discuss suitable clothing. One of the girls suggested that she make them clothes that would not stand out and would have the same properties as the academy uniform, which turned out to be a great idea. Some of them thought that such clothes were created using special technologies, but the girl assured them that she could apply to the laboratory to receive the same fabric from which students' uniforms are sewn. She agreed to make clothes for the whole group, asking everyone to simply write down their measurements so that she could do everything accurately and without unnecessary problems, which satisfied everyone. When the guys started discussing the details, they asked one of the guys not to peek, and he politely agreed, realizing that it was a joke but still took it seriously. They asked the guy not to peek, and he politely agreed. The girls exchanged sly glances, raised their glasses, and drank with smiles. A few days later, a group of students arrived at the Black Island Pier. Everyone was delighted with the breathtaking views around, enjoying the beauty of nature. One of the girls suggested that this was the place where they would begin their search for the zoo's laboratory, This was the main goal of their trip. But no one forgot about the importance of safety, so they were accompanied by Chu Hyun-bin, acting as a protector and mentor. Their job was to blend in and look like ordinary tourists. However, despite this, Soo-chang hoped that Hae-sung would not get carried away with his explorations as usual, especially in a dangerous place like this island. Hae-sung thought about Professor Yu's words, trying to understand their meaning, but he didn't really care. His main goal was to become the best graduate of the university, which meant he had to defeat all his rivals and earn the maximum points. Hae-sung's determination to complete the mission was so strong that he wanted to find the lab before everyone else. The other boys were amazed by his persistence, because before his eye injury, he had never shown such determination. After some time, they arrived at the hotel they had booked in advance, and Chu Hyun-bin handed each of them bags with unexpected contents and asked them to change their clothes before starting the investigation. Everyone was surprised by the quality and thoughtfulness of the costumes that Hyun-ah had made especially for this mission. From there, they began to put the strategic plan into action, but only after the group had changed their clothes. Soo-chang looked at the shorts he got with displeasure, while the girls looked at the swimsuits Hyun-bin brought. The Black Lake beach was incredibly beautiful and attracted their attention. Suddenly, the boys standing on the shore turned towards the voice calling them. Hee-jin was walking forward, looking incredibly attractive in her swimsuit that emphasized her femininity. Soo-chang was shocked to see Hee-jin like this, and even blushed slightly from embarrassment. The other girl, walking in front, was unhappy with her outfit, thinking that she looked like a small child, but it was necessary to hide her tail, which could give her away. Noticing Hae-sung looking at the island in the distance, the girl thought about something, and the guy, feeling her gaze, turned around. He curiously asked her why she was looking at him like that, but she couldn't answer. Soo-chang, in turn, asked Mr. Hyun-bin how swimsuits could help them complete their mission, since they were not here to have fun. Hyun-bin agreed with his opinion, reminding them that they were here for a serious mission. According to Lee Jun-hyun, the lab workers regularly patrol the island, and any suspicious behavior could lead to disastrous consequences. The guys were shocked by Hae-sung's persistence, because before his eyes were hurt, he was not like this. After some time, they were already at the hotel which had been booked in advance. Chu Hyun-bin gave the boys bags with something inside, which was unexpected for them. The girl asked the guys to change their clothes before starting the investigation. Pan Hyun-a made clothes for them, and Hyun-bin also thought that it would come in handy here. Everyone was surprised that Hyun-ah made special costumes for them. And from that moment on, to complete the mission, we put the strategic plan into action, but this is all after the group changes clothes. The guy looked at the shorts that Hyun-a had woven with a dissatisfied look. The girls looked at the beautiful swimsuits that Hyun-bin brought. The beach of the Black Lake was very beautiful and unusual, which created an atmosphere of privacy and mystery. Suddenly, the guys who were standing on the shore of the Black Island turned around because someone called them. Hee-jin walked further than the other girl, and the other girl explained to Hee-jin that she looked great. The girl really looked great, and the swimsuit gave her more femininity. The guy was shocked when he saw Hee-jin in a swimsuit for the first time, and he even blushed a little when he saw her. The girl who walked first was indignant at her outfit, because it seemed to her that she looked like a small child. After all, it was only necessary so that no one would see her tail. Suddenly, the girl saw Hae-sung looking into the distance of the island. The next moment, the guy felt the girl's gaze and turned to her. The girl was lost in thought when she looked at him, and he just wanted to know why she was looking at him. The guy wanted to ask Mr. Hyun-bin how swimsuits would help them with the task, because they didn't come here to swim. Hyun-bin only agreed with Soo-chan's opinion because he was right that they didn't come to the island for fun. And according to Lee Jun-hyun's information, the laboratory workers regularly make rounds of the island. If even something seems suspicious to them, it will not end well. They will also immediately move their shelter and cover up all traces of themselves. They were sensitive about this issue and therefore needed to blend into the crowd so that they could not be distinguished from tourists. Since the beach is literally the only attraction on this island, they would be suspected if they didn't go there. So all they could do was enjoy their vacation on the beach. While the guys were having fun, the guy was thinking about what was going on with the main task. They will begin the main task immediately after taking a souvenir photo. They were very tired on the beach of the Black Island and decided to go in for a bite to eat. They were interested in why there were so few people in the cafe, and also why there were not many young people who were always happy to visit the beach. But recently, the population of the islands has become older people. After all, for the older generation, this is their home. and the quiet and measured life on the island may not be to the taste of the youth, since most likely the small number of residents was the reason for setting up a base here. Suddenly, the boy noticed something behind him and it made him very wary. Jin decided to ask the guy what could have happened to him. He hoped that the guy only imagined that he saw some kind of glow, after which he showed the guys where he saw something strange. There sat a grandfather who was looking through binoculars straight at them. After some time, the guy realized that it was binoculars. Su Chang immediately thought that they might be being followed. It seemed to the guy that the workers had sent a patrol for their souls. They hoped that they had not managed to attract their attention, but they still needed to prepare for the fact that this person might see them as strangers. They will have to do everything possible to defeat him. The man looked through binoculars and watched them, but the next moment he stopped looking at it and just looked at them. After some time, he began to leave the place where he was. The boy felt like everything had passed and he relaxed a little. Most likely he worked for the zoo lab because the island is actually patrolled. If he was heading to the base, we can get to the shelter through him, but it is too risky to go now. The guy suggested that they go to the hotel for now, as they needed to get a good rest before tomorrow's search. But Hai Sung didn't want to go to the hotel because he wanted to be the first to find the lab before anyone else. But still, everyone decided to go to the hotel to rest before the difficult task. Su Chang was very afraid that they could theoretically be caught. The kids had a lot of fun and were interested in different things at the beach. The boy had never gone to the beach with friends before and certainly didn't expect to go to the academy. At some point, Jin comes into Su Chan's room and asks him to bring Hai Sung to their room because Mr. Hyun Bin wants to discuss the plan together. The guy easily agrees with the girl. And at that very moment, the guy goes to call Hai Sung to Mr. Hyun Bin. After some time, the guy is surprised because Hai Sung was not in his room and his window was wide open. The guy didn't understand what could have happened, that because of this Hai Sung disappeared from his room. Su Chang was wondering where the boy had gone and why he had left the room at such a late hour. A man sat on the shore of a black island and watched the sunset. Suddenly, a guy runs up to him and asks where the laboratory was, thereby threatening him that she would cut his throat if he did something stupid. The next moment, the man says the guy's name, and Hai Sung doesn't understand how he knew his name. The guy started asking the man how he knew his name, after which the man explained to the boy that he was his grandson who had finally returned to the man. The man wanted him to stay with him because he hoped that he would not leave his poor old grandfather. Well, suddenly at some point, the saleswoman in the cafe saw what happened on the street and realized that the man was again embarrassing another tourist, after which the guy sat down to adjust the sharp things on his legs. And suddenly a man from the cafe comes up to them and asks the guy about how the man probably confused him, but he doesn't have to worry about the old man. He had senile dementia, and the grandson who took care of the old man left the island some time ago. Since then, he takes every young guy for his grandson. But the guy didn't understand why the man called him by name. But it turns out his grandson's name was Kang Hai Song, and the old man said that the guy went to finish his work. Of course, it all sounded like ridiculous nonsense or an excuse to abandon the feeble old man. But still, the grandfather waits every day for his grandson to return to the island. The man explained that he needed to go back to work and that the boy should also go back to his home. But the boy only thought about the fact that the man, like him, had been abandoned, because the man also became a burden to his grandson. The next moment, Hai Sung felt someone touch his shirt. The man asked the guy to walk him home because he was hungry. As soon as they approached the man's house, they immediately went inside. The guy put the man to bed and watched him sleep soundly. Hai Sung realized that this old man was not one of them. He did not work for the zoo. The next moment, he was thinking that he had made a fool of himself again. A little later, upset, he went to leave the house. On the shore of the Black Island on a bench lay the same binoculars. The next moment, someone picked it up to take a closer look. The one who took these binoculars at first did not understand that these were the same binoculars that were watching the guys on the shore. But it was very strange that the binoculars were broken, and you couldn't see anything at all through them. The guy decided not to think about it for now, but rather that he would quickly find Hai Sun and take him to the hotel. The sun had already set well below the horizon, but this only added to the aesthetic appeal of the Black Island. And suddenly, from the direction of the sun, a boat appears, heading for the shore. He was getting closer and closer to the Black Island, but it was unclear who it was. It turned out to be a guy who wanted to get to the Black Island much faster, because he was interested in why Ga Yan called him to this place. He supposed that perhaps she had called him because she had found him a dragonfly friend, but these were only hopes. Professor Ma gathered all the students in his office to give them further instructions. The man said that the pet store feeds the hybrids meat of their own kind, and those who eat it turn into monsters, and then they are brainwashed. He sincerely hoped that the boys would not have to meet such a monster on their way, since such hybrids completely lost all their humanity over time. But according to him, If students did happen to encounter something like this, they could only do one thing, and that action was to run away. And now, right now, when in a tense battle, Song was trying to defeat an opponent who was painfully similar to the creature that the professor described, the boy could not understand what kind of monster he had encountered. Song knew that this strange black creature with huge horns was definitely one of the horned ones, and he knew one thing for sure. When this thing opened its mouth and revealed sharp teeth, the young man thought that this creature could no longer be called a human, and in fact he was not wrong. He still hadn't given up on trying to knock the monster down, so he dealt it a powerful blow to the skull from above. But it was not to be. The boy did not expect that this monster would not only be able to repel his sudden attack, but would also hurt the attacker himself. Sung jumped back and thought about how this hybrid had almost split his own skull in half, so from now on, the boy was going to be more careful with his blows. But there were also some advantages to all of this, since now, Sung had irrefutable evidence that the laboratory was located on this territory. So the best idea now was to just grab your phone and run with the evidence wherever your eyes lead you, without putting yourself at even greater risk. The boy ran forward, and in his thoughts flashed the fact that if his opponent's abilities were somehow related to stag beetles, then he would never catch up with Seong. The young man believed in himself so much that he even considered personally bringing proof of the laboratory's existence, taking all the credit for himself. Sung ran out of the forest, still clutching his phone tightly in his hands, along with the evidence stored on its memory card. But then for some reason the boy suddenly braked, his feet skidding along the ground and raising dust around him. He looked somewhere into the distance, straight into the thicket of the dark forest, from where he had just run, from where that monster should have just run out. The boy couldn't move because something seemed too suspicious to him, and everything around was too quiet. Then he slowly turned his gaze without turning his head and stared at the hotel building that stood right behind him. The boy didn't understand why Dohvatal hadn't returned yet. Meanwhile, the two girls were in the hotel building and talking about something, not understanding why their friends still hadn't returned from the mission. One of the girls walked forward along the long corridor and noticed a rather familiar phone. As it seemed to her, it belonged to Sung. The girl also noticed that when she found the phone, a call from Hyun Bin was lit up on the screen. Su Chang also did not stand aside and became interested in Do Hwa's current location, asking where she might be. At that very moment, the monster that had confronted Seong a few moments ago crawled out from the thicket of the forest. It muttered something incoherent about the boy running too fast, and always leaving him behind as he opened the massive door to one of the forest shelters. The monster mercilessly dealt with the window frame, confidently penetrating into the house. The eyes were like those of an animal, the face was full of madness, and the brain was clearly not up to par with a human one. Already reaching his hand towards the poor old man, the monster continued to mumble something about observing the quota. Then some small stone flew into his back, which made the big guy angry. Turning around, he saw the same red-haired boy. He said that it was not nice to attack a lonely, sleeping old man. Tossing a second stone in one hand, the second young man crawled towards the monster, trying to attract its attention. The monster was not endowed with a strong mind, so he repeated again and again that the guy was young, and the young one was better for the boss, so he was going. The big guy rushed towards the boy, shouting in his direction that he was catching the young one. In the place where the red-haired man stood, there was only a trace that someone had been there. Deftly dodging the monster's grasp, the boy jumped up to the level of the big guy's face. The same one at the time raised his leg and began to prepare it for a strong blow. The red-haired man delivered a powerful blow to the back of the hated monster. The monster clearly did not expect such a development of events, and the guy himself quickly jumped back from the object of aggression. Looking at his creation, the ginger one thought, is he trying to catch it? Does he want to drag it into the lab? Having thrown all thoughts aside, he concluded that the best way to help his own was to escape from the monster and hand over the evidence he found to the guys. But there was one thing. Then this stupid old man, who was almost killed by this monster, will suffer. The young man was furious, screaming inside himself that he couldn't just leave him in trouble. He wouldn't leave him. Having struck the monster again, the guy turned around beautifully, creating a beautiful white line around himself. Bouncing off the nearest tree, the red-haired man thought that the monster was too strong to handle on his own. Having delivered a precise blow right to the jaw of the mountain of muscle, he concluded that, no matter what, he would have to defeat him himself. The boy continued to deliver a series of blows to the monster, not allowing it to hit back. The powerful attack of the monster still caught the red-haired man. There was enough blood to understand the pain of our hero. Shouting something like, "It hurts," the guy jumped to the other side, grabbing the injured area. The green-eyed man was very indignant that the monster had touched him. They were stinging him with poison, then blinding him. Now they were cutting him down. It wasn't school. It was some kind of hell. He certainly hit him hard a couple of times, but everything was like a drop in the bucket for an elephant. Not noticing where the big guy had disappeared to, the redhead didn't have time to look back before an attack from the monster was already flying at him from above. A terrifying force shook the nearby trees due to the shockwave. From a terrible wave of force and wind, all the leaves that were on the trees flew off, leaving them completely bare. The mountain of muscles grabbed the red-haired man, triumphantly saying that he had caught him, and the guy only trembled in pain. The kid was already pretty wounded, and all he could think about was that he was letting the team down again, the fucking idiot. Even at such a moment, he only thinks about this, about the fact that he does not want to be a burden to everyone. In front of his face, the monster continued to say something about a house and meat, and there was a terrifying grin on his face. Rijik knows that this is very stupid, but he can't let this happen. He doesn't want everything to end like this again. He, in turn, firmly grabbed the monster's hand, squeezing the hard flesh with his fingers. Madness and adrenaline were visible in his emerald eyes. And in his head, he was thinking that he would rather die than relive those painful memories again. A plan for using this huge hand matured in his head. With his maneuver, he was able to strike the monster, and that was the way to turn the game around. From a strong blow to his muscular arm, the grip weakened, which is why he had to let go of the red-haired man. While the monster was screaming from the pain of the previous blow, the redhead was already flying to the next one. As he flew, the boy realized that this was a stupid idea, and it was unlikely to work. The monster was already looking at the guy flying towards him, as if he was already ready for the upcoming attack. The monster wanted to catch the green-eyed guy again, but it was not to be. The trick would not work a second time. The red-haired man delivered a slashing blow to the horns of his worst enemy with his foot. Before he had time to come to his senses, the tops of his mandibles were already flying down, and blood as black as darkness was pouring out of them. Landing on his feet, the guy walked towards the enemy with precision and confidence. And this time, he already knew that he would do everything right. He had no lack of confidence. The boy decided to use the grasshopper stance, namely a slanting blow. From his leg, a terrifying force was already emanating, accompanied by a turquoise glow. Rijik addressed the monster, saying that he would catch him and turn him into evidence. His eyes lit up with a new fire, showing determination that he would play for his team's victory. The monster screamed in pain from his arm while Hai Sung was already running towards him. Then something caught his attention, and the t-shirt on him had already been torn for a long time, and the wounds were bleeding. It's not clear what happened, but the thorn on his leg instantly turned into a sharp blade. While he was distracted by his leg, the monster did not waste time and flew from above, delivering a powerful blow. The monster's fist almost touched the red-haired one, but he was faster. Jumping to the side and breaking with his hands, he believed in himself again, thinking that he could do it. Literally where he stood, a second later he was no longer there. This proved his unbearable speed. Hai Sung skillfully delivered his terrifyingly powerful kick to the face of the sinister monster. A heavy hand grabbed the poor redhead's leg, and the monster just kept saying that he caught him. But here's the problem. The guy has another leg with a very sharp blade that was already heading towards the monster. The blade cut powerfully and mercilessly. Blood was absolutely everywhere, which proved the sharpness of the blade. Jumping back again and not losing his balance after the blow, he prepared for the next blow. The monster could only grab his head while the red-haired man was already flying towards him, and in his head only flashed that he would do it. The mountain of muscles was clearly confused by this development of events not in his favor. Hai Sung truly believed that he could defeat such a strong opponent like him. Grasshoppers are one of the most cruel and predatory insects of the Orthoptera order. Some species are particularly notable because they have gone far beyond their predecessors. With the help of an interesting phenomenon of island gigantism, when some individuals are larger than others of their species. Grasshoppers that live on islands grow in size extremely quickly in order to survive in the harsh conditions of an isolated piece of land. Faced with extreme conditions, the Cha Hai Sun complex underwent targeted modifications for the purpose of survival. Now he has access to a new defense mechanism, namely the ability to significantly increase his physical characteristics. As the battle continued, Hai Sung kept an eye on his opponent so as not to miss a single move. The mountain of muscle did look terrifying. He kept saying that he was hard to catch and he had to fulfill the quota. A bottle flew into the monster's head. It was unclear from whom. It was unclear from where. Everything about this action was strange. The monster and Hai Sung were clearly surprised when a scream was heard. It was the old man who was saved from death by the red-haired man. He ran holding a bottle in his hands, and also a peer about the fact that the damn door would go away from his grandson. The green-eyed man would like to think that this was a dream, but it was reality. What the hell is this old man doing? The monster was furious. Apparently he also recognized this old man, whom he recently wanted to grab. The muscular hand suddenly clenched, tightly grabbing his horn that had recently been cut off by Hai Sung. The maddened monster pounced on the poor old man, wanting to pierce him with his sharp horn. The blade plunged into human flesh with terrifying speed. Scarlet blood was scattered everywhere. The old man fell to the ground with drops of blood flying towards him. It was not a pleasant sight. The red-haired man had a horn sticking out of his chest, and it looked like one of his lungs was damaged. Hai Sung was shaking in pain, saying that the old man shouldn't even think about dying. He still needed to meet his grandson when he returned. The red-haired man continued to say that he most likely knew what was wrong with the old man's grandson. After these words, he fell tragically. A pool of blood formed around him, and the horn still stuck out of his chest. The monster was happy with his fair victory, which is why he began to chuckle evilly. And he also continued to say that he had caught the young one, while simultaneously grabbing the protruding horn. Blood was dripping down the boy's leg. He no longer had the strength to do anything. The mountain of muscle, no longer resembling a normal person, said predatorily that this was good meat and should be taken home. Hai Sung was already closing his emerald eyes, and blood continued to flow from his head. The red-haired man only had Su Chang in his head because the rest depended only on him. The brunette had a bad feeling that they couldn't contact either him or Du Hua. It wasn't a coincidence. He had to assume that they had encountered the forces of the pet store. Su Chang ran through the trees, informing everyone to contact him if they found them, or if something happened since they were separated. Where is Hai Sung? The brunette has been looking for him everywhere for an hour and can't find him anywhere. As soon as the green-eyed man noticed the ground, there were traces that proved that someone had been there. The redhead leaves behind traces like these when he runs at full speed, and Professor G was once able to find them by these marks. Su Chang guessed that he should be pretty close by now. Hai Sung ran here. Then his attention was drawn to some strangely bright glow in the bushes. What, it was a mobile phone. It definitely doesn't belong to Du Hui or Hai Sung. Taking the phone in his hands, Su Chang was shocked. He began to examine it because it was turned on. What the hell? There was a note on the phone screen that said, "If they see this note, call the police." He lives on this island and takes care of his grandfather, but strange things are happening here. Young people are disappearing one after another. None of them were found, so people at some point just resigned themselves to it. But he just found the place where all the missing people are kept. It's there. Realizing that this note led to the laboratory, the brunette was even more amazed by the information on this phone. It doesn't look like Hai Sung wrote this note, but then who did, as a person appeared from behind. The old man was covered in blood and asked for help. Su Chang was surprised that an old man was there at such a time. It seems that he did not take Hai Sung for his grandson, deciding to ask if something had happened because he was covered in blood. The old man only asked. He asked to save his poor Hai Sung. Horror was visible in his emerald eyes from the information he was learning further and further. The black-haired man ran under the night sky, along the pier of the Black Island, and ships and boats were flaunted around him. The note said it was here, but they were already here when they first arrived. How could there be a whole lab hiding on the pier? As he continued to run, he thought that he had to hurry and find Hai Sung before it was too late. But then Su Chang's attention was drawn to the water he was running past. He saw the bottom. It didn't look like that during the day. It seemed that the black-haired man had guessed something, and it was clearly not a good deed. The guy continued running along the pier, his speed causing the water to fly in all directions. Realizing that it was here, the boy stopped in front of a huge iron door. Their laboratory. It's all about the tides. The laboratory is built under the pier, so it's only visible at low tide. Taking his phone in his hands, he decided that he needed to signal the others, gradually typing messages to the guys. And wait, something or someone made Su Chang horrified. His eyes showed fear and incomprehension of what was happening. A confident girl with pink streaks. She said that Do Hua's phone was last here. The girl with pink eyes was also scared. What happened here? Seeing a beautiful but terrifying picture in front of her, the girl wondered what kind of beast had been here. The protagonist looked back and saw the one who had addressed him. He said that it meant that Ga Yan had told him about him. They had to meet right here. The guy with the short haircut was clearly confident in what he was talking about and suggested a small battle to celebrate their acquaintance. Although it was not really a question since he had long been burning with the desire to find out what kind of dragonfly his new friend had gotten. A man with gray hair and bright red eyes coughed up blood, spitting it onto the ground. With one blow, the dragonfly was able to push away the terrible insect that had previously planned to attack him. And the guy with red hair, whose eyes were glowing with a bright green light, and he himself was baring his teeth, looking at his opponent. He looked at the face of the enemy they had already defeated, whose entire skin in visible areas was stained with a red, thick liquid. And nearby stood Shinga-yeon, smiling brightly and mockingly as she twirled one of her locks of hair around her finger. Something fell, right on the spot where their enemy had been lying, causing an explosion, which caused strange smoke and steam to appear around. Hae-sung turned around in surprise as he tried to catch his breath, just like the dragonfly, staring in surprise at the explosion in front of them. In front of them lay the lifeless body of their enemy, which was all covered in blood, and so the boys, without thinking twice, realized that they had won. But a certain man was still being chased by monsters, calling him meat and trying to grab onto their flesh, wanting to taste it. The three boys immediately tried to retreat from the terrible and huge paws of the monsters that rushed after them. But Do-hwa was able to stop the monster by hitting it with her claws and throwing it as far away from the rest of the people as possible. Come on, Domina, look forward. Your whole gaze is full of irritation and hatred as well as unhidden teeth. That monster with green skin began to scratch his chin, thinking that his skin was too tough. Then not even a scratch remained. She thought back to the stag beetle, thinking that this one was a better opponent than that one, although the stag still looked scary. But then all those monsters rushed at the girl, already preparing to grab her. They bared their teeth and looked at her in surprise. Du-hwa and the people around her tried to fight with all their might, but they knew in their minds that this was most likely very much the end. A girl with short red hair screamed loudly as another monster almost pounced on her, screaming about it being meat. But some girl intercepted his hand, saying that it was too early for them to give up, because at least she could now hold the monster as tightly as possible. It was a guy with a long chestnut-colored ponytail and glasses, who was able to put the monster on the ground with one jerk. The same man began to explain to the other frightened people to his right that sometimes, simply by attacking, nothing will happen, because absorption strengthens their endoskeleton. The young man recalled how the dragonfly managed to cut off the mantis's claw with a chainsaw, saying that they could tear off its limbs. He also remembered how Professor Chi almost killed the breeder, saying that they could also break them. The man looked at the guys in front of him with his blue eyes, saying that these methods are quite effective against their exoskeleton, but he must find his own method in each of them. He remembered Professor Jin, who teaches his first-year students something, or more precisely, teaches them to avoid fighting. But looking at Hee-jin and Do-hwa, who was fighting the monster, because the professor's class of practical insect control was prepared for such a situation as well. She remembered the professor's words after that incident in the abandoned warehouse, when she stood with him in the training room. The old man then told her that the situation happened because they went where they shouldn't have, but that it wouldn't have happened if he had taught her how to fight, which means he is also responsible for her injury. He explained that in addition to his vitality, the cockroach can only rely on his excellent physical abilities, which is why there is one technique that only a girl can use. In response to the man's question, Hee-jin said that she heard that he used to be an instructor in the American Army. The man agreed with the student, telling her that he worked as an army instructor in close combat, teaching her 2 techniques based on jujitsu. And then, after a few moments, the old man stood in a fighting stance, looking at his sweet student as if she were an enemy. And Hee-jin took exactly the same pose, and the professor looked at her, realizing that now he had to pass this knowledge on to her. But returning to the real world, the professor's defender tried to keep the 2 monsters at bay, easily pushing them away with his elbows. But then the guy noticed the girl, who, like a cockroach, was crawling between the monsters and raining blows on them with her special technique. And then he noticed Hee-jin's face, who was quite badly hurt, because all her hands were already covered in scratches, despite the fact that she used a special technique for fighting heavyweights. The girl jumped onto the body of one of the monsters, grabbing him and hitting him with all her legs so that he could not get up. The girl could quickly dodge the blows, either hitting them on the floor or on the water, using her physical abilities. The guys behind were talking admiringly about how this girl broke everyone's bones in just a couple of seconds. These people called Hee-jin an amazing woman when she finally managed to deal with all those monsters, even though she was now coming out on land as the winner. Du-hwa, tearing apart one of the monsters, asked when the girl managed to learn such a thing, to which Hee-jin, and it seems that she did not become the headman for nothing. When Do-hwa tried to run away from one monster, another one immediately headed towards her, which already had its mouth open wide, ready to bite her. But after just a moment, it turned into a solid red, bloody line, as if someone had cut it in half. And so it was, because in his place came another monster, who was much taller than the previous one. He had red skin, and he only saw meat in front of him that could be eaten. The people behind Do Huang understood why this monster was so huge, how they ended up here, and how such a monster was fed and where. The red-haired girl was already sitting on the ant-headed man, who was shaking his head, telling Do Hua to run because that monster was too big for her. But the monster had no intention of running away because he had already swung his fist, smiling with bright snowy teeth and sparkling with his red eyes. But Do Hua didn't even seem to react to him as she usually did, considering her only as meat, and she stood calmly in place. The girl gave a distant and stern look with her cold eyes, saying that she didn't have any special tricks. The monster rushed to hit the young girl, but she also covered her face with her hands, not allowing him to do so. The girl screamed from the rooftops, attracting the attention of the puzzled monster, who had cracks on each claw, which of course could not do this by force. The girl smiled slyly and frowned, smiling, saying that if she could not exceed his strength, then it meant that she was simply not trying hard enough. In a second, she was able to assume the stance of the Emperor Scorpion, her complex. And then, with the help of her glove, she was able to hit the monster in front of her, knocking out teeth, drawing blood, and causing animal fear in him. With one blow, she was able to throw him away from herself as far as possible, several meters, while the girl herself was hovering high in the air. The young man, sighing heavily, rubbed his glasses with long hair, still not understanding the fact that now, understanding how Doa used his complex purely in order to become even stronger. Then Hee-jun smiled cheerfully, encouraging Do Hua, because there were already monsters crowding around her. A crowd of people nearby admired the girls, saying that they somehow defeated all those monsters in a matter of seconds. He remembered Hai-sung's words, which said that they still had a chance, looking at the guy with the ant face with distrust. Two girls towered over the corpses of the monsters. One of them was smiling brightly, and the other was already looking proudly, causing others to discuss the fact that the young force of Nest had attacked. You will support yes about what they can be and will manage to win. Another answered that if young students can sleep with them, then probably they can too. The guy with the ant mask said, I thought that it turned out that Hai-sung was right after all, agreeing with the crowd. And then they still are not at all slowly, because at that very moment they rushed at the monsters. You understand that now they also have to find out this. Well, why, after some time around the pipe where all the water usually poured out, various stones crowded together, and the squad tried to catch its breath from the water, and drops of sweat rolled off her body, mixing with the water. Now they all really towered over the tops of absolutely all the monsters, trying to catch their breath with fresh air. A certain man in front of them was surprised and said that they really did succeed and were able to survive. All this time, the assistant professor Chi Drew Na tried to climb into the phone, realizing that he should hurry up and help with Uchkanu and also sleep. I understand that it will soon be dawn. The young man will be green Hawaiian shirts ordered that they need to help the students who had flown away earlier, but they can't let the townspeople see all this. Then asked the ant to hide it somewhere stupidly, then immediately said that they would just throw it into the sewer. The young man with the face of an ant had just sat down to rest when suddenly a cry was heard asking who could help and come up to him. A certain man ran up to the ant to help him, as if he were blind. The man in the ant mask recently looked at the old man who ran to him, not expecting him to be so sweet and sincere, regretting what she would only ask for. He looked at the grandfather's face, which was covered in blood, and also had a small beard, and the man himself did not open his eyes. Before their eyes was the black sea, fading into darkness in the middle of the dark night, for it was a dark night near the shore. Two men stood by the shore, and one of them, with a friendly voice, kept offering him everything he could to help. Hai-sung told the dragonfly to shut up because he was already injured, cursing at the fact that the asshole he had thrown over his shoulder was very heavy. But suddenly the red-haired guy stared in surprise with his turquoise eyes at what was ahead. Before their eyes stood an old man, opposite whom was a young man with the body of an ant, who was barely noticeably reaching out to him. The young man looked at him silently, remembering when he was a little boy. He remembers very well how he went with his grandfather to the forest to collect wild plants. But one day he accidentally got lost. The little boy wiped away his tears with his hands, not understanding, begging his grandfather to stop praying to me already. The young man thought that he was even ashamed to remember this. But one day his grandfather told him that naughty children are left in the forest, so he cried a lot, believing that his grandfather had abandoned him. But after some time, the grandfather himself found it, and the boy immediately realized that these were just empty speculations. He met his grandfather, who found his beloved grandson with the help of his binoculars, which he always wore around his neck. The young man with the body of an ant reached out to him in the present tense, puzzled, and he trembled all over, not believing that it was his grandfather in front of him. He reached out to him with his black hand, at least to call his grandfather by name once more, after such a long separation. But the young man stopped for a moment, realizing that he had forgotten that these binoculars had brought him to his senses. Well, he found me and remembered that what was visible in the binoculars was not him, not the grandfather's grandson. He knew that through the binoculars, the grandfather would see only a monster, and his grandson was no longer in these binoculars, only a pitiful monster. He abruptly stopped the black-legged hand, which wanted to reach out to him so as to understand, to say that she was nearby. And then the man with the ant's face turned away from him and said that this grandpa's grandson was no longer there. And then he opened his eyes in surprise. The monster said that there was no point in it anyway because he wouldn't recognize him in this form, and then these people were standing next to him because his grandson would never return, according to those around him. Grandfather went into the gorge silently listening to the ants as they went home, and the best thing he could do was pretend that he simply wasn't there. And then Grandpa smiled weakly, looking through his binoculars at the monster with the head of an ant. The dragonfly who ate behind them, wide-eyed and surprised as he watched their drama, realized he had seen those binoculars before. He hasn't smiled yet. I say that this thing is very old and he doesn't see anything in it anymore. He looked at the surprised young man with a young ant, saying that he still couldn't throw it away. The old man said that he was getting old and his memories were fading, and sometimes he felt uneasy. But always when he looked through these binoculars, the same happy moments happened. Grandpa shared with joy the memories of how he always saw his grandson in the binoculars, as if in the palm of his hand, who reached out to him and cried. He asked his grandson in the ant mask, and he asked if he really thought that his grandfather would not recognize him, which made the young man shudder. He looks at the binoculars. Sometimes he remembers his voice, and I don't at all. And then he finds out that he chatters his teeth when he's worried. The man looked at the binoculars and then grabbed the trembling body of the young man, because here he finally returned home, call him dear grandson. But the monster today began to rise in price. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes, and he again reached out to his grandfather. And then the young man fell to his knees in front of his grandfather on the shore, and also about the fact that here he was finally walking, and his grandfather hugged him. Houston looks at this picture with satisfaction, remembering how you were with your grandfather, that his grandson did not abandon him at all, because now they were calmly hugging. Rajev and the guy were perfectly sure that the young man was not that kind of person, finding a message in his phone about how he thanked his grandpa and how he loved him. The young man looked at the ants under his feet, who were getting rid of the weak or dead in a comradeship, because it was this instinct that helped them survive in this cruel world. But there are still creatures who willingly take on the time to help themselves, their lips allowing the feeling to pull them to the bottom, like binoculars. Looking at the grandfather and his grandson, I realized that they are these creatures, and feelings make them people. Around the same time, people from Nest were in the laboratory, which was practically in the water, one of whom said, "This is what a pet store laboratory is like." He turned to the professor's assistant and friends, saying that he couldn't believe that he really walked, and the young man was quite dry. He said that it was thanks to these students that he was responsible for this. The girl with animal hair took a flashlight and came closer to the cells. They say that soon the defenders of the Neste will begin an investigation. A man from behind turned to the girl and asked what state the absorbing individual was in now. They replied that some had drowned in the water, and some had already, because the hole that the cover had made must have let out some water. Looking at the corpses in the cage, she said that they needed to disable the hack, and the girl would call for backup from the Nest transport. She only asked not to open those doors, but to use the equipment. Call them a person. I address them as B1 and B2. A friend of theirs come closer to him and take a look. He showed an iron door, which some called a secret storage room, and some people also rushed to him. They didn't understand why only this door had a combination lock, which was already unlocked, so it was easy to get in. One of them is not in a hurry too, entering the room, still expecting danger from this laboratory. In front of them lay long-dried corpses, on which only their bones and a little meat remained, and they also stank very strongly. The girl with yellow hair immediately rushes to Winter's nose, looking at it fearfully and not understanding what happened there. There were about 10 or more corpses with him, of which many were left with only bones and a little clothing. And they all did not understand why they were locked in the room. After some time, already at the pier of the Black Island, where cars were crowded, and there was a clear, sunny summer sky. Suchin tiredness Matu in the window. I understand that the communication towers finally composition, and therefore they were able to contact the place. Banya reflected that as soon as they informed those labs, the Academy sent a large ferry to transfer all the insect people. And at the moment of these thoughts, something fell on his shoulder, and a friend, who was already asleep, looked for support. For the first time, I'm afraid, be very shy back. Then I'll continue to think about the fact that in addition to those absorbing individuals, Bathory had many normal people, insects, and many of them were taken under Nest's care. And all this thanks to the help of Sleep, who personally helped with all this. It was because of this that these people could now be free. The man, of course, washed himself that they did not save everyone, but at the moment he was looking out the window, spying on the boys' conversation. One of the boys said that it would be great if he joined them. Education, after all. Someone needs to look after Grandpa. It was a young man with an ant mask, and Yosu said that according to the rules, only insect people can be in Nastya. The man with the ant's face was saying that everything was fine because Kirsten gave them hope, so they would definitely continue to live. He remembered how Jean could deal with a whole hefty monster in a matter of seconds, kicking it with his thighs and knocking it to the ground. I also remember the ant fashion, Dova, who smiled as if she was mad when she killed a huge monster. Then he remembered and about the dragonfly, which Andre's instincts and his eyes brightly traffic police green fire when he fought. Then he remembered all of Sona, who he was able to easily defeat, and he realized that the man with the ant's honey would not be able to defeat them all to get the medicine. Before the young men fry each other's hands about the fact that the young man with the blue one will simply root for him, I hope that one day there will be enough Cinderella for everyone. Then the young man with the face of an ant said that Kirsten needs to continue to fight, although he was asked to do so. Kirsten smiled tenderly and brightly in response, looking at their hands which were firmly shaking each other. Well, I asked my son again and realized where he was when the ship was already setting off on its way home to the boys. Dujevimi, you killed the pet store where a long green corridor led. A certain person turned to the breeder. It was a large man with chestnut voices, and then that the antlion was caught, and besides, Nest captured the laboratory on the Black Island. You know that it's time for them to worry. Alone with Pasha, does he really think like that here? And then I'll offer to play chess with the man, but here I was already thinking about quitting. The man smiled brightly then because he was just joking, because the antlion was completely drunk with his task, so everything was fine, although he did not get rid of the laboratory. The blonde said that the complete destruction of this place would be a skill for them, but his goal was something more important. Two guys approached them, and the breeder said that among those tinted by absorption, there were those who had exerted considerable force, remaining in reason. The collector said that it was impossible to get these guys out of there because now, let's say there were 4 copies in front of him. The man finally placed his pieces on the chessboard, watching them with burning eyes. He had already put on his usual dissatisfied face of Jun's erection, realizing that the time had come to finish them all off. A certain man appeared before the professors and decided to give them a brief summary of the events from the Black Island. It was the same young man with long hair who had shown the findings in the lab on TV, saying that they had eventually caught one of the pet store members and several of the lab's absconders. He showed photographs of each insect, saying that they had captured 21 insect people alive. Professor Ma said that the purpose of the mission was just to explore the island, and Hyunbin replied that the pet store sent one of its members in anticipation of the operation, and therefore the team's identities were not revealed to the enemy, which put them in danger. The old man silently listened to the report that Cha Hai-seong had played a major role in finding the laboratory, and also freed the insect people from captivity. Chi-jun immediately thought that it was impressive, because it seemed like Hai-sung had finally managed to channel his feelings of inferiority into a positive direction. The professor said that he was sorry that the breeder and Shin Ga-yeon were nowhere to be found, but in any case, the result was impressive, and therefore the capture of the absorbing individuals was a great achievement. The guy said that their efforts would be highly appreciated, but now he would just ask them to forgive him. But Hyun-bin did not let him go, saying that he wanted to say something else. He insisted that he did not mention this in the official report because he considered it necessary to tell about it only to 3 professors who were interested in listening to the young man. He adjusted his glasses, looking at the people in front of him with detached eyes, and said that he thought Su Chang was dangerous. Meanwhile, in the civilian sector bar nest, some girls were choosing drinks, others were going on dates, and the waitresses were earning extra money. Chang-su. Chang's eyes widened. He looked ahead in confusion, realizing that it all looked like he was stuck. He was in that bar, and across from him sat a beautiful girl with green hair from the practical entomology course. And since he was on a blind date, there were 2 more couples sitting not far from him. It all started a few hours earlier, when they were having lunch as usual in the nest dining room, heatedly discussing something. But suddenly a certain man ran up to them, cheerfully congratulating Group A on their return, which caused them to have many questions. It was Chang Hong who greeted them, saying that he had heard that their mission had gone quite well, and then congratulated them. Du Hua, who had just started eating, realized that after looking at this guy, she had lost all her appetite. The girl suddenly stood on the table, grabbing the unexpected guest by the jacket and lifting him up, asking if Chang Hoon's death could bring him back. The young man remembered that he was the one who let them down in that group competition, apologizing for it and saying that they played a little dirty, so he came to apologize. Then Do Hua finally let go of him, throwing him to the floor like a limp toy or a puppet. At that very moment, Do Hua swung her claws at the guy, saying that Chang Hoon should beg her for mercy. The girl reminded him that her red-haired friend almost went blind because of him. And besides, Chan also humiliated him. The girl towered over him, showing more and more of her scorpion tail, and then said that the young man should also apologize to the girl from Group B. The victim smiled, saying that he would certainly do everything, and hearing this from the girl's lips, he realized that he had indeed been harsh with everyone. He offered to make amends, saying that he had already figured out how to do it, looking at the girl's puzzled face. He grabbed the two guys by the shoulders, hugged them, and said that an apology would not be enough, so he wanted to ask them something. Chang Hoon then asked if the guys were free that evening, but they ended up sitting at the bar eating pizza and drinking drinks in front of cute girls. The girl with hair like bees said that they were very happy that the guys came because they had heard about the group that won the tournament. The same girl was talking about how the girls asked Chang Hoon to bring these guys, so it was only because of them that they agreed to this blind date. But another girl, embarrassed, interrupted her. Chang Hong whispered softly to the dragonfly, telling him to relax, as they had him to thank for this opportunity. The guy said that of course not everyone here is hot, but that second-year student is the best in Professor Yu's class, and therefore these are pretty good connections. The guy said that of course not everyone here is hot, but that second-year student is the best in Professor Yu's class, and therefore these are pretty good connections. The girl with green hair sat opposite him, sweetly asking him if he was that new freshman, since she wanted to meet him so much. And then Chang Hong immediately began pouring alcohol, mixing it. He said that since everyone had met, the ice needed to be melted. The man said that it was time for a drinking game, and Hai Sung looked at him with displeasure, thinking that he just wanted to drink with the girls. After some time, the red-haired guy was quietly sipping his beer, looking discontentedly at the whole company with which he went to the bar today. Suddenly, he met the gaze of a cute girl with hair like butterfly wings, who was smiling brightly, with her blue eyes and plump lips. He turned away, embarrassed, then took a couple more sips of his cold beer, which he held tightly in his hands. There was beer, pizza, and various treats in front of his eyes, and therefore, without thinking twice, he realized that since they were all gathered here, they needed to enjoy this moment. The girl with white hair raised a toast, saying that this was their penalty drink, and the other girl said that they themselves would not be able to handle it all, but the two guys on either side of Chang Hoon were already rolling around in food. The dragonfly hurried away because he realized that he had had enough and could not drink anymore, and so, staggering, he got up from the table. Suddenly, another gentle feminine hand grabbed his bicep and wrapped it around his bicep. The girl with green hair pressed herself against his shoulder, saying that she had probably had too much to drink. The girl closed her deep blue eyes, saying that she had a splitting headache, and it seemed that she would not be able to get home on her own. The two girls started talking about how dangerous it was to walk home alone at such a late hour, and Su Chang was confused, since the only way to the dormitory was through the same road. Chung Hoon encouraged the girls by saying that Su Chang could walk them home since he was on the way, and the other second-year girls said that in that case, they should stay and have a drink since it was too dangerous for the girls to get home alone. Su Chang cursed quietly under his breath as he led the girl away with him, to the ringing laughter of the second-year girls, who quietly chuckled. They blushed as one of them was happy that everything went according to plan, since the other girl had bet that B-Dan was going to go all the way. But suddenly an angry He-Jin appeared behind them, asking for forgiveness, her eyes wide with displeasure. One of the second-year girls stood up abruptly, and the others looked at her in fear when He-Jin said that if they didn't mind, she would like to hear what was going on. She tilted her head, her pink eyes sparkling as she invited them to begin with her plan. Do-bin, wearing a translucent dress, leaned on Su Chang, who valiantly decided to see her off. Su Chang said that he was going to the dorm anyway, so he would only walk Do-bin to the entrance. But suddenly, Do-bin decided to take a few steps away from him and asked him not to act like a fool. And then the girl with green hair spun around sharply, exposing her shoulders from her green hair, saying that now they would be able to drink much more. Su Chang hesitated, apologizing and saying that he would rather refuse, awkwardly rubbing his neck, and then turned away from Do-bin. She asked if the young man didn't want to know the secret of his complex, as she ran closer to him, causing him only bewilderment. The young man seemed to not believe his ears at all, but Do-bin continued to say that she would share her knowledge if he went with her. The girl flirted with him, saying that she helped create his glasses, because she was studying entomology, and therefore studied DNA mutations. Then in the night silence of the city, when only a few windows in the tall dormitory building were lit, as if they were not going to go to sleep, the girl took him to a private laboratory where they were completely alone, and only the latest technology was scattered everywhere. The man kept shaking all over, saying that he had overdone it with alcohol and could no longer even stand looking at the girl's silhouette. Then Do-bin smiled slyly, running her finger along her chin, and blushed slightly, looking at the guy. But suddenly, the girl pushed him to the floor, saying that it was not at all an accident, but the guy was still very surprised. She sat on his lap and stretched out as if she was going to kiss him, and Su-chang just asked in surprise what she was doing. And then, it was as if the top part of his student uniform flew off him, revealing his naked body, which made the guy even more surprised. The man couldn't even move for a few moments, because he turned completely red, looking at such a determined girl. The girl picked up a small gray packet, repeating his words that everything was fine in a quiet voice. The girl smiled slyly as she tore the wrapping off the bag with her teeth, indicating that she would very much like to take his DNA sample. The young man's eyes widened in shock, and he even froze for a few moments, because he didn't understand what had happened. And then, Hee-jin, who had already managed to run up to them, looked at their silhouettes through the glass walls in amazement. She almost screamed, blushing and opening her pink eyes wider and wider, asking what the girl wanted to sample, after which she began to almost pound on the glass. Su-chang was all red for her, trying to push the girl away from him to make her stop, and asking if she really wanted to stick it in somewhere. The girl smiled, saying that there was no need for Su-chang to run away, because she would be gentle. The girl behind the glass blushed as she watched them. She listened to Do-bin's conversations about how the guy should relax, because she was much more experienced than she seemed. But even then, Hee-jin couldn't stand it, and so she burst in on them, screaming about what the girl wanted to insert into him. But the girl Do-bin injected a syringe under his skin, in which a red scarlet liquid was visible, which tensed from painful sensations. Do-bin smiled happily, saying that of course it was a syringe, when she suggested that Su-chang press an alcohol swab onto the area that hurt. Hee-jin said that the person in front of her was Lee Bi-dan, a second-year student, and she heard that she was on a group date with Su-chang, and her friends told her about it. The headman asked in bewilderment why she needed Su-chang's DNA, who looked at Hee-jin in surprise, because he had not expected her to appear at all. The girl got up from the boy's lap, asking why the girl was so curious about all this, but she was simply following the professor's orders. Do-bin extended her hand towards him, which made the guy feel embarrassed, and he said that, to be honest, she herself was very interested. She stroked the boy, saying that she wanted to know more about what everyone's favorite newcomer was capable of. And then she hurried out of the lab room, saying that she had received the DNA, and so it was time for her to go, and those two could enjoy the evening. Suddenly, the girl with green hair and a couple of orange curls stopped, saying that she almost forgot something. She looked warily at the first-year class leader, telling her to be careful with the old man because he was exhausting himself. She said it was about Professor Jun and that he seemed to be using his complex too much lately. She immediately changed her mood when she left the room and said that perhaps they would meet again. But for now, she said goodbye to them. Su-chan and Hee-jin were walking down the street at night together, and the guy was saying that he gave her his DNA for free, and she didn't even say anything about the secret of his complex. Su-chang said that it was strange that the professor asked for such a thing. Why couldn't they do it themselves? But Hee-jin didn't react at all. The girl puffed out her cheeks, saying that it was better not to ask her, or better yet, to forget about it, continuing to move away from him. The young man asked the girl what happened, whether he had done something wrong, but Hee-jin denied it because she was fine and not upset at all. But after, without looking her friend in the eye, she said that it was just a harmless blind date, and she had nothing to be upset about. And only then did it finally dawn on the guy, and then he blushed with shame, realizing that it seemed that Hee-jin was offended that he didn't say anything and went on that date. Su-chang said that in that case they could have a drink because there was a tteokbokki shop nearby. But Hee-jin replied that all the shops were already closed because of the nest file. The man sighed in disappointment, understanding and silently agreeing with her, while simultaneously walking together in a not very good atmosphere. But after a few moments the girl adjusted her cap, saying that there were some nuances. The girl said that she was not at all against having a drink in her room, At the same time, she blushed, but tried to hide it. She told the confused guy that Do Hua had business today, so her room was free. Su Chang scratched the back of his head, not understanding what kind of day it was today. It was probably all because of the blood he had taken, but he couldn't look at He Jin without blushing. He looked far into the distance of the dormitory, going further and further. There was a faceless black sky, not understanding what this feeling was and why his heart was beating so fast. But when they reached the dormitory, they found themselves in front of something that was not an empty room, because these two guys had already been asked what it was. In front of them stood almost their entire course, celebrating something, drinking bottles of alcohol and greeting everyone, happy that finally everyone had come. He Jin sighed tiredly, asking what was going on here, and one of the students tried to at least answer something. Another girl said, watching one of the insectoids fall from one shot, that Do Hua and the two of them came here to have a little drink, and along the way they ran into everyone else. The other kids were already drinking drinks and playing the same games, and the girls continued to talk about how they constantly ran into each other in class, but never hung out together. Du Hua ran behind Hai Sung, hugging him, saying that even on the day they met, she found him unconscious on a blind date, quietly dispersing. The two girls immediately started to approach Su Chan, hugging him and asking if he could have a drink with them, just sit next to them, which caused the guy to have a lot of questions. Then He Jin walked away from them all and sat down somewhere far away in her room, thinking discontentedly that she just wanted to drink alone with Su Chan. And then a young man sat down next to her, saying that it seemed like it wouldn't be any quieter today, but it was great to stay here like this with everyone. The young man said that at such moments he felt like an ordinary student, which left He Jin puzzled. Then Su Chang suggested that she hang out with everyone that evening and have a drink together next time, smiling brightly. Su Chang said that they were only freshmen, so they still had a lot of time ahead of them. So, for example, the girl could allow herself to look at him with a loving gaze. And the girl immediately agreed, and it was already a dark night. Most of the windows in the house were already turned off, despite the fact that many students were still awake. The woman, at the same time, in another room, looked at Professor Chi Jun, who was being told from behind by a voice that the test results were finally ready. Professor Yu said that Hyunbin was right and Jang Soo-chan was a ticking time bomb, and it was too dangerous to leave him like this. Her red hair was fluttering, and now she said that the safety of those around her was at risk, and they needed to notify them and isolate the boy. But the old man did not let her do this, because he grabbed her clothes from behind, not allowing her to even move a step, forbidding her to do this. The old woman already imagined Su Chang in the isolation ward, knowing that they were small and wretched, and in fact they were prison cells without a drop of warmth. And how could one lock an innocent child in such a place? Afterwards, the old man reminded them that he had joined them because he no longer wanted to be alone, avoiding all the people in the area. He remembered seeing the freshman initiation where they were all laughing happily, talking about how Su Chang's performance would be much worse than in the outside world. The professor asked incredulously what would happen if he was wrong, and what the old man could do if Su Chang lost control on campus. The old man clenched his jaw even tighter, wondering what would happen if such a day ever came. He raised his hand with the tattoo, saying that he would stop Su Chang even at the cost of his own life. The old man frowned as he spoke, giving the red-haired girl his word that Jang Soo-chang was not like Shin Ga-yeon. In the room where the number B7 was glowing bright purple at the top, something else was flashing red. A satisfied breeder entered the room, and as always, a slightly disappointed Shin Ga-yeon. The girl began to scratch her chin slightly, her eyes wide in surprise, wondering if this was the right place. They walked further into the room where a huge centipede with some kind of hood lay, and Shin Ga-yeon said that she always wondered where the breeder hid it. The breeder began to regulate the humidity level in the room by spraying water from a dispenser, saying that centipedes get irritated when it is dry around. The girl revealed her scar on her eye, saying that they would send a centipede to kill Professor G and all those bastards. The breeder apologized, saying that his pet would stay here, but Shin Ga-yeon became angry, saying that he promised that he would destroy them at any cost. He remembered how the centipede had suffered from that professor that day, remembering that at first he thought that everything would be fine. Then the breeder walked up to some 2 buttons and pressed one of them, turning to Shin Ga-yeon again. The girl immediately drew attention to the burns all over the centipede's body, covering her scar with her bangs, saying that he was very sorry, but he needed time to recover, and therefore they could not send the giant this time. He unanimously insisted that in truth, no insect could withstand such a temperature, observing him. But suddenly the young girl called out to the blonde man in front of her, anxiously asking him about something. She asked the breeder if he was angry now, but the young man laughed in response, telling the girl not to be stupid. The blonde smiled smugly, saying that he wasn't angry at all. He was just sad that one of his favorites got scratched. They must kill Professor G, otherwise he will become a huge obstacle for them in the pet store. The blonde told the girl not to worry because soon he would develop a good plan, and when there was time, she needed to prepare to kill him. The girl touched her frame, telling her darling not to worry, because she knew very well the pain that his little animal felt. She thought of her former professor, remembering the pain that had kept her awake at night since that day 5 years earlier. She opened her eye wide, hoping that when she finally killed him, this pain would go away, at least a little. But at that moment, the professor was already completely busy, because he had invited Su Chong to the forest, who was now asking why he wanted to see him. Was it really another training session of the complex? But the old man looked at Chang Su Chang absent-mindedly, addressing him formally. The man said that the university had labeled the young man as an unstable threat, thereby causing the boy even more questions and confusion. The man raised his hand, which immediately began to flare up with a bright fire, because the old man was already ready to deliver his first blow. The dragonfly retreated there, because he heard from his professor the words that he would have to kill his student. The young man recoiled from the professor, asking him again in a trembling voice about the potential threat, clenching his fists. He opened his green eyes wide in fear, and cold sweat began to slowly appear on his face, and he himself began to think that he did not understand anything at all. But the professor merely clenched his fist even tighter, and a bright flame immediately began to emanate from it to attack. The old man struck right at the spot where the dragonfly had stood, but he was able to jump away from the explosion in time. The dragonfly widened his green eyes in surprise, because he still didn't understand what was happening. But the old man struck him again, trying to touch him with his flame again, and only then did the dragonfly realize that the old man was not joking. But the blows did not stop at all, because it was as if he was running after him, each time causing new explosions so that he could only run away or fly away. The old man didn't even think about giving up, so in a few moments he was already flying towards the student with the help of his complex. But the young man was able to dodge all the old man's blows, but once he screamed, asking why the professor was doing this at all. Professor Jun asked, delivering another blow and holding the boy's wrist, if he really wanted to just give up and die. And after that, the professor pulled him towards himself, and then kicked him in the ribs, which made the young man feel even worse. The dragonfly immediately coughed up blood, his eyes wide open in horror and pain, which was so unexpected for the body. But the professor, of course, did not wait for the young man to come to his senses, and simply threw him back even further with the help of an explosion. The old man began to say that he did not want this at all, that there was no other way out, looking at the young man who was sitting under the tree, breathing heavily. He apologized to his student, but still continued to strike him one after another, as his eyes once again glowed with a bright, blazing fire. Making the explosion so bright that even the dragonfly's eyes reflected them, the young man still tried to recoil from it. And then the old man set fire to the path to his student in a whole line, creating a whole minefield. The old man looked at the young man with stern eyes, asking if he was already flying away from him. And then the man lifted one stone from the ground with his burning hand, quickly throwing it at the dragonfly. And then this little stone, like a small bomb, flew straight into the face of the young boy, who could only look at it in surprise. The boy froze for a moment, realizing that the professor had applied his explosives to the stone to kill him. And then the old man took the stance of a bombardier beetle, and everything around exploded like grenades. And so the dragonfly had to fly up. But he, after only a few moments, again hit the ground painfully, because he could not stay in the air for long. The whole body of the young boy grew stronger. He tried to somehow break free and rise from the ground in order to try to fly away again. But he wasn't given a chance because Professor G had already stepped on his chest, causing it to seem like sparks were appearing all around. The man towered over him, hitting him on the chest and asking if the dragonfly didn't want to fight. The old man looked sternly at his student when he realized that he would have to be tougher, since he did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Then he began to press even harder, which caused the man to literally pour blood out of his mouth, as if he was pouring it into her, and his eyes were already turning into green dots again. The young man screamed in pain, blood was already flowing down his face, and he himself was almost burning from pain, and green lights were already sparkling in his eyes. It was as if he was falling into an abyss, realizing that he could no longer breathe, but still not believing that the professor really wanted to kill him, not understanding why he needed it at all. The old man looked at him with apprehension, saying that 5 years ago the student also lost her temper, and then asked if he knew what she had done. The girl turned all her rage on her classmates and killed everyone in her class when her eyes turned purple. The old man said that the girl's complex was unimaginably powerful that day, probably intensified by her anger towards everything around her. The old man said that he was ready to strike again for the sake of common safety, but he had to compromise his principles and kill his student. Then Shinga-yan and the professor joined forces in a fight because he couldn't leave her like this and lose anyone else. The old man said that he had heard that the same thing was happening to a young man because in a fit of anger the boy tried to kill Hee-jin. He remembered that same happy face of the girl, not understanding how he could hunt for Hee-jin, such a sweet girl. The old man grabbed the boy by the jacket, saying that it was like a ticking bomb here, so he couldn't let the people in the nest live in fear that he would one day lose control. Therefore, the old man does not intend to wait for this fateful hour and is already now striking his blow with the help of a special tattoo. He was preparing to strike again, still not lowering his back, and only talking about how he would neutralize Su Chang before he became a monster. The young man opened his green eyes in surprise, looking at the professor's hand, which was almost burning in the air. The young man screamed with all his might. His teeth seemed to turn into sharp fangs, and a bright green fire appeared from his eyes, as if there was nothing human left in him at all. Everything began to blur before the old man's eyes, and therefore he could not even roughly make out everything he saw. Then in the air it seemed as if bright red and scarlet tongues of flame were still hovering. But after a while, he shook his head sadly, saying that this should be enough, while sparks of fire swirled between them. It turned out that a camera had been watching them from above the whole time. And then the old man added that this should be enough for the members of the dean's teaching staff. The teachers immediately began to discuss whether the old man had killed him, but there was no need for that. They could have simply isolated Su Chang. One of the teaching staff shouted so that you would look more closely at the screen, because there was a sign saying that the old man beat up Chan Su Chang. But later information was added that he had been beaten half to death, because the place where Su Chan's body should have been lying turned out to be empty. Only the flames were burning out. The man with bright green eyes literally began to eat his skin with fire, and the old man, despite this, replied that he was still holding on. Biting small pieces of his hand, he thought about every time he lost consciousness, when he was on the verge of death, and woke up finding his opponents in blood, and therefore whether he was considered a monster, whether the complex had gained control over him. The man remembered the words about how his complex could harm his loved ones, and the realization overwhelmed him, but he began to deny it. He remembered Mi-hin, who had grown all over with fear as she looked at him, and then called him a monster. But now, Su Chang was only suddenly thrown away by Hyun Bin, with just a wave of his hand, so that he could finally just lie down on the ground. 3 eyes seemed to appear on his hands, from which bright streaks of smoke were moving, with the help of which he could do anything. The old man protected the young man with his chest, saying that he believed that no one else had any objections. Looking into the camera, he stated that this guy was different, not like Shin Ga-yeon in his youth. After some time, again in the hospital faucet, where there was always complete cleanliness, because sick people were constantly kept there was complete emptiness. In just one hospital bed lay a pale Su Chang, who stared blankly at the ceiling, trying to rethink everything that had happened to him in the last half hour. A girl with red hair approached him, saying that they were in the hospital, and that they had also healed his wounds, for which the guy was grateful. The professor said that the guy was probably in shock now, but she hoped that he would treat everything with understanding. Professor Yu looked at Professor G, calling his teaching methods very radical, but now doctors were bandaging his arm and half of his back. So he did it all for the boy, watching as the old man decided to tie his own hand. The girl, turning away from the young man, said that this man was the only one who believed that Jang Su-chan could control his anger. The girl said that the professor had driven the boy half to death in order to prove to the university that he was not a threat. Then the old man turned around, saying that the boy still had a lot to go through, because if he let his complex get out of control again, the professor would kill him immediately. Looking at the frightened young man, Ji-jun said that in order to protect the boy from such an outcome, he would definitely teach him everything. He once told him that he came here in order to get rid of his wings and become a normal person again. But now in his eyes, there will also be a memory of how the dragonfly bit his own skin, not wanting to touch the professor even in such a situation, so as not to become a monster. Patting him on the shoulder, the old man said that the boy had finally proven himself, and therefore he needed to show the university and everyone else that Su Chang was not a monster. The man with the long gray beard smiled brightly as he said that the boy needed to prove that he was still human, just the strongest species on the planet. The young man with green eyes looked at his professor, nodded, and his face became serious and impenetrable. The girl watched as the young man agreed with the professor, calling him sir. Days later, when the sun was already high in the sky, illuminating the building of the university's extracurricular activities nest, Silkworm burst into the room, asking in a loud voice if He-jin was there. But He-jin was busy doing exercises, as were many people behind her, but the girl still answered in advance that the lesson would start soon. She was interrupted by Yoon-ah, who screamed in fear that the professor had dragged Soo-chan into a fight, which caused the girl to have many questions about who it was with. And her classmate replied that he had a fight with that maniac from the detention center, which immediately scared the young girl very much. 2 hours earlier, they had a lecture from Professor G on the topic of using weakness for good. Many of the guys didn't quite understand what it was and how to do it, and in general what the professor was talking about, but he thought that it was quite easy and simple. The old man held up a notepad saying that each of them would be given an individual test that they would have to complete within a week. Each sheet of the notebook contained information about the students, and the old man himself said that complexes can conflict. For example, spiders have webs and poison in their arsenal, but their bodies are very weak, and beetles have a hard exoskeleton, but they are quite slow. Recalling how He-jin hit her opponent, he said that opposing characteristics can decide their fate in battle, because this is important in the fight against an enemy with a complex that strongly conflicts with your abilities. The professor, frowning, finally closed the book, saying that in it he had analyzed all the strengths and weaknesses, and based on these notes, he would prepare a special test that would turn their shortcomings into advantages. Da-un in the back row said that she would work again, and she doesn't even know what her weaknesses are, and her friend next to her said that she has a ton of weaknesses. Dragonfly said that he didn't even know where to start, thinking that he could refuse since there was no penalty for it like in the last group test. And He-jin said that they wouldn't be able to help him. But the old man, smiling cheerfully, said that this test replaces the midterm exam, so if he were in the audience, he would not skip it. The guys behind started talking about how they would have to take the special tests after all. But Soo-chang didn't understand why they didn't want to take the midterm exams. And He-jin kindly explained to him that midterm exams at Nest are almost like those at a regular university. In order to pass them, you need to be an expert in the matter. So many people try to pass the tests and write an essay instead. The boy was very surprised by these words, especially when He-jin said that for practical subjects like these, it would be even more difficult. The man looked at them again, his falcon eyes saying that he would distribute all their trials. And when Soo-chang was already on the open training field of Nest, he realized that in order to become the best in the class, he had to pass the test no matter what. Cha Hai-sung had a grasshopper complex, and he specializes in fast and powerful kicks. But now he was just breathing heavily. The old man noticed that he had recently acquired a stance that allowed some parts of his body to grow, but he clearly lacked knowledge about the connection between speed and physical strength. This guy's mission was to cut all the flying tennis balls that were flying at him at a crazy speed, and he just thought that it was time for him to go. And then various beams of light appeared from the grasshopper, or rather from the frantic speed with which he was jumping. Soo-chang thought that the test was meant to train their complexes, and so he and Do-hwa were now rooting for their friend. But then, after just a few moments, Hai-sung started screaming for someone to turn off this thing, because these balls kept flying at him, and looking at this, Soo-chan realized that it wouldn't be easy. Then she field appeared Song-hong, who had a spotted lanternfly complex, and she could also emit cantharidin, which is an aphrodisiac. But her problem was that she relied too much on the complex, lacking physical qualities. So even this time, she couldn't do without Han's help. And therefore her task was to strike Park He-jin in hand-to-hand combat, who was already confident in her strength. But the girl opposite her immediately tried to give up. Her whole hand with the claws was shaking, because she could not break such a hard material, and therefore she would have a test of breaking a piece of marble. So the old man remembered about Chan Yun-ji with her mole cricket complex, because she was able to dig tunnels in the ground, but only in soft soil, and she couldn't even hit the asphalt. I should also remember about Jin-hwan, who was a rhinoceros beetle, and he was strong but slow and clumsy, and the test was to carry a load and run 100 meters in 13 seconds. And for Chan Da-un, who was a horned spider, her weapon was a mace. But for them, you need to develop endurance, so the test was to swing a 100-kilogram iron ball. I also didn't forget about Pan Hyun-a, who was a silkworm and knew how to knit well, but the fabric was too easy to tear, so there was a test to create a strong material. The boy with green eyes said in surprise that the professor checks everyone, and besides, they have different tests that suit the complexes, thinking about what is watching everyone here. And Hee-jin replied that indeed, no one escapes Professor Jun's gaze. She said that many teachers only remember a few students who stand out from the crowd, but Professor G watched everyone, and it was true that he was different from the rest. The girl asked what about the test of Su-chan, who had been simply observing the people around him all this time, to which the boy awkwardly scratched his head. The green-eyed boy replied that he needed to wait for his turn, which caused Hee-jin to have a lot of questions. Su-chang said that the professor ordered him to come after class, and then he would give him an assignment. The girl glanced at her professor with pink eyes in surprise and thought about his words about the assignment being only after classes. The long-haired man with glasses asked Professor G in bewilderment if he was really sure that he wanted to release him. And now all the first-year students were doing exercises. Some were already exhausted, while others were calmly coping with the physical activity. Jung Da-woon was already shaking all over, trying so hard she was all tilted and could hardly cope with even such minimal activity. She sat next to Hee-jin, saying that her whole body was sore after the test, and she clearly shouldn't have chosen yoga as an elective. Her violet eyes were already clouded with fatigue, and she said that she probably thought the task was too cruel, because how could anyone spin 100 kilograms? The girl told Hee-jin, who was calmly doing her exercises, that the others' tests were also quite dangerous. And then the girl remembered how Pan A came to them, shouting that the professor had dragged Su-chang into a fight with that maniac from prison. She replied indifferently that it was no big deal and thought that Su-chang would definitely be able to handle it. The girl spoke about how Professor G must have some kind of plan, looking at the walls in the gym, while at the same time a certain man in a student uniform was slowly walking somewhere, tightly clutching a suitcase in his hands. Hee-jin said that the professor didn't make them do anything impossible, but that's why Su-chang with the suitcase and the professor nearby were already somewhere in the underground sector of the Nesty. Then the professor led him into a huge room, which seemed to be entirely woven from glass reflecting the metal, and there was still a lot of light there. He did not understand why he was the only one sent here to undergo tests. The old man said that in battles where he loses control of himself, the opponents are often absorbing individuals. Frowning, the professor said that Su-chang's test would be to learn how to maintain control in a fight with a praying mantis that had bright red eyes. And he talked about how they had finally met a dragonfly. The young man did not understand the professor at all. He tried to ask something, but the door had already slammed shut, and the young man turned away. He opened his eyes wide and turned back and threw something that made him very scared. It was a praying mantis that had already attacked the dragonfly, forcing the young man to dodge in a matter of seconds. The man came up with his eyes wide open, saying that he really enjoyed the bone crushing, and he never thought that freedom would taste so sweet. And then the praying mantis swung at his opponent, preparing to strike him again so that he would not even have time to flinch. Su-chang no longer understood what was happening at all, and so he just quickly flew away and also bared his teeth, looking at him. But then, a moment later, he said that it was with the permission of the university and the head guard, looking at the praying mantis, who was already preparing to taste the food. The young man immediately turned around, shouting to the professor that the praying mantis had escaped again. But the two professors were already standing behind the solid glass, completely safe, unlike their student. The old man replied indifferently that it was he who had released the praying mantis. But then, a moment later, he said that it was with the permission of the university and the head guard, looking at the praying mantis, who was already preparing to taste the food. The professor's order was given that the young man had better wear glasses. Looking at his suitcase, he wondered in bewilderment whether he really had to fight with it. The professor watched him and thought about everything. Everything was just as he had expected, looking at their huge room in which they had placed two enemies. The old man looked at the young man who was scared to death, and this was not surprising, because he was with his natural enemy, and therefore this fear comes from instincts. The young man tried to escape from the praying mantis that day, remembering that his life was changed by his first encounter with the praying mantis. And it was because of it that Su-chang became an outcast of the world and is trying to become human again. But the old man understood perfectly well that he had never touched the praying mantis with a finger, constantly recoiling from it and afraid to even touch it once more. This had been repeated many times, every time they met. Even when the praying mantis opened its mouth to devour the dragonfly, he could not do anything because of fear. It was for these reasons that this task was an important step for the boy, even if the boy was only running away. The old man had just now informed the dragonfly that the test was to defeat the praying mantis, and it was then that the young man jumped high, avoiding a blow from his natural enemy. Taking advantage of the small pause, the young man was able to put on his glasses, and then the professor began to reread the notes about Nesta, saying that Chong Su-chong had a dragonfly complex. Well, the mantis leaned even lower to the ground, saying that it would be very sad and rude for him to refuse such a tasty morsel. A praying mantis flew over Su-chong with its eyes glowing brightly, and the student himself tried to avoid a direct collision. Both professors behind the glass watched the battle of the two enemies very strangely, almost hiding their disgust. The young man's eyes were already burning with a bright fire again, and his special glasses created protection for him. And the old man himself thought that now he could observe how his strength had grown. But he immediately jumped up to him so that I could try to tear him into small pieces again with the help of his giant and huge paws, which could reach him in literally a matter of seconds. The man tried to flinch when he saw the enemy's terrible claws. The young man clearly remembered how he used the chainsaw that Hai-sung gave him to cut off the claw of the praying mantis, which at that moment was screaming for it to stop. But now it had two claws. The mantis was completely healthy and ready to fight, although the guy knew for sure that he had cut off his hand that day. The professor, as if answering the boy's silent question, said that the praying mantis would not be able to fight without an arm. The gray-haired man looked sternly at his student again, saying that Su-chung's task was to defeat the praying mantis in full combat readiness. Now the mantis had a prosthesis, because this weapon was even more deadly than his previous hand. Because it could move freely, it was sharp as a knife blade. With just one blow of his hand, he was able to destroy the floor of the huge room, which shattered into small pieces, and the dragonfly was now trying to fly as far as possible so as not to be hit by the fragments. And then the dragonfly immediately covered his face with his hands, screaming about why they gave this killing machine a new hand, because this is complete nonsense. But the mantis just laughed like a madman, showing his sharp fangs, saying that his charms are not worth running away from. The man asked what happened to the daredevil who dared to cut off his hand. Now he saw only a boy in front of him. The dragonfly could not even swing at the enemy, despite all the desperate and persistent requests to do so from the praying mantis, only continuing to run away from him, not daring to deliver another decisive blow. The man in glasses frowned in alarm, staring intently at the praying mantis, who was clenching his fists furiously and was preparing to suddenly attack his opponent at any moment, not giving him a single chance. And so it all happened because the man, who had been hovering unnoticed in the air all this time, suddenly hit him with force, watching in surprise as the praying mantis almost sat down on the splits near the floor of the room. Su-chong suddenly remembered that, thanks to its exoskeleton, the praying mantis was much harder than stone, and any blows were unlikely to cause it any noticeable harm, which greatly alarmed him. The young man panicked and rushed as far away from the enemy as possible, realizing that he had no right to make a mistake, but the cramped space turned out to be too small for any complex maneuvers and retreats. The young man again rushed as far as possible from the dangerous opponent, realizing that any mistake could be fatal. But the cramped space did not give him freedom of action and a chance to win. The man said that Chong Su-chong must overcome this test on his own, because only in this way will he be able to overcome himself and finally decide to attack his natural enemy. The old man remarked in a stern tone that only in this case would the test have any meaning, continuing to watch with a cold expression on his face as the dragonfly tried to escape from the mantis's trap. The curly-haired man admitted that he incredibly missed the wonderful and unique aroma of the dragonfly, because not a moment passed that he did not remember its sweet smell, which attracted him. The praying mantis mockingly told the surprised young man that he would have eaten him that day if it had not been for that girl who unexpectedly intervened and thwarted his plan, but he would not forget it. He mockingly asked the young man if he agreed with his words, as if he could already taste his soft and tender flesh, imagining how he moved it around in his predatory mouth with barely restrained hunger. The young man recalled with trembling all the events of that terrible day, how he held Mi-hin in his arms, how she called him a monster, how the praying mantis tried to eat him and seriously injured him, which made him shudder. Watching the young man, the old man understood that he was most likely thinking about everything that had happened, because it was because of the praying mantis that he had to show his wings to the whole world, which is why he became an outcast in society. The professor thoughtfully reasoned that the young man was terrified of the praying mantis, not only because of natural fear, but also because of deep traumas that had squeezed him from the inside, depriving him of strength and confidence. When the young man finally took a fighting stance, preparing to fight the praying mantis, the professor realized that this was the only way to overcome his fear in order to move forward and emerge victorious from this situation. Rising to his feet, the mantis mockingly asked if the guy was really going to run away from him all this time, or if he really did have some kind of secret weapon that could penetrate his exoskeleton. The young man raised his displeased and confident gaze of bright green eyes to him, firmly answering that he really did have such a powerful and unexpected weapon, capable of surprising and wounding the enemy. The two men watching through the glass were obviously curious about what kind of cunning plan the young boy could have come up with to deal with the praying mantis, his natural predator. Suddenly, one of the observers turned to the professor, pointing to the torn clothes of the young man, noticing that there were scratches on his neck, obviously received in battle, which caused him concern. The young man raised his hand with some irritation, revealing his torn suit, which now hung on him in shreds, as if reminding him of that brutal and unequal battle with the mighty praying mantis. The man with wings suddenly announced that he needed to go to the toilet, which caused even more confusion among the praying mantises, leaving them sitting in the corner in confusion and bewilderment, not understanding his actions. The professor's assistant again noted in a disapproving voice that they were currently in the midst of a tense battle, and he had absolutely no idea what Su-chang was doing. His actions seemed strange and illogical to him. However, the professor calmly replied that it was entirely possible that the boy was simply overexcited by what was happening, which left the mantis even more confused and misunderstanding the situation. The old man with a serious expression said that overall it wasn't such a bad plan, and the long-haired, bespectacled young man asked him with interest what exactly he meant and what he was planning next. The old man was well aware that the young man had not gone to the toilet at all, as he had said, but had gone to a completely different place, hiding under the hood so as not to arouse suspicion among those around him. Young Da-Wung, who had just finished her intense yoga workout, asked in surprise if the guy really wanted to take her mace, as it seemed like a strange request. The girl gave him her mace without hesitation, but still asked him with curiosity why he needed it. But the dragonfly did not answer, only thanking her for the help she had provided. The man, who had already formed a plan in his head, thought that if he wanted to fight that powerful praying mantis, he would need something more powerful than just glasses. He remembered the day when he barely managed to cut off the praying mantis's arm, and only thanks to the chainsaw and his lightning-fast technique made the enemy scream from unbearable pain, which he remembered for a long time. He thought about who was sitting alone now, and realized that a powerful weapon was his only chance at victory at the moment, but he couldn't afford to ask for another lab gadget. He entered the mantis's room with determination, holding the mace in his hands, realizing that it was only a borrowed weapon, but still hoping that it would help him in an unequal battle with a strong opponent. The long-haired youth irritably remarked that Su-chang had borrowed a weapon, but Da-Wung's mace was definitely capable of causing serious damage to the mantis, despite it not being his own weapon. However, the old man categorically disagreed with this statement, which caused many doubts on the part of Hyun Bin, who did not understand why the old man was so skeptical about this weapon. At this time, the dragonfly smiled mockingly, declaring that the praying mantis had now become its victim, since it had already spun the mace high above itself, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to its enemy. But something unexpected happened. The iron mace, instead of hitting the mantis, hit Su-chang himself in the face, pushing him back and causing him significant damage, which caused him confusion. Su-chang immediately thought that the mace must have just been broken, but the professor looked at him with disdain, as if he were an idiot, clearly hinting that the problem was not with the weapon, but with its improper use. The old man, remembering, noted that the mace was a powerful weapon only because Da-un knew perfectly well how to use it, and the same could be said about any other weapon if one did not know how to use it. The mantis tried to attack the enemy with its pincers again, but now the dragonfly had to carry both itself and the mace on its wings at the same time, so that the enemy could not use it against it. The next day, he took Song Hana's tranquilizer gun, hoping that the gun would help him deal a fatal blow to the praying mantis, but his attempt was again unsuccessful, leaving him disappointed. The next day, he decided to use Cha Hai-sun's knee pads, but it again failed to help him achieve victory, only leaving a small mark on the mantis's exoskeleton without causing any serious damage. The next day, he took Park Hee-jin's black knuckles with sharp spikes, and again tried to hit the praying mantis in the face, but as before, it did not lead to any significant results, only making it angry. And only the next day he managed to stun the praying mantis for at least a couple of moments, so that it even sat down on the floor from the sudden pain, giving the young man hope for victory in this difficult fight. The boy looked at the spikes on his fists in admiration, not believing that it had finally worked, his eyes wide with joy, although beads of sweat were already running down his face from the accumulated fatigue. But the curly-haired man quickly rose to his feet and in a moment was ready to fight again, threatening to strike the tired dragonfly and warning that he had had enough of these childish games. Realizing that the mantis's forearm was also well protected, he realized that he would have to aim for either the head or the torso. But for now, he just continued to dodge the enemy's quick attacks. Clutching his head again, he tried unsuccessfully to resist. But then something clicked inside him, and he hoped that he could strengthen his facet vision to play with the mantis until it weakened. But for now, he just opened his eyes wide in horror, watching what was happening right in front of his green eyes, unable to believe how quickly everything was unfolding. Once again, the praying mantis dealt a crushing blow, but the young man, having forgotten about motion sickness, was now unable to even swing at his opponent, losing any chance of a counterattack. 5 days later, the old man looked at the young man in front of him with a dissatisfied expression on his face, tracking his movements on maps and hoping that he would finally come up with something new and effective. All this happened right before the test deadline, and the dragonfly again and again could not inflict even minimal damage on the mantis. And if it did succeed, it instantly recovered. One day, after such grueling training, the young man hurried to walk through the streets of the insectoid town, where the same monsters as himself lived, hoping to find answers to his questions. The young man was already covered in scratches and bruises, realizing that at this rate he would definitely lose to the praying mantis, but he did not understand how else he could defeat him. The young man clearly realized that he couldn't use any of these weapons, but if he could get rid of the nausea caused by motion sickness, that would be great. Taking a closer look, he noticed that it was Libby Dan, who was perhaps working on some lab report for the faculty. He suddenly remembered the sweet girl's words about how she helped create his glasses. Suddenly, the man even tried to reach her through the glass, calling her by name, and in the end, she recognized him. The man said he had a favor to ask of the young girl behind the glass. Then on the last day of individual training, when the bright sun was shining high at its zenith, and the whole team was already assembled, two friends were discussing how today was the last day, and one asked how Hyuna was doing, who was excitedly bragging about how she had already passed it yesterday. The girl wanted to see something interesting or unusual there. Hai Sung worriedly asked if Su Chang had passed the test, since he had borrowed things from him for this. But the girl interrupted him, saying that he had a problem with the task. But suddenly the old man raised his head up, expecting to see something interesting or unusual there. Suddenly the old man looked high into the sky, as if something was glowing green near the dormitory, like some bright jewel or rattle that had fallen into the air. But then green rays of energy began to emanate from this rattle, which stretched straight from the dormitory to the training field. Hee-jin covered her face with her hand in worry, while the other students looked ahead in confusion. This certain person, who was the source of all this energy, landed, and it seemed as if a small explosion even occurred in that place. He had very unusual green glasses as well as a small suitcase, and he smiled slyly, saying that today he would definitely complete the task, because now he had everything he needed. Libby Dan sat opposite Su Chang, and then asked him if he wanted her to try to remove the nausea effect from the glasses. He said yes, because she herself helped in their creation, and he just needed to get rid of motion sickness. The girl with green hair and red cheeks, she touched her chest, apologizing to the boy, but saying that it was impossible. She tried to explain that the lenses imitate the compound structure of the eyes, where the angle of vision is like that of real dragonflies, so nausea cannot be avoided, because the guy had never seen the world around him like this before. Looking at the glasses, he said that he couldn't do anything about it, but the girl said that the guy just had the wrong approach. And then Beyond smiled softly, saying that it was not necessary to adjust the glasses if you could adjust the vestibular apparatus by holding out a drink to it. And then Libby Dan smiled softly, saying that it was not necessary to adjust the glasses if you could adjust the vestibular apparatus by holding out a drink to it. The young man froze in response, literally standing frozen for a moment, staring at the girl in front of him. That same night, he went to the park, took all his equipment, and went to the nearest tree, near which there was as much space as possible. Su Chang put on his glasses, wondering if the girl really thought this would work, since the guy himself looked quite dissatisfied. He remembered Do-bin's words about feeling sick because his brain was receiving mixed signals because what he saw through the glasses didn't match what his body actually felt. Su Chang looked at the tree in front of him, having tied a special equipment with a rope to it, so that it would allow him to move calmly and maintain balance. A few moments later, he hooked another belt onto his waist, buckling it tightly to prevent it from accidentally falling off while he was performing the task. The young man began to fly, remembering the girl's words that she would help him achieve the necessary balance and sensations and get used to the new technique. He began to circle around the tree, winding up beams of energy that formed into bright circles, repeating and supporting the movements of the young man. Su Chang thought that these rotations were only making his condition worse, but the girl's voice kept saying that it would not be easy for him to cope with this. The girl said that it would be unlikely to achieve a great result in a couple of days, but he didn't have much time, so this was the only available option. The boy vomited over and over again when he stopped spinning and the pain became unbearable. Li Bidan warned him that he might lose consciousness. He knew he just had to endure it, wiping the hot sweat from his face, feeling tired, but he knew the goal was worth continuing the fight. After making several circles around that place, the guy returned there again and again, trying to follow the girl's advice, hoping that her words would not lead him to something bad and dangerous. When he fell to the ground once again, he realized that he could no longer move because the pain in his stomach and throat became unbearable and paralyzed his entire body. Again and again, he rolled further and further away from the starting point where he began his circles, just to vomit out everything that had accumulated in him over all this time. The guy felt sick again, and he walked away again, muttering under his breath that it had all started again and was not going to stop. Suddenly, the young man realized that he was looking at his body and hands through bright yellow glasses with green specks, and this caused him a strange feeling of unreality. He tried to hover in one place, performing various tricks in the air, not understanding what was happening to him, and looked at his legs and arms in surprise. Trying out different movements, the boy tried turning at different angles, and was relieved to find that at some angles, he no longer felt sick. He was panting heavily, but once he understood the basic principle of how his body worked, all he had to do was wipe away the terrible sweat running down his face and neck. He began to circle the tree again, feeling that he was gradually beginning to cope with the problem that had been bothering him and exhausting him. A couple of days later, when the last day of individual testing arrived, there was almost no light left in the prison cells, only dim reflections on the gloomy walls. All the guys were very worried about their friend. Jin bit her lips from tension, and the rest just watched warily what was happening around them. They all watched as Su Chang looked at the praying mantis in front of him with an indifferent expression, ready to attack as it was the last day of the trials. The white-haired man reminded everyone that today was the final day of the tests, and any failure in the battle with the enemy would result in failure in the exams. It seemed like the entire class had come to the final day of the test, and all the students were worried about Su Chang, discussing whether he would be able to handle this difficult task. Another group of students watching the battle discussed how they could not miss such a frightening battle and wondered how formidable the praying mantis was. Then the mantis looked with interest at the box standing right in front of him, not far from Su Chang's feet, and his face took on an expression of strange curiosity. The mantis swung its claw again, grinning and saying that this was another useless thing that the young man could have dragged here as much as he wanted. He screamed even louder, insisting that the dragonfly would never be able to defeat him, and again rushed at the green-eyed youth who stood motionless. However, at the last moment, Su Chang deftly dodged the mantis's attack, not allowing it to get any closer, let alone hit him with its claws. The young man remembered the gadget that the girl from the laboratory had given him, and realized that now he had a chance to use it in battle against the praying mantis. The girl was a second-year student with green hair, and she brought the gadget as an apology for the previous incident, saying that her engineer friend helped her choose the right one. When she looked up, the young man admitted that he liked brass knuckles the most, and this brought a barely noticeable smile to the girl's face. She found special brass knuckles designed for dragonflies, and it was thanks to them that he was able to calmly sneak up from behind and strike the praying mantis. Gathering all his strength, the boy hit his natural enemy right on the nose, and he instantly became furious, while blood slowly flowed down his face. The next second, with one clear and powerful blow, Su Chang threw the mantis against the wall, causing it to lose its balance and slow down. This caught the attention of Do Hua, Jin, and Hai Sung, who watched their friend in surprise, noting that he had become much stronger and more confident. Then the praying mantis, as if trapped, began to rush from side to side, moving like a rag, and it seemed that he was more afraid of Su Chang than people. The old man standing nearby glanced sideways at the support group, not knowing how to react to all this other than to watch intently what was happening. The mantis tried to regain its strength by making circular movements around itself, hoping to escape from the difficult situation and win. The green-eyed youth flew at his opponent with his fists, preparing to deliver the decisive blows because he knew that everything had to end right now. However, the curly-haired man standing opposite only smiled nastily, despite the fact that fresh blood continued to flow from his face and fill his eyes. The dragonfly hit its opponent in the face again, waiting for him to give in, but the mantis still resisted, not going to simply admit defeat. Despite this, the young man could not understand why the mantis allowed him to hit it without making any attempt to dodge or counterattack. Then Hee-jin screamed loudly from the other side of the glass, trying to warn Su-chan about something important, but he couldn't understand her words. At that moment, the praying mantis suddenly bit the guy on the wrist, taking advantage of the moment when he let his guard down and slowed down. The mantis actually began to slowly devour the boy, his eyes shining with pleasure as he viciously said that he had finally caught his prey. The man stood motionless, frozen with fear, unable to even move, looking at the insectoid entity that was devouring him. And then Su-chan once again experienced that chilling fear that had gripped him since the very day he first encountered this cruelty. And suddenly the young man noticed how the praying mantis raised its huge claw towards him, preparing to attack. Without wasting a second, Su-chan, sharpening his reflexes, suddenly rushed at the relaxed praying mantis, biting into its arm with his teeth. Su-chan's green eyes filled with pain as a sharp, piercing wave of suffering engulfed his body. A heart-rending scream erupted from his chest, echoing throughout the entire space. The students watching his ordeal froze for a moment, unable to move from shock and horror. Their eyes widened in fear, but they could not look away. But after a few seconds, they all shouted at once, warning that this place was too dangerous for a first-year student, and he should retreat immediately. Hee-jin, overcome with panic, was ready to scream at Professor Ji-ha, accusing him of inaction and not doing anything to save Su-chan. But then the professor's assistant Hyun-bin ran up to them, strongly advising them to immediately open the hatches and evacuate everyone from the danger zone. The old man, Professor Ji-ha, grabbed Su-chan's hand, saying that it was too early to evacuate and that they should wait for the right moment. But Hee-jin, already on the verge of hysteria, shouted that the praying mantis would kill Su-chan if they didn't do something immediately. The professor frowned even more, closely watching the boy's movements, realizing that the situation was escalating, but it was still too early to intervene. At this point, Su-chan's complex got the better of him, and it became clear that the real test was just beginning. Now everything depended only on his strength and endurance. Hae-sung watched the fight and thought that Su-chan was fighting just great, while Do-hwa, not wanting to flatter, noted that his technique was not bad, but he needed to be more careful. The young man, gasping for breath from the tension and gritting his teeth, admitted that the brass knuckles he uses are his best option in such a fight. The professor's assistant knew something was wrong, and he wondered what could have caused such a sudden explosion and serious damage. The man began working hard to put out the fire and repair the damage from the inside. Suddenly he noticed Professor Ji-ha holding a man in his arms who was literally burning up before his eyes, losing strength and fading away every second. The assistant was shocked and very worried about the professor, because he had never seen him in such a state before. The professor seemed to be in perfect order, but the man who lay on his lap was on the verge of death. He was so weak that it seemed that just a little more, and he would simply disappear. The assistant could not understand who this man was. But soon the professor explained that he was a civilian from Black Island who came to the university to inquire about the conditions for admission for the next year. Unfortunately, at the moment of the explosion, his body instantly caught fire, and the next minute he was practically dead. The assistant could not believe what the professor was explaining to him. He was stunned and could not utter a word from shock. But as the men tried to figure out what had happened, something suddenly shone brightly right in their faces, causing them to squint from the unexpected light. Professor Ji-ha's assistant immediately suspected that it could be another insectoid or something even more dangerous. The professor guessed that something strange was happening, but he did not yet understand all the details of what was happening. The area around Nest University was dark and foggy, making the building itself barely visible, which only added to the ominous atmosphere. At some point, an alarming warning was heard at the institute from the University Control Center, calling on all civilians to immediately evacuate or take refuge in a safe place. All the students were stunned by such a warning. They did not expect the situation to be so serious. Su-chan stood in shock, unable to believe what was happening, while the rest of the students ran for cover, screaming, fearing that the university building was about to explode. And suddenly he heard someone crying for help. The sound came from somewhere behind him, making him turn around. A little further away from him stood a girl who was holding her head, apparently experiencing a terrible headache. The guy didn't understand what was happening to her, but he had a strange feeling that something was growing on her head, like a horn or something like that. He wanted to help her and tried to take her to the medical center to find out what was happening to her. The girl was grateful to him for his help, but the next moment something huge and strange grew on her head, which struck him to the depths of his soul. After a while, the girl was torn into small pieces, as if an explosion had occurred inside her. All that was left around were bloody traces and remains, which scattered right at Su Chang's feet, as if confirming his worst fears. As he walked towards her, his sneakers were covered in blood. One of her hands was lying next to his foot, soaked in the same puddle. It was a terrifying and shocking moment that left an indelible mark on his memory. Whoever carried out this massacre was sure that the people of Nest were finally beginning to understand what was happening. More specifically, what happens when they try to take something that doesn't belong to them? It was now becoming obvious that the breeder had thought everything through to the last detail. He had understood that the experiments would be captured and had prepared in advance the landing of his soldiers in the necessary positions to catch everyone off guard. The guy responsible for all this was surprised. Why was Nest making things so difficult for himself by capturing test subjects only to blow them up later? It seemed illogical and too confusing to him. Suddenly, the girl heard a voice that warned her against unnecessary attempts to understand what was happening. The explosions only distracted attention to the internal problems of the complex, preventing her from understanding the situation. After all, explosions only shift their attention to the internal complex. They discussed everything that had happened recently with the guy, trying to understand the logic of these events. However, it seemed to them that the enemy was deliberately giving them the opportunity to disperse at the entrance and was acting with a cunning strategy. The girl, breathing heavily, reported to the boss that they were going to enter the building. Her voice sounded tense, as if she sensed danger, but the order was clear, and they were preparing to carry it out. A man standing away from the university watched what was happening with cold calculation. He reminded them that their failure would mean death, and he had no intention of showing them any sympathy. Around the perimeter of the university, windows were slowly closing for safety, blocking out the outside world. This gave the building the appearance of a fortress, closed off from any outside threats, but also trapping everyone inside. As the girl ran towards the exit, the gates were already starting to close. She quickened her pace, but she didn't make it in time. Access to the exits was blocked, and now she was trapped inside with the others. The remaining students who had not managed to leave the building were asked to remain in the safest places. They were to avoid panic and await further instructions from the campus administration. Su Chang noticed that all the exits were blocked, which increased his anxiety. He needed answers and hoped that Professor Ma could clarify the situation and give him some guidance on how to proceed. Professor Ma explained that their primary objective was to protect Nest. They must now mobilize all of the university's security forces to deal with the threat that had arisen within the complex. All students were urged to remain calm and strictly follow security instructions. The campus was to be thoroughly searched to identify and neutralize any potential threat. The students discussed the situation, realizing that the enemy had already infiltrated the campus. Their suspicions were confirmed by the orders that warned of possible detention of anyone who tried to prevent the inspection. In case of disobedience, a special group of security forces was ready to detain each violator. This suggested that the situation had become truly serious and dangerous for everyone. Hee Jin had discussed with her friend that the special forces were only called in for emergencies. Now they felt like everything was getting out of control, and their lives were in danger. She remembered the smoke coming out of the research building. Her anxiety for the professor grew with each passing minute. Hee Jin couldn't shake off her bad feeling that the danger was getting closer. She wondered who was behind this attack and what their true goals were. These questions haunted her, making her even more nervous because the fate of the entire nest depended on it. Suddenly, someone lightly brushed her cap with their hand. She didn't notice it right away, but she felt her hat shift, leaving her confused. It was unexpected and strange. There was another girl standing behind her who giggled and said that Hee Jin looked better without the cap. This remark made Hee Jin feel a little embarrassed, as she was not used to such sudden compliments. Hee Jin was surprised that she didn't feel the presence of this girl next to her. She always considered herself to be attentive, but now she was so focused on her thoughts that she didn't notice her. She wondered who this girl was that she couldn't feel. The girl heard a voice that ordered her to begin the operation. This made Hee Jin flinch in surprise, but she already understood that there was no more time to think. She was surprised to see the boy fly past her. Hee Jin managed to dodge his blow, but the situation quickly escalated, and she saw Manhwa fly into the air, preparing to attack. It was a clear frontal attack aimed at demoralizing them. But at that moment, security began to act quickly, urgently sending reinforcements to Lecture Building B, where the suspects were located. When the girl saw Manhwa's arm fall off, she realized that the attacker had unusual abilities. She realized that it was the praying mantis that Su Chang hated so much. Professor Yu confidently explained to his assistant that he was okay, not as badly hurt as he seemed, and was ready to continue fighting to keep Nest safe. It was just necessary to get everyone out of their research core, but the assistant explained to him that they were the last ones, and first, it was necessary to deliver the man to the hospital. The side effects of his complex had not affected him so much, but this sudden explosion had sharply worsened his condition, and it was necessary to urgently deliver the guy to Professor Yu. Suddenly, the guy noticed in the distance the familiar figure of Professor G, who was slowly moving towards them, as if not noticing the general alarming atmosphere around him. The guy immediately rejoiced as soon as he saw the familiar face of Professor G. His presence gave him hope for quick help and a solution to the problem. It seemed to him that Professor G was the same old man as he was, and that they were connected by some invisible thread of mutual understanding based on life experience. Professor G noticed him, and remembering that the guy was from the pet store, was surprised that he still managed to penetrate their secret headquarters, despite all the obstacles. He quickly ordered his assistant to stay away and not interfere, as he was going to personally take care of the boy to make sure he got the help he needed. The assistant tried to convince the professor that at his age, he needed to be more careful and take better care of his health, since he was no longer in a condition to fight. He persistently advised the professor to rest a little and entrust the care of the boy to him, since the assistant could easily cope with the task without his intervention. The assistant didn't have time to finish speaking when suddenly something strange and unexpected flew into his face, which made him suddenly fall silent and step back in confusion. The guy watching all this from the side began to understand that the professor's assistant was just a small and inexperienced brat who could not help. The situation in Nest, as the guy thought, should already be heating up to the limit, because what was happening around was becoming more and more tense and dangerous for everyone. And soon everyone had to realize that the predators the boy encountered were not comparable to their previous opponents. They were much more dangerous. The students stood in absolute shock at what was happening. They did not know what to do and were paralyzed by fear and bewilderment in the face of an unpredictable threat. The girl, as if not noticing the horror around her, calmly danced on a pool of blood. Her movements were graceful and even mesmerizing, despite the gloomy atmosphere. The students considered her and her accomplices to be real monsters, because she killed several people in cold blood and then began to dance merrily in their blood. The girl confidently walked towards the other students, and they, in horror, begged He-ji to hide, but she stubbornly stood in the girl's way, not intending to retreat. He-jin was determined to protect the students she had seen killed before her eyes, and was ready to fight back against the girl despite all the danger she posed. The girl tried to hurt He-jin several times, but each time her blows missed their target, and the girl began to get angry at her inability to cause damage. He-jin was relieved that she managed to dodge the blow in time and avoid serious damage thanks to her agility and attentiveness. Su Chang felt a great sense of relief and joy when he found He-jin unharmed, and was happy that she was not harmed in that bloody battle with the enemies. A thick, ominous smoke hung between the two opponents, slowly enveloping the space between them, making their confrontation even more intense. The man with bright red eyes scratched the back of his head thoughtfully and muttered that Hyun Bin was definitely saying serious things that shouldn't be overlooked. The long-haired man dropped to one knee, unable to stand on his feet any longer, hearing his opponent's contemptuous remark that the assistant was no better than shit. The man in glasses looked sternly at the lab's child, realizing that without his complex, he had absolutely no chance against such a powerful opponent. A moment later, the man with red eyes quickly turned away from Hyun Bin and muttered to himself as he began to think about what he was going to do next. The man looked closely at the exhausted Professor G, realizing that he couldn't even help himself, and said that he needed to finish what he started. The assistant tried to stop the man, but the lab's child immediately noticed him and, without wasting time, dealt a powerful blow, throwing him aside. The man asked sarcastically if this energetic brat had really gotten a second wind since he dared to interfere in their squabble again. The assistant, wiping the blood flowing from his nose, began to understand that the man had indeed come here with the sole purpose of killing Professor G at any cost. The long-haired youth suddenly rushed towards the demolition man and, shouting, accused Shin Ga-yun of dragging him into this adventure, because no one else would have thought of such a thing. The man with red eyes, thinking that for an assistant this young man was quite smart, asked a rhetorical question. What does this change now? Suddenly, another deafening explosion sounded between them, causing the long-haired man to instinctively retreat further, trying to stay on his feet. When he heard the breeder's allies say that Hyun Bin couldn't do anything anyway, the young man thought about how great it would be to rip the enemy's mask off. The assistant's hands were all burnt from the numerous explosions, and he realized that thanks to these explosions, the enemy was able to maintain a safe distance. Without thinking twice, the young man realized that he had only one course of action when he took a strange object out of his pocket and squeezed it in his hand. He remembered Professor G sternly warning him never to use this ability again. Otherwise, he would lose his title as his assistant forever. The man opened the iron box, took out a cigarette, and mentally apologized to the professor for having to go against his will. He was well aware that he had no other choice. So with a quiet sigh, he brought the cigarette to his lips and began to smoke it slowly, preparing for the decisive step. The man with round glasses once again tensed his hand, saying that he would kindly put Hyun Bin out of his misery. At this time, bright lights resembling horns seemed to light up all over the assistant's body, but Hyun Bin seemed not to pay any attention to it at all. The man said that after a while the bombs lose their effectiveness, so he loaded 15 into the assistant. The lab child's eyes flashed, asking if Hyun Bin wanted to know what it felt like to be torn to pieces. But the young man again ignored his words, continuing to smoke his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. He suddenly remembered that as a high school student he was a real smoker, constantly smoking a cigarette. He remembered very well that because of the complex he smoked all day, and therefore no one wanted to be near him because of the smoke. But one day, a man snatched the cigarette from his mouth when he said that Hyun Bin's proposal to make a smoking room was cancelled because the dean could be stern at times. It was Professor G who was not against Hyun Bin's smoking and even suggested that he come to his room every time he wanted to smoke without any restrictions. But in the present time, there was only a red-eyed man who was threatening to make Hyun Bin fall into pieces due to his unstable abilities. His lights glowed even brighter, creating an ominous glow as they seemed about to explode, and the situation was getting more and more tense with each passing second. The man watched his horrible creations with delight, taking a perverse pleasure in the destruction he himself had caused. The lab child assumed the stance of an exploding ant as its attention focused on Hyun Bin's leg, where dangerous glowing lights were visible. He then checked Hyun Bin's other leg, where the lights were also brightly burning, ready to turn everything around into ruins at any moment. Suddenly, a glow reminiscent of fireworks began, and the professor's assistant actually began to explode, but he tried his best to protect himself. The long-haired man's glasses shattered on the hard asphalt as they were thrown off his face by the violent explosions caused by his actions. Meanwhile, Su Chang continued to search for the pink mantis, cursing quietly under his breath as he tried to survey the entire territory of Nest as best he could. Something exploded below him again, and the dragonfly shuddered in surprise, froze in place, not understanding what exactly was happening around him. The young man looked at the site of the explosion where flames were still raging, realizing that this day was once again repeating the nightmarish events of the past. The red-eyed man smiled contentedly as he watched Hyun Bin literally burn alive, sparks flying through the air, creating chaos. The red-eyed man then turned away and calmly stated that it was now the professor's turn and his time had come to become the next victim. But suddenly, everything around the man seemed to disappear, leaving behind him a white skull with colored interference, frightening and terrifying. The red-eyed man turned around abruptly, remembering how Hyun Bin had previously asked the professor why he was against using his abilities. The professor explained that he knew that Hyun Bin would smoke a lethal dose to activate the complex, but that it was tantamount to suicide, and he could not allow it. However, the professor once handed him a pack of cigarettes, saying that the assistant could use them only in extreme situations, but never in ordinary ones. The long-haired man recalled a famous writer who claimed that nicotine helps one write, although it ultimately kills those who depend on it. The professor's assistant was a tobacco hawk moth and had deliberately adopted its stance in order to take full advantage of this dangerous transformation. Transforming into a black devil, his eyes turned bright yellow and his body became deformed, becoming covered in multiple additional eyes on his arms. Then the man was finally able to land a powerful blow on the breeder's ally, throwing him back with incredible force, destroying his confidence. The red-eyed man was left seriously injured and scared, as he couldn't understand how Hyun Bin could survive such devastating explosions. The bomber tried to blow up the long-haired youth again, but he easily jumped to the side, avoiding the destructive impact. The red-eyed man frowned, thinking that Hyun Bin, although injured, still posed a serious threat to him and his plans. If you look closely, you can actually see small wounds on the tobacco hawk moth's body that it was trying to hide. The lab child knew full well that these wounds were causing unbearable pain, but Hyun-bin simply endured it, gritting his teeth and keeping his cool. The demolition man tried to flinch away from the fierce opponent's blow, his eyes wide with fear as he realized he couldn't avoid the blow. But he failed to do so, and the tobacco hawk moth dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's face, causing him to immediately begin to bleed bright red. The breeder's ally's mask was torn to pieces, and Hyun-bin said that thanks to the adrenaline, he no longer felt any pain, his strength was increasing. The man confidently stated that when he was in such a state, even the professor would not be able to attack him because his rage knew no bounds. The tobacco hawk moth was already preparing to deliver another crushing blow, confidently declaring that it was time to finish the dirty work and end the fight. But suddenly a pink mantis fell on him from above, kneeing him in the back and scratching him with its pincers, causing further wounds and weakening him. Blood gushed out of Hyun-bin's mouth, and he still didn't understand what had happened because he hadn't even had time to notice the appearance of another enemy. The red-eyed man smiled happily, stating that the girl Manhwa had come just in time, and now they had significant help. The man greeted Manhwa in a friendly manner, expressing his pleasure at her arrival, and she in turn remained cool and calm. A few moments later, she turned around abruptly, deciding to throw Hyun-bin as far away from her as possible in order to get rid of the annoying opponent. Manhwa calmly said that he asked her to help, but the red-eyed man just waved it off, saying that it was all nonsense and there was no reason to worry. Hyun-bin realized that another enemy had arrived, but now he couldn't even move a finger. The professor still couldn't even move from his place, only sitting powerlessly on the cold ground. And Hyun-bin tried to get up, realizing that he needed to stop the breeder's allies, once again remembering Professor G. But he himself, at the moment, could not even move, and therefore remained lying limply with his nose on the floor, experiencing a terrifying feeling of powerlessness and a complete lack of control over his own body. But suddenly the child of the laboratory stopped, froze, as if suddenly realizing that he did not dare take a single step towards the professor, as if paralyzed by a sudden surge of fear. The man turned to Manhwa with a serious expression, informing her that she seemed to be followed by a parasite that seemed to pose a significant threat to everyone. The man, with burns all over his face, opened his eyes wide in horror, realizing that a scene had unfolded before him that made his blood run cold with overwhelming fear. In front of them stood Su Chang, who was clenching his fists tightly, looking furiously at the breeder's employees, as if trying to find the culprit and direct all his anger at him. Su Chang twisted his face in disgust as he shielded Hyun-bin with his chest, feeling the hatred boiling up inside him for those who made his friend suffer. The dragonfly looked at them with displeasure, and the man, frowning, asked if this was the guy the breeder had mentioned in his secret reports and conversations. The demolitionist smiled brightly, scratched his chin with obvious satisfaction, and then said that the breeder had indeed mentioned that someone like this guy should definitely be caught. The boy became even more angry when he heard just the mention of the breeder, remembering everything that happened because of him, and a feeling of rage filled his heart. But suddenly a voice came from behind him, telling him that the young man should not do this, and making him think for a moment about his next steps. It was Hyun-bin, who had burns all over his body, and he himself said that these opponents were too dangerous, especially for a freshman who didn't have such experience. But Su Chang seemed to ignore his words, and only coldly asked if this red-eyed man was the one behind the explosions that destroyed everything around and caused chaos. And the child of the laboratory proudly replied that it was he who had installed these bombs on the individuals from the Black Island, and with undisguised pleasure, watched the destruction they caused. Su Chang closed his eyes when the man asked if the freshman was lucky enough to witness these explosions, since pieces of flesh flying everywhere was not a sight for the faint of heart. Su Chang remembered the girl who had a huge horn growing out of her head and who, unable to cope with the pain, cried and begged for help, but never received it. Su Chang cast a stern, warning glance at his opponent, for the puzzle had finally come together and he realized that all these events were connected in one chain. And then Su Chang, without hesitation, pounced on the bomber, completely ignoring the professor's assistant's cry that came from behind him, and rushed forward with determination on his face. But then he encountered the pink praying mantis, which already had its claws at the ready, and was also ready to pounce on the first-year student, anticipating an easy victory. And then the two forces collided, forming pink and green beams of light that brightly illuminated the surrounding space and momentarily blinded everyone around. But the young man was quickly able to break free from this grip and fly up, already swinging his fist. which was burning with green fire, ready to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy. The dragonfly tried to hit the demolition man, but he was able to easily stop it with his huge black hand, demonstrating his incredible strength and superiority in battle. The old man grinned evilly as he looked at the freshman and said something about contact, implying that any touch could be fatal for his young rival. Then the place where the young man had struck and was still holding his fist suddenly lit up as if it was about to explode, causing everyone to freeze in anticipation for a moment. And then it really did explode. Only the dragonfly seemed to disappear into space, avoiding the blow and leaving the young man completely bewildered by what had happened. He landed far from the explosion, safe and sound, although quite tired, but still determined to continue the fight despite all the trials. The lab child looked at his young opponent in surprise, peering at his body in the distance, and couldn't believe that he was still fighting with such strength. And then the man with the sideburns closed his eyes tiredly as he said that the bomb was supposed to blow off the boy's arm, but something went wrong, and now he was confused. But the only damage the boy had was to his knuckle dusters, which were smoking slightly, which made the breeder's ally realize that these gloves were far from simple. The young man remembered how the man had said about contact, and therefore thought about the fact that he was capable of blowing up everything he touched with his hand, and now he needed to be careful. But Su Chang was already preparing to strike again, realizing that he was several times faster than the lab child, so he could attack him while avoiding contact with the dangerous hand. But suddenly he was grabbed by someone's hand, which was all covered in burns, holding the guy firmly in place, not giving him a chance to escape or strike. It was Hyun Bin, who after just a moment was able to easily throw away the boy, who didn't even have time to understand anything, and was helpless before his strength. The young man asked what was going on, and Hyun Bin replied that he should leave the enemies to him, and then take Professor G to a safe place because he was in danger. The boy shouted that the assistant was seriously injured and that he could help in the battle with the breeder's allies, not realizing the seriousness of the situation and the risk. But the long-haired youth replied that he was stopping the perplexed dragonfly, not because it was weak, but because he saw this as necessary for the common cause. The man reminded them that if Su Chang lost control during this battle, he would destroy them all, and it would be a disaster with unpredictable consequences. The assistant suggested that the freshman look back, and he immediately turned around, noticing that the situation was escalating and the danger was growing with every moment. Hyun Bin said that there were a lot of people here who were trying to hide in terror. Su Chan was able to regain control during training, but now it's different because there are too many lives at stake. Tobacco Hawk Moth added that Su Chang was new, and therefore people like him were prohibited from participating in real battles, so it was better for him to hide in a shelter and not take risks. The young man clenched his jaw tightly, as if he was about to say something, but he managed to change his mind in time, realizing that now it was best to listen to the advice of a more experienced fighter. And then bright green rays of light glided through the air again, which the dragonfly left behind as it continued its maneuvers and dodged possible attacks. The red-eyed man couldn't even believe that it was such a pity that Su Chang, who was flying right above his head, was actually leaving the battlefield and avoiding a collision. The man with long hair breathed a sigh of relief as clouds of smoke swirled around him, symbolizing a temporary lull before the next stage of the battle. Hyun Bin knew that he couldn't leave it to chance to cause another disaster like what had happened with Shin Ga-yeon, and therefore acted with special caution. He remembered Professor G speaking into the cell and saying that the boy could be trusted and that he would be able to cope with any difficulties that would come his way. The Tobacco Hawk Moth was already preparing to strike again, thinking that it was not a matter of trust, because trust did not guarantee safety, especially in such a dangerous situation. The girl next to him told the old man that they needed to hurry, because the chief said that if they were late, a bunch of parasites from the nest would come, and then they would have almost no chance of survival. But the lab child laughed, telling the mantis not to worry about it, because they still had a lot of people from the island, and their explosions would delay those puppies and give them time to escape. And then the man decided to go ahead with his plan, raising his black hand up and telling the girl to watch how everything should happen according to his carefully crafted plan. But absolutely nothing happened, because before their eyes everything was still just shrouded in the darkness of night, and nearby the fog was dissipating, absorbing everything around and creating the illusion of silence. The man wondered with dissatisfaction why nothing had exploded when he tried to use his hand again, and Hyun Bin in response smiled good-naturedly as he thanked the red-eyed enemy for the tip that he, perhaps without realizing it, provided right during his angry monologue, which would now turn against him. And then Hyun Bin showed his phone, saying that the breeder's allies were on speakerphone with the security, which meant that every attempt at attack would be nipped in the bud, and also warned that they would not be able to carry out an attack again. He recalled how he himself proudly said that he had planted bombs on the people from the Black Island, and now these people had been given help, so his futile attempts to harm had led to nothing. Hyun Bin said Professor Ma's security guards were on standby throughout the campus, leading people to safe places to minimize possible casualties among innocent residents caught up in the conflict. And other guards took the bombs out of people themselves and then sewed up the holes in their bodies so that the enemies could only watch helplessly as their plans crumbled like dust underfoot. Hyun Bin said that they should have already defused the bombs and then placed them in a special iron can that could withstand any explosion, thereby neutralizing all threats from the breeder. The man with long hair flashed his eyes brightly, telling him not to even dare to underestimate the nest, because they are capable of much more than they seem at first glance, and can easily change the course of the battle. The young man with long hair looked at the bored girl, who was only admiring her pink claws, not expressing any interest in what was happening, as if it did not concern her at all, and everything was indifferent to her. Then he turned his gaze to the man, who rolled his eyes when Hyun Bin said that the breeder's allies would not harm anyone anymore, making it clear that he did not consider them serious opponents who could cause problems. But the bomber only laughed quietly when he thought that, of course, it was a pity that the bombs were removed. But regardless of this, their main goal was Professor G, and nothing would stop them from reaching her, despite all the obstacles. And the only thing that stood in their way was a worthless person who couldn't use his complex, which only made his situation worse, and they could easily remove this pathetic obstacle. The two allies of the breeder immediately rushed to their opponent, realizing that eliminating him would not be a problem, because there was not a drop of determination in him that could help him withstand such power. They told Hyun Bin to die, but he only gritted his teeth, glaring sternly at his enemies, determined not to let them win, even if it meant sacrificing everything he had, including his life. But at that very moment, Su Chong assumed the stance of a dragonfly as his eyes lit up with a fire full of determination and hatred that stirred up a long-dormant strength within him that could change the course of the battle. Then the man immediately rushed at full speed towards their enemies, as if diving into water, so fast that his movements seemed blurred, and even an experienced eye could not follow him, and the enemies looked at each other in confusion. Before his eyes was a confused red-eyed man whom he saw through the dragonfly's faceted vision, and he couldn't even move, realizing that his time was running out and there was no way to escape. And then the guy used a hunting rifle, pushing the old man as deep into the asphalt as possible, causing him to shatter into small pieces, leaving behind only a bloody mess and a feeling of emptiness. But the demolition man tried to get out of there, but only vomited blood and hit his head on sharp stones, which further worsened his condition, depriving him of his last strength and the ability to resist. Hyun Bin stood up abruptly, not expecting the first-year student to appear again, especially since he was once again covering the professor's assistant with his chest, protecting him from a possible attack and not allowing enemies to get closer. But then the green-eyed youth threw a certain thing to Hyun Bin, making him even more perplexed, because he could not understand what kind of object it was and what it was intended for, but it was clearly something important. Su Chang tossed a pack of cigarettes to the long-haired guy, saying that he took them from his assistant's desk, hinting that they might come in handy if the situation got out of control and became too dangerous. The first-year student said that if he lost control again, then let him use this to knock him out, thereby preventing irreversible consequences that could lead to numerous casualties. The boy smiled brightly, asking if the professor's assistant would trust him now, since he had already proven his reliability and ability to make the right decisions in critical situations more than once. And the long-haired man just looked at his student in bewilderment, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't get a word out, amazed at how far he had come in his development in such a short time. He was once again reminded of the old man handing him cigarettes, telling him that he could smoke in his room at any time if it would help him cope with the tension and stress. The young man asked Professor G if he was sure about this, since the smoke could be quite harmful, but he only grinned and nodded, showing that he was ready to support him in any endeavor, even in such a strange one. But the professor simply scratched his head, telling him that Hyun Bin shouldn't worry, because he would always be there to help and guide him when needed, so he could safely trust him. Professor G asked what kind of teacher he was if he didn't trust his own student, because without trust, you can't build strong relationships, and you certainly can't raise a real master. The old man said, as if not noticing how the young man was trying to hold back his tears, that the student could develop his talent in this room, and if help was needed, the professor would be nearby, always ready to support. But now Hyunbin smiled, remembering that moment, and then cursed under his breath because he understood that now, more than ever, he needed support and guidance so as not to make a fatal mistake. The man said, looking at the breeder's allies, that they were dangerous enemies, and therefore Su Chang only needed to try to survive, because in such a battle, it was better not to take risks if you were not confident in your strength. Hyunbin talked about how he couldn't believe he was allowing a freshman to fight because it could cause him to lose his job, but he also felt like he had no other choice. In front of Do Hua stood a certain girl who proudly towered over them, tightly clenching her fists, and it seemed that she was ready to rush into battle at any moment to show everyone her strength and steadfastness. The girl adjusted her ash blonde hair and then flashed her blue eyes as she tiredly cursed her opponent, clearly unhappy that she had to fight such a weak opponent. Du Hua didn't understand what kind of armor the girl was wearing, who also had a pumped-up physique, as if she were not a person, but a machine created to destroy enemies. The girl tried to strike again and again, thinking about them and running closer to her opponent, but each time she felt that her strength was clearly not enough to win this fight. Du Hua tried to hit the girl, but at the same time she clearly understood that her blows had absolutely no effect on the armored strong woman, who did not even try to dodge, as if she did not feel any threat. She, looking angrily at the girl, tried to hit again, but this time with even greater fury, trying to put all her strength into her fist, but again she felt how her blow bounced off the armor as if off a wall. The space seemed to be cut by blue rays as she tried to break through the defense with every movement, but all her attempts were in vain, and her opponent only smiled relaxedly, easily dodging the attacks. This unknown girl could easily dodge the blows of the young student without putting in much effort, and it seemed as if she was simply playing with Do Hua, enjoying her helpless attempts to land at least one successful blow. After another unsuccessful blow, Do Hua fell head first onto the asphalt, causing her to wheeze faintly. But then, Hai Sung appeared behind the strong woman, swinging at her, his eyes wide open, waiting for the blow. But the stranger did not even allow him to touch her, because she delivered a slanting blow, hunching her back, so that the man also flew head first. But Hai Sung was able to quickly recover from the blow, as if the strong woman's blow had no effect on him at all. But when a certain person in front of him said that it was all useless, the man frowned deeply, biting his lip in anger. It was a strong woman who said, smiling and pointing her finger at herself, that her armor was many times stronger than steel. She was an armored grasshopper that lives in southern Africa and belongs to the family of grasshoppers. The girl smiled as if she was crazy, because her appearance could boast of a strong exoskeleton that protects the body from enemy attacks. The man with red hair looked at his opponent with bewilderment and horror, who was clearly planning something bad. More precisely, she hit Hai Sung again, saying that the strength of that exoskeleton was comparable to hardened steel armor. But then the strong woman hurried to hit Do Hua, who thought that she had already gained enough strength to attack. She cursed in fear, saying that this was the first time she had seen such an unapproachable woman, or perhaps her armor was absorbing all the damage. But as she bent down to expose her purple paw, the girl thought that she had better not forget something. With the help of her claw, Do Hua was able to swing, realizing that she too was not a simpleton, and that her strength and skills could be much more significant than she herself assumed. Du Hua was finally able to hit the girl using the gauntlet, but she turned around again, and the entire blow ended up being absorbed by the armor, which seemed to be made to withstand such powerful attacks. But still, a small amount of damage occurred. The armor broke from such a strong pressure, and it was noticeable to the naked eye, which gave Do Hua hope for further victory. Du Hua smiled brightly, her eyes wide, and was already happy that she had finally nailed her, but her joy was premature because the battle was not over yet. But her opponent smiled in exactly the same way, mischievously and cheerfully, as if emphasizing that all this was just a game for her, and even serious blows were not capable of spoiling her mood. And then, the strong woman decided to adopt the stance of an armored grasshopper, which is essentially what she was, and this change gave her even more confidence and strength in battle. And then the grasshopper struck the Bloody Mary, not allowing Do Hua to even touch her again, and this blow was so powerful that it forced her to retreat. The blue-eyed girl, with her eyes tightly closed, asked what had happened, cursing loudly and loudly, realizing that her vision had temporarily weakened due to the unexpected attack. The armored grasshopper sprays its poisonous blood on its enemies, and therefore this toxic hemolymph can get on the face, causing burning and pain, and Do Hua was now crying, and blood was drying around her eyes. The girl could not see anything, only complete darkness, and small gaps of red light that sometimes flashed before her eyes, reminding her of the ongoing fight. The strong woman called Do Hua darling and asked him not to be offended, because such techniques are the norm in the wild, and such blows should not be taken seriously. Blue-eyed turned her head, listening to the stranger's voice, repeating that due to the low acidity, her vision would soon be restored, and she would be able to see the enemy again. And then the stranger struck her with a beam of light right across Do Hua's chest, causing her to scream in pain and horror, and then fall to her knees, feeling her strength gradually leaving her. And then the girl began to cry bloody tears, which mixed with sweat and ordinary tears on her face. And this mixture caused her horror and despair, but she could not stop. But the strong woman never stopped smiling brightly, saying that she would have time to turn her into a punching bag before Do Hua realized how weak she really was. The strong woman did not lose her composure and tried to strike her opponent again, but she avoided it again, showing that she did not intend to give up, despite the wounds she received. But at one point, Do Hua actually managed to flinch away as she flew as far away from the grasshopper as possible, realizing that her tactics needed to be more thoughtful. The strong woman, looking at the girl who was crying but fighting desperately, said that she was told that Do Hua was one of the breeder's pets, and therefore, to be honest, she was a little disappointed by her weakness. The stranger said that in order to protect Do Hua, he lost his position, and they, after all, were childhood friends, and this memory still burns in her heart. Do Hua lowered her head, which was still bleeding, and asked the strong woman not to confirm her guess, because knowing the truth could be devastating for her. And so she said it herself, asking if the girl was from an orphanage, who answered that yes. But what difference does it make? Because the past should not influence their battle today. The stranger said that no matter where she was from, she really did remember the orphanage where they both ended up at such a young age, that it would forever remain in her memory. The strong woman said that it was a place filled with bastards who sold children for money before putting them on the operating table, and that traumatic memory haunts her to this day. The strong woman said that no one believed in their cause as much as Lee Jun-hyun, which made Do Hua feel a lot of dissatisfaction, but also made her realize how much she owed him. The strong woman said that she didn't blame him at all because this guy simply had enough strength to do it, and she herself admired his determination. Strong woman thought, while Do Hua was trying to hit her, that in their world there is no distinction between good and bad because these are all the habits of humans, and real fighters fight without thinking about morality. The strong woman suddenly flashed her bright eyes, saying that there was something that was truly worth remembering, or rather that the weak were not taken into account, and this truth was fundamental in her world. The girl insisted that Do Hua was weak and could not stand up to her father until she acquired her complex, and when she ended up in the orphanage, she remained the same weakling, unable to stand up for herself. The pumped-up girl said that Do Hua almost killed Jun-hyun, the only person who protected her all this time, and now this knowledge torments her soul. After these words, the girl opened her eyes wide and then froze in place, only looking down in fear, realizing that her past had caught up with her again. Her opponent took advantage of this, hitting her on the chin, lifting her body high above the ground, showing that she was not going to give her a second to think. Du Hua fell to the ground, holding on with trembling hands, and trying not to fall completely, but to find the strength to stand up, although her body no longer obeyed, and her strength was leaving her with every passing moment. The strong woman said, towering over the girl, that Do Hua could pretend to be anyone she wanted, but then she said who she was if she couldn't help her comrades who needed her, because true strength wasn't measured only in battle. Scratching her chin, she called the blue-eyed girl trash, looking at her casually, and there was not a drop of malice in her voice, but only cold contempt. And then the strong woman asked what was wrong with John Do Hua, who had already lowered her head, feeling how shame and disgrace covered her head, forcing her to doubt her strength and motives again. The pumped-up girl licked her lip and smiling said that, in principle, it didn't even matter. The girl reached out her hand to Du Hua, saying that one man's trash is another man's treasure, but a strange mixture of pity and contempt flashed in her eyes, as if she herself didn't believe her own words. But she was stopped by Hai Sung's outstretched hand, which he used to push the strong woman away from his girlfriend. His face was tense, and his eyes were blazing with determination, as if he was ready to protect Do Hua at any cost. Hai-sung told the despairing Do Hua to stop acting like a child, because losing her sight wasn't the end of the world. He spoke confidently, his voice full of firmness that gave her strength. The red-haired guy asked her what if the girl sometimes couldn't handle something. He assured her that every person had the right to weaknesses and mistakes, and that didn't make them useless. Hai-sung reminded her that this is what friends are for, to help her carry the load, like he and Do Hua were. He smiled, trying to restore her confidence. The red-haired boy smiled brightly, asking if the girl understood that she was not alone. His words sounded encouraging, like a light at the end of the tunnel, letting her know that she should not give up. The blonde looked up at the boy towering over her, hopeful, through the bloody tears. A spark of life flared up in her eyes again, and she began to believe that she could continue the fight. And then the girl rose from the ground, and when she rushed from the spot, she immediately rushed to the girl from the orphanage together with Hai-sun. Their combined forces gave hope for success in this fight. Then the girl smiled brightly, frowning. She advised the strong woman to come down to earth. Her voice was full of confidence, as if she knew something that gave her an advantage. Strong girl couldn't understand how Du Hua could run straight at her if she couldn't see anything. Her mind was in a tangle trying to figure out this mysterious turn of events. But it was all about perceiving the vibrations when she concentrated, while her eyes were still open and whole. Now she relied on her other senses to navigate the space. The girl also tried to hit the stranger on the chin, but she managed to dodge in time. This movement was fast and sharp, like lightning, but she did not stop trying. And then, in the eyes of the young girl on the breeder's side, something clicked, as if something almost burst. It was some kind of internal change, the awakening of new strength or determination. Du Hua's sting pierced the grasshopper's steel armor, which at first only caused confusion in the stranger. She could not understand how such a weak blow could change anything. But the girl knew that it didn't matter at all, because the Emperor Scorpions had almost no poison in them. She hoped that this was just another useless attack that she could easily survive. And then the dark-skinned girl opened both eyes wide, completely confused and not understanding what was happening. Her body began to react strangely, and she could not find an explanation for it. The stranger literally vomited up entire pools of blood, bending over the ground and reminding herself that it was just a scratch. But something was clearly wrong inside her, and she felt it. The strong woman had already started to cry bloody tears, but she still couldn't understand why she felt so bad. Her body refused to obey, and her mind was filled with horror. Emperor Scorpion's venom is inherently weak, as the species relies more on its exoskeleton than its sting. However, in this case, something went wrong. But the problem was that John Do Hua had been poisoned many times before, so she was looking for a way to increase the scorpion's natural resistance to poison. She was looking for ways to adapt and enhance her natural abilities. And that's when Nest helped her, using methods specifically for her complex. They put her through difficult tests to help her develop new abilities. John Do Hua's test was to withstand the effects of the neurotoxin, and Professor Yu was even present just in case. She personally supervised the process to make sure everything was done safely and effectively. In order to increase her resistance, she tested samples of poisons from other students on herself, which provoked a change in her complex. This process was painful, but it bore fruit. As a result, she gained a new ability, or rather, to summon powerful toxins. This skill became her main weapon in battles, and she has already resorted to it more than once. John Do Hua used a poisonous spear, saying that since a strong woman thinks that a weak person is worthless, then she should see which of them is really trash. Her words were confident and challenging. John Do Hua swung her scorpion tail at her enemy, hoping it would cause fatal damage. Her attack was full of determination and anger built up over all her years of suffering. She hit the dark-skinned girl who flew away, but managed to cover her face with her hands in time. However, the poison had already begun its destructive effect, and the girl felt its burning power. The young girl's entire face seemed to be melting from the poison that was slowly spreading through her body. She tried to hold back her screams, but the pain was unbearable. The blue-eyed girl asked, holding her rival by the collar, if the strong woman was still confident in herself. There was a threat and contempt in her voice, as if she was enjoying her revenge. The student then used her glove, which allowed her to push the enemy back even further. It was her last desperate effort to save her life. And then the red-haired guy ran up to her, trying to run as fast as he could. He couldn't leave his girlfriend in trouble, and his heart was pounding with fear for her. And then the young man struck again with his slanting blow, swinging his iron legs at his enemy, determined to end this fight once and for all. The girl looked at him with confusion, because she had not expected reinforcements from Jean Dohua. Her confidence was shaken, and she began to realize that the situation was getting out of her control. But the girl didn't lose her head, because a few moments later she used Bloody Mary, leaning towards the guy. This was her last hope to turn the tide of the fight. The dark-haired girl looked at the frightened guy, who was being hit by a strange piece of energy, and thought that it would first blind them and then scatter them like pawns. But her plan didn't work. The guy's partner managed to grab him by the collar in time when he was already expecting a blow from the enemy. She saved him at the last moment, risking her own life. But instead, it was Jean Dohua who took the blow, blood pouring out of her face even though she tried to cover it with her hand. The pain was unbearable, but she knew she had made the right choice. The brunette frowned, trying to catch her breath from the blow, and realized that Young Dohua had covered the boy with her body. This act of selflessness showed how much she cared for her friends. The student called the guy an idiot and advised him not to push her, because if she blinded him again, Haisong could say goodbye to her eyes forever. Her words were full of anxiety and concern. The guy worriedly asked if the same thing would happen to his girlfriend, but she just told him not to worry as she closed her eyes. Her voice was calm, as if she had already accepted her fate. Duhua said that she can see everything clearly and distinguish objects around her, but that all the colors in front of her seem limited and dull. The dark-haired girl let out a disappointed sigh, realizing that Dohua was clearly one of those people who had the ability to detect and analyze the enemy's movements. The girl then quickly rushed at the strong woman, who was still thinking about how much she had underestimated the Nesta program, and did not expect the blonde to develop such a powerful poison. Duhua screamed that the dark-skinned girl was her victim, and therefore everything would end now, when the strong woman tried to cover her face with her hands. Darky only had time to think that it looked like her hunt was over when she recoiled from Dohua's blow. And then, a few moments later, something exploded at the site of their battle, creating a bright flame around them. Haisong didn't understand what kind of beast the girl was and who could even compete with her if she could fight with her eyes closed. But soon these thoughts ceased, and then the guy began to stare with wide-open turquoise eyes at what was happening in front of him. Duhua was kneeling, trying to catch her breath after the explosion, in front of the dark-skinned woman towering over her. The girl was coughing up blood when she heard Strong Girl apologize to her, saying that she thought of her as nothing more than a pathetic little bug. The lab child said that from now on, she would stop hunting others and focus on fighting Duhua specifically, showing that she was ready to finish the fight. The dark-haired woman kicked the girl in the stomach with such force that she flew back a considerable distance, greatly losing her balance and feeling pain. Then Dohua began to vomit blood uncontrollably, and her eyes turned completely white, almost glowing, reflecting a state of complete exhaustion. The dark-haired woman bent down and almost got down on one knee, preparing for the next step, as if preparing to jump to finish off her victim. And that's what happened, because the girl simply jumped on the practically powerless Dohua, pressing her into the hard asphalt, creating additional pressure on the enemy. Haisung looked at the horrible carnage in fear, not understanding what was going on and how his friend ended up in such a difficult situation. The guy clearly saw that the dark-skinned girl had significantly accelerated as she threw his girlfriend again and again, pushing her into the walls, demonstrating her speed. The girl said that she had never been so fast because the armored grasshopper has distinctive features compared to other grasshoppers, preferring to crawl on the ground, unlike ordinary ones which jump. Duhua tried to crawl away from her enemy, who was telling her that in that hell everyone was equal, and slowness only led to death. Smuglyanka said that slowness and indecision lead only to death, and therefore she simply would not have survived in such a cruel world where only the strong can survive. Therefore, in order to save her own skin, she had to constantly move, eating the weak and running away from the strong in order to survive in harsh conditions. And then the girl decided to clearly show the result of her evolution, demonstrating her special grasshopper armor, which provided her with reliable protection. The dark-skinned woman's complex evolved, and she acquired the protective armor of an Amazon, which helped keep her body completely safe from any attacks. Smuglyanka said that even predators were on the verge of death in front of her power, so no matter how long the students trained, all the children of the lab will always be stronger. After all the children of the laboratory, like the pink praying mantis that had already flown towards Suchang, would always be stronger than ordinary students, despite their efforts. The girl attacked the dragonfly over and over again, who was thinking that her attacks were too fast and the guy would not be able to effectively resist her. Soo-chan shouted at Hyun-bin to use his tobacco smoke to get rid of the pink mantis that was attacking him. The man replied, lighting a cigarette, that he was already in the process of creating the necessary effect, adopting the tobacco hawk moth stance to fight the praying mantis. And then, Hyun-bin seemed to have formed a tobacco donut because the smoke was shaped like a ball with a hole in the middle, which rushed towards the pink mantis, trying to neutralize it. But the girl, upon seeing this, immediately assumed the stance of an orchid mantis to counter the attacking smoke, preparing for the next step in the battle. The pink mantis seemed to be dancing, creating a tornado of strikes from its claws, thereby surrounding itself with a protective vortex to repel the smoke. Soo-chang tried to back away when he realized with horror that the girl was able to simply blow away all the smoke, rendering his attempts pointless. And then, a demolition man came up behind Soo-chang, grabbed him by the neck, and reminded him that the student should not forget about another enemy who still posed a danger. And then the red-eyed man again tried to blow up the green-eyed youth, but he, fortunately, managed to fly away in time, avoiding the explosive attack. But the old man continued to blow up all the space around the dragonfly, leaving the guy no room to maneuver, creating a constant threat. At the same moment, the girl tried to hit the dragonfly from behind, striking with her pincers, trying to inflict critical damage. Soo-chang, of course, immediately realized this and realized that he urgently needed to get out of the situation to avoid further injury. But the praying mantis jumped on his neck, saying that the young man must continue to apologize, otherwise he would be forced to pay for his actions. The girl said, almost cutting his neck with her sharp pincers, that if he couldn't be caught, then he could be finished off. Such was the will of the leader. The mantis said that, frankly speaking, the dragonfly looked very appetizing, and therefore his interest in it only increased during the battle. Hyun-bin turned around and spoke to Soo-chang, but the man with red eyes sternly ordered him not to be distracted from the current situation, concentrating on his task. The man said that this tobacco hawk moth had more important things to do than simply step away from the current battles and take care of other matters. Hyun-bin thought that he could no longer restrain his opponents, and the side effects were no longer manageable, and he needed to find a way out of this situation. Hyun-bin said that it was necessary to use Soo-chang's rage, which made him very surprised, not understanding how it could help in this situation. Hyun-bin reminded the young man, who was about to object, that if they did not detain the breeder's accomplices, then they all risked dying. The long-haired man was well aware, thinking about the civilians, that the risk was great and they would most likely suffer if they did not take decisive action. But Hyun-bin told the boy that everything would be fine, reminding him of his weapon, and assured him that the student could trust him and fight with all his might. But for now, Soo-chang was only trying with trembling hands to stop the pink claws of the praying mantis, which wanted to rip open his neck, feeling threatened. Then the girl's knives finally cut through the boy's tender skin, whose body remembered these painful sensations, and further confrontation began. Or at another point in the battle with the praying mantis, when the dragonfly got the upper hand, and Soo-chang found himself in an extremely vulnerable position. But then, Soo-chang threw the praying mantis away from himself, baring his teeth, and understood that the real heat had begun, which required maximum effort. But suddenly the young man seemed to fall into oblivion, because before him there were no more enemies or allies, only complete darkness, and the feeling of dying. But this did not last long. Someone called him, and the praying mantis was again sitting on his shoulders, while cutting his neck, which added to his suffering. The young man suddenly realized that he was indeed dying, as blood dripped from his skin, and his consciousness became increasingly cloudy. But then, something suddenly exploded right where they were standing, creating a powerful explosion and illuminating the darkness around them. The pink mantis and the old man with red eyes covered their faces, trying to hide from such a destructive fire. The man asked, pushing Soo-chang away, because if it could be controlled so easily, would the man then train him? It was Professor G, whose tattoo was glowing brightly again, and he himself said that it was not worth dying for. The professor then admitted that he had already planned to make Soo-chang a graduate so that he could complete his studies and become a full-fledged member of the academy. The boy did not understand the professor's explanation because it was difficult for him to figure out what the embodiment of the complex meant and how it was connected with his current difficulties. The professor's arm was in severe pain and burning at the same time, which made his condition extremely painful and made any action difficult. He held his hand, trying to somehow stop the pain, while Soo-chang was worried about his well-being, feeling growing anxiety. Soo-chang tried to somehow get out from under the rubble, but he could not move, which added tension to his already difficult situation. The guy tried to explain to the professor that he should stop showing off in front of the student because he was already at the limit of his strength and could not cope with the situation. Judging by these side effects, the professor had rejected his complex at some point in the past, which led to such serious consequences in his condition. The boy was shocked that the professor had once rejected his complex, as it explained many of the oddities and problems he faced. After all, their abilities, as the guy explained, are mainly under the control of the brain, and any changes can lead to significant consequences for the body. And if someone really wants to get rid of the complex, it will cause a reboot of the body, which can lead to serious and unpredictable consequences. He didn't consider himself a monster because he wanted to be an ordinary person, and therefore tried to control his abilities so as not to become a monster. But even such desires have their consequences, and sometimes the rejection of one's own complex can be no less destructive than its acceptance. The boy thought about how Professor G had gone through all this too, and how his own actions and decisions had led to such results. After all, at the beginning of his teaching, the professor was convinced and believed that the insect complex was dangerous and had to be eradicated to avoid problems. And at that time, the academy had not managed to advance much in research, and no one knew how the complex affected the human body and its functioning. And that's why Professor G forbade his students from using the complexes, because he was striving for their safety and wanted to protect them from potential suffering. He did this mostly for the safety of the students, but he also wanted to give them a chance to avoid the suffering he himself had experienced. After these thoughts, the guy again noticed the professor fighting with another guy, and this added a new wave of anxiety and excitement. The more the professor refuses to turn into a monster and clings to his human essence, the more side effects and problems appear. But more specifically, the more side effects he gets, and his desire to maintain his humanity only complicates his situation. They're all monsters by nature, but no one wants to admit it, which makes their struggle to preserve their humanity even more painful. At that moment, a very violent fight began, not only between them but also with fire engulfing everything around, adding chaos to their conflict. Everything was burning and blazing, but between this fire, one could see two bodies that were fighting each other, trying to overcome the hellish heat. The guy began to tell the professor how helpless people are who are oppressed by their own complex, and how their suffering only worsens their situation. Everything is decided by the conditions in which the complex is used, and in the right and harsh conditions they are capable of abandoning humanity, changing weakness to strength. They only wanted to exterminate them to give them the opportunity to flourish with them in the conditions created by the breeder, but this required more victims. But for all this to happen, the professor had to die, since his death was necessary to complete the plan and achieve the set goals. All this happened when the professor and the guy were fighting very hard, and their fight led to destructive consequences. The boy continued to talk about how this way they would be able to free the weak students from their cages and give them a chance for a better future. The professor realized the fact that he was indeed right and that he was too weak at that time to cope with the problems that arose. Because he forbade the use of the complex, Shinga-yan became enraged and destructive, which led to catastrophic consequences. He did everything in his power to stop her, but he didn't have enough control over his abilities to avoid the side effects. And at that moment, because the professor had strong weaknesses, his students were killed, which aggravated his feelings of guilt and regret. These conditions, created by his weakness, led to the death of the Shinga-yan he knew, and became the cause of his torment and internal conflict. There were times when the professor himself believed in all this, and he understood how his actions and decisions led to tragic results. The guy stood with his back to the professor, and at that moment, everything around him was on fire, which symbolized his internal conflicts and experiences. The next moment, he did not understand where this strong pressure towards him was coming from, and this feeling only increased his fear and anxiety. The guy started asking the professor what he seriously thought about the fact that conditions decide everything, and how this affected his condition. In his opinion, the professor was very much mistaken, but even if people faced the same circumstances, they came to different results. Just like one of his students, because her life was filled with so much suffering that many could not even imagine, and this made her a strong person. And in any case, she became a wonderful, strong person who soon became the head of the university, proving her resilience and ability to overcome difficulties. And in any case, she became a wonderful, strong personality who soon became the head of the university. The professor mentioned another student who experienced the same side effects as Shinga-yan, but in the end, he never met the end that she experienced, remaining in her own inner world and not finding a way out of her torment. His students are far from weak. They all work hard to develop their skills to meet the high standards and demands placed on them. The professor clenched his fist with his hand, which was hurting badly, trying to cope with the sharp pain that literally penetrated every cell of his body. And in Nest, they will ensure the protection of students in any case, despite the difficult conditions and unpredictability of the situation on the battlefield. The boy was upset that the man was making so much noise, as if it was distracting him from concentrating on a difficult and tense situation. He wanted to show the professor the true strength he had gained under those conditions, to prove his readiness and improve his reputation. The guy immediately changed his appearance, and he had a chitinous spear stinger, which was sharper and stronger than any weapon he had used before. Su Chang didn't understand what was happening in this room and how a sting that seemed unpredictable and frightening grew out of his hand. The guy's stinger looked so huge that it was even bigger than him, and this added power and intimidating force to his attacks. He immediately attacked the professor with ignition, trying to achieve maximum effect and inflict as much damage as possible. The boy really wanted the professor to finally die, but he was stronger than the boy, and his ability to withstand the attack was impressive. The professor was sure that this was their special occupation, which required maximum concentration and strategy to achieve the desired result. At that moment, the professor ordered the boy to watch carefully what would happen in order to better understand the strategy and consequences of his actions. The guy carefully watched what was happening around him, analyzing every movement and waiting for further instructions and changes in the situation. Professor G had a bombardier beetle final stance, which was the ultimate display of his strength and martial arts prowess. The guy, who wanted to finally get rid of the professor, squeezed his face tightly because of the light that was blinding and preventing him from seeing what was happening. The next moment, a nuclear explosion occurred, illuminating everything around and forcing everyone present to listen to its destructive power. The girls watched the fight unfold in shock, not believing their eyes and not knowing what to do in such extreme conditions. The guys who were discussing something among themselves turned to see what had happened, and their faces expressed surprise and fear. And also the guys who beat the girl decided to take a break from her and look at what exploded, realizing the seriousness of what was happening. Everything around became a much different color than it was before, and this seemed strange and inexplicable to everyone in the current situation. Hee-Jin immediately turned around when she heard a sharp sound, and her face showed concern and worry about what was happening. The girl immediately thought about Professor G, who was at that moment where the explosion occurred, and was worried about his fate. There was a huge explosion, the fire of which instantly consumed everything in the area, leaving behind only destruction and ash. The students who were already in the shelter looked in surprise as the sky slowly filled with red fire and everything around caught fire. Even the television, through which the professors were monitoring the situation, seemed to burst into flames and the image disappeared, leaving only flames. Professor Ma's eyes widened and cold sweat began to slowly flow as he realized that the situation had gotten out of control. At the same time, in the hospital wing, nurses were shouting about where to take the patient, since some sides were already overcrowded. The red-haired girl barely audibly addressed Jun, although she knew that he, of course, would not answer her, since he was in a state of shock. At that time, bright flames were burning near the dormitory, and smoke was also dispersing, creating an atmosphere of panic and chaos. Professor G had arranged all this with just one precise blow, now looking tiredly at the dying flames and destroyed buildings. The old man turned to the girl opposite, wincing from the sparks around his eyes, saying that she was lucky, despite her difficult situation. The mantis was covered in burns and could barely stand on her feet, but June said that if her comrade hadn't covered her, only ashes would have remained of the girl. Su Chang, who was trying to protect himself from the fire, could only think in fear about how huge this explosion was and how it changed the course of events. Even the armor didn't save the man with red eyes, because now he lay unconscious in the fire, unable to continue the fight. And the mantis was also quite badly burned, although she had no desire to show weakness and put her injuries on display. Su Chang remembered how the mantis had almost decapitated the first-year student during their fight with him, and it reminded him of her power. And Hyunbin also barely managed to cope as he tried to get up from the floor, covered in burns, fighting against the pain and destruction. But just one explosion managed to turn the tide of the battle, and now the old man was talking about the fact that the choice was up to the mantis, who must decide his fate. Su Chang watched his professor in admiration, now understanding what he meant and how his actions had changed the situation. The old man was the embodiment of a complex, and now he was offering Manhwa either surrender or burn alive, putting her in front of a difficult choice. But then, rising from the ashes, the girl turned to a certain leader, saying that the old man was wounded and needed help and support. The man towered over Nest, hearing the mantis voice telling her that the enemy was too strong and she didn't know what to do. The masked man said that Manhwa had better not forget something. After a few moments of silence, her position was in danger. The leader said that she had better remember what would happen to her if she suddenly lost, warning her of the possible consequences. The girl again remembered how she stood in the middle of that room and caught condemning glances, full of disgust and hostility. Barely audible, the girl muttered that this would not happen again, determined not to allow the mistakes of the past to be repeated. She spoke about how she didn't want to be alone anymore, causing confusion in the young man, who didn't understand her emotions. The girl suddenly gained strength, preparing her claws for battle, and saying that she would no longer be alone and would not allow herself to be defeated. The old man immediately realized that the praying mantis was planning to attack, and therefore she needed to be knocked out before she could do anything and change the situation. And then Professor G was about to strike the mantis, but something suddenly stopped him, becoming an obstacle to his attack. It was the mantis's defense that prevented the old man from getting any closer, creating a barrier between them and slowing down his actions. The professor looked at her hand in surprise, realizing that her wounds had managed to heal. The girl, almost out of breath, thanked the sir with whom she had been in contact earlier. But the girl could still fight, because her body suddenly became deformed again, and she herself had already turned into a homunculus. The old man was surprised to realize that the girl in front of him could heal herself, his eyes wide in shock. But the professor immediately thought of He-Jin and her complex, hoping that this couldn't be true. Manhwa said that the master told her about one unique ability for them, or rather, that they can use the complexes of their squad. Su Chang, as if losing hope with every word, listened to what the girl began to say about the cockroach. The cockroach ended up in the same squad as the praying mantis, which means that he and He-Jin had practically the same complex. The old man could only think in admiration that this was impossible when the girl moved as if on beams of light. But the old man still couldn't understand how this could be when Manhwa was already preparing to pierce the old man through with her sharp sting, and her intentions were clearly deadly and decisive. Meanwhile, in the Nest emergency department, the lights were dimly lit, creating a gloomy atmosphere that added to the sense of tension and anxiety in this important place. One nurse dressing a patient said that she could not leave all these patients in this condition, especially considering how dangerous and difficult the situation around them was. Professor Yu replied that they could handle the patients without her, but she needed to be where the real threat actually occurred, and her presence was extremely important in this critical situation. The red-haired girl ran through the corridors, thinking that the recent explosion belonged to Professor G, and that this explosion was so powerful that it shook the entire hospital and caused chaos. Professor Yu realized that the old man was overexerting himself, and if she didn't arrive in time, the situation could become catastrophic, leading to even more destruction and consequences. But suddenly a hooded man approached her, smiling slyly, and his unexpected appearance made her wary, indicating a potential threat from this stranger. The red-haired girl immediately turned to the stranger and was about to ask what he was doing here, but before she could say anything, the situation changed rapidly and unpredictably. But a bright sunlight hit her in the stomach, piercing through her, causing burning pain and complete confusion, and she could not understand what exactly happened at that moment. Professor Yu fell to the floor, slowly losing consciousness from the impact, but despite this, she continued to look for some kind of support so as not to fall completely and try to continue the fight for survival. Then that girl grabbed tightly onto the red-haired girl's pass, which almost fell to the ground, and that pass became the key element for completing their further plan and tasks. It was a girl with short green hair who was perplexed by the amount of fuss and complications that had arisen from such a small incident, which seemed like an insignificant fuss to her. The girl looked at the blood that flowed across the pass and barely audibly muttered that this blood would help them pass through the doors and Nest, and noted that the leader always gave her the most annoying work. The girl tried to drip blood onto her tongue, saying that she just wanted to eat and drink, as she was exhausted and tired from all these tense events and constant struggle. Professor Yu rose from the floor and turned to the unfamiliar but impudent girl who was already planning to leave, trying to understand what this stranger's intentions were and what she was going to do next. The girl's green eyes flashed, asking what the stranger was going to do with the pass, clearly feeling displeased and worried about her further actions and the possible consequences. At first, the girl, who looked very young, like a child, looked at the professor in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening and how she should react to such a difficult and dangerous situation. And then, as if madly, she smiled, saying that it was better for the professor not to know what exactly she was planning to do, hinting at hidden motives and potential dangers associated with her actions. The stranger said that if she were you, she would save herself, because the girl with red hair had only a couple of minutes left to live, and that could be mortally dangerous for everyone. The girl desperately sank to the ground, breathing heavily and looking at the darkness in front of her, realizing that her strength was depleted and she might not live to see the next stage of the fight for survival. She thought of Jun, who was currently fighting the mantis, trying to protect her from danger, and realized that his fight was vital to their shared survival and future. The professor struck again and again, defending himself and his students, all the while glaring sternly at the mantis, who was showing incredible aggression and tenacity in the fight. The girl did not lag behind and also attacked the professor time after time, looking at him with black eyes full of determination and hatred, striving to win and end this fight. Professor Jun, after a few moments, decided to adopt a bombardier beetle stance, extending his arm out into the distance to use the power of his new complex in this dangerous and tense situation. He tried to strain her, expecting a stunning result, but at that moment, everything around seemed to change colors, which caused him confusion and anxiety about what was happening. The man looked at his tattoo and outstretched hand in bewilderment, realizing that he could not control his abilities, and this was an alarming sign of impending threat and danger. His hand began to tremble as the professor realized that his complex could no longer work, and this became an alarming signal that the situation was getting out of control and could become catastrophic. Su Chang shouted at the frightened Professor Ji, who was unable to move, realizing that all their efforts could be in vain and lead to even greater losses. Then the mantis was able to cut off the man's arm with one blow, and a pool of blood rolled through the air again, which testified to the brutality and effectiveness of her attack and strength. Su Chang screamed loudly and was about to break out of his safe place, realizing that if he did not act quickly, he was risking his life and could end up in mortal danger. The man tried to hit the girl who had already swung her claws at him, and his actions became even more desperate and dangerous in this critical situation that threatened his life. The man's eyes widened as he realized that out of all the attack types, Manhwa, with her terrifying claws and ruthless behavior, was closer to a cockroach in its characteristics and action. The old man wanted to curse, looking at his enemy, because he felt all his malice and ruthlessness, which only intensified as the fight continued and the encounter with the threat. He suddenly remembered Ga Yun when she was still a sweet and diligent student, and wondered if the girl was now satisfied with her participation in these events and current actions. And then the claw of the young pink monster turned a bright red color, emphasizing her incredible strength and toughness that she used in battle, which testified to her power and determination. Mei Hua impaled the man's body on her hand, which immediately weakened and became dead, and her actions showed her determination to finish the battle and end this confrontation. The girl looked with interest at the fresh corpse of a man, which she had easily pierced, and her face expressed satisfaction with the work done and the successful completion of the mission. Professor Ji's face darkened as Mei Hua said indifferently that her mission was accomplished, and he realized that he would now have to face even greater difficulties and challenges. Mantis turned around and threw the corpse away from her as far as she could, demonstrating her confidence and readiness to continue the fight to the end, despite the difficulties and problems that arose. The girl turned to her sir again, saying that the old man was finished. Now she would take the corpse and leave, preparing for the next stage of her plan and actions. But suddenly an angry voice sounded from behind her, asking where the girl was going, and this was a reminder that her actions had attracted attention and caused a conflict. But Mei Hua was still in no hurry to turn around when the asphalt behind her literally shattered from the strong green energy behind her. The girl, after a few moments, turned around indifferently, knowing that she would win easily. But when she saw what was in front of her, her eyes widened in surprise and horror. The mantis began to attack the professor, but he did not lag behind, already swinging to strike. The young man's eyes widened in horror, because he could now understand that Mei Hua was now also attacking Professor Ji. He remembered Hyunbin's words that 5 years had passed since the battle with Gayon, and the professor's left arm had begun to deteriorate due to the side effects. The man extended his hand forward, knowing that with each use of the complex, the side effects were getting worse and worse. Su Chan, holding a strange thing in his hands, tried to make it move. He tried to bring his hand back to its senses, realizing that it simply had to finally start functioning normally in order to help him in this critical situation. And then he noticed the blood right in front of his eyes, which splashed out in a whole puddle and left a terrible impression, indicating that everything had already gotten out of control. He saw the praying mantis pierce Professor Jun through and through, leaving only a lifeless body in front of him, which caused him to feel deep anxiety and terrible guilt. The dragonfly reached out to the professor, greedily gulping air in despair, realizing that all of this happened because of his own actions and decisions. He remembered Dobin's words about Professor G using his complex too often lately, which may have been the cause of such tragic consequences. The young man remembered the moment when they first encountered the praying mantis, and this reminder made him feel even more guilty about what was happening. And then he remembered their battle with the breeder, when the old man also used his complex at a critical moment, which again reminded him of the dire consequences. He remembered well how the professor had defended him from the university administration, fearing that the boy would be suspended, and he realized that the old man had always taken risks for him. The young man's eyes widened, realizing that every time the old man used his complex to save Su Chang, and this added even more guilt to what was happening. The boy couldn't get rid of the thought that he was the reason for the professor's defeat, and his glasses began to slowly crack from stress and worry. This is what prompted him to attack Manhwa, landing behind her and smashing the asphalt to pieces with his body in order to rectify the situation and try to change something. Then Manhwa slowly turned around at the overly loud sounds that broke her concentration and drew her attention to the new enemy. But then she noticed some of the boy's magic being fired at her, and her eyes widened in surprise, realizing that the situation had become even more dangerous. And then the dragonfly himself attacked the young girl, now smashing the hard stones beneath her with his body, which testified to his determination and rage. The young man almost started screaming when he took off his glasses, realizing that all this happened solely because of him and his unsuccessful actions. The boy grabbed the mantis's shoulder, holding her tightly, and her face twisted in anger and fury, reflecting her irritation and aggression. The boy's eyes lit up with a bright green light as he lifted the mantis's body up, realizing that all of this was due to his own weakness and lack of strength. At the same time, the girl placed Professor Yu's pass on some doors, which immediately opened, indicating that she was moving in the right direction. She looked tiredly at everything that was in front of her, thinking that this laboratory looked like some kind of fortress full of secrets and mysteries. But in reality, it was just a long corridor as well as glass walls separating individual rooms, creating the impression of a large and complex structure. The girl still couldn't understand, muttering, why this corridor was here and whether the advanced technologies that interested her so much were really stored here. And then the stranger stepped over the strange red stripe on the floor, and the robot in front of her eyes immediately reported unauthorized access, launching the security protocol. The robot began asking the girl to leave the room on repeat, hovering in the air and posing a threat to those who tried to violate the access rules. But with one kick, the girl was able to break him, knocking him to the ground so that he would shut up and no longer interfere with her further progress. She continued walking, knowing that judging by the annoying security bot, she was heading in the right direction and would soon find what she was looking for. But at that same moment, she realized that the electricity had been cut off in the entire building, and now before her there was only darkness, interrupted by blazing wires. Despite this, the girl decided to move on, realizing that stopping now could cost her dearly and delay her mission. She exhaled in frustration, saying in a desperate voice that the situation was getting worse and worse, and that they needed to find a way to cope with the difficulties that had arisen. But then she noticed a bright light in one of the rooms where the computer was, which gave her hope of finding the information she needed and solving her problems. Approaching the table, the girl began to carefully study the tablet with a glowing screen, which contained information about Chang Su-chan's DNA and brief information about him. At the same time, Chang Su-chang was literally screaming, with a huge flame of green light escaping from his mouth, indicating his extreme anger and suffering. The young man easily began to strangle the praying mantis and also tried to bite off part of its claw, which showed his determination and toughness in the fight. And just a few moments later, the girl pushed the dragonfly away from herself with one precise and accurate blow, demonstrating her skill and strength. Then, looking at her black hand, Manhwa realized that he was trying to devour her, and she realized that her opponent had become even more dangerous. She turned her gaze to her young opponent, who was once again rushing towards her from above, as if at breakneck speed, and prepared for the next stage of the fight. And just a few moments later, the girl pushed the dragonfly away from herself with one precise, accurate blow. And then, looking at her black hand, Manhwa realized that he was trying to eat her. She turned her gaze to her young opponent, who was already rushing towards her from above, as if at breakneck speed. And then Manhwa also jerked her claws away from the ground, jumping towards him. And then they clashed again in a duel, and their energies intertwined, forming swords and shields at the same time. But then, just moments later, the man began to fly away and return, trapping them, leaving behind green beams. Manhwa stretched out her hand in fear when she thought that Chang Su-chang was too fast. And the young man's eyes burned with a bright green fire that seemed to consume him, which of course the girl noticed. But she didn't have time to think about it for too long, because the dragonfly had already managed to kick her, pushing her away. And then, something flashed with a green flame and a pink shield in one of the windows of a tall building nearby. Manhwa quickly recovered and looked out the window, saying that Chang Su-chang looked like those. She remembered those starving specimens from the lab who had lost their minds over a piece of meat, and realized that the situation now could develop in a similar way. The mantis quickly decided what to do in this case, climbing onto the window and smiling slyly, as if she was planning something sinister. And then, as if an explosion had thundered again right in the same window, only with a bright pink light that illuminated everything around. The mantis was already preparing its claws, as if it was going to attack the nest students who were hiding in the room and didn't know what to do. The green-eyed boy immediately realized what had happened when he saw a bright light from the window that stood out sharply against the darkness of the night. And then Su-chang rushed after her, tearing apart the space around him in order to get to his much-desired victim as quickly as possible. The pink-haired girl called Su-chang a good boy with a bright smile and tried to take advantage of his weakness. But the mantis grabbed one of the peaceful lab students, ordering the boy to bite so she could enjoy the spectacle. Manhwa said that the dragonfly would enjoy its prey, but Su-chang interrupted her, saying that he would devour it, showing rage and determination. He had already gotten as close as possible to the girl with green hair, who was being held by the mantis, and was trying to reach out to her with his hand. But then he remembered Professor G's smiling face after he defended him from the university administration and beat him half to death. But he was able to easily push the student away from Nesta, then grabbed Manhwa's face, pushing her to the floor, demonstrating his power. The student turned around in horror, still shaking with fear, because she had recently expected a painful death from a praying mantis. The mantis screamed in pain, and blood gushed like a river from the blows of the young boy, indicating severe injuries. At the same time, the girl with green hair was still holding the tablet in her hands, not understanding what kind of information it was. She read information that Jiang Su-chan's DNA tests showed that his complex was different from that of a normal dragonfly. His complex was a special species, the largest of those found in Korea, often mistaken for a drone because of its size. This species was at the top of the food chain of all flying insects, including dragonflies, and was known as the king of dragonflies or the hunter of the sky. It was a huge mad-looking dragonfly, or to be more precise, a Siebold's bezuschnik, and its abilities were extremely dangerous. And now, thanks to his abilities, Su-chang slowly approached the girl who had slumped on the floor, saying that Manhwa was very wrong. The girl was bleeding, not understanding how this was possible, because he acted like other predatory individuals, guided by animal instincts. But then the man in front of her assumed the stance of a bezuschnik Siebold and gained a new strength as a hunter, which made him even more dangerous. The dragonfly towered over the sick girl, who was pressed against the wall, trying to get as far away from her opponent as possible. Manhwa, trying to defend herself, reasoned that Su-chang acted like other absorbing individuals, guided by animal instincts. But at the same time, the boy was in complete control of his complex, and therefore swung at the girl, wanting to deliver a decisive blow. With one blow, he broke through the wall, and a shield of green energy began to form around him, protecting him from possible attacks. Mantis didn't even have time to do anything. She only tried to soften her fall, which didn't help her avoid defeat. The girl, baring her teeth, tried to recoil from the dragonfly's blows, knowing that this was the only way to avoid pain. After this, the young man struck Manhwa again, sparing neither his strength nor the integrity of the dormitory building, which was collapsing around them. The girl screamed loudly, closing her eyes because she could no longer prevent the young man's blows, which were unbearable. But it was only a momentary blur because she was gathering her anger to take aim at Su-chang, and she did not give up. Mantis pushed the boy back with her hands, away from herself, to try to regain control of the situation. But then the young man appeared again behind her, sparkling and hovering in the air, preparing for another decisive blow. The man hit the young girl with all his might, pushing her body into the floor again, causing her to feel the pain of the fragments and destruction. Manhwa sat in the middle of the ruins, trying to get up to respond to the young man's strong blow without giving up or losing hope. She lay there for a while, gathering her strength, and then decided to get up, ready to continue the fight and regain the advantage. The girl was able to easily throw away all the stones as her eyes once again sparkled unkindly, reflecting her determination. The girl did not understand at all why Su Chang's behavior had changed so much since the beginning of the battle, and this confused and irritated her. The young man rushed towards her, leaving traces behind him, while she thought about the fact that he had suddenly increased his strength and speed. Could he really have changed in such a short time like them? The man ran towards his enemy, and his eyes also continued to shine with green flames of fire. Then several huge stones flew at the two students, which they could no longer avoid. And then the dragonfly immediately flew faster, gaining new momentum in its strength and the power of its wings, preparing for a decisive battle. The young man managed to break the sharp stones with one blow, demonstrating his strength and the ability of the Seabold's earless sword in action. And this was the guy's true strength, because he was a hunter, which makes him a dangerous opponent. The girl screamed shrilly as the young man was already flying towards her, bending down with threatening intent. She remembered the warnings she had been given, advising her to be careful and not to exhaust her strength completely. It was a tall man who insisted that Manhwa could certainly use her abilities and the strength of a cockroach, but someone else's complex had a strong effect on the body. He warned her that every time she received a serious injury, the girl would be forced to treat herself, which would drain her strength and could lead to death. The leader told her that Manhwa was only strong enough to withstand one nuclear explosion, but now the girl bit her lip in irritation, realizing that time was running out and she needed to make a decision. She swung at her enemy, loudly declaring that it was time to end this. And then a dragonfly rushed out of a high window towards her and immediately entered into a fight with the praying mantis, throwing down a challenge. At one point, Su Chang flew high into the air, right above the head of a young girl who was looking up at the sky in surprise. The girl's eyes glowed with a bright pink light as she too was able to rise into the air along with Su Chang, preparing for the final battle. The man flew closer to the full moon, and the lab child rushed after him, screaming that the dragonfly was caught. Rising up, the girl was already preparing to strike with her huge claw with a knife edge, relying on her strength. But Su Chang intercepted her attack, apologizing for it being his territory, and easily tossed her aside. The green-eyed youth threw the self-confident girl far away with one blow, leaving her no chance of winning. And then he rushed after her using all his acquired skills, planning to finish her off completely. He drove her into a trap, darting through the air, striking again and again, exhausting the mantis and depriving her of strength. The boy's movements were so fast that they blurred before his eyes, making him almost elusive. And then Su Chang decided to use the ability of the earless Seabold, turning his attacks into deadly blows. It took the form of a hunting rifle, a pneumatic gun, when it attacked the girl, determined to finish her off. The girl was shaking with pain, and rolling her eyes, she understood that the treatment would take time, and her strength was already running out. But then the dragonfly literally crashed into her, breaking the asphalt under their bodies again, and destroying it into small pieces. The man towered over the girl as if he were mad, and looked at Manhwa with obvious satisfaction. The girl was lying on the asphalt, practically unconscious, and the guy told her that if she continued to fight, she would only finish herself off. Su Chang came closer and said that he could kill her for what she did to Professor G and the others, but he didn't want to become a monster like her. The green-eyed youth suggested that Manhwa simply give up, but the girl immediately interrupted him, rejecting this option. Manhwa was shaking all over, continuing to insist that she would never stop, despite her grave condition. She opened her eyes wide and asked if the young man really thought she would stop there. The boy's eyes widened when the girl asked that, even knowing that he was returning to his miserable past, he should have understood her mood. Manhwa still tried to stand up with trembling legs, saying that she would not go for it and that she had no other choice. She lowered her claws and smiled tiredly, saying that in that case it was better to die than to surrender. Then the girl used the ability of the orchid mantis, and everything around became strewn with delicate leaves, creating the illusion of beauty and danger. But the girl herself turned out to be a lonely flower, and she used her power when she began to circle and try to kill Su Chang with her claws. The man clenched his fist, causing green energy to gather around him like bright lightning, and prepared to strike back. And then, a few moments later, he used that fist to strike Manhwa, pushing her into the asphalt and breaking her defenses. The guy, looking at the girl who was coughing up blood, said that in that case he had no choice and he had to stop her. The green-eyed youth said that he was different from people like Manhwa because he did not kill people just like that, but only acted as a last resort. And then the guy opened his eyes wide again and prepared to strike, talking about what he would do to her if she continued to hurt his loved ones and did not intend to stop. The young man said, looking at Manhwa's lifeless body, that she would have to be stopped at any cost. And then, at the place where Manhwa had just been lying, a small explosion occurred, and Suchang recoiled from it. Now, not far from the student, there stood a man in black boots and a cloak, watching what was happening and preparing to intervene. The man told the surprised freshman that he would never have thought that a person with such a complex would appear in Nest. A man with a mask and a red eye stood on the roof of the dormitory, calling it a miracle. The man held Manhwa's body in his arms, saying that he was very glad to meet them, and then introduced himself, saying that he was the one called the leader. The man said that he was the one who gave the order to kill his professor. The leader was already behind Suchang, and said that the student's speed was impressive, and therefore his complex was probably not as simple as he had assumed. When the grown man told him who he was, the boy became very angry. The dragonfly rushed at the enemy, but he managed to dodge and avoid being hit by the enraged student. The leader was already behind Suchang, and said that the student's speed was impressive, and therefore his complex was probably not as simple as he had assumed. The young man clenched his fists in his knuckles as he looked at his opponent with undisguised anger, realizing that he had dodged. At this time, the leader carefully laid the unconscious Manhwa on the cracked asphalt. The leader turned to her and said that she had done well, and that it was truly a good hunt. The man stood up, looked around the area, and said that the breeder had asked him not to reveal his abilities. The brunette's eyes flashed brightly in the darkness of the night, saying that a leader should help his subordinates in their endeavors. A sword grew out of the leader's hand. It was very sharp, but this did not frighten the student at all, because he had already slowly begun to land. Suchang also did not lag behind, and then extended his hand to him, perplexedly asking again whether the leader really called this hunting. A special kind of dragonfly had already swung its blow, asking about the deaths of all these people and baring its teeth. And then the green-eyed youth managed to strike with a green beam, throwing the leader far back. The student struck his enemy again and again, angrily asking if those lives meant nothing to them at all. The man raised both fists up, and his eyes once again burned with a flame that seemed to burn the leader. But then the space seemed to be cut by a bright beam of yellow light that pierced the sky. And then for a few moments smoke rose. Only the dragonfly was able to fly as far as possible from the place of impact. The leader frowned and said that Suchang had such power that it was clear why Manhwa had lost. The freshman, when he realized that his enemy was heading towards him, immediately used the ability of the earless Seabold as his fist lit up with green fire. Everything immediately began to blur before Suchang's eyes. There were only small green stripes and the strange outlines of the dormitory. The young man only had time to think in bewilderment that the leader of those insectoids had suddenly disappeared from his field of vision. And then the red-eyed brunette was already behind him, preparing to deliver a precise and fatal blow. The green-eyed youth turned around in fear when he saw that his opponent had wings. Then the student immediately tried to back away to avoid being hit by the leader, who was smiling brightly. The freshman was coughing up blood when he decided to turn around and face his strongest and most strange enemy again. Then, without thinking twice, Suchang also tried to attack the enemy again, using his newly discovered abilities. But then, the green-eyed youth pressed his hand to his bloody side, thinking that there was nothing terrible about it, because the leader had just slightly touched him. The first-year student clearly understood that this was not the end, because he could still fight, and therefore immediately pounced on the red-eyed brunette. And then the man in the cloak began to mumble something about the darkest hour, in the darkest place. The man's red eyes flashed brightly as he looked at the young man, saying that this was simply perfect. And so, after a few moments, the dragonfly found himself completely alone again, hovering in the sky, not understanding where the leader had gone. The student looked around the area as his neck glowed brightly, as did his angry eyes, searching for the enemy. The young man's heart pounded wildly in his chest. He knew exactly that a second ago this man had been standing next to him, but now he was gone. But then, the red-eyed brunette was again close to his opponent, trying to hit him with the sword from his palm on the neck. But Suchang was able to dodge in time. The young man couldn't understand what the man was doing as he tried to dodge his golden blows. The leader's swords pierced the youth's skin, because he couldn't even understand where the leader was striking from. The young man covered his face with his hands, hoping that the blows would not hit his vital organs, realizing that he could not block them in any way. The young man ran as far as possible from the place where he had recently been trapped, realizing that he needed to get out of the darkness. But then suddenly Suhan's eyes widened in horror or pain, unable to even take another breath. The young man's stomach was pierced by a sharp sword, causing blood to flow out of Su Chang, and the boy himself could no longer move. It was the leader who leaned one knee on Su Chang's body, which bent him closer to the ground and pushed the sword deeper into the boy's flesh. The red-eyed brunette was willing to bet that Su Chang didn't know that they, the predators, were able to maintain control over their minds after eating other creatures. But nevertheless, in order to survive, they were obliged to continue to consume. The young man was almost vomiting blood when the man reminded him of the question of what significance the murders had for them. Lifting the student's body, which was growing colder, up, the man said that one can get used to someone else's death quite quickly. And then he knocked the first-year student's body onto the asphalt with just one light movement of his sword, soaring higher into the air. The dragonfly lay on his knees, face down on the ground, his wings long since faded and stained with dirty blood. The green-eyed man wanted to curse, thinking that he had probably fought too much and now he couldn't even move a finger. Looking at the leader's body towering over him, Su Chang could only dream of what would have happened if he hadn't been so exhausted. The man with red eyes once again extended his hand towards Su Chang, bidding farewell to him, who was thinking about a fair fight with the leader on equal terms. The young man wanted to curse very loudly, but at the moment he didn't have the strength even for such a small action. Then suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a bright blue light appeared from the sword. The red-eyed man immediately turned around, not expecting to fight anyone else anytime soon, and was clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of a new opponent. The sword was supposed to pierce the insectoid leader, sawing him in half, but the man easily dodged the blow, surprising the onlookers. The brunette froze for a moment, not understanding what was happening, and simply began to look around the area, trying to understand the situation and find traces of the enemy. Then a man suddenly approached Su Chang, who was lying curled up in a ball, clearly concerned about the young man's condition and trying to help him. The man grabbed Su Chang's cheek, and tears began to flow from the young man's eyes, washing away the dried blood, reflecting his pain and suffering at that moment. It was He Jin, speaking with concern that she was glad that Su Chang had managed to survive, and that he had at least been able to somehow seek help in a difficult situation. But then, as if gaining a second wind, the young man shouted that He Jin could not stay here, because the opponents were too dangerous and could cause serious harm. The boy screamed that Professor G had been killed, and the girl's face immediately changed, reflecting the shock and horror of what she had heard. A man approached the two lovers from behind and asked again about Junji's fate, adding further anxiety to their already tense situation. Su Chang, looking at the stranger with distrust, asked who it was, and He Jin replied that she brought him with her, bringing clarity to what was happening. In front of them stood an elderly man with a long gray beard, mustache, long hair, and a cane, who turned out to be the dean of the university. Su Chang, whose face was covered in blood, couldn't believe that this puny old dean was capable of doing anything useful in this difficult situation. But the old man immediately turned away from the two students and focused his attention on his only opponent, who was currently their enemy. Su Chang yelled at his grandpa to stay away from the leader while He Jin tried to calm him down and not panic. The dean replied that old age was no joy, and He Jin carefully hugged the young man, trying to support him and calm him down in a difficult moment. The elderly man said resignedly that apparently he had slept through all this chaos, and now he had to deal with the consequences of what had happened. The leader, proudly towering over them, said that the old man had a good sword, evaluating the weapon and not missing the opportunity to express his opinion. And then, taking the blue sword out of its sheath, the old man suggested that the young man test the weapon on himself, intending to show its true power. It was pouring rain outside the building and the sky was covered with clouds. An angry Do Hua, who was covered in bandages, sat next to Hai Sung in the audience. Behind them sat the rest of the course, some looking sad, others upset. But Su Chunum looked exhausted because he had tear-stained eyes and many small wounds on his skin. Due to a recent incident, there was a sign posted in that classroom stating that classes were temporarily suspended. And along with the classes, the students also lost the opportunity to practice fighting insects. Su Chang remembered Professor G and accordingly how he and He Jin approached the medic. He told the students, who were immediately horrified with grief, that the professor had fallen into a coma. Ji Jun's internal organs were severely damaged, and his body suffered greatly from the side effects of the complex. The doctor insisted that Professor Yu's assistance would have been invaluable, and that Professor G could have received better care, but she was attacked. Professor Yu was poisoned with unknown neurotoxins, and she survived thanks to her ability to self-heal, but the restoration of nerve tissue will be long. Su Chang, frightened to the limit, almost screamed, desperately demanding an answer from the doctor about what would happen to Professor G now, because he did not know how to react to what had happened and what to do next. The doctor, after hesitating for a few moments, finally replied that the man, although he had survived, was in critical condition and now required intensive care to understand what the consequences would be and whether he could be saved. An oxygen mask was attached to Ji-jun's face, his chest slowly rising and falling as the doctor shook his head, saying that at this point it was impossible to say for sure when or if the professor would regain consciousness. Su Chang, feeling growing uneasy, noticed something suddenly hit the chair in the laboratory, and startled by the surprise, cursed under his breath, unable to find a place for himself from nervous tension. It was Do Hua, who, standing with her fists clenched and blazing with rage, said that those who had harmed the professor and the lab would definitely answer for their actions, and the consequences for them would be dire. Hai Sung, trying to remain calm, tried to calm down the enraged Do Hua, while the girls behind them, talking sadly, assumed that they would never see Professor G again. Rumors spread among the students that the laboratory where Cinderella was produced had been destroyed by the breeder's accomplices, and that it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to restore it. One of the girls responded to the discussions by saying that the attackers had destroyed all records of Cinderella's creation, including backup copies on discs, making it impossible to restore the laboratory and continue work. Su Chang became more and more disappointed with every word the students said, listening to them complain that they would no longer have the opportunity to get a Cinderella after graduating from university, as they had all hoped. As Do Hua continued to rage, Su Chan looked worriedly at his green-eyed friend who was standing next to him, thinking about how to help her calm down and prevent further conflicts. Jung Da-woon, trying to distract herself from what was happening, suddenly remembered that there was supposed to be a yoga class today. But realizing that she had completely forgotten about it due to all the recent events, she sighed. Her thoughts turned to her friend, and she suddenly asked where Hee-jin could be now, since she had promised to meet them, but had recently started disappearing somewhere. However, when she approached the auditorium, an unexpected obstacle appeared in front of her in the form of a sign that said in large letters that entry was prohibited, which left her puzzled. Hee-jin, after reading the no entry notice, looked down in disappointment because she had come here specifically to bring flowers, but now she didn't know what to do with them. She spoke quietly to Professor G, who was unconscious behind the closed door, and although he could not hear her words, she hoped that her thoughts would be able to reach him. She again recalled that moment when, completely broken and exhausted, she sat on the street, hugging her knees, not knowing what to do next, and tears flowed endlessly down her cheeks. It was then that Ji-jun appeared in front of her, offering her a helping hand and introducing himself as the professor where she would be studying, and this meeting became a turning point in her life. But now, looking at the locked door, she couldn't help but feel disappointed, because she understood that Professor G was the only person who could truly help her in her difficult moment. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar girl with long green hair, who approached her and, sighing, said that she was sorry that the flowers she had brought would end up withering if there was nowhere to put them. The girl turned out to be Lee Bi-dan, who asked in surprise why Hee-jin wasn't in the classroom with her classmates, since that's where they were supposed to be discussing current events. Hee-jin, not hiding her surprise, asked what Lee Bi-dan was doing here at such a time, but she only shrugged her shoulders and replied that she had come to visit Professor Yu and had no other business. Bi-dan showed a small bottle of bright red liquid, explaining that she needed to look into the composition of the substance, as it might have had an effect on Professor Yu in the recent incident. Then, smiling sweetly, she playfully asked where the darling Hee-jin was, and admitted that she approached her precisely because she expected to see Su Chan, who usually accompanied her there as well. But as soon as her cheerful mood faded, a look of weariness appeared on her face, and she sighed heavily, as if she suddenly felt the full weight of the events that were happening and realized their seriousness. Bi-dan said with a slight sadness in her voice that she understood why Hee-jin was so worried about Professor G, but added that they would all have to prepare for the worst as the situation remained critical. Hee-jin, not understanding the hints, asked in confusion what exactly she needed to prepare for. But Bi-dan, only smiling slyly, twirled her long hair around her finger, clearly in no hurry to explain everything at once. Bi-dan only mysteriously remarked that everything would become known a little later, and her gaze seemed to indicate that she knew more than she was willing to share now. The room was buzzing with activity as students discussed what had happened, expressing their opinions on how all the events had affected their lives and futures, making the atmosphere tense and nervous. Su Chang, feeling increasingly exhausted, looked up with a tired gaze at the one who asked why they were all gathered here when classes were canceled, and was surprised that so many students remained. In front of the students stood Hyun Bin, whose arm was bandaged, and he looked at the assembled students in surprise, not understanding what they were doing there, although classes were indeed suspended. When De Woong asked about his condition, Hyun Bin replied that he was fine, although he was advised to temporarily refrain from smoking, which he said was more difficult than he thought. Then, adjusting his glasses and taking a deep breath, he looked up with a determined gaze at the students still in front of him and felt a responsibility to deliver important news to them. Looking at them, Hyun Bin said with a firm voice that since they were all gathered here, he needed to make some important announcements that would affect everyone without exception. The first news was that classes would soon resume, and despite the students' worries, the educational process would continue, although the situation with Professor Ji remained uncertain. Professor Ji, whose condition was still in question, and even his assistant could not give an exact answer to the forecasts, would not be able to return to them. So a new teacher was invited to the university. However, just as Hyun Bin was about to make his second announcement, the door to the auditorium opened, and a man wearing black boots entered the room, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Seeing this person, Do Hwa was deeply shocked, but Hai Sung, on the contrary, instantly flared up with rage, his face filled with anger, and he stepped forward without holding back his emotions. As for Su Chang, he only opened his eyes in surprise, unable to believe what was happening in front of him, and as if he could not find enough strength in himself to somehow react to the situation. Standing in front of them was Lee Jun-hyun, who, according to the professor's assistant, was now a new student, and despite his past actions, was accepted into their group, which raised many questions. Du Hua jumped up from her seat, asking in bewilderment how this was possible. Du Hua jumped up from her seat, exclaiming in shock at how this could even be possible, as she couldn't believe her ears and eyes, realizing that her world had suddenly changed. Hyun Bin, trying to calm her down, explained that on the day of the attack on the nest by predators from the pet store, all the laboratory systems were turned off, which affected the operation of all defense mechanisms. Due to the power outage that day, all the doors of the isolation wards opened, which led to unpredictable consequences. And until now, not everyone was ready to understand the scale of what happened. Hai Sung was furious when he asked if Jun Hyun had run away back then, but was stunned to receive a negative answer, which completely confused him because he was sure of the opposite. Hyun Bin continued that Jun Hyun single-handedly subdued all the prisoners and placed them back in their isolation wards, which was an incredible feat that deserves recognition and respect. Do Hua was shocked to hear that for such a heroic act, the dean decided to release Jun Hyun and grant him the status of a full-fledged citizen of the nest, which caused a lot of discussion among the students. Lee Jun-hyung chose to hide his face under a hood when it was announced that he was now a Nesta student like everyone else, causing many to be confused and question his loyalty. After everyone had left, Su Chang decided to retire and went up to the roof of the dorm to enjoy the pouring rain alone, trying to comprehend everything that had happened recently. The green-eyed boy muttered quietly about how too much had fallen on him, from the arrival of the new professor to all the strange events happening around him. He remembered with longing Professor G's bright, carefree smile, especially those moments when his eyes sparkled with a bright yellow light, as if radiating warmth and confidence in the future. Unable to bear the overwhelming emotions, Su Chang punched the wall of the building, after which tears welled up in his eyes, which he could not hold back, feeling completely helpless. From behind him, Lee Jun-hyun suddenly approached him and asked if Su Chang was upset that he was unable to protect someone dear to him due to his own weakness. Lee Jun-hyun came closer, stating that he understood this feeling very well because he himself had to face the same experiences and struggle with his own powerlessness. Lee Jun-hyun then mentioned that the predators they encountered would return, and their next attack would be even more devastating, and the number of casualties would increase if action was not taken. Lee Jun-hyun, looking straight into Su Chang's eyes, made an unexpected proposal that caught the young man off guard because he did not expect such a turn of events. Lee Jun-hyun then confessed that while locked up, he managed to find another pet store base and now plans to ambush them to end this threat once and for all. He placed the white packets on the roof and promised Su Chang that if he agreed to take part in his plan, the lab would receive everything they needed to complete their research. Su Chang, deep in thought, felt determination in his heart when Lee Jun-hyun asked him again if he was willing to join their risky but important mission. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked with disbelief whether Lee Jun-hyun had really found the pet store's base, since it seemed like something unbelievable under the circumstances. Even the pouring rain couldn't dampen his surprise. Soo-chan couldn't believe that there were other bases anywhere other than Black Island, and this discovery scared and excited him at the same time. Feeling that the situation required more explanation, the boy changed his tone and asked Lee Jun-hyun to explain in detail how exactly he managed to find this mysterious base. Lee Jun-hyun recalled how, while he was surrounded by strange creatures with purple feathers, the power suddenly went out, and he felt something unusual that changed the course of events. The beings known as the Converted approached him, asking why he had not escaped with them, as they could have returned to the breeder and regained their powers, which they believed would be to Lee Jun-hyun's benefit. But Lee Jun-hyun had a different opinion. He had no desire to cooperate with these creatures, and was even ready to destroy them so that they would no longer pose a threat to the innocent. He held back his impulse, pouring out his anger into a powerful push that threw the entire gang of Converted back several meters, thus showing them that he would not tolerate their presence. Looking around the bunker, Lee Jun-hyun loudly declared that the breeder no longer had any meaning to him, and his gaze was drawn to one of the doors leading to an unknown part of the complex. He moved forward, ignoring the pleas of the converts who had now become his enemies, and headed towards where he believed something important might be. After removing his collar, Lee Jun-hyun noticed that there was no security in the bunker, which was extremely unusual for this place, and this only increased his suspicions of impending trouble. The next second, he realized that the real threat might lie in the presence of a predator, and his tense premonition was quickly confirmed, forcing him to prepare for the inevitable fight. Lee Jun-hyun was shocked to discover that there could be more than one predator in one place, and sensing the hint of danger in the air, he immediately prepared himself for battle. A dark-skinned man appeared in front of him, who seemed happy to see Lee Jun-hyun, as he had long been yearning for this battle, dreaming of meeting an opponent who could challenge him. However, the man was securely bound with metal chains, preventing him from fighting, and his fighting spirit faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only regret. Lee Jun-hyun recognized the man, although not immediately, but was surprised when he realized that he was aware of all the events happening outside the bunker and was now ready for further action. The information that flowed from the mouth of this man shocked Lee Jun-hyuk. He could not imagine what was in the head of the breeder, what prompted him to send specially selected converts to Nest, who were capable of murder and terrorist attacks. Lee Jun-hyuk, despite the shock, quickly got ready. He understood what danger threatened his comrade, so he had to get out immediately. However, just as Lee Jun-hyuk was about to leave the man's confinement room, he called out to him. The guy assumed what this man might ask for and refused to help him in advance, but he only brushed off Lee Jun-hyuk's hasty conclusions. Sokcho said the man and Lee Jun-hyuk, clearly not understanding, decided to listen to the prisoner. The next second, the man, with a feeling of obvious superiority, clarified that Sokcho in Gangwon Province was the breeder's dining place. When Lee Jun-hyun finished his story about how he found out the collector's place of residence, Soo-chan was surprised, to put it mildly, that their enemy from the Black Island would just give away the location of his boss. It sounded like a pure lie. It could be a trap, and most likely it was. Lee Jun-hyuk felt quite calm, and like his comrade, he thought the same thing. But Hyun also added that, according to the man's stories, he is not connected with the collector in any way. He is just a hermit, and that he loves battles, which is very hard to believe. The man also told Lee Jun-hyun about a woman named Ga Young, who surprisingly was the only one who defeated him, and he became her subordinate. It was a bright, cloudy day in a hostel surrounded by mountains filled with forests and a large lake. The long-haired girl with pink strands admired this place. Everyone present was delighted with this place, because they had never seen a hostel with a swimming pool before. The girl with the spotted hair expressed the possibility that such a place would cost a lot of money. But the other girl noted that such a place is far away in the mountains, and there is no need to hide. The green-haired girl commented with relief on the pool about yoga classes that would pay off in such a place. The girl standing next to her screamed to quickly take the sun loungers, and a lady was sad on the side because of the impossible swimming due to the poisonous powder. A group of girls were already happily having fun in the water, while several young men stood to the side. The guy in the cap smilingly asked why they all gathered there. After his question, Haesung-cha ordered everyone to gather and also called them fools. A woman in high heels showed up and berated them as feeble-minded. shaming them for their carelessness in hiding their external features. The woman in the black bathing suit said she wasn't against having fun, but she needed to be smarter and more careful. Even though the hostel was reserved, they were still far from the mainland. Suchin turned around with concern and noted that Miss Moon's statement was correct. Of course, here is the text without numbers. After saying that everyone needed to be extremely careful, Miss Moon turned around and noticed a worried-looking young man in a hood, hiding his face with his hand over his mouth, as if hiding something important or trying to remain unnoticed by others. A moment later, the hooded guy decided to take a desperate step. He carefully peeled off the paper that hid his face and exposed his sharp fangs, while simultaneously wondering whether he should use his fang complex in this matter. It gradually became clear that this whole scene had been carefully planned by a young man named Suchin. He had planned to distract Miss Moon with the joy of the trip, and then use the boy with fangs to treat the woman with poison. Such was their cunning plan. After all, when Suchin himself was bitten by a poisonous creature, he lay in bed until the next morning, which led him to the idea that the poison could be used to immobilize Miss Moon for some time. If Miss Moon were to pass out like Suchin did, they would be able to enter and return to Sokcho without any obstacles while the woman was completely unconscious. Miss Moon was enjoying her long-awaited bath because it had been a long time since she had allowed herself to relax like this. But at that moment, a guy in a hood was already standing behind her, preparing to carry out his mission. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, the hooded guy suddenly rushed forward with the aim of treating Miss Moon with his deadly poison, hoping that the woman would not have time to notice his approach. However, to his surprise, as soon as he took a step forward, his feet were dug into by the sharp heels of Miss Moon, who suddenly turned and struck him without waiting for her fate. The young man instantly felt a piercing pain in his feet, which prevented him from approaching Miss Moon and completing his insidious plan, stopping halfway. The woman immediately apologized for the damage caused, while the hooded youth fell to his knees in excruciating pain from the heel that had dug into his foot. Miss Moon, accompanying her apology, explained that she had not worn such shoes for a long time, and asking if the guy was okay, did not notice how Suchin, who was watching this scene, was shocked by the failure of their cunning plan. She advised the hooded boy to watch where he was going next time, and asked if anyone could help him in this situation while the others watched the whole thing, and Do-hwa and Hee-jin sighed heavily at the obvious failure. Although the boy's feet were not seriously injured, they remained inflamed and he had to wear a plaster to cope with the consequences of the unsuccessful attack. He sincerely apologized for failing the mission, admitting that he had underestimated Miss Moon, and sweat broke out on his face as he realized that he had not fully appreciated his opponent's abilities. Gathered around, Hee-jin, Hae-sung, and the others consoled the hooded boy, reassuring him that Miss Moon did not realize that she was under attack, while Suchan noted that the task was much more difficult than they expected and proposed a new plan. Hae-sung expressed the opinion that another attempt to attack Miss Moon from behind was too risky, since if something went wrong, their excuses might not work, but he suggested considering other options. He came up with a plan where they would cover her eyes so she wouldn't notice their next attack, and then Suchin and the others picked up their water pistols in preparation for another attempt. The young man in the cap who had prepared the water pistols noticed that he had added a small amount of acid to them, which, although not fatal, was capable of closing Miss Moon's eyes for an hour, and this caused displeasure in Suchin, who had not been warned. Hee-jin, without losing her confidence, pointed the barrel of her water pistol at Miss Moon, attracting her attention with loud words so that she would finally pay attention to her and fall into the trap. Miss Moon, who was completely immersed in her water treatments, heard Hee-jin's words, turned her head in her direction, and focused her gaze on the girl, trying to understand what was happening. The green-haired boy, seeing Miss Moon turn to Hee-jin, began to rejoice, thinking that their plan had finally worked and Miss Moon had fallen for their trick. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Miss Moon, possessing incredible flexibility, stretched her neck and easily dodged the stream of water directed at her, noting that such entertainment seemed very funny to her. Without waiting for the next attack, Miss Moon instantly stretched even further and snatched the gun from the surprised Hee-jin's hands, asking her with a smile on her face if she minded that she was now in possession of the weapon. Taking up a water pistol, Miss Moon began to actively shoot back, demonstrating her irrepressible energy and creating an atmosphere of fun among those present. Everyone in the water began to run in panic, trying to turn their backs to Miss Moon so as not to get hit by her well-aimed blows with jets of water. but Hee-jin did not have time to dodge or counterattack in time. Seeing the stream of water flying straight at Hee-jin, Suchan shouted her name, hoping that the girl would have time to turn away and avoid the blow that could cause her serious damage. The stream of water flying towards Hee-jin with force and speed seemed so powerful that Suchan had the feeling that it was impossible to avoid it, and he was already preparing for the worst. But at the very last moment, Suchan, acting on instinct, spread his wings and rushed forward, protecting Hee-jin with his body from the powerful attack of water, which saved her from possible defeat. The green-eyed guy, watching what was happening, immediately asked if everything was okay with Hee-jin, while the girl herself was in shock from Suchan's unexpected action, wondering in her mind if she was dreaming all of this. The young man, who had taken off his cap, stood on the shore and looking thoughtfully at the waves that were rising in response to all this commotion, tried to understand what exactly had happened and how it happened that their plan had failed again. Not understanding what exactly had gone wrong, he continued to stand there in bewilderment, looking at what was happening around him and feeling completely lost, as if all his efforts had been in vain. Later, numerous and desperate attempts were made to neutralize Miss Moon, including plans to bury her in sand or weaken her vigilance, but all of these ideas proved unsuccessful and did not bring the desired result. Each of the team tried to find a way to neutralize Miss Moon in their own way. Some tried to tie her up while she was sleeping, but in the end they themselves got entangled in the ropes and were unable to realize their plan. No one succeeded in the task of giving Miss Moon the poisoned drink, as the woman evaded their attempts every time, not allowing any of them to complete the plan. At this time it was getting darker outside. The lanterns had already lit up, illuminating the night darkness, but none of the team was still able to implement their plan and break Miss Moon's resistance. Suchan and the others began to realize that the trip would probably end faster than they could do anything, and he began to curse in his heart, wondering who this woman really was. When everyone had given up hope of success, thinking that nothing could work out with them, Hee-jin suddenly perked up when she heard those words and reacted instantly, clearly not intending to give up so easily. One of the girls expressed the idea that although revenge for Professor G was a noble cause, they were only freshmen, and if their plan was discovered, it would be very difficult for them not only to graduate from university, but also to avoid serious consequences. She also added that if their plan really did fail that easily, then that was all they could do, and most of the team fell into deep thought and despair. At these words, many of them looked at each other with expressions of confusion on their faces, and beads of sweat flowed down their foreheads, showing how confused and worried they were about what was happening. Unexpectedly for everyone, Hee-jin stood up, and after a short pause, she confirmed that this was indeed the limit of their capabilities, but her sudden words left Suchan in shock. She added that this would have been the limit of their capabilities if they had remained as weak as they were at the beginning of the semester, but they had changed and grown a lot since then. The girl continued, reminding everyone that Professor G did everything he could to make each of them better and developed individual training plans based on their strengths and weaknesses. She ended her inspirational speech by stating that now was the best time to show off her training results, which made the girl who had previously spoken of failure even flinch slightly. The others, hearing these words, began to wonder how they could do anything significant, since they hadn't even managed to neutralize Miss Moon, who was still invulnerable. Suddenly, Hee-jin reached into her bag, confidently adding that she had an idea that she said would definitely work and help them finally achieve their goal. Taking out a bottle of champagne from her bag, Hee-jin smiled widely and confidently declared that this time their plan would definitely work, since she had a secret remedy that would not fail. Meanwhile, Miss Moon, noticing their continuing manipulations, began to suspect that something was clearly wrong because they were constantly offering her a drink or trying to pull various tricks. The woman thought about perhaps reporting the strange behavior of the freshmen to the university administration, but her thoughts were interrupted when a smiling Hee-jin approached her. Holding a bottle of champagne in her hands, Hee-jin happily offered Miss Moon a glass, hoping that this time their plan would work and they would be able to put the woman to sleep. Miss Moon looked closely at the offered glass of champagne, clearly suspecting that there might be something wrong with it, perhaps even a sleeping pill, but still did not show it. However, after a few moments, her face lit up with a sinister smile, and she, deciding to ignore her suspicions, picked up the glass, preparing for another test. Miss Moon began to clutch her throat convulsively and ask what Hee-jin had done. Next to the woman stood a confident and smiling Hee-jin. Miss Moon screamed that she hadn't even put her lips to it as it happened. But for now, the pink-haired girl was thinking about the professor's training and its essence. The point of the training was that no matter how hard you try, you can't overcome all the flaws you were born with, remembering the grueling workouts where you sometimes fainted. However, all this training and effort of Professor G. Everyone who practiced became stronger, much stronger, so much so that steam came out of their bodies. Before implementing Hee Jin's idea, she asked one of the girls for a request, but she was in doubt whether it would work out. But Hee Jin dispelled them, assuring that everything would work out. The girl asked to saturate the glass with the ability of the spotted lanternfly. The ability turned out to be a typhoon of pheromones, which immediately made Miss Moon's legs give way. Aside from the woman struck by the ability, there was the owner of the ability herself. She was incredibly happy, because now she had finally mastered her ability, while others wondered whether this was even ethical. A nearby Hai Jin reported that Cantharidin had put the woman into a trance, which is why she was in such a state that no matter what happens, Miss Moon will not remember anything. From the windows of the large house, a bright light of lamps burst forth, which seemed to illuminate not only the interior spaces, but also the entire surrounding area, creating a feeling of warmth and comfort, simultaneously accompanied by a short question about someone else's readiness. The young man impatiently adjusted his blue sweater, which hardly warmed him in the cool night, and listened to the request not to forget that the return of his team should be no later than the morning, which clearly emphasized the importance and urgency of their mission. The boys were sure that Miss Moon, even if she slept a little longer, would definitely suspect something in the morning if they didn't wake her up after some drinking, and then they would have to come up with explanations that might not work. The boy, whose head was adorned with a cap, assured them that he and his comrades would definitely take care of her, asking them to return alive, adding that their lives were more important than any task, and they should be careful. Group A included 2 girls and 2 boys, each of whom was clearly filled with confidence in their actions, and their cohesion was so strong that none of them doubted the success of the upcoming mission. But before they set off, Da Wong and Hyuna were asked if they really wanted to go with them, since they would have to face dangerous creatures, and if they made a mistake, it could turn into a disaster for them. The girls understood all the risks, but easily agreed, citing as an argument numerous training sessions with Professor G, which made them sufficiently prepared for any tests. They convinced Su Chang, the green-eyed youth, that they would cover for him if necessary, to which he responded with gratitude, although there was a hint of doubt in his eyes that he tried to hide. At this time, 2 guys behind were discussing how to get to Sokcho, since the buses were no longer running, and walking would be too long and dangerous, especially at such a late hour. They were interrupted by the noise of an engine, and then by the voice of their friend, inviting them to get into a large car, which, judging by the sound of the engine, was quite powerful and fast, which was extremely useful in their situation. Su Chang was surprised that he had the rights, but he just waved it off, saying that he got them when he was doing the orphanage business, which unexpectedly added to his authority in the eyes of others. Afterwards, he only managed to clarify that these matters were the transportation of children to the laboratory. But the green-eyed man did not have time to answer this, because the car had already moved off, accelerating along the deserted road. The hooded youth began speaking again, advising everyone to prepare themselves, as the place they were heading to was under the personal control of the breeder, meaning they had to be on guard every second. He also admitted that he had absolutely no idea what to expect, but he was sure that security measures had been tightened, and this should somehow help them avoid traps and surprise attacks. The boys were clearly worried because if they were caught, they could die or, even worse, become toys of a breeder whose experiments on living creatures were known for their cruelty and unpredictable consequences. And yet, despite the risks, their driver was confident that his team could win this battle, because each of them had been through many trials and were now ready for anything. He was serious, because that was the reason he was looking for Su Chang, who he believed was the one who could change the course of events and become a key figure in the upcoming battle. At the time when he met the young man whose eyes glowed with the power of violet, he was sure that in this world, only strength was respected, and only by possessing it could one survive in this cruel world. It was then that the hooded boy was attracted to the breeder, his determination and strength, which made him an ideal candidate for participation in dangerous and secret missions on which the fate of many depended. The young man realized his mistake only on the day of his battle with Su Chang, when he realized that strength is not so important if it is not supported by wisdom and compassion, which truly make a person strong. He was filled with confidence that Su Chang would demonstrate this to him again, because the green-eyed man would definitely show something that surpassed the law of the jungle, proving that true strength lies not in cruelty, but in the ability to protect and create. Meanwhile, the darkness of the night was diluted by the light from the window of a house, very similar to the boy's house, which was full of warmth and comfort, creating a contrast with the gloomy thoughts and dangers that lay in wait for them at every step. In a large room, framed by warm yellow light, a male voice sounded, hesitantly inquiring about the affairs of the interlocutor on the other end of the line, as if he was afraid of hearing something unpleasant or threatening. He turned to his laptop, urging the breeder to finally answer him, which he did when a simple answer came from the speakers, reassuring the man that everything was fine, although there was tension and hidden anxiety in his voice. The man again inquired about the state of affairs when the breeder mentioned that his little animal had destroyed several laboratory premises, which caused the man to panic slightly and not understand what was happening. The dog yawned at the man's feet as the breeder hurried to ask if the man was happy with being a homebody, not letting him answer, and immediately turning the subject to the old man and his condition, which, judging by his tone, left much to be desired. He was not in the best condition. Severe burns covered his body, and all the man could do was inject him with a painkiller, without which the old man became much worse, and his suffering increased with each passing minute. The responsibility for the old man fell on the man, as he was the only predator not on a mission, and it was a task that could not be ignored, because the old man's life depended on it. Just as the man was about to ask the breeder the question that interested him, he was interrupted by his displeasure and words about how he had disappeared again, leaving the man bewildered and with many unasked questions. The breeder finally asked the man in a mocking manner not to burn down the house, to which he responded with a heavy sigh and humble agreement, although inside him, indignation and a desire to stop this strange conversation were seething. But this was no longer so important. The man did not care about this nonsense, as long as his hand held the red disc, which seemed to contain the answers to all his questions, but he did not dare to reveal them yet. The fireplace nearby crackled furiously as if urging the man to get rid of the diskette, while he was only just beginning to think about it, but had not yet decided to take a step that could change his fate. The hot flames engulfed the disc, instantly beginning to melt it, and miraculously not burning the man's fingers holding it, as if the fire respected his determination and the fears that filled his heart. But the man was distracted by a sound nearby, so fast that he barely had time to turn his head in its direction before he felt something cold and hard touch his skin, causing an instant rush of adrenaline. A strange hand grabbed the man's neck, pushing his large body back and knocking all the air out of his lungs, turning him into a helpless prisoner of his own room, which he considered his refuge. With a loud bang, the man was pinned to the floor by a young man in yellow glasses, while the dog only managed to bark pitifully nearby, unable to help its owner, who suddenly found himself in mortal danger. The man only managed to shout out someone else's name before the young man in green glasses interrupted him, ordering him not to move. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for security and promising to let the first person who caught the boy eat him. The two monsters with terrifying red eyes, who were the same guards, were already anticipating the taste of the young man's meat, preparing to pounce on him any second. Like starving animals, they rushed forward at breakneck speed, shouting the same word over and over with their creaking voices. But they didn't have time to run, because on their side, in an instant, a wall collapsed, and from behind it jumped two people dressed in white sweaters. A red-haired young man with a malicious grin on his face and sparkling turquoise eyes activated the grasshopper's ability on the fly, while his companion, baring her fangs in a fierce smile, used the ability of the Emperor Scorpion. The body parts of one of the monsters flew to the sides, accompanied by the shrill screams of the monsters when the red-haired youth used a slanting blow, while the white-haired girl crushed the other one as her gauntlet burst into purple flames and activated at 40%. The man gaped in amazement as he watched his guards being beaten, crushed, and destroyed, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Another girl, whose hair was a mix of pink and black, approached them, asking her white-haired ally how many more guards were in the building. The white-haired girl named Dohua used her vibration perception ability, immediately telling the girl about someone in the basement. According to her, there were several of them. They were all in one place, and what's most strange, they weren't moving at all. The young man who had recently been their driver suggested that it was just for training and asked them not to worry because they would definitely not go anywhere. The young man in yellow glasses spoke again, asking the rather rumpled man where the other predators and the breeder were. The man, whose face was still red, hastened to disappoint the guys because the breeder was not there at all. The man's hand reached for the mysterious device, while he himself diligently convinced the guys that he was not involved in everything that happened. He was unable to press the button when the black-haired girl firmly refused his words and kicked him in the face with a resounding slap. She told Su Chang that it would be better to simply knock the man and his kind out, to which the young man agreed. They were interrupted by the driver, who noticed something during their conversation and now suggested that others take a look at it too. That same diskette appeared in his hands because the young man quickly recognized in it the data on the creation of Cinderella, stolen from Nest by these people. One look at Su Chang made him realize what exactly the driver was talking about. And again, before he could say anything, his attention was drawn to their red-haired friend, who had made out something in the debris on the floor. He showed Su Chan a box full of jungle juice with great delight, convincing the young man that it was a real jackpot, while Su Chan himself was simply amazed. While the driver quietly regretted that he had not managed to kill the breeder, the red-haired guy continued to rejoice at his catch, and the brunette convinced the guys that nothing bad had happened. Their white-haired friend cautiously noticed a strange sound. The girl quickly attributed the sound to an alarm clock, immediately starting to grumble discontentedly that she was afraid of such stupidity. An alarm notification appeared on the dark phone screen to alert the user to the next dose. Blood mixed with medication was transfused into IV drips. The old man, whose body was covered in terrible burns, began to feel even worse without a new dose of painkillers. Suddenly, his eye, uncovered by the bandage, flew open, radiating a physically palpable fury. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, two girls were sitting, peeking out from behind the low, purple-tinged grass. They both perked up when they heard suspicious sounds, but it turned out to be just a ferret, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. And while the girl with green hair was clearly disappointed, because they were put on alert, while his ally convinced her that their work was no less important, because otherwise the rest of the guys in the group would be at risk. The green-haired girl already understood this perfectly well, but the thought that the others were probably fighting a monster right now made her want to help them as soon as possible. Her speech immediately stopped, and her eyes filled with pain when she sat down and heard a crack and felt pain. The wall the girl was leaning on was covered in fire when she only managed to jump back and leave behind smoke trails from her jacket. Her amazement knew no bounds when she raised her gaze and saw fire all over the surface of the wall. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion was heard, followed immediately by a painfully scorching heat. The red-haired girl managed to let her friend's name fall from her lips as that heat descended on her body, and she herself froze in fear. The green-haired girl, unlike her friend, did not freeze, but on the contrary, rushed at her friend, shouting at her to lie down. Now it was a real explosion, thundering and loud, blocking the ears and burning with its heat. The sound of an explosion was heard in the building. The shockwave made the building shake slightly and dust began to fall from everywhere. Everyone was alarmed, asking what it was and whether it was an explosion. There was a noise above the team and everyone immediately looked up at the ceiling. Su Chang realized that the ceiling was about to collapse. Su Chang saw that stones from the ceiling were falling straight onto his comrades and hurried to help them. The boy, using his wings, quickly flew up to his friends and grabbed them. Su Chang pushed them away with all his might to a safe distance, and he himself chopped the pieces of rocks around him into small pieces. The guy turned around, looking for He Jin, and shouted at her that they needed to get out of here quickly. At that time, the girl was trying to pull out the man who was crushed by the collapses. But she did not have enough strength. She told Su Chang that they cannot leave the old man here, because he knows where the breeder is, and they must definitely deliver him to the nest. Suddenly, the girl stopped feeling the weight on her hands. Turning around, she saw that Su Chan and Jun Hyun had picked up the stone and were now holding it above them. The stone was heavy, and it was very difficult to hold it with both hands, even if it was done by two people. Realizing that they would not be able to hold on for long, Su Chang told the girl to take the man with her. He Jin quickly stood up and, leaning the man on her shoulder, ran out of the building, throwing the guys to hold on as she went. Su Chang felt sweat running down his face. He held on with all his might, because he knew that if he threw the stone, Jun Hyun wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Jun Hyun glanced at the guy next to him. He felt that he was drenched in sweat, and his strength was at its limit. Tearing his gaze away from his partner, he made a decision. Su Chan heard a voice next to him. Jun Hyun told him that the ceiling was too heavy for the two of them, and that he would have to leave alone. Su Chan didn't understand what he meant. It all happened in an instant. The guy felt like he was pushed away, and before he could come to his senses, he was already flying through the air. Su Chang heard his comrade's words. He told him that a unique specimen was locked in the basement, and only he could deal with it. Jun Hyun looked at the guy who was getting further and further away from him. He told him with his last strength to deal with the creature himself, repeating his partner's name at the end. Su Chang landed on the floor and saw rocks rain down on his partner, crushing him. The guy looked at this, not believing his eyes. He muttered under his breath. Suddenly a voice was heard behind him. It told him, "Here you are." The boy reacted instantly and turned his head. Before he could turn around, he felt a wave of fire fly into his head. The guy flew back and hit the ground, where he hit the fire, and the smell of burnt flesh and a burning pain could be felt. Su Chang felt like someone had stepped on his head. An unpleasant voice was heard next to him. It said that it remembered him, the student of the damn professor. The huge man towered over the boy. His appearance was terrible. He had burns and bandages all over his body, claws instead of hands, black antennae sticking out from his head near the place where his hair grew. His whole appearance exuded an ominous aura. Meanwhile, Heejin ran up to a group of people who had already run out of the building. She asked if they were okay. The guy with red hair said that he was safe because Su Chan saved him. The girls were also okay, complaining only that Da-Wung was slightly injured. Seeing that the guys were okay, she threw the man off of herself and told the group to look after him, and she herself rushed from the place and said that she would return for Su Chan. The guys did not know that the guy remained inside, and they volunteered to help the girl. Seeing a silhouette with wings in front of her, Heejin thought that Su Chang had gotten out and asked if he was okay. The girl noticed that something was flying at her at high speed, so she reacted quickly and immediately dodged it. In front of her stood a scorpion fly, a winged insect that had the external features of a scorpion and a dragonfly. The girl wondered if this was a devouring individual. Following the scorpion, all sorts of other monsters approached the group, making unpleasant sounds and asking for meat. The girl with blue strands asked if these were the same creatures that were in the basement. The guy next to her wondered how they got out. A voice came from behind Heejin and said, "I let them out." The girl saw something flying at her, but she didn't have time to react. She was blown up. The group watching this saw how the girl's body flew into the air from the shockwave. Some shouted the name of Heejin. The boys looked at the aftermath of the explosion with wide eyes, and an unpleasant voice was heard behind them. There was a huge man standing behind, all in bandages, a terrifying aura emanating from his appearance. He said that his body was damaged by burns. The guys immediately looked at the newcomer. A thought ran through everyone's heads. They thought he was a predatory individual. The girl with blue strands realized that it was he who blew up the school and attacked the professor. Her hand turned into a dark blue claw, and hatred was reflected on her face. The girl rushed forward, shouting that she would avenge the professor. The man didn't look worried. On the contrary, his face showed calm and dominance over the situation. He said, "Try if you can." The girl immediately felt something was wrong. She began to break with all her might, her hand ending up a few centimeters from the man's face, but did not touch him. Behind the man stood a huge monster. He was taller than him by one head and towered over everyone, and in his hands was Su Chang, who looked very battered. The man bared his teeth and, pointing at the guy behind him, said that the boy had explosives in him, so it was better not to do anything stupid. The girl immediately recoiled. Walking away to her comrades, she said, and cursed the man. The man's smile became even wider, almost reminiscent of a predatory one. He repeated the girl's words that her attack was revenge for the professor. The man realized that they really were his students. He indulged in memories, remembering that when the professor attacked him, he was exhausted from pain every day. His whole body was covered with terrible burns. The man's aura became even more terrible. Looking at him, one could see only horror. He said that his time had come for revenge, and he would do it by killing the professor's dear students. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to the man. Her clothes were shabby, but she herself was not hurt in any way. Heejin was holding a suitcase in her hand. Her voice was filled with calm and confidence. She said, "Try." The group members immediately looked at her, all of them in a state of shock. The man grabbed his head, giving himself a tired expression. He looked at the girl and said that he thought she was torn to pieces. Somehow he completely relaxed. In a second, the man was next to Heejin, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her into the air. He tightened his grip on her neck, telling her that she would get what she wanted. Clenching her fist, the girl in his arms shattered into pieces. Blood splattered in all directions, and the man's smile stretched from ear to ear. The man laughed like a madman. He associated the girl's death with the bursting of a rotten fruit. The faces of the group members froze in shock and horror. The man raised his bloody hand up, asking who wanted to die next. Behind him, Heejin's clear and confident voice was heard. She looked straight at the man. An aura of confidence emanated from her. The girl said that she was going to be next. The man turned around, seeing that Heejin was alive, An expression of irritation became clearly visible on his face, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Quickly grabbing the girl by the neck, he struck her with all his might, the blast wave reaching all the way to Hee-jin's comrades. The man held her hand. Steam was coming off his body and sweat was running down his face. In his thoughts, he was telling himself that this blow should have definitely killed the girl. But Hee-jin's voice, still calm and confident, sounded right in front of him, and he looked up in shock. Right in front of him stood a girl. She was unwavering. A pink glow emanated from her, illuminating the man's entire gaze. She took hold of the huge hand of the man in front of her with her hand and said in an even voice, "What is he waiting for? Let him try to kill her." Suddenly the silence was broken by a loud roar, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The man asked what the hum was, but almost immediately a terrible guess struck him and he muttered, "Could it really be?" Both girls simultaneously asked with fear what was happening. Frowning and baring his teeth, the guy said it was him. The girl asked if it was an earthquake, but her assumptions were dispelled by the man bursting into laughter. With a triumphant and furious look, stretching his lips into a terrible grin, the man said that he would be here soon. There was a roar and an explosion shook the ground, throwing the girl back. The girls managed to run away screaming to avoid being hit by the explosion. But the guys were not so lucky and were caught in the blast wave. The girls managed to escape the blast zone screaming, but the guys weren't so lucky and were caught in the blast wave. The guy woke up from the explosion. The monster screamed to be fed. A huge centipede monster appeared before my eyes, and the guy realized that he had seen his most dangerous enemy. He didn't understand what happened, where Hee-jin was, and what happened while he was unconscious when he was called out, asking if he was awake. "Seo-chan." The monster's voice creaked out congratulations. He said that he didn't expect the guy to find this lab and admitted that Seo-chan had beaten him this time. Seo-chan realized that he knew that voice, that carefree tone. It was the breeder. The man succeeded without showing any fear that he was being hunted by a couple of larvae who were left without nest supervision and apparently had gone completely crazy without Junji. Grinning, the boy told the dragonfly that they had met again and noted that whenever his plans fell through, the dragonfly was always there. At first, he really wanted to add the guy to his collection, but now he realized that their destiny was to always be opponents. The voice called the centipede, and the whole world seemed to freeze for a second, waiting for the continuation of the order. The voice continued, ordering the centipede to eat everyone. All the boys' faces froze in horror as they realized the seriousness of their problems. Su-chang looked up in horror. The guy barely managed to dodge when the centipede struck right at the place where he stood a second ago. The girls also almost got hit, but managed to jump aside at the last second. Su-chang muttered a curse and realized that it was too late to run, but there had to be some way. Suddenly, the monster stopped. He turned around, and his narrow red eye socket stared somewhere behind him. Someone's massive black boots resting against a tree flew into the monster. He shouted that if it was too late, then let it all go to hell, and we just had to beat the monster. The guy shouted that Do-hwa was just a beast and immediately asked to hold this monster. At this time, he himself began to quickly climb up the centipede, trying to reach the very top. The monster seemed to have just begun to understand the guy's plan and turned sharply towards him. The guy got into a grasshopper stance, intending to deal the monster a fatal blow. He performed a slanting blow to the monster's human part. The guy smiled triumphantly, realizing that he had hit the target and thinking that this should definitely kill the monster. However, looking at the centipede, he realized with horror that he had only given it a scratch. The centipede struck again. This time the girl was unable to dodge the blow and fell right into the monster's grasp, grimacing in pain. Suddenly she opened her blue eyes in surprise, staring at something below. Scolopedra suddenly let go of the girl, and she flew straight down to the ground at great speed. Su-cheon, reflecting all the horror he felt, loudly shouted the names of Hai-sun and Do-hwa. With a cry, Su-chang jumped back, dodging the centipede's new attack, and a voice from nowhere creaked that the boys' pathetic tricks meant nothing against the centipede's power. The breeder said that they, the kids, would not be able to cope with the centipede, and for her, they were just prey. And the breeder finished his speech with the words that the law of the jungle says, "Survival of the fittest." The centipede began to attack So-chan, who continued to dodge, all the while listening to the conclusion of the breeder's speech about how this is the world, and it is simply a fact. The centipede continued to attack, and Seo-chan had difficulty dodging each new blow. Cursing under his breath, Seo-chan realized that he couldn't even get close to the centipede, much less attack it. The breeder, meanwhile, spoke again, noting that the dragonfly complex of So-chan was quite impressive, and even a centipede could not reach it at such a height. But then, continuing his monologue, the selector noted that So-chan would not be able to stay there for long. While So-chan was at a height unattainable for the centipede, the monster switched to the girls, who cowered in fear. Someone shouted at the girls to be careful, and the red-haired girl suddenly threw her head up, noticing the centipede with horror. The emerald green-haired woman got into a bolus spider stance, and the team's attention instantly turned to her. The girl grabbed her partners and abruptly pulled them right out from under the blow of the centipede. The bolus spider captures its prey using a sticky, teardrop-shaped substance at the end of a fishing line, a replica of which the green-haired girl used to save her partners. Da-un shouted that she would leave the girls far away and asked them to get ready, to which the red-haired girl began to object, but then she stopped. Groaning something and swinging as hard as she could, Da-un threw the girls as far away from the centipede as possible. Da-un herself almost fell, but her partners flew as far as the owner of green hair allowed them to send. Sweating profusely but with a wide smile, Da-un repeated that everything was fine a couple of times when suddenly someone's shadow covered her. Someone shouted to her that there was an enemy behind her, and she managed to jump away from him with a loud scream. However, the enemy still managed to hit her and Da-un flew into the air. Seo-chan managed to catch the falling girl at the last moment. He exclaimed that she must hold on, but he himself realized that she was seriously injured.